7. Shakespeare and Dionysus, As You Like It, and Antony and Cleopatra. Spenser's initial heavy impact upon English literature was in the 1590s, just when Shakespeare was developing his style. Shakespeare's two early long poems, Venus and Adonis and The Rape of Lucrece, 1592, 1593–94, are homages to Spenser. The first is about sensual embowerment in female nature, its legend of dominant goddess and kidnapped pretty boy borrowed straight from the fairy queen. The second is a lurid account of a politically pivotal rape. From early Roman history, Shakespeare slows down the sexual cinema of Spenser's rape cycle to an arousing frame-by-frame inspection of the assailant's invasion of bedroom, bed, and white body. Spenser's sophisticated amalgam of prurience and moralism is adroitly duplicated, but Shakespeare had to throw off Spenser in order to get on with his own creative mission. His struggle against Spenser produced, I would argue, the titanism of the greatest plays, in which Shakespeare pushes into new ground beyond Spenser's reach. I see. Titus Andronicus, 1592–94, long thought Shakespeare's weakest play. As a devastating parody of Spenser, it has usually been misread, though not by A.C. Hamilton, as slipshod bad taste. But this Roman drama of rape and mutilation turns the Spenserian rape cycle into slapstick comedy. It is hilariously, intentionally funny. The ravished Lavinia doggedly persists in waving her stumps about like a windmill. Like Wilde's Apollonian, the importance of being earnest. Titus Andronicus should be played by romping drag queens, so that its outrageous mannerisms clearly emerge. This play is Shakespeare's taunting farewell to Spenser. He is about to launch his own original explorations of love and gender. In Titus Andronicus, Shakespeare tries to fix and reduce Spenser, in order to pin him down and get past him. Lavinia's endlessly stressed amputated tongue and hands are Atalanta's balls, blood-red herrings tossed along the racetrack of the Muses. Spenser as an iconicist, Shakespeare a dramaturge. Spenser as ruled by the eye, Shakespeare by the ear. Spenser as an Apollonian, presenting his personae in a linear series of epiphanies, carved out by the Botticellian hard edge. He makes tableaus, episodic vignettes, so loosely connected by plot that no one can ever remember what happens when. I see the fairy queen's processional technique of short dramatic tableaus of high-colored sexual personae repeated in D. H. Lawrence's Women in Love, with its overt Apollonian Dionysian theme. Shakespeare is a metamorphosist and therefore closer to Dionysus than to Apollo. He shows process, not objects. Everything is in flux: thought, language, identity, action. He enormously expands the inner life of his personae and sets them into the huge fateful rhythm which is his plot, an overwhelming force entering the play. From beyond society, Shakespeare's elemental energy comes from nature itself. I think this remark by G. Wilson Knight the most brilliant thing ever said about Shakespeare's plays. In such poetry we are aware less of any surface than of a turbulent power, a heave and swell, from deeps beyond verbal definition, and, as the thing progresses, a gathering of power, a ninth wave of passion, an increase in tempo and intensity. 1. The sea, Dionysian liquid nature, is the master image in Shakespeare's plays. It is the wave motion within Shakespearean speech which transfixes the audience even when we don't understand a word of it. Spenser's medieval language is archaic, backward-looking. By reversing contemporary changes in language, he means to halt the giddy changes in Renaissance personae. His Apollonian personalities are historically retrograde. Epic is always a genre of nostalgia. Spenser, like Virgil, turns to epic at a moment of sudden anarchic multiplication of sexual personae. We will see Blake similarly responding to the psychological crisis which is romanticism. Multiplicity of persona, random role experimentation, is always evil. In The Fairy Queen, Positive Spencerian hermaphroditism is never fluid and improvisational, as it is in Shakespeare, but rather formalized, frozen, and emblematic, as in Britomart's phallic spear or the Isis idol's long white slender wand. V.V.7. Shakespeare responds to Spencer's archaism with dynamic futurism. The 16th century transformed Middle English into modern English. Grammar was up for grabs. People made up vocabulary and syntax as they went along. Not until the 18th century would rules of English usage appear. Shakespearean language is a bizarre super tongue, alien and plastic, twisting, turning, and forever escaping. It is untranslatable, since it knocks Anglo-Saxon root words against Norman and Greco-Roman importations sweetly or harshly, kicking us up and down rhetorical levels with witty abruptness. No one in real life ever spoke like Shakespeare's characters. His language does not make sense, especially in the greatest plays. Anywhere from a third to a half of every Shakespearean play, I conservatively estimate, will always remain under an interpretive cloud. Unfortunately, this fact is obscured by the incrustations of footnotes in modern texts, which imply to the poor cowed student that if only he knew what the savants do, all would be clear as day. Every time I open Hamlet, I am stunned by its hostile virtuosity, its elusiveness and impenetrability. Shakespeare uses language to darken. He mesmerizes by disorienting us. He suspends the traditional compass points of rhetoric, still quite firm in Marlowe, normally regarded as Shakespeare's main influence. Shakespeare's words have aura. This he got from Spencer, not Marlowe. Spencer's demonic imagery turns into turmoil and hallucination in Shakespeare. Shakespeare's language hovers at the very threshold of dreaming. It is shaped by the irrational. Shakespearean characters are controlled by rather than controlling their speech. They are like Michelangelo's Mannerist sculptures, restive under night visitations. Consciousness in Shakespeare is soaked in primal compulsion. Language and personae mirror each other in both Spencer and Shakespeare. The archaizing language of the fairy queen is analogous to the Apollonian unity of its armored personalities. Belphoebe and Britomart have one line of thought, as they have one line of action. They are not besieged by fantasy or mood, by the rising torrent of imagination surging through Shakespeare's major characters. The cool, tensionless consistency of identity of Spencer's godly Una, accept therefore my simple self, IV.27, appears in Shakespeare only in helpless maidens like Ophelia, Cordelia, and Desdemona, who are destroyed by their plays. In Antony and Cleopatra, the Una-like Octavia comes off as a party pooper and stick in the mud compared to Shakespeare's loquacious firebrand heroine. Octavia's reticence and feminine whispers affront the genre of drama, which is all voice. But in The Fairy Queen, we saw epiphanic Apollonian silence rules. Language is truncated or abbreviated for virtue's sake. In Spencer, action speaks louder than words. Significantly, the decadent bower of bliss is cacophonous, a confusion of birds, voices, instruments, winds, waters. 2.xe.70. This resembles Plutarch's description of the wheeling nature, metamorphoses of Dionysus. That Proteanism is evil in The Fairy Queen accounts for Spencer's puzzling portrayal of Proteus as a cruel tyrant and rapist. 2. Shakespeare, on the other hand, is Proteanism personified. Coleridge calls him the one Proteus of the fire and the flood. 3. Multiplicity of personae, afflicting Hamlet but magnifying Rosalind and Cleopatra, is a major principle in his plays, just as multiplicity of language is his poetic style. Voice is so primary in Shakespeare that costumes and time schemes may be radically altered, as they are in modern productions, without affecting the higher meanings of the drama. But strict authenticity of costume is crucial to Spencer's iconistic personae. Put Belphoebe in a tennis dress or Regency chemise, and all is lost. Apollonian armature is not the rotating wheel of fashion. It is hard and eternal. In Spenser, I showed chastity as integrity of form. But Shakespeare's characters are forever changing their clothes. Especially in the comedies, Shakespeare takes the inherited theme of mistaken identity, as old as Menander and Plautus, and turns it into a meditation on Renaissance role-playing. He is the first to reflect upon the fluid nature of modern gender and identity. Accordingly, Shakespeare is impatient with objets d'art, unlike the I-obsessed pictorialist, Spenser. We see this as early as Venus and Adonis, where Shakespeare's goddess speaks of sullen Adonis as a lifeless picture, cold and senseless stone, well-painted idol, image, dull and dead, statue contending but the eye alone, 211-13. Wherever artworks appear in Shakespeare, Viola grieving like Patience on a monument, Octavia as a statue rather than a breather, Hermione as a statue brought to life, they are usually symptoms of some emotional lapse or deficiency, of the callous abandonment of good, usually by blameworthy males. Cold objectification is lofty in Spenser, but in Shakespeare it is an obstruction to the free flow of psychic energy. Shakespeare's resculptured Ripae, Lavinia, may be the ultimate Spenserian mute. Shakespeare rejects Spenserian hieraticism. Stasis is a danger on stage, where it slows the propulsiveness of dramatic plot. Every slighting reference to the visual arts in Shakespeare is a pointed rebuke to Spenser. Spenserian aesthetics are cunningly evoked at odd moments, as in Macbeth's gorgeous description of the murdered king. His silver skin laced with his golden blood, 2.ie.112. Shakespeare puts Spenser's glittering Byzantine iconicism into a traitor's mouth. The essence of Shakespeare is not the object d'art but the metaphor. Metaphors are the key to character, the imaginative center of every speech. They spill from line to line, abundant, florid, illogical. They are Shakespeare's dream vehicle of Dionysian metamorphosis. The teeming metaphors are the objects of the medieval great chain of being suddenly unstacked and released into vitalistic free movement. Shakespeare's metaphors, like his sexual personae, flicker through a rolling stream of development and process. Nothing in Shakespeare stays the same for long. If Spenser is a pictorialist, Shakespeare is an alchemist. In his treatment of sex and personality, Shakespeare is a shapeshifter and master of transformations. He returns dramatic impersonation to its ritual origins in the cult of Dionysus, where masks were magic. Shakespeare recognizes that Western identity, in its long pagan line, is impersonation. Kenneth Burke calls role in drama salvation via change or purification of identity, purification in either the moral or chemical sense. For the pattern of chemical breakdown, remixture of elements, and composition of new personality is clear in King Lear, where the protagonist is set to the boil on a stormy heath. Alchemy, which began in Hellenistic Egypt, entered the Middle Ages through Arabic texts and remained influential throughout the Renaissance. Its esoteric symbolism was a matter of literate common knowledge down to the 17th century, when science took over its terms and techniques. There is debate about how much alchemical lore survived the Renaissance and was transmitted to the founders of Romanticism. That Coleridge was influenced by German commentary on the subject seems certain. Alchemy, like astrology, has been stigmatized at its worst rather than remembered at its best. It was not just a mercenary scrabble for a formula to turn lead to gold. It was a philosophical quest for the creative secrets of nature. Mind and matter were linked, in the pagan way. Alchemy as pagan naturism. Titus Burckhardt says alchemy's spiritual aim was the achievement of inward silver, or inward gold, in their immutable purity and luminosity. 5 Jung speaks of alchemy as not only the mother of chemistry, but the forerunner of our modern psychology of the unconscious. 6 Jack Lindsay sees alchemy prefiguring all scientific and anthropological concepts of development and evolution. 7. The alchemical process sought to transform the prima materia, or chaos of mutable substances, into the eternal and incorruptible philosopher's stone. This perfected entity was depicted as an androgyne, a rebus, double thing. Both the primal matrix and the finished product were hermaphroditic, because they contained all four basic elements: earth, water, air, and fire. The self-contained magnum opus of alchemical process was symbolized by the Ouroboros, the self-begetting, self-devouring serpent. The synthesis of contraries in the watery bath of the opus was a hierogamos or coniunctio, sacred marriage, or union, a chimical wedding, of male and female. This pair appeared as brother and sister in incestuous intercourse. The terminology of incest is everywhere in alchemy, betraying its implicit pagan character. Romanticism's incest themes may bear this ancient history. The alchemists gave the name Mercurius to an allegorical hermaphrodite constituting all or part of the process. Mercurius, the god and planet, is liquid mercury or quicksilver, the elixir of transformations. Arthur Edward Waite says, "Universal Mercury is the animating spirit diffused throughout the universe." 8. Mercurius is my name for one of the most fascinating and restless Western sexual personae. We earlier traced the idea of the mercurial to crafty, wing-footed Hermes. My Mercurius, first conceived by Shakespeare, is the androgynous spirit of impersonation, the living embodiment of multiplicity of persona. Mercurius possesses verbal and therefore mental power. Shakespeare's great Mercurius androgyne is the transvestite Rosalind, and after her the male-willed Cleopatra. The main characteristic is an electric wit, dazzling, triumphant, euphoric, combined with rapid alternations of persona. Lesser examples are Goethe's Mignon, Jane Austen's Emma, and Tolstoy's Natasha. Lady Caroline Lamb, Byron's tempestuous mistress, will be our real-life example of the negative or afflicted Mercurius. At their most stagey and manipulative, Katharine Hepburn as Tracy Lord in the Philadelphia Story and Vivien Leigh as Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind are the riveting Mercurius. Above all as Patrick Dennis Breezy, Auntie Mame, lavish practitioner of multiple personae, whose cult status among male homosexuals is the unmistakable sign of her cross-sexual character. Shakespeare is the most prolific single contributor to that parade of sexual personae which is Western art. The liberated woman, I said, is the symbol of the English Renaissance, as the beautiful boy is of the Italian. In Shakespeare, liberated woman speaks irrepressibly. Wit, as Jacob Burckhardt suggests, is a concomitant of the new, free personality of the Renaissance. 9. Western wit, culminating in Oscar Wilde, is aggressive and competitive. It is an aristocratic language of social maneuvering and sexual display. The English and the French jointly created this hard style, for which there are few parallels in the Far East, where cultivated humor tends to be mild and diffuse. The Fairy Queen's arms and armor turn into wit in Shakespeare's Renaissance Amazons. Rosalind, the young heroine of As You Like It, 1599 to 1600, is one of the most original characters of Renaissance literature, capsulizing the era's psychological changes. The play's source is Thomas Lodge's prose romance, Rosalind or Euphues' Golden Legacy, 1590, which contains most of the plot. But Shakespeare makes the story a fantasia upon Western personality. He enlarges and complicates Rosalind's character by giving her wit, audacity, and masculine force. Rosalind is Shakespeare's answer to Spenser's Belphoebe and Britomart, whom he spins into verbal and psychological motion. Rosalind is kinetic rather than iconistic. She, too, is a virgin. Indeed, her exhilarating freshness depends on that virginity. But Shakespeare removes Amazonian virginity from its holy self-sequestration and puts it into social engagement. Rosalind, unlike the high-minded Belphoebe and Britomart, has fun. She inhabits newly reclaimed secular space. In her transvestite adventure, Rosalind seems to resemble Viola of Shakespeare's Twelfth Night, but temperamentally, the two women are completely unalike. In her authority over the other characters, Rosalind surpasses all of Shakespeare's comic heroines. Productions of As You Like It rarely show this. Intrepid Rosalind is usually reduced to Viola, and both parts are marred by summer camp pastoral sentimentality. Rosalind's whole meaning is lyricism of personality. Without sentimentality, these roles, written for boy actors, have ambiguities of tone which modern actresses suppress. The androgynous Rosalind is prettified and demasculinized. Shakespeare's Portia is momentarily transvestite in The Merchant of Venice, where she wears a lawyer's robe for one act. But Portia's is not a complete sexual persona. That is, the play's other characters do not respond to him, her erotically. Rosalind and Viola are sexual instigators, the cause of irksome romantic errors. In many tales available to Shakespeare, a disguised woman inspires another woman's unhappy love. Most such stories were Italian, influenced by classical models. Like Ovid's Iphis, the Italian tales, like their English prose counterparts, imitate the droll Ovidian manner of sexual innuendo. As You Like It and Twelfth Night depart from their sources in avoiding bedchamber intrigue. Shakespeare is interested in psychology, not pornography. Both Rosalind and Viola adopt male clothing in crisis, but Viola's predicament is grimmer. She is orphaned and shipwrecked. Rosalind, on the other hand, banished by her usurper uncle, elects a male persona as whim and escapade. Both heroines choose sexually ambiguous alter egos. Viola as Cesario, a eunuch, and Rosalind, Ganymede, as in Lodge, the beautiful boy kidnapped by Zeus. Rosalind is brasher than Viola from the start, arming herself with swashbuckling cutlass and boar spear. Viola, with her frail court rapier, makes a girlish and delicate boy at best. She is timid and easily terrorized. Rosalind relishes trouble and even creates it, as in her malicious meddling in the Sylvius-Phoebe romance. When Olivia falls in love with her, Viola feels compassion toward this victim of her sexual illusion. But Rosalind is incapable of compassion where her own direct interest is not at stake. She can be hard, disdainful. Rosalind's lack of conventional feminine tenderness is part of her lofty power as a sexual persona. There is intimidation in her, uncaught by modern productions. Unlike Viola, Rosalind acts and conspires and laughs at the consequences. Twelfth Night's plot resolution depends on the mechanistic device of twins. Viola surrenders her uncomfortable male role to a convenient brother, who uncomplainingly steps into her place in Olivia's affections. As You Like It, however, is centered on the more ambiguous Rosalind, who subsumes both twins within her nature. Viola is melancholy, recessive, but Rosalind is exuberant and egotistical, with a flamboyant instinct for center stage. The difference is clearest at play's end. Viola falls into long silence, keeping the joy of reunion to herself. Her decorous self-removal is the opposite of Rosalind's lordly capture of the finale of As You Like It, dominating her play better than her father has dominated his own realm. Rosalind asserts her innate aristocratic authority. Shakespeare rings his double-sexed heroines with rippling circles of sexual ambiguity. Olivia's infatuation with Viola Cesario is as suspicious as that of Spenser's Malatesta with Britomart, for the disguised Viola strikes everyone as feminine in voice and appearance. Twelfth Night begins with Duke Orsino savoring his sexual submission to the indifferent Olivia, whom he describes with outmoded Petrarchan metaphors of coldness and cruelty. Since the narcissistic Orsino is of dubious masculinity, Viola's ardor for him is problematic. In both Twelfth Night and As You Like It, the transvestite heroines fall for men far inferior to them. Even feminine Viola has sexual peculiarities. L.G. Salinger says of Viola and her precursors in the play's Roman and Italian sources, she is the only one to fall in love after assuming her disguise. 10 So Viola falls in love not as a woman, but as an androgyne, that she senses and esteems Orsino's half feminine state is suggested in a covert confession of love where she casts him fleetingly as a woman. 2. IV.23-28. Conveying Orsino's masochistic endearments to the arrogant Olivia, Viola is an androgyne bearing a hermaphroditic message from one androgyne to another. Viola's transports Orsino's residual maleness before Olivia, where it radiates as an amatory promise seeming to come from Viola herself. Thus Viola's official mission further masculinizes her. Richard Bernheimer speaks of personality as a vehicle of representation by diplomats and attorneys. In The Fascination of His Presence, Deputy May Eclipse Employer. 11 The fetching Viola is a conflation of sexual representations. She represents Orsino but also, as Cesario, she represents a male. 12th Night relativizes gender and identity by this mask-like succession of representations. The principal characters become androgynous echoes of one another. Like his counterpart in 12th Night, the male lead of As You Like It has severe dramatic shortcomings. Orlando, with whom Rosalind instantly falls in love, is adolescent-looking, barely bearded. Shakespeare undercuts his athletic prowess by making him the butt of constant jokes. The slow-witted Orlando is an unimpressive exponent of his sex in a play ruled by a vigorous heroine. Bertrand Evans calls him only a sturdy booby. 12 Like Orsino, Orlando is more manipulated than manipulating. There may be a homoerotic element in his prompt consent to Rosalind, Ganymede's transsexual game. In As You Like It, Shakespeare reduces the Renaissance prestige of male authority to maximize his heroine's princely potency. Rosalind is intellectually and emotionally superior, sweeping all the characters into her sexual orbit. There is a lesbian suggestiveness in Phoebe's infatuation with the disguised Rosalind, whose prettiness she dwells on and savors. 3. V.113-23. Rosalind as a boy is, in Oliver's words, fair, of female favor. IV.IE.86-87. Her maleness is glamorously half-female. The childhood liaison of Rosalind and Celia is also homoerotic. Shakespeare puts the girls into emotional alignment from the first moment Rosalind is mentioned and before she has even appeared. Never two ladies loved as they do. They have been coupled and inseparable, even sleeping together. I.109. E.71-74. This amorously exclusive friendship functions in the first act as a structural counterpoise to the adult marriages of the last act, which ends in a vision of the wedding god. In an essay on the use of you and thou in As You Like It, Angus MacIntosh remarks that you often carries an overtone of disgust and annoyance. After they encounter Orlando in the forest of Arden, Celia, with a note of huffiness, begins to you Rosalind, indicating the intrusion of Orlando into the coziness of their hitherto undisturbed relationship. 13 I find evidence of Celia's jealousy even in the first act, when Rosalind hangs back to compliment Orlando and Celia says sharply, "Will you go, cuz?" E.245. In the forest, Rosalind tries to get Celia to play the priest and marry her to the duped Orlando. "I cannot say the words," Celia replies. IV. I.121. She must be prodded 3 times before she can bring herself to give away the bride. That Shakespeare intends this subtext of sexual tension seems proved by the fact that in his source in Lodge it is the Celia character who merrily invents and urges on the sham wedding ceremony. Because of the pre-modern prestige of virginity, the union of Rosalind and Celia is surely emotional and not overtly sexual. Their Intimacy is that female matrix I found in Britomart's bond to her nurse. In As You Like It, the matrix is an early stage of primary narcissism from which emerge the adult heterosexual commitments of the finale. Midway through the play, Rosalind exclaims, "But what talk we of fathers when there is such a man as Orlando?" 3. IV.35. 36. Family and childhood alliances must yield to the new world of marriage. This is a characteristic English Renaissance movement. Exogamy reinforces the social structure. Rosalind undergoes a process of increasing sexual differentiation. She splits from Celia by psychic mitosis. Their friendship is an all-in-all of gender, a solace for that motherlessness which Shakespeare curiously imposes on his maidens, leaving them defenseless in Hamlet and Othello. At the end of As You Like It, Rosalind and Celia sacrifice their relationship to take up the fixed sex roles of marriage. A choice is made, not necessarily inevitable. Hugh Richmond was, to my knowledge, the first critic to freely admit Rosalind's capacity for bisexuality. 14. Unlike Viola, Rosalind is borderline. She could go either way. One of the unnoticed themes of As You Like It is Rosalind's temptation toward her outlaw male extreme and her overcoming of it to enter the larger social order. She is distinctly flirtatious in her prank with Phoebe. Rosalind, as Ganymede, pretends to be a rakish lady killer and, at her assumption of that sexual persona, actually becomes one. A superb language of arrogant command suddenly flows from her. 3. V.35 ff. She is all sex and power. It is a complex psychological response to erotic opportunity, which she may or may not consciously recognize. In the scene in Spencer where she romances the dismayed Amoret, Britomart's actions are divorced from her thoughts, which are on her future husband. So Spencer and Shakespeare prefigure the modern theory of the unconscious, which Freud said was invented by the Romantic poets. Britomart and Rosalind drift into an involuntary realm of lesbian courtship. Male disguise elicits wayward impulses from the socially repressed side of their sexual nature. Are there any fixed coordinates for masculinity and femininity in Shakespeare's transvestite comedies? Commentary on sex differences can be fatuous, as in Orsino's pontifications. Rosalind's maxims on the sexes are usually satirical. In these plays, clothes make the man. By fixing the social persona, costume transforms thought, behavior, and gender. The one distinction between male and female seems to be combat ability. Viola is afraid to duel, and Rosalind faints at the sight of blood. Viola's twin, Sebastian, on the other hand, is hot-tempered and slaps people around. So Shakespeare gives men a physical genius that will out. Aside from this, Shakespeare seems to view masculinity and femininity as masks to put on and take off. He makes remarkably few allusions to sexual anatomy here. In the two plays I find one explicit remark and 2 or 3 puns. Viola, quailing at a duel, cries, "A little thing would make me tell them how much I lack of a man." 3. IV.313-15. Man minus little thing equals woman. Rosalind's resolve to suit me all points like a man hints at the obvious qualification that one male point isn't ordinarily available to army supply. I.ie.114. A clown parodies Orlando's love verse, "He that sweetest rose will find, must find love's prick and Rosalind." 3. E.111-12. To consummate his love for Rosalind, the moping Orlando must recover his manly autonomy. Like Artegal in drag, he must straighten up and take charge. 2nd. Rosalind as Rose is both flower and thorn. Disguised as an armed male, she has dual sexual attributes, the phallic, love's prick, as well as the female genital. Rose. One expects more bodiness in cross-dressing Renaissance imbroglios. In A Source of Twelfth Night, Barnab Riches of Apollonius, and Scylla, 1581. Silvio, Viola's precursor, reveals her sex at the end by loosing his garments down to his stomach, showing his breasts and pretty teats, an arresting moment in boudoir reading, ill fit for the stage. Shakespeare's treatment of sexual ambiguity is remarkably chaste. Shakespeare's characters often fail to read the correct sex of their colleagues or even to recognize their own lovers on stage. The motif of twins mistaken for one another comes from Plautus and Terence, who took it from Greek New Comedy. But in classical drama, the twins are the same sex. The Renaissance, with its attraction for the androgynous, altered the theme to opposite-sex twins. As if sparked by the zeitgeist, Shakespeare managed to father boy and girl twins. The use of virtuoso boy actors in all-female roles conditioned Elizabethan playgoers to a suspension of sexual disbelief. The textual ambiguities of the transvestite comedies would be heightened by the presence of boys in the lead roles. The epilogue to As You Like It, which some think not by Shakespeare, demands audience recognition of the theatrical transsexualism. The actor playing Rosalind comes forward in female dress and addresses the audience. If I were a woman, I would kiss as many of you as had beards that pleased me. A touch of male homosexual coquetry. At the end of performance, modern female impersonators similarly step out from the dramatic frame, revealing their real sex by tearing off wig and brassiere or emerging in tuxedo. Male portrayal of female roles in Elizabethan theater was inherently more homoerotic than the same custom in Greece or Japan. Greek actors wore wooden masks. Japanese kabuki employs heavy schematic makeup. Greek and Japanese actors could be any age, but Elizabethan theater used beardless boys, probably with wigs and some makeup. But there were no masks. A boy had to be facially feminine enough to pass as a woman. The erotic piquancy must surely have led to claques of groupies, like those dogging the castrati of Italian opera. Earlier, I spoke of the androgynous beauty of adolescent boys and the religious purity of their singing voices. The boy angel inhabiting the stage Rosalind added his own hermaphroditism to an already sexually complex role. As You Like It and Twelfth Night, played by boys, would be shimmering spectacles of the mystery of gender. The quality of spectacle is evident in the last act of Twelfth Night, where the twins protract the traditional recognition scene to hypnotic length, a technique of cinematic slow motion I found in Shakespeare's Rape of Lucrece. London's National Theatre attempted an all-male production of As You Like It in 1967. The costume 60s mod. The director sought an atmosphere of spiritual purity. 15. The episode where Rosalind as Ganymede induces Orlando to mock woo her would specially benefit from such idealizing treatment, for it is a dazzling series of impersonations. We see a boy playing a girl playing a boy playing a girl. A reviewer said this production was as simple, stylized, and, in fact, as cold as a no play. Still, these actors were young adults, not boys. Roger Baker claims boys as Rosalind and Viola would be really unnerving. Boys can act with a natural gravity and grace. 16 transvestite boys, we saw, led the Greek sacred procession of the Dionysian Oskophoria. Their unmasked presence on the Elizabethan stage reproduced the archaic ritualism and cultism of early drama. Like Michelangelo's poetry, Shakespeare's sonnets are addressed to two love objects, a baffling forceful woman and a beautiful boy. The unidentified fair youth was evidently highly androgynous in appearance. Shakespeare calls him angel, sweet boy, beauteous, and lovely youth. 144, 108, 54. Most blatant is Sonnet 20, where Shakespeare calls the youth his master-mistress, and says he has a woman's face, and a woman's gentle heart, meaning him to be a woman. Nature fell a doting, and mistakenly added a penis. This is like Phaedra's drunken Prometheus getting human genitals wrong. Sonnet 20 anticipates modern hormonal theory. where a fetus with male genitalia may retain female brain chemistry, producing an inner conviction of womanhood and a longing to change sex. The youth of Sonnet 20 is a hermaphrodite, facially and emotionally female but with the sexual superfluity of a penis, from which Shakespeare explicitly abstains. I suspect Shakespeare, like Michelangelo, was a Greek homosexual idealist who did not necessarily seek physical relations with men. G. Wilson Knight says Shakespeare's sonnets express the recognition in his adored boy of a bisexual strength with grace, and identifies this view with Plato's, calling it the seraphic intuition. Knight writes brilliantly about erotic idealism, which transforms libidinal energy into aesthetic vision, a flooded consciousness. You must have a maximum of ardor with a minimum of possible accomplishment, so that desire is forced into eye and mind to create. 17. The beautiful boy belongs to the sonnets and must remain there. He cannot enter the plays. Rosalind is the beautiful boy reimagined in social terms. References to homosexuality are rare in Shakespeare's plays. There may be homosexual overtones to Iago's behavior in Othello and Leontes in The Winter's Tale or to Antonio's devotion to Sebastian in Twelfth Night and Patroclus to Achilles in Troilus and Cressida. But Shakespeare never dwells on homosexuality or constructs a play or major character around it like his contemporary Marlowe, who opens Dido, Queen of Carthage, with Jupiter dandling Ganymede upon his knee, and Edward II with the king's male lover reading a mash note in the street. That play ends with the anal execution of the homosexual king with a red-hot poker. I see in Shakespeare a segregation by genre, which diverts homosexuality into lyric and keeps it out of drama. I spoke of the Greek-invented beautiful boy as an Apollonian androgyne, silent and solipsistic. He is an objet d'art, brought into being by the admirers. Reverent I. Silence as a threat to drama, which thrives by voice. Northrop Frye speaks of the self-enclosed world of the unproductive and narcissistic beautiful youth of Shakespeare's sonnets, a liquid prisoner pent in walls of glass. 18. Frye is using an alchemical image from Sonnet 5, where summer flowers are distilled into an alembic of perfume, like love and beauty transformed into art. The beautiful boy of the sonnets is asocial, self-absorbed. Shakespeare exhorts him to marry and beget heirs lest his patrician line end. Sonnets 1-17. Ironically, as I see it, if the youth were to make the social commitment of marriage, he would immediately lose his glamorous, narcissistic beauty, which is produced by his removal from time and community. I have stressed that the Apollonian mode is harsh, absolutist, and separatist. Apollonian beings are incapable of Dionysian participation. They cannot take part, since Apollonianism is coldly unitary, indivisible. The transvestite Rosalind inherits the marriage obligation of the fair youth, whose refusal of social integration confines him to the sonnets. A beautiful boy in the plays would seem shallow and small. In Shakespeare's drama, the only Ganymede is a woman. In Rosalind, the beautiful boy makes the choice for others rather than self. Shakespeare's reflections upon androgynous personae were inspired by the Renaissance ferment in sex roles, which hit England later than Italy. The distance between these national phases of the Renaissance is illustrated by the fact that Shakespeare and Marlowe were born the same year Michelangelo died at age 89. Puritan preachers of the Elizabethan and Jacobean period inveighed against effeminate men and masculine women wearing men's clothes. Thus Shakespeare's transvestite comedies address a public issue and take a liberal position on it. Unlike Botticelli, who allowed Savonarola to destroy his pagan style, Shakespeare never yielded to Puritan pressure. In fact, there is a turn toward decadence rather than away from it in his Jacobean plays. Shakespeare continued to believe in sexual personae as a mode of self-definition. This theme is treated in different ways in his two principal genres. His sonnets circulated in manuscript among an aristocratic coterie of Apollonian exclusiveness. But the plays were for the mixed social classes of the Globe Theatre. The democratic, many, whom Plutarch identifies with Dionysus. Hence the psychic metamorphoses of Shakespeare's androgynes were, in analogy to the rowdy pluralism of his audience. That boy actors played girls is consistent with As You Like It's claim. That boys and women are emotionally alike. Rosalind as Ganymede claims she cured a man of love by pretending to be his beloved, at which time would I, being but a moonish youth, grieve, be effeminate, changeable, longing and liking, proud, fantastical, apish, shallow, inconstant, full of tears, full of smiles, for every passion something and for no passion truly anything, as boys and women are. For the most part cattle of this color. 3. E.40006. There are intimations here of the charming vexations of pederasty. Virgil's Mercury says, woman is forever various and changeable, Aeon. IV.569-70. Verdi's Duke agrees. La Donna e mobile. Woman is mobile, changeable, fickle. Boys are moonish, as Rosalind puts it, because their mercurial inconstancy of mind resembles the ever-altering phases of the feminine moon, ruler of women's lives. Shakespeare is speaking of adolescence, more proof that Van den Bergh is wrong to say adolescence was never noticed and therefore did not exist before the Enlightenment. Rosalind's speech is a catalogue of rapid shifts of persona, that giddy free movement among mood states, which I identify with the fun-loving but deceitful Hermes, Mercury. Are boys and women volatile by hormonal alchemy? Some male artists and writers have the nervous sensibility and delicate trembling fingers of women. Sensitivity begins in the body, which mind and vocation follow. Shakespeare elsewhere broadens his model of androgynous volatility to include special men or men in special situations. The lunatic, the lover, and the poet are of imagination all compact. Artists and lovers are like lunatics, literally moon men, midsummer. Verses I.7-8. To love is to be all made of fantasy. The true lover is unstaid and skittish in all motions, save the beloved's image. The lover should wear changeable taffeta, for his mind as a very opal. Ali V.93. 12th 2. IV.17-20, 73-75. Love dematerializes masculinity. Things are glimmering, wavering, liquefied. Art and love dissolve social habit and form a Dionysian fluidity. Shakespeare's clowns also inhabit a déclassé world of androgynous freedom. The medieval fool or jester had licensed access to satiric commentary and multiple personae. In King Lear, Shakespeare gives the asexual fool zen-like maxims of ultimate truth, toward which the pompous king makes his painful way. In Romeo and Juliet, the jester role is played by the ill-starred nobleman Mercutio, named for his unruly mercurial temperament. His speech is a mad rush of images, metaphors, puns. Woman, boy, lunatic, lover, poet, fool. Shakespeare unites them emotionally and psychologically. They share the same fantastical quickness and variability. They are in moon-like psychic flux, which becomes manic-depressive instability in the frantic Mercutio. As a poet, Shakespeare belongs to this invisible fraternity of mixed sex. Inwardly, he too is a mercurial androgyne. Sonnet 29 charts one of his crushing mood swings, low, lower, then up and away with the lark of sunrise. Rosalind, the alchemical Mercurius, symbolizes comic mastery of multiple personae. Viola and Rosalind discipline their feelings, while the minor characters are full of excess and self-indulgence. Both women patiently maintain their male disguise in situations crying out for revelation. They differ, however, in their speech. Viola is discreet and solicitous, Rosalind aggressive, mischievous, bantering, railing. Riffling through her endless personae with mystical ease, Rosalind seems conscious of the fictiveness of personality, She theatricalizes her inner life. She stands mentally outside her role and all roles. Rosalind's characteristic tone is roguish self-satire. Make the doors upon a woman's wit, and it will out at the casement. Shut that, and 'twill out at the keyhole. Stop that, 'twill fly with the smoke out at the chimney. IV. I.154 to 57. Her own darting wit is this gusty draft in the closed household of Renaissance womanhood. Rosalind turns words to smoke, a spiritualistic emanation of her restless motility of thought. Her performance in drag is high camp, a useful if passé homosexual term. The essence of camp is manner, not decor. Rosalind fulfills Christopher Isherwood's definition of camp. She mocks something, her love for Orlando, which she takes seriously. Her supreme moment of high camp is the wooing scene, where she pretends to be what she really is, Rosalind. The mercurius androgyne has the reckless dash and spontaneity of youth. Despite our racy modern bias, if Rosalind were to keep her male disguise, she would cease to grow as a character. Shakespeare's plays, I said, esteem development and process, Dionysian transformation. Rosalind transforms herself by going to the forest, but she would stagnate if she stayed there. Her valiant Amazon personality would be diminished and trivialized. She would turn into Shakespeare's other mercurial androgyne, the cavorting sky spirit, Ariel, who has all shape-shifting and speed, changing himself to harpy and sea nymph. Ariel, the trickster till Eulenspiegel and J.M. Barrie's Peter Pan, a boy played by an actress, demonstrate the feminizing effects of psychic mutability on males. This reverses the principle I found in Michelangelo, where monumentality masculinizes women. Rosalind must put an end to her proteanism and rejoin the Renaissance social order. Modern productions completely miss the severe pattern of ritualistic renunciation in As You Like It. Rosalind is not Peter Pan, nor is she Virginia Woolf's reckless, cigar-smoking Sally Seton. Rosalind is never madcap or flippant. Behind her playfulness of language and personae is a pressure of magisterial will. Multiplicity of mood tends toward anarchy. Shakespeare's Renaissance wisdom subordinates that multiplicity to social structure, containing its exuberant energies in marriage. In the Renaissance as now, play must be part of a dialectic of work, or it becomes decadent. At the climax of As You Like It, Rosalind constructs a ceremony of farewell to her androgynous self. It is her moment of maximum wit or creative intelligence. The play's romantic entanglements are in total confusion. Rosalind proclaims that by magic, she will deliver to each person his or her heart's desire, the revelation of her own identity. And gender is the key. As You Like It ends in an alchemical experiment where Rosalind, as the hermaphroditic Mercurius, transmutes the play's characters and destinies, including her own. The magnum opus begins with a chant, a spell or litany of erotic fixation and frustration. The lines go round and round in circle magic. Rings of the alchemical Ouroboros, v. E.82 to 118, IV. 116 to 24. The play proposes a riddle, as snarled as the Gordian knot. Rosalind's personality, self-displayed, resolves these dismaying intricacies. When she appears undisguised, Rosalind is the surprise conclusion to an elegant sexual syllogism. Her shamanistic epiphany reorders the erotic chaos of the play. This sphinx answers her own riddle. Oedipus' reply, man, works again, for Rosalind as the anthropos or perfected man of alchemy. Rosalind's hybrid gender and perpetual transformations are the quicksilver of the alchemical Mercurius, who had the rainbow colors of the peacock's tail. Jung says Mercurius as quicksilver symbolizes the fluid, i.e., mobile, intellect. Mercurius, like Rosalind, is both material and spiritual. 19. Rosalind's spirituality is her purity, purpose, and romantic fidelity. Her materiality is her realism and mordant pragmatism. an alchemical treatise of the early 17th century is called Atalanta Fugiens, Atalanta in flight. It makes the swift huntress a metaphor for the strength of the volatile Mercury. 20 As You Like It compares Rosalind to Atalanta and identifies wit with speed. All thoughts are winged. 3. E.147. IV. I.135. 3. E.273-74. In her emotional reserve and verbal agility, Rosalind is an Atalanta Fugiens. The philosopher's stone or hermaphroditic rebus of alchemy often has wings, which Jung interprets as intuition or spiritual, winged, potentiality. 21 Both masculine and feminine, Rosalind is a Mercurius of swift, sovereign intelligence, speed as hermaphroditic transcendence. We see this in Virgil's Amazon Camilla and Giambologna's Ephebic Mercury in ecstatic flight. Rosalind is the catalyst of As You Like It, the magic elixir, transmuting base into noble metals. The editor of Atalanta Fugiens remarks, Mercurius is the mercury in which the metals have to be dissolved, reduced to the primary matter before they can become gold. 22 The rebus, we noted, is often shown as incestuous brother and sister. Shakespeare alters the forest roles of Lodge's Rosalind and Aliena, Celia, from page and mistress to brother and sister, as if to facilitate an alchemical analogy. This change does not preclude eroticism, in view of the lesbian tinge to Rosalind and Celia's friendship. As first cousins, they too risk incest. The primary transactions undertaken by Shakespeare's Mercurius are the Silvius Phoebe romance, which turns triangle, and the bamboozling of the lovelorn Orlando. These alchemical experiments, in the closed glass retort of the play, succeed. Like Nero, Rosalind experiments with person and place, but hers is white rather than black magic, leading to love and marriage rather than debauchery and death. Lodge's Rosalind claims to have a friend, deeply experienced in necromancy and magic, but Shakespeare's Rosalind boldly arrogates these occult powers to herself. Rosalind is both producer and star of the finale. Her hierarchically most commanding moment is paradoxically the one where she ritually lays aside her hermaphroditism to take up the socialized persona of obedient wife to Orlando. Her incantatory speech in female dress ceremonially restores heterosexual normality to the play. In it she names and cleanses her major social relationships, then reifies them. A new social structure is being constructed, with her father reinvested with his ducal authority. Duke Dame, Duck Dame, Duck Dame, sings Jacques in the forest, a nonsense word bemusing scholars. 2. V.49. I say, the Duke is a Dame. Rosalind, as much as her uncle, has usurped her father's manhood. Now she surrenders what is not hers to reclaim her own sex. Rosalind's magic is real, for she produces Hymen, the marriage spirit who enters with her in the last scene. Hymen is a prominent figure in court masque, but he is conspicuously out of place in a Shakespeare play. He is an embarrassment to modern commentators on the play, who ignore him whenever possible. Why this allegorical invasion of the naturalistic As You Like It? First of all, Hymen symbolizes the mass marriages which end Shakespearean comedy. He is reconciliation and social harmony, knitting the classes and leading the banished characters back to the redeemed city. But Hymen is also a byproduct of the play's psycho-alchemy. The alchemical operation had two parts, distillation and sublimation. Hymen, traditionally depicted as a beautiful young man, is a sexual sublimate. He is the emanation or double of Rosalind herself. He is the ghost of her maleness, exorcised but lingering on to preside over the exit from Arden. Shakespeare's technique here is allegorical repletion, the term I invented for Leonardo's The Virgin with Saint Anne. Hymen's odd doubling of Rosalind is like Leonardo's awkward photographic superimposition of two female figures. Sexual personae flood the eye. The characters of As You Like It stand startled. Hymen as their collectively projected mental image of the transvestite Rosalind, now only a memory. Hymen is a visible distillation of her transsexual experience. In her romantic conspiracies, Rosalind has impersonated Hymen and hence evoked his presence as the Mercurius who overcomes sexual duality and perfects base materials. She possesses the magnetic power of concord, ensuring the integrity of Renaissance social order. Rosalind is, to borrow a phrase from Paracelsus, a fiery and perfect Mercury extracted by nature and art. 23. She reinterprets the classical Amazon, making physical prowess intellectual. Rosalind is Shakespeare's version of Spenser's glamorous androgynes. Britomart's flashing armor and flaming sword become Rosalind's unanswerable wit. Shakespeare's transvestite heroine has masculine pride, verve, and cool aristocratic control, scarcely to be found in today's simplistic, innocuous Rosalinds. The ideal Rosalind must have both lyricism and force. There must be intelligence, depth, spontaneity, something quick and vivacious, with a hint of the wild and uncontrolled. The girl-boy Rosalind is in Atalanta flight from mood to mood, an adolescent skittishness. The closest thing I have ever seen to Shakespeare's authentic Rosalind as Patricia Charbonneau's spirited performance as a coltish Reno cowgirl in Donna Deitch's film Desert Hearts, 1985, based on a lesbian love story by Jane Rule. Rosalind as Mercurius has a quick smile and mobile eye. Shakespeare's view of woman as revolutionary. Unlike Belphoebe or Britomart, Rosalind has a jovial inner landscape. It is not Spenser's grim arena of virtue's battle with vice. This landscape is airy and pleasant, full of charm and surprise. Rosalind's self-pleasuring is not like Mona Lisa's. No demonic fog of solipsism hangs over her. Rosalind has an invigorating alertness. She is not smugly half asleep. Like Leonardo's Renaissance woman, Mona Lisa still has the baleful, Gorgon eye of archaic archetype. She burns us with her glance. The demonic eye sees nothing but its prey. It seeks power, the fascism of nature. But Rosalind's socialized eye moves to see. It takes things in. Hers are not the lustful rolling eyes of Spenser's femmes fatales, which slither, pierce, and possess. Rosalind's eye honors the integrity of objects and persons. Its mobility signals a mental processing of information, the visible sign of Western intelligence. In Spenser, we saw the virtuous eye as rigidly controlled. Until our century, a respectable woman kept her eyes modestly averted. Shakespeare legitimizes bold mobility of the female eye and identifies it with imagination. Rosalind's eye is truly perceptive. It both sees and understands. Shakespeare's great heroine unites multiplicity of gender, persona, word, eye, and thought. Despite his love for the glamorous personality of multiple moods and masks, Shakespeare subordinates all his characters to the public good. The great chain of being reasserts itself at the end of his plays. The psychoalchemic pattern of Shakespeare's comedies is release, remelting, and reincorporation in society. So Dionysian fluidity and metamorphosis move toward a final Apollonian ordering, a Renaissance moral value in which Shakespeare rejoins Spenser. In Antony and Cleopatra, 1606–07, Shakespeare amplifies the psychology of his transvestite comedies. Antony and Cleopatra shows us what happens when sexual personae refuse reincorporation in society and insist on remaining in nature, the realm of perpetual transformations. This play confirms that the price of Rosalind's remaining an androgyne in the forest of Arden would be spiritual death. Antony and Cleopatra, long thought technically flawed, may be the favorite Shakespeare play of my generation of critics. Unlike older scholars, some of us find King Lear boring and obvious, and we dread having to teach it to resentful students. Antony and Cleopatra has come into its own. Its choppy multitude of scenes, flying about the Ancient Mediterranean. Do not irritate sensibilities schooled on cinema. Here again is Shakespeare's mobile eye. Spenser's camera is the obsessive zoom lens, concentrated and iconistic. But Shakespeare's handheld camera takes to the air, dominating Western space. Antony and Cleopatra closely follows its source in Plutarch. But, as usual, Shakespeare adds his own metamorphic metaphors and pyrotechnic personae. I see this play as the most thorough of Shakespeare's replies to Spenser. The Egypt of Antony and Cleopatra is Spenser's bower of bliss, fertile stamping ground of the femme fatale. But Shakespeare, the Dionysian alchemist, is determined to rescue nature from its demonic taint. He will show it at its rawest and most brutal, then defend it. Yet Renaissance order must have the last word. Over the past century, Shakespeare's Cleopatra has undergone a radical change in critical fortunes. She used to be the lowest of the low among Shakespeare's protagonists. Her sexual libertinism and volatility led to Victorian and post-Victorian vilification. Her sharp mood changes were thought moral duplicity. In scholarly literature, before the feminist 1970s, rare indeed is a comment like A.C. Bradley's. Many unpleasant things can be said of Cleopatra, and the more that are said the more wonderful she appears. 24 perhaps. Apocryphally, a Victorian theatregoer leaving a production of Antony and Cleopatra remarked, "How different from the domestic life of our own dear queen." Since then, there has been a huge shift in sexual assumptions about women, from which Cleopatra has profited. The Victorians admired Cordelia, Lear's one honest daughter, as the saintly perfection of femininity. To me, probably as time-bound as they, Cordelia seems a vapid nincompoop, self-righteous and self-thwarting. Even for her most generous apologists, Cleopatra presents interpretive problems. Her temperamental excesses make people uneasy. She is, in my terms, Shakespeare's most uncontrolled and uncontrollable Dionysian androgyne, the metamorphosing Mercurius, who obeys no law but her own. Hence she cannot survive her play. Spenser makes England's fierce virgin queen an ivory Diana. Shakespeare makes her an umber Venus. Antony and Cleopatra is a Baroque Venus and Mars, bursting Spenser's chaste Botticellian line. Shakespeare repeats the fairy queen's psychological dialectic of definitiveness and dissolution, but he reverses its meanings. Apollonian social order again opposes Dionysian energy and wins. But Shakespeare, unlike Spenser, gives his imaginative sympathies to the Dionysian extremists. The traditional persona of Republican Rome, we saw, was fixed to the point of rigidity. Antony and Cleopatra takes place at a great transition in history, when empire replaces republic, creating the era of international peace in which Christianity would spread. The old masculine Roman virtues are suddenly passé. Only Antony, the sexually most unstable male in Shakespeare's play, extols machismo. His contempt for Octavius Caesar, the politician who refuses to meet him in hand-to-hand combat, strikes even us as faintly anachronistic, and his challenge is dismissed as absurd by the gruff Enobarbus, the lone Roman who has not yet smoothed his blunt speech into the glib diplomacy of the dawning age of empire. In Antony and Cleopatra, Rome follows a conservative republican psychology. Roman personality is strictly delimited, preserving the bounds of ego. At the news of Antony's death, Caesar declares, the breaking of so great a thing should make a greater crack, verses I.14-15. He means the announcing of so important an event should make a louder noise, like a thunderclap. But Caesar also envisions Antony's death as the toppling and shattering of a statue, a colossus. Throughout the play, Roman personality is static and brittle, like stone. Caesar defines identity and kinship in legalistic terms. The abstract and public take precedence over the concrete, emotional, and sensuous. 3. v.6. The Romans constantly condemn Antony for abandoning the former for the latter. Roman social order is hierarchically inflexible, as Ventidius shrewdly sees. Rome's voice is the bleak reality principle of political expediency. In Egypt, on the other hand, energy pours into self-expression. Antony and Cleopatra's Alexandrian revels are an endless round of feasts and games. Enobarbus saw the panting Cleopatra hop 40 paces through the public street, 2. E.235. Dionysian beings are playful and democratic. As queen, Cleopatra is indifferent to decorum. Her hilarity contrasts with Caesar's puritanical sobriety. Caesar stands on ceremony. He is driven by a single purpose: consolidation of the Mediterranean under Roman rule. He has no personal life. He completely identifies private with public interest. Hence he is unstoppable. Such men can be political geniuses or monsters. Roman time and Roman space also obey Apollonian laws. Caesar sees time as a linear strip, a Roman triumph, the chronicle of civic history, verses I.65 to 66. Cleopatra blurs time in the eternal now of imagination. Narrated memories in Egypt have such emotional immediacy they seem more vivid than events before us. Enobarbus, a Roman in Rome, is overcome by Egyptian memory when he describes Cleopatra on her royal barge. Caesar remembers only for duty or revenge. Throughout the play, Roman space is defined by images of closure, contrasting with Antony and Cleopatra's expansive new heaven, new earth of love. Lee. 17. Space is cut up like urban districts, the Apollonian borderlines of Greek demes and tracts. The Romans speak of hoops, edges, fences, stalls, pillars, the rigid language of public architecture and Apollonian containment. Antony and Cleopatra respect no boundaries. Antony's infatuation overflows the measure. He sends his bounty over plus, even to defectors. His heart and chest burst his buckles. The heart of dead Cleopatra strains to blow free. Caesar places Antony's old legions in the vanguard, that Antony may seem to spend his fury upon himself. Lee.2. 4.vi.22. 4.vi.10-11. Even his archenemy acknowledges Antony's transpersonal extensiveness of identity. Everything in Egypt is abundance, profligacy, Dionysian too-muchness, 8 wild boars roasted whole at a breakfast, and but 12 persons there, 2. E.185. 86. Caesar tries to channel and subdue the flood of emotion and sensation which is Egyptian experience. His victory is signaled when Cleopatra is confined to her tomb, the frame of his own Apollonian wool. Verses I.52 to 56. Like Blake's tyrant Urizen, Caesar lays the cold compass of Apollonian measure upon Cleopatra's infinite variety. 2. E.242. Caesar's Roman worldview is a desiccated or devivified Apollonianism. Hierarchical order and dignity, intellectual categorization, the sharp-edged unitary ego, separation from sexuality, and the sensory. Caesar's patron is, to use Nietzsche's phrase, Apollo, the founder of states. 25. Cleopatra's worldview is promiscuously Dionysian. Abolition of limits and boundaries, multiple personae, eating and drinking, sex, anarchic energy, natural fecundity. Caesar and his retinue call Antony effeminate, yet Antony is more masculine than Caesar in the usual sense. Caesar, a bland managerial type, is sexually neuter. He is an Apollonian androgyne. The dominant sexual persona of Spenser's Fairy Queen has completely lost its glamour in Shakespeare's Dionysian genre. In Antony and Cleopatra, Apollonianism is merely officiousness, the spite and banality of small minds. Cleopatra's Dionysian multiplicity is richly illustrated throughout the play. For example, when she hears of Antony's marriage to Octavia, Cleopatra swerves back and forth between extreme emotions. 5 times in 10 lines. 2. B.109 to 19. Each mood swing, toward and away from Antony, has its own operatic tone, gesture, and posture. Critics used to wonder which is the real Cleopatra, or where is she? The secondary selves must be cunning stratagems. Worse, the issue of Octavia's height and hair color, interwoven with Cleopatra's lamentations and faintings, make the queen seem silly and superficial. In academic eyes, how like a woman, but Cleopatra is an actress, and, as we shall see, theatricality is the model of human psychology in Antony and Cleopatra. Cleopatra is the sum of her masks. Cleopatra's Dionysianism dissolves male into female. The fruitful, female principle is so dominant in Shakespeare's Egyptian bower of bliss that male power is dwarfed and stymied. Cleopatra is surrounded by eunuchs, disdained by the Romans. The historical Antony was already a notorious drinker and carouser before he met Cleopatra, but in the play he is charged with Egyptian degeneration. After a nobly stoic Roman past, for the Romans, Antony suffers a reduction of identity through his feminizing association with Cleopatra, but Shakespeare sees it as an aggrandizement of identity, which Antony, unlike Rosalind, is unable to control. Cleopatra recalls a transvestite game where she decked Antony in her robes and headdress while she strapped on his battle sword. 2. v.22-23. This detail is not in Plutarch, though everything else in the passage is. Surely Shakespeare is directly addressing Spenser here. He takes Artegal's transvestite enslavement to the Amazon queen and recasts it with Dionysian dramatic energy. What is shameful and depressing in Spenser becomes playful and mirthful. Artegal is at a dead end. But Shakespeare's transvestite Antony and Cleopatra give the impression of vitality, of identity opening and multiplying. Exchange of clothing as a paradigm for the emotional union of love. Antony and Cleopatra so interpenetrate that they are mistaken for one another. E.80. Even before she absorbs Antony's identity, Cleopatra is robustly half-masculine. Rivaled only by Rosalind, Cleopatra appropriates the powers and prerogatives of both sexes more lavishly than any other character in literature. Her sexual personae are energized by stormy infusions of Dionysian nature force. Here Rosalind is more limited. Because more civilized, Cleopatra is psychically immersed in the irrational and barbaric. She is voluptuously female, a rarity in Shakespeare. Her sexuality is so potent in European terms that the Romans are always calling her whore, strumpet, troll. As the serpent of Old Nile, she is the archetypal femme fatale. IV.25. Cleopatra appears costumed as Isis, whom as queen she literally embodies. Her main distinction from the mocking Rosalind is her maternalism, which makes her cradle the asp-like, my baby at my breast. V. E.309. The mother is one of Cleopatra's many personae, but Rosalind and Spenser's Britomart will become mothers only outside the frame of their works. This is because the archetype behind Rosalind is the chaste beautiful boy. Cleopatra is a virago, the androgynous type 1 found in Michelangelo's Medici Chapel nudes. With their thrusting breasts, Rosalind inhabits the crisp forest of Arden, the northern European green world. But Cleopatra belongs to the heat-enervated Orient, whose oppressiveness hangs over Michelangelo's women. Cleopatra is not more feminine than Rosalind, but she is far more female. Cleopatra greets the messenger, Ram, thou thy fruitful tidings in mine ears, 2. v.24. A pagan annunciation. Physically craving the absent Antony, Cleopatra is a sexual vessel forcibly filled, yet the penetrating force is hers. She invokes it by command. Her overwrought metaphor incidentally implies a touch of homosexual perversion in the murder by ear of Hamlet Sr. in his drowsy Spenserian bower. Cleopatra's male persona is equally strong. As Queen of Egypt, Cleopatra, like Hatshepsut, is an impersonation of a royal male. Janet, Adelman suggests that Cleopatra wearing Antony's sword as a Renaissance Venus Armada and that for battle at Actium she would appear in male dress. 26 Psychologically, Cleopatra is always armed. She has a fiery belligerence. She threatens to bloody her maid's teeth. She even threatens Antony, using a pun which advertises her penis. Envy. I.ie.40-41. E.58-61. When the messenger arrives with news of Antony's marriage, Cleopatra passes beyond threats to actual assault and battery, hitting him, hauling him up and down, and pulling a knife. Such scenes caused the long critical resistance to Cleopatra. By modern middle-class standards, they require defense. Shakespeare gives Cleopatra an intemperate flair for masculine violence unique in the sympathetic portrayal of women in literature. The violence of Medea or Lady Macbeth is transient, either male-inspired or deflected through a male's action. In Cleopatra, violence is constantly present as a potential male persona. It is the raging warfare of her hermaphrodite character. For parallels we must go to villainesses like Lear's daughters or outside social literature to mythic horrors like Scylla. Into Cleopatra as Isis flows the untransformed energy of nature, sheer sex and violence. Is it unseemly for queens to brawl? Dionysian beings instinctively subvert the hierarchical. As an Italian, I have little problem reconciling violence with culture. Rousseau drove the wedge between aggression and culture, so colorfully united in the Renaissance. Cleopatra's pugilistic energy is matched by her sadistic imagination and flights of demonic metaphor, where eyeballs are punted like footballs and whipped bodies steeped in pickle brine. 2. v.63-66. Shakespeare shows us the turbulent emotion in action of the Dionysian androgyne. Language sees like boiling oil. Cleopatra's rabid speeches sound more shocking to Anglo-American than to Mediterranean ears. A savage vehemence of speech is common among Southern peoples, due to the nearness of agriculture and the survival of pagan intensity. Those who live on and by the land recognize nature's terrible amorality. Cleopatra's sadistic images are normal in Italian terms. My immigrant relatives used to say, "May you be killed," or "May you be eaten by a cat." Common Italian-American expressions, according to my father, took the form, "Che te possono." May such and such be done to you. For example, may your eyes be torn out. May you drag your tongue along the ground. May they squeeze your testicles. May they sew up your anus. The similarity to Cleopatra's rhetorical style is obvious. Torture and homicide are immediately accessible to the Mediterranean imagination. I called Dionysian impulses sadistic, but the proper term is sadomasochistic, both active and passive. Provoked, Cleopatra is off on runaway flights of masochistic vision. It is the psychic countercurrent to her aggression, what Heracleitus calls enantiodromia, running to its opposite. When Antony calls her cold-hearted, she blurts out a surreal fantasy of poison hail, blighted wombs, and unburied bodies covered with flies and gnats. 3. XE.158-67. Taken prisoner, she storms that, preferable to jeers. In Rome, let her naked corpse be thrown into the mud and swelled up by waterflies, or hung in chains on a pyramid. V. E.55-62. Cleopatra's sadomasochistic imagination makes Dionysian leaps through nature. Her body is the Earth Mother torn by the strife of the elements in the cycle of birth and death. Ugliness, pain, abortion, and decay are nature's reality. Cleopatra's rough speech has a demonic eloquence. Shakespeare opens a window into the unconscious, where we see the sex and violence we carry within us. There is the grinding dreamwork, spewing out metaphors which appall us. Cleopatra's images tumble out with bruising force, like the boulders tossed like chaff in Coleridge's underground river. The passionately active Cleopatra contrasts with feminine, retiring Octavia. Chaste Octavia is a swan's down feather on the tide. She is will less, the pawn of larger forces. She is of a holy, cold, and still conversation, a model Roman matron. She moves so primly, she shows a body rather than a life, a statue than a breather. 3. E.48. E.vi.122-23. 3.ie.23-24. Like brother, like sister. In Shakespeare, iconic Apollonian statues are dead wood. Cleopatra's Dionysian, Proteanism and velocity take Shakespeare's eye. He makes Octavia's virtue seem torpid. Octavia is matter and Cleopatra energy. Cleopatra is scourge, not feather. Her dominion over gender is dramatized in athletic transformations of dizzying speed. I am pale, Charmian, she murmurs, and a line later leaps at the messenger and slugs him to the floor. 2. V.59-61. Cleopatra vaults from one sexual extreme to the other, barely taking breath. The delicate lady of the camellias. Switch hits with burly Ajax. The genders so indiscriminately mingle in Cleopatra that she makes transsexual word errors under stress. 2. V.40-41. 116, 45. Cleopatra has a Dionysian all-inclusiveness. She breaks through social restraints to plunge into the sensual, orgiastic pleasure of pure feeling. Cleopatra embodies the Dionysian principle of theatricality. Shakespeare often makes analogies between personality and stagecraft, but never, save in Hamlet, so systematically as he does in Antony and Cleopatra. From first scene to last, public and private, behavior is critiqued in terms of performance. Politics itself as stage managed. Antony and Cleopatra are always going in and out of their legendary roles as Antony and Cleopatra. For Cleopatra, life is theater. She is a master propagandist. Truth is inconsequential. Dramatic values are supreme. Cleopatra shamelessly manipulates others' emotions like clay. Once her cleverness misfires, when she sends word she is dead and Antony kills himself. Cleopatra resembles Rosalind in the gleeful way she throws herself into a role. This is so, even at her lowest moment, when she scripts her suicide. Like Rosalind, Cleopatra is producer and star of play's end. She makes a mask-like tableau of her own death. Shakespeare presses Renaissance theatricality beyond moral norms. Metamorphoses are horrific for both Spenser and Dante, who consigns impersonation to one of the lowest circles of the inferno. Incestuous Mira, falsifying herself in another's form, is classed with liars and counterfeiters. XXX.41. Puritan hostility to theater was justified. Secular theater is Greco-Roman and therefore pagan. Shakespeare makes Cleopatra his accomplice and advocate for dramatic impersonation. Cleopatra has a sensational flair for improvisation and melodrama. Her vamping and camping are more extreme than Rosalind's as Ganymede. Cleopatra's postures of romantic martyrdom are as self-parodying as a drag queen's. Self-parody is always sex parody. The virtuoso tone of Cleopatra's theatrics recurs and wilds the importance of being earnest, where it clearly springs from wholesale desexualization of the characters. Cleopatra's moment of maximum consciousness of persona is when she sets aside both feminine swooning and masculine intimidation for a briskly efficient interrogation of the messenger. She extorts intelligence on Octavia's age, height, voice, hair, and face shape. 3.ie. I consider this neglected scene one of the classic moments in all drama. A game of Personae is being played. Cleopatra is mentally auditioning Octavia, cattily revising her virtues downward, always with her rivals' theatrical impact on Antony in mind. Cleopatra is gracious and queenly, but we tangibly feel her sense of her persona, as well as her maid Charmian's sense of it. Charmian, like a church deacon, keeps piping up the required response, in ritual antiphony. Shakespeare makes us see Cleopatra's detachment from her masks and yet her complete identification with them. Her showy self-representations have both intellectual duality and hierarchic authority. Cleopatra is Shakespeare's despotic muse of drama, the only character in literature whose theatrical personae rival Cleopatra's as Auntie Mame. Patrick Dennis Auntie Mame, 1955, is the American Alice in Wonderland and in my view more interesting and important than any serious novel after World War II. The original book is far sharper than the wonderful play and movie, 1958, starring the great Rosalind Russell. The subsequent musical and Lucille Ball movie, 1974, are of little worth, turning the regal Auntie Mame into trivial spunk and cuddles. I mentioned Auntie Mame as a type of the Mercurius androgyne. She is an archaeologist of persona. Each event, each phase of life is registered in a change of costume and interior decor. Style and substance are one, in the Wildean manner. When the story opens in the 20s, Auntie Mame is in her Chinese period, her Beekman Place apartment as exotic as Shakespeare's Egypt. Like Cleopatra, Auntie Mame stands for a flamboyant, extravagant, wine-drenched, ethnically diverse world, threatened by a rationalist Apollonian prude, the wasp banker Mr. Babcock. Mame's Caesar-like chief antagonist. Like Cleopatra, Mame is attended by androgynes, a giggling eunuch like Japanese houseboy, a virago confidant, the actress and drunk, Vera Charles, and epicene party guests, a woman-man and man-woman. Like Cleopatra, Mame is bossy, peremptory, and given to a little half-hour show of histrionics, her lifetime habit. Like Cleopatra, she has so many feminine personae that, mysteriously, she ends up ceasing to seem female at all. My Hermes, Mercury principle. A multitude of personae suspends gender. One remembers Mame's long green, lacquered fingernails and sweeping bamboo cigarette holder, her oriental robe of embroidered golden silk, her black satin sheets and bed jacket of pink ostrich feathers. Panic and crisis. How does one dress for Scarsdale? Any discussion of clothing always won Auntie Mame's undivided attention. Trying to avoid a Georgia fox hunt, Mame powdered herself dead white and put on an unbecoming shade of green. 27 Auntie Mame is a study of multiple impersonations. The theatrical principle of Western selfhood. Emotion is instantly objectified. Costume, speech, and manner are a public pagan language of the inner life. Expiring with emotion upon learning of her new rival, Cleopatra manages to convey to her envoy, let him not leave out the color of her hair. Like Auntie Mame, Cleopatra, a creature of theater, sees persona as a mirror of soul. The pagan folk sciences, astrology, palmistry, and phrenology, have never forgotten that externals are truth. Beauty is only skin deep. You can't tell a book by its cover. These pious axioms come from a contrary moral tradition. The aesthete, who lives in a world of surfaces, and the male homosexual, who lives in a world of masks, believe in the absoluteness of externals. That is why Auntie Mame was a diva of homosexuals. Cleopatra's multiple personae are far from feminine fickleness. She represents a radical theatricality in which the inner world is completely transformed into the outer. Did Shakespeare base Cleopatra on an Italian model? A. L. Rose thinks the Dark Lady of the Sonnets was the half-Italian Emilia Bassanio. Luigi Barzini describes the importance of spectacle in Italian culture, with its public staging of emotional scenes. He speaks of the transparency of Italian faces, which allows conversations to be followed at a distance. Undisguised emotions, some sincere and some feigned, follow each other on an Italian's face as swiftly as the shadows of clouds over a meadow on a windy day in spring. 28. Shakespeare's self-dramatizing Cleopatra has a fluid Italian expressiveness. In her amoral dissimulations, she confirms the negative Northern European view of Italian and Papist character in the Renaissance. Renaissance England was more flamboyant than modern England but less so than Renaissance Italy. Hence in the spiritual geography of Antony and Cleopatra, Egypt is to Rome as Renaissance Italy was to Renaissance England. Cleopatra belongs to an emotional and sexual Southland. But Shakespeare is well aware of the anarchic danger in a life of impersonations. Caesar wins in Antony and Cleopatra because he represents political order, the dream of the fractured, fractious Renaissance. Antony and Cleopatra's reactionary political premise is borne out by Italian history, where theatrical individualism weakened centralized authority, aiding the rise of the tribal mafia. Since World War II, nearly 50 governments have come and gone in Rome. Restless change is the rule. We turn now to the ultimate question of Shakespeare's play. If Cleopatra contains all emotional modes and all powers of male and female, why is she defeated by the world? Why is she not a perfected image of man? Cleopatra dies, while Rosalind triumphantly survives. Because Cleopatra is an incomplete Mercurius and as such cannot advance her play toward the goal of English Renaissance art, social and hierarchical consolidation, an important image pattern in Antony and Cleopatra has aroused little or no comment. Astrology, even more than alchemy, was one of the great symbol systems of the Renaissance. Its iconography pervaded Renaissance art, book, illustration, and interior decor. The formidable combined forces of Judeo-Christianity and modern science have never succeeded in wiping out pagan astrology, nor will they ever. Astrology supplies what is missing in the West's official moral and intellectual codes. Astrology is the oldest organized art form of sexual personae. Waging war on astrology, the medieval and Renaissance church promulgated the distortion that astrology is fatalism, a flouting of God's providence and the necessity for moral struggle. But the predictive part of astrology is less important than its psychology, which 3,000 years of continuous practice have given a phenomenal subtlety. Astrology does insist upon self-discipline and self-transformation. Judging astrology by those vague sun sign columns in the daily paper is like judging Christianity by a smudged shop window of black velvet day glow paintings of the Good Shepherd. The idea that the stars literally influence men by a falling fluid and influenza is plainly untenable, but that the movements of the constellations are a clock by which earthly changes can be measured is less easy to dismiss. I subscribe to what Jung calls synchronicity. Things happen in complex patterns of apparent coincidence, noticed by the keen eyes of the artist. Astrology links man to nature, its major point of departure from Judeo-Christianity. The Greek word zodiac means circle of animals. Most birth signs are symbolized by animals, whose character astrology identifies with human types. Our behaviorist age is generally resistant to the idea of genetic traits for individuals, sexes, or races. But ask any mother of a large family whether personality is innate or learned. She senses a child's inborn shyness or aggression from earliest infancy. People who dismiss astrology do so out of either ignorance or rationalism. Rationalists have their place, but their limited assumptions and methods must be kept out of the arts. Interpretation of poem, dream, or person requires intuition and divination, not science. The Renaissance embraced astrology as part of its infatuation with sexual personae. Antony and Cleopatra, Shakespeare's greatest drama of sexual personae, makes astrological metaphors crucial to its psychological design. Each sign of the zodiac is associated with one of the four elements, named by the pre-Socratic philosopher Empedocles. From long study, I summarize the astrological meaning of the elements as follows. Fire as wolf, originality, boldness, the amoral life force. Air as language, wit, balance, humane perspective. Water as intuition, sympathy, deep feeling, mystical oneness, and prophecy. Earth as order, method, precision, realism, materialism. Modern science discarded the four elements in favor of finer terminology. From the late Renaissance on, more and more basic elements were discovered, now approaching 100. John Anthony West claims, however, that the four principal elements of modern organic chemistry, hydrogen, carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen, closely correspond in function to fire, earth, air, and water. 29. Northrop Frye says, earth, air, water, and fire are still the four elements of imaginative experience, and always will be. 30. A person's natal horoscope sometimes lacks one of the four elements, a disturbing imbalance which can and should be compensated for through self-analysis and vigilant effort. My theory is that Shakespeare has cast for Cleopatra a horoscope lacking the element of earth, and that this psychic incompletion, with her refusal to correct it, dooms both herself and Antony. The most poetic speech in the play, by normally curt Enobarbus, is a gorgeous dreamlike memory of Cleopatra's arrival at Tarsus to meet Antony. The barge she sat in, like a burnished throne, burned on the water. 2. E.197-98. Cleopatra is Venus in motion, a Dionysian epiphany. Shakespeare is answering the frozen iconic entrance of Spenser's Belphoebe, the Apollonian Diana. With its gold deck and purple sails, the barge is the Amazon sanctuary of Phoenician Dido, whom Virgil decks with red and gold. Cleopatra carries her own bower with her, getting it out of the swampy Spenserian glade onto the brisk high seas. Shakespeare's motion picture has its own soundtrack, flute music and the beating of silver oars. Air and water swirl toward the barge, which exudes a strange invisible perfume. A magnetism or suction pulls people out of the marketplace toward the wharves. Cleopatra as Venus is the power of physical attraction. Among the elements, which Empedocles attributes to Aphrodite, she is in heat. Shakespeare carefully adds fire to his tableau. That the barge burns is his addition to Plutarch's description. Cleopatra is Venus born from the sea. In Enobarbus's speech, she commands three elements: water, air, and fire. Earth is pointedly excluded. In fact, earth is evacuated, denuded of its properties by the rush of citizens shoreward. Shakespeare's Cleopatra is the free play of sovereign imagination, hostile to the steadfastness and stability of earth. The climax of Antony and Cleopatra is the Battle of Actium, a turning point in Western history. Antony's loss is Caesar's gain and the beginning of Roman Empire, united under one man. Shakespeare stunningly mythologizes Plutarch's account, without loss of factual accuracy. He introduces elemental metaphors affecting a poetic transformation of history. Antony's fateful decision to fight by sea ruins him. Commander of infantrymen and master of land warfare, he foolishly allows Cleopatra to dictate his battle plan. The Egyptians are seafarers. Cleopatra insists the ultimate contest with Caesar be by navy, not army. Antony's seasoned soldiers passionately appeal to him, but blinded by love, he waves them away. In agreeing to fight by sea, Antony repudiates the element of earth, the foundation of his illustrious career. At the same time, he shrugs off common sense and practicality, qualities astrologically symbolized by earth. In imposing the element of water upon her lover, Cleopatra destroys him. Shakespeare weaves the elemental imagery into the play from the start, so that the words land and sea chime ominously in the deliberations at Actium. The scene where Antony blithely severs his connection with earth ends with the naming of Caesar's lieutenant, Taurus. 3.v.78. The next scene, just a few lines long, begins with Caesar calling out to Taurus, who answers and departs, his sole appearance in the play. Shakespeare has plucked this name from Plutarch's roster of military officers at Actium. A Renaissance audience, familiar with simple astrology, would immediately recognize that Taurus is the first of the three earth signs of the zodiac. Taurus was also Shakespeare's birth sign. This is what Maynard Mack would call the emblematic entrance and exit in Shakespeare's plays. 31 Caesar's deputy as an earth spirit because Antony and Cleopatra identifies Caesar with the astrological qualities of earth, patience, pragmatism, emotional reserve, discipline, application. Caesar as the reality principle, realpolitik. He represents what Antony and Cleopatra have rejected. And because drama must take place in human space and human time, he defeats them. Psychic fixity overcomes psychic volatility. The historical Caesar was himself ruled by an earth sign. Suetonius reports that Augustus Caesar commemorated an astrological prediction of his rise to power by ordering struck a silver coin stamped with Capricorn, the sign under which he had been born. 32 In Antony and Cleopatra, Caesar consolidates his Capricornian earth power by binding Taurus to him, taking away the heart of Antony's military identity. Ancient and modern historians have been puzzled by Cleopatra's sudden flight from the Battle of Actium, and even more by Antony's shameful abandonment of his troops and ships to follow her. As Shakespeare presents it, Cleopatra and the Antony whom she has infected veer off from the theater of war because of a lack of the tenacity and resolution that earth contributes to a horoscope. Cleopatra is the fire and air of imagination afloat upon the sea of perpetual transformations. Fire as her fierce or fiery character of aggression and violence, air as her verbal energy and poetic power of image making, water as her uncontainable surges of emotion and her mercurial shifts of mood. Cleopatra's personae are in constant, uncontrollable change because Earth is not present to stabilize or set a single persona. The sea she chooses at Actium is Dionysian, liquid nature, a phrase from elsewhere in Plutarch. This is the watery Chthonian which separates her from Rosalind. Cleopatra is Egypt, and Egypt is the Nile. In the Renaissance way, Cleopatra is addressed by the name of her realm, even by Antony. In Antony and Cleopatra, dry Egyptian earth has no inherent value. Fertility comes only when earth is subdued by water, turned to slime and ooze by the flooding Nile. 2.v.22. This muck is the primal swamp of Dionysian metamorphosis. The Egyptian serpent, already identified with Cleopatra, is bred from mud by the fiery sun. 2.v.26-27. I.ie.68-69. Cleopatra as Isis as great mother to her people, but Antony, in entering the humid bower of bliss of her liquid realm, loses his sense of self. He is not just a private person but a leader upon whom thousands depend. A leader cannot live by love alone. Antony betrays his men, and he betrays himself. The lovers' indifference to public concerns and their exaltation of emotion over duty are prefigured from the start in metaphors which inundate land with water. Antony declares, "Let Rome in Tiber melt, and the wide arch of the ranged empire fall." Unadmirable sentiments for a Roman triumvir. I.33-34. Cleopatra angrily cries, "Sink Rome, and melt Egypt into Nile." 3.v.15. 2. v.78, 94. Antony and Cleopatra, obliterating earth in the waters of emotion, cannot resist the steady, inexorable pressure of earth's representative, Caesar. The Renaissance Shakespeare knows Antony and Cleopatra are morally in the wrong, yet he projects into them the liquefied proteanism of his own artistic self. Antony, once the pillar of the Roman world, sees himself turning into shifting clouds, shapes of horse, bear, lion, citadel, cliff, mountain. IV.ziv.2-14. Cleopatra has dissolved and naturalized him. Jane Harrison says of the Greek Orphics, with their persistent cloud metaphors, their theogony, their cosmogony, is full of vague nature impersonations, of air and ether, and erebos and chaos, and the whirlpool of things unborn. 33. Orphism is anti-Olympian and hence anti-Apollonian. In Antony and Cleopatra, Apollonian Rome, with its statutory limits, sets up rational barriers to the chaotic flux of sensory experience. Antony is alchemized by Cleopatra, queen of Dionysian nature. He is hermaphroditized by his dissolution in watery Egypt. Mars drowns in Venus. At his darkest moment, Antony says to Cleopatra, "Love, I am full of lead." 3. She.72. This is the play's nadir, before the transformation begins into spiritual gold. Magic and prophecies are efficacious throughout. After his death, Cleopatra sees Antony as the astrological cosmic man, his eyes the sun and moon. V. E.80. The hermaphrodite rebus of alchemy was often shown as a union of Sol and Luna, sun and moon. Both Antony and Cleopatra reach perfection in death. As the incomplete Mercurius, Cleopatra must achieve her magnum opus outside of life, rather than in it. Before her suicide, she says, "Now from head to foot, I am marble constant. Now the fleeting moon, no planet is of mine." 239-41. Cleopatra is renouncing what Shakespeare elsewhere calls the watery moon, the symbol of emotional volatility we found in As You Like It, Midsummer 2.1.162. At last she acquires that stony fixity of will which the play ascribes to Roman personality. Her ceaseless transformations end in the immobility of death, immutable as the philosopher's stone. Death is already in her lips when she says, "I am fire and air. My other elements I give to baser life." 289-90. Actually, she has finally mastered her two combustible fire and air, and achieved a spiritual integration of all four elements. With the addition of marble constant, earth, the coldness of death, Cleopatra is now the complete Mercurius, enshrined upon her altar like beer. "Husband, I come," she says to the dead Antony. The medieval alchemic process was called both marriage bed and funeral beer. Those who have sought a redemptive pattern in Antony and Cleopatra are correct, but Christian it is not. Shakespeare ends his play with the alchemic purification of pagan personality. The symbolic marriage of Antony and Cleopatra, enacted at the moment of death, removes the lovers from the social order. Their hedonism and self-involvement have damaged their nations and their cause. 8 boars for breakfast is no recipe for political success. Cleopatra was the last of the Ptolemies, a 300-year-old Macedonian dynasty. After her death, Egypt was annexed as subject state to Rome and never regained its former glory. Antony and Cleopatra demonstrates that life cannot be lived as a series of perpetual self-transformations without violating social and ethical principles. My generation learned this the hard way, going down in sexual disease and drug overdoses. Antony and Cleopatra takes a double point of view. Shakespeare acknowledges the eternal authority of beauty and imagination, but he renders unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's. Social order and stability were primary English Renaissance values. This is why Rosalind, unlike Cleopatra, is the perfected Mercurius. At the end of her play, Rosalind demonstrates the subordination of personality to society by relinquishing her theatrical androgyny and metamorphosis for obedience in marriage. Hierarchy is restored, in home and palace. If Rosalind is a role difficult to play, Shakespeare's Cleopatra is even more so. A bad Rosalind is simply simpering or flat. But a bad Cleopatra is ludicrous. No one fits the part, except Tina Turner, Kent Christensen's superb suggestion to me. In the video of What's Love Got to Do with It? Tina Turner as Shakespeare's Tawny, Cleopatra. In all her moods, regal, raffish, masculine, maternal, strolling among her people in the city streets. Cleopatra's fiery sexual expressionism is Shakespeare's reply to the cool introversion of Spenser's chaste heroines. Cleopatra is Amazon and mother but also chatterbox. The silent pictorial iconicism of the fairy queen as part of the poems. Search for self-definition. Spenser turns the hard Apollonian line against his own plush pornographic impulses. Shakespeare bases language in the Dionysian body. In all his mature plays, speech is sensory and muscular. Stage gesture and movement are implicit in the zigzagging syntax. Every major Shakespeare character unites sexual personae with blooming language, while Spenser divides them. Nothing in literature is more majestic than the sound of a true king speaking in Shakespeare. The enormous assertion of that voice and the internal stability in the verse are functions of Renaissance hierarchy, overflows of the great chain of being. Unfortunately, the heroic Shakespearean sound is muffled these days for scaled-down television performance or productions by liberal directors with anti-fascist axes to grind. But Shakespeare's aristocratic voice must be heard. It is a moral ideal. Rosalind and Cleopatra, we have seen, strain at the limits of the Renaissance hierarchic code. Shakespeare dramatizes the Renaissance tension between sexual personae and social order, one of his profoundest concerns. The major theme of Shakespeare's plays is personality in history, the heart of Western identity. Spenser, Shakespeare, and Freud are the three greatest sexual psychologists in literature, continuing a tradition begun by Euripides and Ovid. Freud has no rivals among his successors because they think he wrote science, when in fact he wrote art. Spenser, the Apollonian pictorialist, and Shakespeare, the Dionysian alchemist, compete for artistic control of the English Renaissance. Shakespeare unlooses his metamorphic flood of words and personae to escape Spenser's rigorous binding. Luckily, he had drama to flourish in. In this genre he could be free of Spenser's strictures. The contrast between Shakespeare and Spenser is replayed in metaphysical poetry, the next important literary movement. John Donne as Shakespeare's heir, muscular, theatrical, and metaphor-ridden. Donne fills even devout religious poems with flamboyant sexual personae and eccentric transpositions of gender. George Herbert as Spenser's heir. The exquisite aestheticism of the fairy queen turns into feminine homoeroticism in Herbert. The silvery sweetness of Herbert's simple style is exactly like Sappho's. If you want to know how Sappho sounds in Greek, don't read her pedestrian translators, read Herbert. Herbert discourages anything abrupt or emphatic, that is, masculine. Climactic speech is often ignored, restrained, or expelled. Herbert's world of contemplative serenity and whispery intimacies is androgynous. Its divine male presences have internalized femininity, so that real women are unnecessary and de trop. Though his poems seem disarmingly open and transparent, Herbert is psychologically embowered. He is alone, under Spenserian glass. Shakespeare managed to evade Spenser, but Milton as epic poet had to meet Spenser on his own turf. Paradise Lost, 1660, staggers under the burden of the fairy queen. If Spenser as the English Botticelli, Milton as its Bernini, Paradise Lost as a Baroque Laocoon, strangling itself with its own stately ornateness. Though Milton uses Shakespeare's overspilling line, Shakespeare's speed is gone. The best things in Paradise Lost are pagan developments of Spenser. The worst things are humorless Protestant sermonizing, which has imprisoned this poem in parochial nationalism. Milton can only be read in English. Translated, he withers. The pagan Spenser corrupts the Puritan Milton. Milton tries, vainly, to correct Spenser morally. But Italian pictorialism, coming partly through the fairy queen and partly through the most decadent passages of the Aeneid, swamps Milton's Protestant iconoclasm. Spenser's radiant Apollonian armoring becomes Milton's lowering metallic demonism, militant and misogynistic. Satan's legions gleam with hard Spenserian light. Milton sinks when he sings of the foggy formlessness of good. His God is poetically impotent, but his noisy, thrashing Spenserian serpents and monsters, his lush Spenserian embowered paradise, his evil, envious Spencerian voyeurism. These are immortal. Milton tries to defeat Spencer by wordiness, Judaic word fetishism, tangling the Apollonian eye in the labyrinth of etymology. Shakespeare succeeded here by joining words to pagan sexual personae. But the Christian Milton is mastered by Spencer, who bounds over him and through him to Romanticism. 8. Return of the Great Mother. Rousseau versus Sade. Romanticism is the forge of modern gender. 2. Renaissance principles re-emerge, flamboyant androgynous sex roles, and the idea of divinely inspired artistic genius. The Renaissance, we saw, revived the Apollonian element in Greco-Roman paganism. In Renaissance art, even Dionysian beings, like Shakespeare's Cleopatra, are subordinated to social and moral order. Romanticism swings toward Apollo's rival, Dionysus, who appears in a great wave of the Chthonian. The Enlightenment, developing Renaissance innovations in science and technology, was ruled by the Apollonian mind. Not since Greek high classicism had clarity and logic been so promoted as intellectual and moral values, determining the mathematical form of poetry, art, architecture, and music. Order as heaven's first law. Says Pope. From the cold beauty of Descartes and Newton's Mechanical Universe, Essay on Man, IV.49. The Enlightenment, as Peter Gay asserts, used pagan scientism to free European culture from Judeo-Christian theology. 1 Reason, not faith, created the modern world, but overstress of any faculty causes a rebound to the other extreme. The Apollonian Enlightenment produced the counter-reaction of irrationalism and demonism, which is Romanticism. Romanticism makes a regression to the primeval, the archaic night world defeated and repressed by Aeschylus Orestia. It brings a return of the Great Mother, the dark nature goddess whom Saint Augustine condemns as the most formidable enemy of Christianity. Turning from society toward nature, Rousseau creates the romantic world view. Though he allows authority to the state for public good, his most enduring bequest is the flamingly anti-establishment stance of radicals from Blake and Marx to the Rolling Stones. Rousseau makes freedom a Western watchword. Like the Renaissance, the Enlightenment glamorized hierarchy, the great chain of being swept away by Romanticism. For Rousseau, the Swiss Protestant reformer, no hierarchy comes from nature. Politics can be reshaped by human will, for human benefit. Romanticism regards hierarchy as a repressive social fiction, but man is biologically a hierarchical animal. When one hierarchy is removed, another automatically springs up to take its place. The great irony of Romanticism is that a movement predicated on freedom will compulsively re-enslave itself to imaginative orders even more fixed. Nature, hailed by Rousseau and Wordsworth as a benevolent mother, is a dangerous guest. The ancient cult followers of Dionysus knew that subordination to nature is a crucifixion and dismemberment. Human identity is obliterated in the Dionysian conversion of matter to energy, a theme of Euripides' Bacchae. Romanticism, like the Rousseauist swinging 60s, misunderstands the Dionysian as the pleasure principle, when it is in fact the gross continuum of pleasure-pain. Worshipping nature and seeking political and sexual freedom, Romanticism ends in imaginative entrammelment of every kind. Perfect freedom is intolerable and therefore impossible. Romanticism's overexpanded superself immediately subjects itself to artificial restraints as a chastening ascesis, a discipline and punishment. First of all, Romantic poetry invents an archaic ritual form, implicitly pagan. Second, it steeps itself in sadomasochistic eroticism, never fully acknowledged by scholars. The sadomasochism becomes blatant in decadent late Romanticism, which defies Rousseau and Wordsworth by rejecting Chthonian nature for Apollonian aestheticism. I view 19th-century decadence as a mannerist convolution of high Romanticism and dated unusually early, 1830. The themes I find in high and late Romanticism: cruelty, sexual ambiguity, narcissism, fascination, obsession, vampirism, seduction, violation, are all the still uncharted psychodynamics of erotic, artistic, and theatrical cathexis. I define American Romanticism as decadent late Romanticism, in the French manner. Decadence is a counter-reaction within Romanticism, correcting its tilt toward Dionysus. This ambivalent pattern is there from the start. Rousseau is savagely answered by the decadent Marquis de Sade, who stands half in the Enlightenment, half in Romanticism. Blake, Sade's British brother, answers himself, his voices of experience devouring his voices of innocence. And Wordsworth is secretly answered and undermined by his colleague, Coleridge, who through Byron and Poe turns Romanticism into decadence in English, American, and French literature and art. Rousseau and Wordsworth, loving female nature, open the door of a closet St. Augustine locked out pop vampires and spirits of the night, who still stalk our time. We remain in the romantic cycle, initiated by Rousseau. Liberal idealism cancelled by violence, barbarism, disillusion, cynicism. The French Revolution, degenerating into the bloody reign of terror and ending in the restoration of monarchy and imperial Napoleon, was the first failed Rousseauist experiment. Rousseau believes man naturally good. Evil springs from negative environmental conditioning. Rousseau's saintly child, marred by society, is opposed by Freud's aggressive, egomaniacal infant, whom I hear and see everywhere. But Rousseauism flourishes among today's social workers and childcare experts, whose smooth, sunny voices too often exude piety and paternalism. In the Confessions, modeled on Augustine's, Rousseau says a childhood incident formed his adult sexual tastes. He is 8, beaten, and inadvertently aroused by a woman of 30. Since then, his desires have been masochistic. To fall on my knees before a masterful mistress, to obey her commands, to have to beg for her forgiveness, have been to me the most delicate of pleasures. In love, he is passive. Women must make the first move. 2 Rousseau ends the sexual scheme of the great chain of being, where male was sovereign over female. In Romanticism, unlike the Renaissance, Amazons retain their power. Rousseau wants it both ways, idolizing woman as natural and right, a cosmic law. On the other hand, male recessiveness is blamed on female coercion. Either way, sadomasochistic dominance and submission are inherent in Rousseauism from the start. Rousseau feminizes the European male persona. The late 18th century, the age of sensibility, gives the ideal man a woman-like sensitivity. He is Castiglione's courtier without athleticism or social savvy. He looks to nature and beauty with misty emotion. Rousseau makes sensibility a prelude to Romanticism. The Petrarchan lover fancied himself deliciously powerless vis-a-vis one charismatic ice queen. The man of feminized sensibility lacks an erotic focus. He is sufficient unto himself, savoring his own thoughts and feelings. His narcissism evolves into romantic solipsism, doubt about the reality of things outside the self. For Rousseau and the Romantics, the female principle is absolute. Man is a satellite in woman's sexual orbit. Rousseau calls his first patron Madame de Warens, Mama, and she calls him Little One. Stendhal's heroes will replay Rousseau's erotics of maternalism. Rousseau says of his sexual initiation by de Warens, "I felt as if I had committed incest." She later compels him to put on her dressing gown. He is transvestite priest to a goddess. Rousseau attends the Venetian carnival as a masked lady, then adopts Armenian robes as daily dress and busies himself making laces. "I took my cushion round with me on visits, or worked at my door, like the women." 3 Rousseau absorbs femininity from women, but they cannot reciprocate. They must remain female. He is repulsed by the flat chest of intellectual Madame d'Épinay, but the voluptuous female figure is enhanced by Transvestism. Madame Douditot, model for his Nouvelle Eloise, conquers Rousseau when she arrives on horseback in men's clothes. Rousseau's nature theory is grounded in sex. Worshipping nature means worshipping woman. She is a mysterious superior force. Late in life, Rousseau likes to let his boat drift in a Swiss lake, a scene paralleled in Wordsworth's Prelude. Sometimes I cried out with emotion, "O nature, O my mother, I am here under your sole protection. Here there is no cunning and rascally man to thrust himself between us. For the son lover of the great mother spurns his sibling rivals." For all his talk of tenderness and fraternity, Rousseau was notoriously quarrelsome, finding conspiracy and persecution everywhere. He constantly fought with male friends, including his benefactor, British philosopher David Hume. Rousseau's flights from city to nature were pilgrimages purifying him of masculine contamination. He started a fashion. Once Rousseau lauded the Alps. Van den Berg says, "People's desire to see Switzerland spread through Europe like an epidemic. It was then that the Alps became a tourist attraction." 5. Through power of imaginative projection, Rousseau imprinted European culture with his peculiar constellation of sexual personae. The man who created modern autobiography made political science autobiographical. He was the first to claim what we call a sexual identity. Before the late 18th century, identity was determined internally by moral consciousness and externally by family and social class. Rousseau anticipates Freud in inserting sex into the childhood drama of character development. How striking a departure this was is clear when we compare Rousseau to his self-analytic French precursors. In his essays, 1580, Montaigne lists his sexual habits as casually as his menus or bowel movements. Sex for Montaigne is office schedule and flowchart. How often and at what times of day does he lie with his wife? The sex act is rhetorically equivalent to his taste in wines or reluctance to use silverware, an effete Italian import. Montaigne's identity is not shaped by sex. He is discursive, intellect musing on social custom. Pascal's Pensées, 1670, strip away Montaigne's cheerful intimacies. Pascal says Montaigne talks too much of himself. In the transition from Renaissance to 17th century, identity has become barer and more anxious. Pascal never reflects upon his sexual identity. The supreme question is the soul's relation to God, or, more fearfully, the soul's relation to a universe without God. Sex is merely part of the earthliness impeding man's spiritual struggles. Rousseau makes sex a master principle of Western character. Psychic fluidity and ambiguity, themes of Shakespeare's transvestite comedies, enter the mainstream of thought and behavior. Autobiography becomes apologia. The Confessions are a romance of self. Rousseau is the first to trace adult perversity to childhood trauma. The Christian quest for salvation is recast in erotic terms. Rousseau's guiding female spirits are apparitions, angels, and demons. He is a pagan Moses, climbing the Alps to meet his God. Adrift in the lake, he floats in the womb of liquid nature. The sexual revolution he wrought is evident in the emergence of homosexuality as a formal category. From antiquity, there were homosexual acts, honorable or dissolute depending on culture and time. Since the late 19th century, there is homosexuality, a condition of being entered after searching or questioning a Rousseauist identity crisis. Modern psychology, following Rousseau, pessimistically roots sex deeper than does Judeo-Christianity, which subordinates sex to moral will. Our sexual freedom is a new enslavement to ancient necessity. Rousseau's philosophizing of sex originates in the failure of social and moral hierarchies in the late 18th century. Before the Enlightenment, rigid class stratification, however stultifying, provided a sense of community. Now identity, suddenly expanding, must find other means of definition. But sex is no substitute for metaphysics. Pascal says, the tendency should be towards the general, and the bias towards self is the beginning of all disorder, in war, politics, economics, in man's individual body. 6. Sex was central to ancient mystery religions, but they had a coherent view of omnipotent nature, both violent and benign. Rousseau, the first fabricator of sexual identity, seeks freedom by banishing social hierarchies and worshipping a uniformly benevolent nature. My theory: when political and religious authority weakens, hierarchy reasserts itself in sex, as the archaizing phenomenon of sadomasochism. Freedom makes new prisons. We cannot escape our life in these fascist bodies. Rousseau's masochistic subordination to women comes from his over-idealization of nature and emotion. Making honey, he stings himself. One cause of Rousseau's simplistic nature theory: there was no fairy queen in French literature to show the dangers of nature. Consequently, Sade arose, with all his horrors, to check Rousseau's happy hopes. Rousseau and Sade together equal the totality of Spencer. Spencer and Sade see the demonism in sex and nature. The Marquis de Sade, 1740–1814, is a great writer and philosopher whose absence from university curricula illustrates the timidity and hypocrisy of the liberal humanities. No education in the Western tradition is complete without Sade. He must be confronted in all his ugliness. Properly read, he is funny. Satirizing Rousseau, point by point, he prefigures the theories of aggression in Darwin, Nietzsche, and Freud. Sade was prosecuted by both conservative and liberal governments and spent 27 years in prison. His books were banned at publication, but rare private editions influenced avant-garde French and English writers throughout the 19th century. Sade's complete surviving works were finally published in reliable form after World War II. French intellectuals embraced him as a poet criminal in the style of Jean Genet, homosexual thief and jailbird. But Sade has made barely a dent on American antisemitic consciousness. It is his violence far more than his sex which is so hard for liberals to accept. For Sade, sex is violence. Violence is the authentic spirit of Mother Nature. Sade is a transitional figure. His aristocratic libertines belong to the 18th century novel of worldliness, like Lacio's Les Liaisons Dangereuses, 1782. But Sade's emphasis upon energy, instinct, and imagination puts him squarely in Romanticism. He is writing in the same decade as Blake, Wordsworth, and Coleridge. Extending Rousseau's idea of sexual identity, Sade makes sex a theater of pagan action. He drives a wedge between sex and emotion. Force, not love, is the law of the universe, the highest pagan truth. Sade's demonic Mother Nature is the bloodiest goddess since Asiatic Cybele. Rousseau revives the Great Mother, but Sade restores her true ferocity. She is Darwin's nature, red in tooth and claw. Simply follow nature, Rousseau declares. Sade, laughing, grimly agrees. Cruelty is natural, he says in Philosophy in the Bedroom, 1795. In Justine, 1791, he calls nature our common mother. Sade's world is ruled by a female titan. No, there is no God. Nature sufficed unto herself, in no wise hath she need of an author. 7. The Great Mother, Sade's supreme female character, begins and ends all. In Sade's sacred rites, libertines flagellate, rape, and castrate their victims, then devour their bodies and drink their blood. Like Aztec priests, they vivisect, extracting the living heart. A product of the elegant French aristocracy, Sade primitivizes his own culture and makes it decadent. He mingles sex acts with assault and mutilation to show the latent brutality of sex. As in Freud, the sex instinct is amoral and egotistical. In Juliet, 1797, answering Rousseau's Julie, Sade says of lust, it demands, it militates, it tyrannizes. Sex is power. Sex and aggression so fused that not only is sex murderous but murder is sexual. A woman declares, "Murder is a branch of erotic activity, one of its extravagances. The human being reaches the final paroxysm of delight only through an access of rage. The orgasm is a burst of violence, a kind of fury, showing nature's intention that behavior during copulation be the same as behavior in anger." 8 Freud says the infant witnessing the primal scene of parental intercourse thinks male is wounding female. Sade corrects Rousseau's map of the past. Rousseau's eroticism was shaped by Sadine's subordination, not Rousseau's tenderness. The flagellated 8-year-old was an initiate into Sadine cult. Sade meshes his case against Rousseau with his case against Christianity. Like Nietzsche, whom he clearly influenced, Sade attacks Christianity's bias for the weak and outcast. By preserving the lowly, Christian pity disrupts the natural order and perverts the natural law. Dominance is the right of the strong. Against Christ and Rousseau, Sade says benevolence and what fools call humaneness have nothing to do with nature, but are the fruit of civilization and fear. The founder of Christianity was some feeble individual, some puny wretch. Sade dismisses Christian charity and Rousseau's equality and fraternity as sentimental delusions. There are no social or moral obligations for the philosopher. He is alone in the universe. 9 Because of his romantic concentration on self, Sade's libertines never permit love or friendship to survive. Loyalty is a temporary pact among criminal co-conspirators. Humanity has no special status in the universe. Sade asks, what is man, and what difference is there between him and other plants? Between him and all the other animals of the world? None. Obviously, this is a classically Dionysian view of man's immersion in organic nature. Judeo-Christianity elevates man above nature, but Sade, like Darwin, assigns him to the animal kingdom, subject to natural force. Vegetable too. Man is soulless, and absolutely material, plant, and mineral. Juliet says, man is in no wise nature's dependent. He is not even her child. He is her froth, her precipitated residue. 10 Rousseau's mother nature as Christian Madonna, lovingly enfolding her infant son. Sade's mother nature as pagan cannibal, her dragon jaws dripping sperm and spittle. Since man has no privileges in Sade's universe, human acts are neither good nor bad intrinsically. From nature's point of view, marital sex is no different from rape. To prove human benevolence, a utopian theory contradicted by reality, Sade assembles a catalogue of atrocities committed by every culture in history, often in the name of religion. His anthropological syncretism, anticipating Fraser's, demonstrates the relativism of sexual and criminal codes. Surprisingly, Sade's abolition of civil and divine law does not lead to anarchy. The libertines establish their own rigorous structures, the natural hierarchy of strong and weak, master and slave. Whether Juliet's sodality of the friends of crime or the vast school for libertinage in 120 Days of Sodom, Sade's libertines organize themselves into autonomous social units. They issue prospectuses and statutes, design formal architectural environments, and herd their victims into erotic classes and subsets. Like colonies of ants, they secrete systems. These things in Sade come from the Apollonian Enlightenment. As a Dionysian sexualist, Sade abolishes the great chain of being, sinking man into the continuum of nature, but he cannot shake off the intellectual hierarchism of his age. The libertine's identity precedes their cooperative clustering for debauchery. Personality in Sade is hard and impermeable, that is, Apollonian. There are no mysteries or ambiguities because nothing is left in the unconscious, whose most perverse fantasies empty into the cold light of consciousness. In Sade, Apollonian personality is plunged into Dionysian sewage but emerges clean and intact. Sade's libertines are often double-sexed. Soft-figured males crave passive sodomy. Dolmensay belongs to a third sex. With his feminine manias, the sodomite was created by nature to diminish or minimize propagation. Sade's heroines are among the most potent women in literature. Sister to Shakespeare's bare-knuckles Cleopatra, Madame de Clairville of Juliet and Madame de Saint-Ange of Philosophy in the Bedroom have extraordinary self-command and aristocratic presence. They match the male libertines in erudition and intellectual force. Clairville, Apollonian, Clearwool, combines Minerva with Venus. Her keen glance is too fiery to withstand. Juliet herself, through her voluminous adventures, 1,193 pages, has a captivating freshness, resilience, and masculine willfulness. Sade's female aggressors have Cleopatra's power of intimidation and attack, but they enact what Cleopatra only imagines. Clairville remarks, torturing males is still my favorite pastime. Juliet admires Clairville at play, when I saw her daubing her cheeks with the victim's blood, tasting it, drinking it, when I saw her bite into his flesh and tear it away with her teeth, when I saw her rub her clitoris on the bleeding wounds she opened in the wretch. Another exploit. The fierce creature opens the abdomen of the boy who has been entrusted to her. She tears out his heart and thrusts it hot into her cunt. Ellipsis. Clairville sent up a howl of pleasure. Juliet, she gasped. Try it. Juliet, try it. There's nothing to equal the sensation. 11 not. Since the Bacchae had there been so direct a transcription of demonic experience, Sade recreates the agony and ecstasy of ancient mystery religion. His female libertines are high priestesses of savage nature, doing her work day and night. Juliet calls herself, manlike in my tastes as in my thinking. 4. Her first crime, sexual assault upon and murder of a woman. Pedestrian, she dons men's clothing, the sign of her burgeoning male will. She turns Rosalind's transvestism into an executioner's masked ball. Norsoy enlists Juliet for transvestite double marriages. Surpassing Nero's. Dressed as a woman, Norsoy marries a man, then, dressed as a man, he marries a catamite dressed as a girl. Juliet, meanwhile, dresses as a man and marries a lesbian. Then dressed as a woman, she marries a lesbian dressed as a man. A sexual maze. The masculinity of Sade's women can be anatomical. Madame de Champville of 120 Days of Sodom and the beautiful nun Madame de Volmar of Juliet have 3-inch clitorises. Madame Durand has an obstructed vagina and a clitoris, as long as a finger, with which she forces sodomy on women and boys. In these ruthless penetrators, Sade creates a freakish new sexual persona, the female active sodomite. Sade and Baudelaire like lesbianism for its aura of the unnatural. The female squanders her reproductive energy upon herself. Sade finds lesbians superior to other women, more original, more intelligent, more agreeable. His lesbian couplings go on constantly all over Europe. The lesbian heroines imitate the ceaseless flux and action of nature. Plucky Juliet contrasts with her goody sister Justine, much as Cleopatra does with shy Octavia. Every disaster and outrage comically befall patient, humble Justine. Virtue fails, vice prospers. I think that Justine is Rousseau and that Juliet is Sade. Virtue is inert and passive, but nature is motion, active. Agitation. 12 in Sade as in Spenser, pure femininity as a vacuum into which nature's energy violently rushes. Nature finally strikes Justine dead with a bolt of lightning. In Sade as in Blake, energy is male. Hence Sade's great heroines are masculinized by their criminal vitality. Sade's libertines retain Apollonian intellect in nature's surging Dionysian flux. Though Sade thinks men no different from plants, his characters contradict him by their long unplant-like speeches. In fact, they never stop talking. Learned disquisitions go on amid orgies, as in Philosophy in the Bedroom, with its rapid seesaw between theory and praxis. Cleopatra's stormy speeches came from Dionysus linked to language, hence the logophilia of Sade's copulators. But there is no Dionysian self-abandonment in Sade. Moderate delirium may occur at orgasm. Madame de Saint-Ange. But words generally sail on through ejaculation. Sade's sexual dissenters seek Dionysian lawlessness and abandon themselves to Dionysian fluids. Physiologic squalor. Theme of Swift's The Ladies' Dressing Room is minutely detailed in 120 Days of Sodom. Here are more excremental interludes than in any other Sade novel, not only coprophagy but lapping up of the most obscure bodily secretions. As in Whitman, identity is expanded and redefined by taking in life's debris. To be sexually aroused by something eccentric, insignificant, or disgusting is a victory of imagination. Sade demonstrates Dionysus' promiscuous all-inclusiveness. He makes licking and sucking mental acts. Without the great chain of being, there is no hierarchic dignity or decorum. Sade's libertines freely wallow in filth and find no humiliation in being flogged or sodomized in public. The excretory voiding of one person into the mouth of another as Dionysian monologue, a pagan oratory. Sade consigns the human body to the realm of Dionysian dismemberments, scorned by Aeschylus Apollo as Chthonian home of the Furies. The tortures invented by the libertines are of the form pulverizing kind I found in Homer and Euripides. The libertines eagerly obliterate the body's formal contours, tearing, piercing, scraping, gouging, maiming, slicing, shredding, burning, melting. Readers' tolerance for Sade's barbaric fantasies will vary. Even I cannot stand many passages, despite my long study of the Chthonian. And, possibly more germane, a college summer as ward secretary of a downtown hospital emergency room. Don't read Sade before lunch. Sade is subjecting the body to Dionysian process, reducing the human to raw matter and feeding it back to rapacious nature. Plutarch calls Dionysus the many. Sadine sex is not democratic, but it always occurs in groups. Private rooms annex the sexual arena of 120 Days of Sodom but seem merely ornamental. The libertines prefer mob frenzy, a Bacchic rout. Dionysus' metamorphoses are in Sade's roiling sex action, inventing sexual personae and molding the body into new shapes. Men take masochistic roles and women rape and torture in order to destroy traditional sexual hierarchy. Paganism is restored and the hermaphroditic world of Roman orgy recreated. Sade wants to create an androgyne as perfect monster, combining as many perverse identities as possible. Sodomized as she rapes her mother, the ingenue Eugenie cheerfully cries, "Here I am, at one stroke incestuous, adulteress, sodomite, and all that in a girl who only lost her maidenhead today, fornicating with her brother, Madame de Saint-Ange is sodomized by Dolmensay, who in turn is being sodomized by the gardener. She declares to Eugenie, 'Behold, my love, behold all that I simultaneously do. Scandal, seduction, bad example, incest, adultery, sodomy.' Eugenie, an initiate into pagan mysteries, is catechized by her preceptress, satirizing Rousseau's progressivist theory of education. Sade concocts roles and experiences with romantic audacity. In 120 Days of Sodom, the President de Kerval explores another variation. In order to combine incest, adultery, sodomy, and sacrilege, he embuggers his married daughter with a host. Sade stirs affronts to the sacred into his stew. Again, a notorious sodomist, in order to commit that crime with those of incest, murder, rape, sacrilege, and adultery, first inserts a host in his ass, then has himself embuggered by his own son, rapes his married daughter, and kills his niece. 13. The Sadine orgiast is intellectual and contortionist. a Laocoon entwined by his proliferating desires. Sade's sexual conglomerations are like answers to a riddle. What is black and white and red all over? He produces them a posteriori, in response to the question, how may I outrage as many conventions as possible? They are prison puzzles worked out by ingenious wit, as in the ritualistic finale of As You Like It, where Rosalind makes herself the solution to a sexual conundrum. But note the difference between Renaissance and Romantic imagination. Rosalind simplifies her superimposed sexual identities to ensure social consolidation and progress. Sade crushes identity upon identity to demolish social structure. Romantic incest, we will see, is a contraction of relationships. Incestuous inbreeding rules Sade's sexual conglomerates. At a Naples revel, Juliet enjoys receiving 3 pricks simultaneously, 2 in the cunt, 1 in the ass. There were several times when everybody forgathered upon a single woman. Thrice did I withstand the weight of that general assault. I was lying upon one man who was embuggering me. Elise, squatting over my face, gave me her pretty little cunt to suck. Another man embuggered her above me, while frigging my cunt. And Raymond was stimulating that man's asshole with her tongue. Within reach of my 2 hands were Olympia to one side, on all fours, Clairville to the other side. I introduced a prick into the asshole of each, and each of them sucked a prick belonging to the 5th and 6th man. The 6 valets, after having discharged 8 times each, were finally received without difficulty. 14. We see a gigantic complex sexual molecule with a female center. It is the writhing octopus of Mother Nature. Sade's multisexed hybrid is like Scylla or Hydra or other Chthonian horrors of Greek myth. Such grotesques in Spencer and Blake are always negative, but not in Sade, who substitutes sexual for social relations. His libertines swarm together in mutually exploitative units, then break apart into hostile atomies. Multiplication, addition, division. Sade perverts the Enlightenment's Apollonian mathematic, a schoolmaster's voice. If 6 valets discharge 8 times each, how many valets does it take to? One of Sade's most outlandish conjunctions occurs in a convent in Bologna. Juliet makes the unforgettable remark, the Bolognese nun possesses the art of cunt sucking in a higher degree than any other female on the European continent. Sade parodies Diderot's magisterial style, investigating, comparing, concluding. Delicious creatures, I shall ever sing your memory. It was there, my friends, that I executed what Italian women call the rosary. All fitted out with dildos and gathered in a great hall. We would thread ourselves one to the next, there would be 100 on the chain. Through those who were tall it ran by the cunt, by the ass through those who were short. An elder was placed at each novena. They were the paternoster beads and had the right to speak. They gave the signal for discharges, directed the movements and evolutions, and presided in general over the order of those unusual orgies. 15. 100 nuns linked by dildos. The style of Busby Berkeley or the Radio City Rockettes. The Holy Rosary becomes the primeval Ouroboros, a vicious circle. Human connectedness is sexually literalized. The orgiast nuns are like a polysyllabic Greek or German noun, spawning prefixes and suffixes and hyphenated by dildos. As a man of the Enlightenment, Sade organizes Dionysian experience into Apollonian patterns, punctuated by hierarchical speech. Sade's Dionysian modes are multiplicity and metamorphosis. Dolmensay urges Eugenie to multiply those excesses even to beyond the possible, a romantic formulation. An abbess tells Juliet, variety, multiplicity are the 2 most powerful vehicles of lust. Madame de Saint-Ange explains the boudoir's many mirrors, by repeating our attitudes and postures in 1,000 different ways. They infinitely multiply those same pleasures for the person seated here upon this ottoman. Thus everything is visible, no part of the body can remain hidden. Everything must be seen. Madame de Saint-Ange as voyeur and cubist, dividing the body into parts spread across a single screen of vision. In Sade, the aggressive Apollonian eye never loses its power. He creates a night of morality but never of sight. Norsoi, echoing Ovid, counsels wives, metamorphose yourselves. Assume many roles, play at this sex and that. 16. Dionysian metamorphosis is obvious in the transvestite and transsexual episodes. A roue wants to be spanked by a man got up as a girl, a masculine flagellatrice called she. The Dieu de Blangus, kissing a boy, is suddenly sodomized, virtually without noticing it. He changed sex. Transsexual operations are brutally improvised. After having sheared off the boy's prick and balls, using a red-hot iron he hollows out a cunt in the place formerly occupied by his genitals. The iron makes the hole and cauterizes simultaneously. He fucks the patient's new orifice and strangles him with his hands upon discharging. The libertines practice demonic medicine. Another transsexual experiment, with organ transplants. A sodomist rips the intestines from a young boy and a young girl, puts the boys into the girl, inserts the girls into the boy's body, stitches up the incisions, ties them back to a pillar which supports them both, and he watches them perish. 17. Remember, these are ideas, not acts. Sade isolates the aggression in the Western scientific mind, and he demonstrates my constant theme, the sexual character of Western seeing. Sade plays Darwinian Mother Nature, mutating gender and cross-fertilizing with heavy hands. Like her, he makes manure and loam out of humanity. So identity in Sade, as in Romanticism, comes not from society but from the demonized self. But Sade differs from the more passive Romantics, except Blake, in making identity arise from action. For libertine and victim alike, one originates an act, and the other suffers it. The context of Sadine identity is dramaturgical. There are always tableaus and dramatic spectacles of interlaced bodies, of which people make witty aesthetic judgments. Theatricality is blatant in modern sadomasochism, with its costumes, stage props, and scripts. Sadomasochism, I suggested, is a symptom of cultural thirst for hierarchy. Religion is misguided when it relaxes its ritualism. The imagination longs for subordination and will seek it elsewhere. Sade, a philosophy casting the church out of his universe, ends by making sex a new religion. His lavish sexual ritualism dramatizes the natural hierarchism of sex, a hierarchism having nothing to do with social custom, for women can be masters and men slaves. Sadomasochism is coldly formal, a condensed expression of the biologic structure of sex experience. In every orgasm there is domination or surrender, open at all times to both sexes, in groups, pairs, or alone. Richard Tristman remarked to me, all sexuality entails some degree of theater. Sex contains an element of the abstract and transpersonal, which only sadomasochism forthrightly acknowledges. Tristman continued, all sexual relations involve relations of dominance. The desire for equality in women is probably an attenuated expression of the desire to dominate. Hailed in the 60s as a sexual liberator, Sade is actually the most scholarly documenter of sex's subjection to hierarchical orders. The theatricality of Sade's libertines comes from their clarity of consciousness. Daydreaming or introspection is unneeded in a world where realization immediately follows desire. The libertines are like Roman emperors in wealth and power, two things, as Sade observes, which give absolute sexual control over others. Like Blake, Sade exalts romantic imagination, the source of wish and therefore fulfillment. The imagination's fire must set the furnace of the senses alight. Free imagination is able to forge to weave, to create new fantasies. Juliet declares, the imagination is the only cradle where pleasures are born. Without it, all that remains is the physical act, dull, gross, and brutish. 18 Sade's biggest erogenous zone is the mind. His works, like Janet's, are autoerotic prison dreams creating a perverse universe of new sensations and sexes. Sade is the cosmogonic capera, eternally renewing his lust. Masturbation as his motivating principle. In 120 Days of Sodom, with its Decameron-like format, the compulsion to find fresh sexual rituals to stimulate orgasm appears in the numbered lists of the final sections, still in draft when the manuscript disappeared in the storming of the Bastille. Sade invents an astonishing series of short sexual scripts isolating the drama of subordination. Fantasies stripped down to their skeletal hierarchical structure. Each has a date and number. The lists are part journal, saint's calendar, epic catalogue, Apollonian calculus. We may sense the eroticism in this, even if we fail to share its appeal. The 22nd of December, 109. He rubs a naked girl with honey, then binds her to a column and releases upon her a swarm of large flies. Saint Sebastian becomes the seething hive of Ephesian Mother Nature. Other scenarios are more puzzling. Has her run naked about a garden at night. The season is winter, the weather freezing. Here and there are stretched cords upon which she trips and falls. Or he holds the girl by the ears and walks her around the room, discharging as he parades with her. The imagery is of malice and sabotage, hunt and trophy. The girl is a flayed coney run to earth. Sade's scripts can be disarmingly mild. Has a woman with beautiful hair brought to him, saying he simply wishes to examine her hair, but he cuts it off very traitorously and discharges upon seeing her melt into tears and bewail her misfortune, at which he laughs immoderately. 19. This is Spencerian Mask, a public spectacle eroticized by juxtaposing feminine vulnerability with icy, lustful hierarchic power. Sade's precision gives his fantasies a comic gratuitousness. He pulls out her teeth and scratches her gums with needles. Sometimes, he heats the needles. Hot needles are the least of her problems. Sade's self-satirizing decadent style belongs to an 18th century fin de siècle. There are Swiftian sallies. The 17th of February 90. A bugger cooks up a little girl in a double boiler. The pot gleams with recipe like professionalism. My favorite recalls Alice introduced to the plum pudding. He binds the girl belly down upon a dining table and eats a piping hot omelette served upon her buttocks. He uses an exceedingly sharp fork. 20 heated needles, double boiler, ticklish times. The eye is drawn in by increasing specificity of detail until we find ourselves poring over a grotesque scene with scientific absorption. Sade's epicene wit allies him with Lewis Carroll and Oscar Wilde. The lists of 120 Days of Sodom are like a roster of outrageous Wildean epigrams. The theater director of 120 Days of Sodom is male, but in Sade's work as a whole, females are not more abused than males. Sade and Blake grant women the sexual freedom of men. Though he honors his great female libertines, Sade detests procreative woman. Pregnant women are tortured, forced to abort, or crushed together on iron wheels. Madame de Saint-Ange tells Eugenie, I declare to you, I hold generation in such horror I should cease to be your friend the instant you were to become pregnant. Madame Delbene urges Juliet, do not breed. A statute of the sodality of the friends of crime is true. Libertinage abhors progeniture. The three major figures of philosophy in the bedroom detest their mothers. The novella ends in a ritualistic assault upon a mother, Madame de Mistival, who comes to rescue her daughter Eugenie from her corruptors. Instead, Mistival is raped, flogged, and infected vaginally and anally by a syphilitic valet. Then, Vagina and rectum are sewn up with a heavy red waxed thread. 21. Needlework torture occurs elsewhere in Sade, but nowhere so emphatically. Only here is the thread red, hinting at the arterial and umbilical. The scene looks forward to Heisman's archetypal dream of Mother Nature, where female genitalia turn into syphilitic flour. Sade is seeking a female equivalent to castration. How does one desex a woman without dismembering and therefore killing her? In 120 Days of Sodom, the Duc de Blangus attempts such an operation, disordering a woman's entrails by piercing the vaginal, intestinal, and gastric walls. But in Philosophy in the Bedroom, Sade wants to androgynize the procreative female and send her back into the world. In Humiliating Sterility, similar symbolic action was at work in Jack the Ripper's extraction and public nailing up of the uterus of his victims. I suspect Sade is a bit vague about female sexual anatomy. Otherwise, he would surely have splattered such impromptu hysterectomies all over his work. Mutilation of female genitals, reported to this day throughout the world, descends from ancient perceptions of the uncanniness of female fertility. Jung says, occasionally it still happens that the natives in the bush kill a woman and take out her uterus, in order to make use of this organ in magical rites. 22 Such things arise not from social prejudice but from legitimate fear of woman's alliance with Chthonian nature. The female body is often ridiculed in Sade. 2 Effeminate, homosexual minions strip Justine and laugh uproariously at her genitals. Nothing nastier than that hole. A man in Juliet calls female genitals an unclean, fetid gulf. The female bosom is lustfully admired by Sade's lesbians, but it leaves many males cold. In 120 Days of Sodom, a priapic gentleman rebukes Madame de Clos. Devil, take those damned tits of yours, he cried. Who asked you for tits? That's what I can't bear about these creatures, every single impudent one of them is wild to show you her miserable bubs. 23 Breasts often appear only to be flailed and cut to ribbons, or in one case severed and fried on a griddle. But before we condemn Sade, think of Tiepolo's painting, The Martyrdom of Saint Agatha, 1750. The saint ecstatically expires, eyes raised to heaven, while her bloody, amputated breasts are collected for us by an insouciant page boy, hefting a silver platter. Are we expected to vomit or eat? For 2,000 years, the torture of martyred saints, as well as of Christ, has filled Western imagination with sadomasochistic reverie. Adolescent Yukio Mishima had his first orgasm upon seeing a copy of Guido Reni's Street Sebastian. The sex and violence in Christian iconography are an eruption of pagan mystery religion, of which Christianity is a development. Sade believes the female body less beautiful than the male. Compare a naked man and woman. You will be obliged to conclude that woman is simply man in an extraordinarily degraded form. 24. Like Michelangelo, Sade admires muscular articulation, the Blaken correlate of his romantic energy. De Beauvoir and Barthes connect Sade's devaluation of the female body to his homosexual craving for sodomy. 25 But sexual symbolism is greater than private habits. Sodomy is Sade's rational protest against relentlessly overabundant procreative nature. Dog-style heterosexual copulation, a staple of current pornography, represents the animality and impersonality of sex experience. When face is averted from face, emotion and society are annihilated. Remember the masked face of the Venus of Willendorf. The zippered leather mask of modern sadomasochistic gear covers the whole head and primitivizes the personality. Sodomy's ritual significance appears in a myth recorded by Clement of Alexandria. As a reward for directions to the underworld, Dionysus promises to sodomize Prochemnos, but when the god returns, Prochemnos is dead. To fulfill his vow, Dionysus anally penetrates the corpse with a branch carved like a penis. Sodomy is imagined as ritual entrance to the underworld, symbolized by man's bowels. The ritual sex acts of ancient earth cult were meant to stimulate nature's fertility. Sodomy in Sade blocks the procreative. Like Blake, Sade brings the Great Mother into being as an act of hostility. The campaign against Madame de Mistival begins with Dolmansay's proclamation, "We owe absolutely nothing to our mothers." After Harold Bloom's study of male poetic strife in The Anxiety of Influence, it is impossible to read such a statement without hearing its real meaning. We owe absolutely everything to our mothers. Sade's works ritualize sex on a gigantic scale. If a ritual relieves anxiety, Sade's sadomasochistic inventions are modes of distancing by which male imagination tries to free itself from female origins. Again, there are parallels with Blake. Jane Harrison says, "Man cannot escape being born of woman, but he can, and if he is wise, will, as soon as he comes to manhood, perform ceremonies of riddance and purgation." 26 Sade's obsessive sodomy as a ritual of riddance to evade maternal power. Hence Sade alternately celebrates and reviles woman. He gives his intellectual female libertines another male prerogative, in defiance of reality. The passion for sexual atrocities. Anyone can see, just by reading the newspaper, that men commit sex crimes and women do not. The feminist idea that sexual violence is caused by the social denigration of women is disproved by the many cases of homosexual torture and rape murder of boys by the dozen. Sex crimes arise less from environmental conditioning than from a failure of socialization. Mutilating crimes by women are extremely rare. There are the Papine sisters, whose massacre of their employers inspired Janet's the maids. After that we are at a loss, driven as far back as axe-wielding Lizzie Borden, who may have gotten a raw deal. As for what Sade calls lust murder, or venereal murder, homicide that stimulates orgasm or as a substitute for it, I beg for female nominees. One of history's most intriguing women, Hungarian Countess Erzsébet Báthory, 1560–1614, the prototypical lesbian vampire of horror films, may have been sexually aroused in her torture and murder of 610 maidens, but rumor reports only that she bathed in their blood to preserve her youth. As Freud says, women show little need to degrade the sexual object. 27. Serial or sex murder, like fetishism, is a perversion of male intelligence. It is a criminal abstraction, masculine in its deranged egotism and orderliness. It is the asocial equivalent of philosophy, mathematics, and music. There is no female Mozart because there is no female Jack the Ripper. Sade has spectacularly enlarged female character. The barbarism of Madame de Clairville, orgasmic ally, rending her victims limb from limb, is the sign of her greater conceptual power. Sade's female sex criminals are Belles Dames sans merci of early Romanticism. The romantic femmes fatales will be silent, nocturnal, lit by their own demonic animal eye. But Sade's women, inveterate talkers, retain the clear Apollonian solar eye of Western intellect. Sade's enormous influence upon decadent late Romanticism has not been fully studied. His importance is demonstrated by Mario Praz in The Shadow of the Divine Marquis, in The Romantic Agony, 1933, a major book shunned by most critics as simplistic and sensational. Baudelaire and Swinburne stress their debt to Sade, who prefigures decadent sensibility in several ways. He finds beauty in the horrible and revolting. Like the Roman emperors, he juxtaposes artificiality and sophistication with Chthonian barbarism. His libertines are indifferent to everything simple and commonplace. A decadent phrase. 28. The libertines are always self-immured. A decadent claustrophobia. We will find a parallel in the imprisoned spaces of the Gothic novel, which reach the decadence through Poe. Sade's corpse-strewn sexual arenas resemble the Gothic morgue. These heaps of rotting matter are the accumulated objects of nature. and society which I see oppressing romantic imagination. 9. Amazons, mothers, ghosts. Goethe to Gothic. The young Goethe, a disciple of Rousseau, begins German literary self-consciousness in a welter of sexual ambiguities. Like Sade, Goethe is a transitional figure, half classic, half romantic. A new Renaissance man, he sought mastery of all arts and sciences. By the end of his long life he was the cultural leader of Europe, as Voltaire had been in the 18th century. Biography long ago established Goethe's sexual eccentricities and amoral titanism of will. But too much of the vast scholarship on Goethe's poems, plays, and novels is stultifyingly dull, paralyzed by reverence. No other writer of this rank suffers so gaping a rift between biography and criticism. Goethe's novella The Sorrows of Young Werther, 1774, gave the Sturm und Drang school, with its Rousseauist sensibility, and international impact. Werther, to whom Goethe gives his own birthday, is Rousseau's emotional feminized male, pale, melancholy, tearful. He is the moody double-sexed adolescent first documented by Shakespeare. Romantic adolescence has spiritual superiority. 4. Werther, childhood is beautiful and pure, while masculine adulthood is sordid and debased, so refusing to grow up as noble. Werther clings to his feminine mood states to defeat time and gender. The Sorrows of Young Werther ends in the hero's suicide, which started a vogue for real suicides throughout Europe. This was the first salvo of romantic youth cult to return in our own frenetic 1960s. I attribute these suicides to the shift in sexual personae at the close of the 18th century. Theodore Faithfull says in another context, dreams of self-destruction, and probably many cases of suicide, are desires or attempts on the part of narcissistic individuals to give themselves a new birth by sexually attacking themselves and thus bringing about self-fertilization. One Werther-style suicide had an aggressive autoeroticism, glamorizing an act that the Church condemns as the gravest sin. Werther's Rousseauist emotionalism is self-dissolving. My powers of expression are weak and everything is so hazy in my mind that all contours seem to elude me. To the Enlightenment's sharp Apollonian lines disappear in Dionysian mist. Werther is like Shakespeare's suicidal Antony, whose identity shifts like clouds. The Sorrows of Young Werther demonstrates how Rousseauist sensibility acted as an alchemic bath, hermaphrodizing the European male persona in emotional fluidity. Like Rousseau, Werther worships the Earth Mother, in whose lap he dies. His suicide is strongly ritualistic. The pistols must pass through the demonizing hands of Lot, a pleasant maiden whom Werther turns into a romantic femme fatale. Goethe said the novel came from the decision to let my inner self rule me at will, and to let outside events penetrate. 3. In romantic creativity, the male waits in spiritual passivity, acted upon by internal and external forces. The feminized inner self is the muse who becomes increasingly ferocious as romanticism goes on. Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, 1796, is a tangle of sexual problematics. Goethe's novel begins the tradition of the Bildungsroman, or novel of education, the story of a young man's development. Modeled on Rousseau's Confessions, a feminized male is the center of The Sorrows of Young Werther, but Wilhelm Meister is dominated by masculine women. The novel opens with transvestism. An actress steps off stage in male military dress, with sword. She refuses to change clothes, since she has a rendezvous with Wilhelm Meister, whom Goethe called his dramatic likeness. Like Balzac's Sarracine and Wilde's Dorian Gray, Wilhelm has fallen in love with a stage persona, whose red uniform he clasps with fetishistic rapture. 4. Female transvestism is everywhere in Wilhelm Meister, from Tasso's warrior Clorinda to women disguising themselves as pages and hunter boys. The novel has a mysterious Amazon, who finds Wilhelm lying wounded by bandits. The shape of the radiant angel is concealed by a man's white greatcoat, which she ritualistically lays upon him. This light-shedding Apollonian androgyne, suddenly appearing in a forest, resembles Spenser's Amazon huntress Belphoebe, whose roots are in Ariosto and Tasso. Wilhelm becomes obsessed with her, replaying her epiphany in his dreams. When she becomes a real and intelligent person at novel's end, the Amazon loses her glamour. This pattern of declension is common in works with sexually ambiguous themes, like Virginia Woolf's Orlando and Mrs. Dalloway. The Amazon's magnetism comes only from her mystical androgyny. Wilhelm Meister's transvestism is so pronounced that the hero mistakes a real soldier for a woman. Another actress carries a dagger, the faithful friend, which is her totemic male self. She kisses it and tucks it in her bosom or whips it around, cutting Wilhelm. Wilhelm Meister is not as feminine as Werther, but Goethe swamps him sexually by surrounding him with viragos and transvestites. Wilhelm speaks for his creator in saying that the novel hero must suffer, while the dramatic hero should act and achieve. 5 Even in action, like Werther's suicide, Goethe's novel heroes seek self-subordination. Goethe hastens the evolution of Rousseauist sensibility into romantic masochism. The star transvestite of Wilhelm Meister is Mignon, whom Georg Lukács calls the very embodiment of the romantic spirit, and Victor Lang the most exquisite embodiment of romantic lyricism. 6 When Wilhelm first sees her, the adolescent Mignon is in male dress, and he cannot guess her gender. She is an enigma, with a magical fascination for him. Her name has erotic associations. The French mignon, whence our mignon, means favorite, or darling, in female prostitution and male homosexuality. Although she is in the novel's earliest manuscript, Mignon resembles a boyish Venetian acrobat whom Goethe saw in Italy in 1790. Neither male nor female, Mignon is fanatical about her transvestism. She passionately rejects female clothing. I am a boy, I will be no girl. 7 After playing an angel in a pageant, she refuses to surrender her seraph's robe. 2 dozen pages later, she is dead, after becoming more and more attenuated and etherealized as a character. She loses vital energy when she abandons male clothing. At the funeral, her body is laid out in her winged angel's costume. The service is a masque, with recitations by boys in Apollonian azure and silver. Mignon conforms to 2 categories of the androgyne. She is the beautiful boy, the Apollonian angel, but she is also a negative or afflicted Mercurius, the volatile shapeshifter. Mignon's early death is foreshadowed in her unnatural excitation. When Wilhelm meets her, she darted like lightning through the door. She never walked up or down the stairs, but jumped. She would spring along by the railing, and before you were aware, would be sitting quietly above upon the landing. She dances, lightly, nimbly, quickly. Mignon sounds like Shakespeare's antic Ariel, but there is something disturbingly pathological in her energy. She has palpitations and fits, a worsening spasmodic vivacity, or restless stillness. She constantly twists or chews thread, napkins, paper, as if to drain some inward violent commotion. She is alarmingly frantic with gaiety, hair flying. She raves and capers like a maenad. 8 Mignon finally falls dead from a heart spasm. The Dionysian Mercurius dances herself to death. In her emotional purity and intensity, Mignon is an early version of Faust's Euphorion, the symbol of poetry modeled on Byron. Euphorion too is agitated and volatile, but Mignon is more feverish and hysterical. I call her Goethe's euphoria, after the uncontrollable up phase of manic depression. Shakespeare's Rosalind is the perfected Mercurius of mercurial wit and multiple personae. The afflicted Mercurius is like Byron's mistress, Lady Caroline Lamb, sometimes appearing in page boy or other male dress, Lady Caroline was notorious for her mad nervous energy and exhibitionistic pranks. She smashed china in her rages. She was publicly self-destructive, as when, jealous of Byron, she shattered a wineglass in her hands. Byron called her Little Mania. Dangerous to herself and others, she died prematurely, like Mignon. Lady Caroline was androgynous in her willfulness, transvestism, and adolescent body type. Her excessive thinness went against contemporary fashion. Besieged by her after his ardor had cooled, Byron declared, "I am haunted by a skeleton." Though Mignon is more innocent than the calculating Lady Caroline Lamb, the two have the same hyperactivity and spasmodic tension. In her mobile charm, Mignon is like Tolstoy's mischievous Natasha, who appears once in War and Peace in a mustache. In Rosalind as Mercurius, language is developed to its maximum. But Mignon is a Mercurius of silence. Often for the whole day she was mute. 9 Even from childhood, she could not express herself with words. This muteness is Mignon's Apollonian side, which she shares with Spencer's Belphoebe, with her broken sentences, Melville's stammering Billy Budd, and Thomas Mann's dreamy Tadzio. Another afflicted Mercurius, Edie Sedgwick, the short-lived blonde socialite, and Andy Warhol superstar who, like Lady Caroline, was childish, boyish, angelic, monstrous, and self-destructive, constantly dancing or setting her bed and hotel afire. Next, the affected aspiring actress, Gloria Barbara Steele, in Fellini's 8½, wearing out her aging lover by her madcap dancing, poetic raptures, and hysterical mood swings. Not until the end of Wilhelm Meister do we learn that Mignon was born of the incest of brother and sister. Incest, defended here, is to become the paradigm of romantic sexuality. Mignon's parents mentally deteriorate. An apparition appears, a beautiful boy, standing at the foot of their bed and holding a bare knife. 10 This avenging angel of the guilt-ridden unconscious prefigures the doomed transvestite Mignon, stationed at the bed of sin. The boy spirit is like Rosalind's double, Hymen, the hovering marriage idea. Mignon's death is analogous to the Amazon's loss of glamour when she regains her social identity. Like As You Like It and Twelfth Night, Wilhelm Meister consigns the romance of transvestism to spiritual adolescence. Wilhelm enters maturity by renouncing the theater arena of impersonations. For Wilhelm to advance from apprentice to master of life, the novel must sacrifice his inseparable companion, Mignon. She is an externalization of his double-sexed adolescence. Her death is equivalent to Rosalind and Viola killing off Ganymede and Cesario, the transvestite heroine's male alter egos. Wilhelm's new concern for permanence and continuity comes from Goethe's neoclassic side. Wilhelm becomes father and citizen. Like Empress Platina, he rejects multiple personae for the stable, unitary persona that is the basis of civic order. Like Shakespeare's transvestite comedies, surely Goethe's inspiration, Wilhelm Meister ends with the setting aside of masquerades and the rediverting of psychic energy into society. Goethe's Mignon had a long and unacknowledged influence on 19th-century literature. I think she is the source, ultimately forgotten, of a series of romantic and late romantic androgynes. An untranslated and now obscure work, Henri de Latouche's Fragoletta, 1829, takes up Wilhelm Meister's motif of female transvestism and transmits it to two writers strongly influenced by Latouche, Balzac, and Gautier. Gautier's Mademoiselle de Maupin, inspired by Fragoletta, becomes the first Bible of the French and English decadence. In the manuscript of Wilhelm Meister's apprenticeship, found early this century, Mignon's sexual ambiguity went beyond transvestism. Goethe calls her sometimes she, sometimes he, a witty subtlety. Suppressed in earlier editions, including Thomas Carlyle's Still Sold translation, because it was thought an error. In the sequel, Wilhelm Meister's Travels, Goethe calls mignon, boy-girl, and pseudo-boy. Mignon should be credited to Shakespeare's enduring continental influence. Gautier rejoins the female transvestite to her source in As You Like It, performed by his characters as a mime of their own. Gender confusion. In the Venetian epigrams, ancestor of man's death in Venice, Goethe celebrates the mignon-like acrobat, Bettina. He accepts as his own his novel hero's fascination with the perverse. Goethe sees Bettina as an incarnation of the beautiful boys or cherubim of Italian Renaissance painting. Epigram 36. He compares her to Ganymede, whom he as king of the gods covets. 38. Performing, Bettina plunges the admiring observer into dreamlike uncertainty and doubt. Everything hovers in space in unstable form. So Bettina confuses us, twisting her beautiful limbs. 41.11 Bettina is sexually and morphologically ambiguous. Her acrobatic dexterity makes Goethe question her species. She is mollusk, fish, reptile, bird, human. Angel. 37. Mobile Bettina represents both Apollonian ideal beauty and Dionysian metamorphosis. She violates all categories. One of the Venetian epigrams suppressed because of their frank sexual content is about Bettina. What worries me most is that Bettina grows always more skillful, always more supple, becomes every joint in her frame. At last she'll bring her little tongue into her dainty slit. She'll play with her charming self, lose all interest in men. 34.12 Goethe the voyeur imagines Bettina acrobatically masturbating, like Catullus autofillating sleazebag, Gellius. Bettina becomes a romantic circle of incest and narcissism. She is the Ouroboros devouring itself, or the Egyptian sky goddess arching backwards. She is sexually complete and self-embowered, like Blake's autoerotic, sick rose. Visually, she resembles Blake's engravings of solipsistically contorted figures. Goethe invents an autonomous, rapacious female sexuality. He is merely a spectator at a pagan ritual. Man is on the periphery, woman at the center. In the next epigram, Goethe predicts Bettina's first lover will find her acrobatics have torn her hymen. She has, in other words, the masculine power to deflower herself. Bettina is hardier and uncannier than Mignon. Her serpentine limbs slink into and bind Goethe's strange sexual imagination. In her flaunting exhibitionism, she is like baby Mother Nature at play. Faust. Goethe's contribution to world literature joins the Renaissance to Romanticism. Not since Hamlet, which influenced this play, had there been so searching an analysis of the moral and sexual ambiguities of Western consciousness. The historical Dr. Faustus was an unscrupulous magician denounced by his contemporary, Martin Luther. The first Faust book, 1587, condemning Faust for his intellectual hybris, shows Protestantism awakened against the dangers of Renaissance paganism. Goethe expands the sexual commentary in the Faust story. The Western mind is seen as sex and power, striving against God and nature. Don Juan and Faust are the most characteristic myths of the post-classical West. They represent dominance, aggression, the will to power, all the imperial ambitions of paganism that Christianity has never been able to defeat. Faust as Goethe, the artist as Magus, just as Mephistopheles is Goethe, the artist as enemy of God. As a Renaissance alchemist, Faust seeks the secrets of nature. What Goethe has added to the story is the seduction theme, borrowed from Don Juan and Casanova. In Marlowe's Dr. Faustus, 1593, Helen of Troy, summoned for Faust's delectation, is a majestic love goddess. Goethe's Ophelia-like Gretchen, on the other hand, is the humble handmaiden in a saga of lust, violation, guilt, and remorse. Goethe makes an analogy between the exploitation of women by men and the exploitation of nature by the self-infatuated Western mind. Here Goethe parallels Blake, who is the first to protest against the industrial corruption and pollution of Green England. Faust shows sex as a mode of Western knowledge and control. Gretchen, the lamb-like feminine innocent, is physically and morally ruined, ending in infanticide. Her illicit intercourse with Faust implants her with Western aggression. Seduction as an intellectual game. It is the invasion of one hierarchy by another. By creating sacred spaces apart from nature, the West invites their despoilment. Like Spencer's Florimel, Gretchen induces destruction by her own passivity and defenselessness. Goethe exalts the feminine principle and makes Gretchen a redeemed martyr, but like all great artists he is ambivalent toward his own moral constructions. Faust in league with Mephistopheles as Goethe yielding to his own cannibal impulses. The West's will to power has created our perverse dynamics of willing. The rapist says, she wanted it, she asked for it. This conviction is produced by the separation and tension between sexual personae. She who may or may not ask for it is a real person, with a sharp identity. The defeat of her will is part of the thrill of seduction. Or rape. Coercion requires free will, in both homosexual and heterosexual acts. Faust's seduction of Gretchen as intrusion, trespass, criminal entry into posted space. This is one of the West's premier sexual tropes, intensified by our categorizations and hierarchic rankings. In classical antiquity, immoderate lust was priapism, which was, like drunkenness, the fault of fools and satyrs. Christianity's animus against sex and its stark polarity of good versus evil intellectualized lust and raised its significance. Lust as a crossing of the gap between Western sexual personae. Lust sharpens the aggressive, predatory Western eye, making it prelude and coda of touch. Faust and Mephistopheles, watching, are voyeurs at Gretchen's stalking, capture, soiling, and imprisonment. Faust, a play with an alchemist hero, has a diffuse alchemical form. It has two parts, a multitude of episodes, and a crowd of minor characters. It combines classical with Christian culture. It mixes tragedy with comedy, epic with lyric, ideal beauty with the grotesque and obscene. Gretchen is naive sentiment, Mephistopheles cynical sophistication. Faust is caught in the middle, like all mankind. Faust has a variety of sexual personae, more than any other work of major literature. Goethe inserts romantic androgynes into the traditional Faust story. Faust's acquisitive Western intellect is invaded by hybrid sexual forms, bursting out of the alchemic unconscious. All of Faust is a Walpurgisnacht, a return of the occult. The witch revel episode, Goethe's edition, is a pagan encroachment upon a Christian drama. Goethe identified imagination with the demonic. He repeatedly spoke of demonic assaults upon gifted men. Faust is structurally amorphous because it is demon-haunted. The play itself suffers Dionysian fluctuations. Metamorphosis was the master principle of Goethe's speculations in science and art. Critics comment on his inability or refusal to finish anything. All Goethe's stories, even Werther and Wilhelm Meister, were to continue in sequels. As a drama, Faust breaks Aristotle's and Racine's Apollonian rules. It is restless, volatile, glutted with magic epiphanies and contradictory emotional textures. The two characters in Faust symbolizing poetry are double-sexed. The girlish boy charioteer is fancily decked out with jewels and tinsel. Euphorion, Faust and Helen's son, is a classic beautiful boy. Part Apollo, part Icarus. He wears feminine adornments of Asiatic opulence. Like Homer's Athena, he is the androgyne as symbol of human intelligence. Poetry, Goethe implies, attains universality by a fusion of genders. To be transsexual in appeal, art must be bisexual in origin. Euphorion is short-lived because he represents romantic lyricism, which burns hot and fast. Goethe joins the vernality of the Greek beautiful boy to the true facts of English Romanticism, whose second generation of poets died glamorously young. The Adonis-like Paris is a maturer Euphorion. Goethe's Paris is even more effeminate than Homer's. Goethe suggests that femininity in a male alienates men but arouses women. Thus the unmanly Paris won the most beautiful woman in the world. Other examples of the languid boudoir manner are Byron's Don Juan and George Hamilton, Hollywood's most popular escort of famous women. The man discreetly attending women becomes a misty mirror of their femininity. There are two sex changes in Faust. Mephistopheles slips into the shape of female Phorkys, now a smooth courtier. Mephistopheles can call on Chthonian metamorphosis at will, the realm he came from when he began his interventionist career as a serpent trailing after a woman. The second example occurs at a carnival, where the scraggy one, a parody Tiresias, identifies himself as a miser whose sex has waned from female to male. Like Dante and Spenser, Goethe identifies the female principle with emotional generosity. The scraggy one as a gargoyle, spiritually contracted, the androgyne as moral monstrosity. An alchemical experiment is performed in the second part of Faust. Homunculus, a fabricated being, hovers in its glass retort, a self-propelled bubble. Goethe considered giving Homunculus a homuncula as a mate, but his efforts to bring them together failed. Presumably Homunculus, as double-sexed as the alchemic Rebus, rebuffed a wife as redundant. Faust shows the creative process as alchemic, the glass jar as the lucid self-contained world of art, harboring both beauty and deformity. As a creative symbol, Homunculus is goblin twin to Euphorion and the boy charioteer. As a specimen of bioengineering, Homunculus anticipates Mary Shelley's creature in Frankenstein and her husband's hermaphrodite in The Witch of Atlas. Manufacture becomes a metaphor for the aggressions of romantic imagination. Faust's most imposing androgynes occupy an eerie netherworld, beyond space and time. Mephistopheles, uneasy, calls them the mothers. They are blind goddesses in a murky barren zone lit by a glowing Delphic tripod. The mothers are Greek fates combined with Plato's eternal forms. Formation, transformation, eternal minds, eternal recreation. 13 Mephistopheles takes Faust to the omphalos of the universe, a female heart of darkness. The mothers are nature's brute force of metamorphosis. Their creative solipsism is a demonized version of Bettina's autoerotic circularity. Faust's descent to the underworld shows past, present, and future. The realm of the mothers is repressed pagan nature, which Enlightenment science failed to illuminate. Romanticism reverses the moral values of day and night. Mephistopheles himself hails from Mother Night, Clytemnestra's home. Certain Cretan nymphs were called the mothers, mentioned by Diodorus Siculus as the Cretan nurses of Zeus. 14 Goethe's familiarity with classical arcana is shown by his use of the name Babo for one of Faust's witches. Babo is an ancient totem of ritual exhibitionism, raising her skirt to show her genitals. Goethe's goddesses are the Great Mother cloning herself, as profuse as the many breasts of Ephesian Artemis or the thousand names of Isis. The mother's multiplicity is sinister and suffocating. They flock like sirens, or harpies, but they are far vaster in power. Goethe's maternal limbo is unparalleled, though it takes its tone from the witch scenes of Macbeth. In modern times, even when the Great Mother is treated sympathetically, as she is by Joyce and Woolf, she controls only green nature, not this gloomy Stygian cavern with which Western myth associates swarthy male hierarchs. Emptiness and barrenness are usually produced by a flight from the maternal, as in the refusal to mourn the dead mother in Camus' The Stranger or in the horror of the mucoid object world in Sartre's Nausea. Wasteland vision denies or suppresses the mother. In Faust, however, barrenness and fertility are creepily simultaneous. Goethe honors female power, but he sees it blocking everything. All roads lead to maternal darkness. The mothers appear in Faust when the hero tries to materialize the spirit of Helen. Adult love is overshadowed by maternal claims to priority. The male struggles through his sexual stages, returning to the mother even when he thinks himself most free of her. Faust finds his way to the mothers with a key that phallically swells. When key and tripod touch, they stick. Now Faust is able to conjure up alluring Helen. If the mother realm is the unconscious, key and vulval tripod are the self-fecundation of imagination. The mothers as eternal forms, Gestalten, are the archetypes tapped by the artist in his quest for ideal beauty, the elusive Helen. The male artist descending to the mothers makes a journey to terra incognita, his own repressed feminine side, where his mother still dwells. In Key Drawn to Tripod, Goethe shows the ambivalent compulsions of sexual intercourse. Every male copulating with a woman returns to his origins in the womb. Goethe postponed intercourse until he was 40. This must be related to his self-imposed distance from his forceful mother. To refuse phallic penetration is to refuse surrender to the female matrix. Goethe was at least 72 when he wrote the mother's episode. Therefore it represents a confrontation and perhaps reconciliation with a mode of experience he had cast out of his youthful imaginative life. Faust shudders at the mother's name. They are uncanny, archaic, and inescapable. Freud says that the uncanny, unheimlich, is really the familiar, the homely, heimlich, which one cannot bear to recognize. The strangeness of Goethe's mothers comes from their perpetual proximity. We live with them. The simplistic sexual pattern of Part 1 of Faust, where the virile hero feeds upon the fragile femininity of Gretchen, is an evasion of the grosser truths faced by Part 2 in The Mothers. Faust has an appetite for quivering Gretchen, but the mothers have an appetite for quivering Faust. He is every man frozen before his maker. Faust's angelic and infernal androgynes were produced by an imagination both fascinated and repelled by the mystery of sex. In his study of biological morphology, Goethe says the scientist must remain just as mobile and pliant as nature herself. Goethe counsels receptivity and subordination but finds them intolerable. After a sickly childhood, he undertook a vigorous exercise program to increase his strength. He seized masculinity by force of will. Goethe's energy in old age was legendary. Deceased contemporaries were the subject of condescending remarks. Goethe seemed to feel he had a superhuman power to hold death at bay. Thomas Mann says there was something brutal and heathenish in the arrogant way Goethe sometimes boasted of his vitality, his indestructibility. 15. Goethe turned his vulnerability to mother and nature into imperious mastery of knowledge and other men. His principal relationship was with his sister Cornelia, a year younger and his only real childhood friend. His imaginative connection to her was like Tennessee Williams's to his mad sister, Rose. In his memoirs, Goethe speaks of Cornelia as his twin. She was his romantic alter ego, what Jung would call his anima, a sister muse. Cornelia died at 26, soon after her marriage. Did she fail after separation from her twin? Goethe's sister fixation is evident throughout his love affairs. In letters and poems he uses the word sister for lover or wife. Goethe's many androgynes may represent a condensed incestuous twinship. A sister is a woman who is not the mother. Goethe would not allow his mother's name to be spoken in his presence. He avoided her. He refused to answer questions about the episode of the mothers. Goethe's mother was too strong a personality. He feared to come near her lest he be reabsorbed into her gravitational field and return to childhood dependency. Goethe's biographer says, most of his relations with women ended in sexual renunciation. 16. Heterosexuality for men will always carry the danger of loss of identity. Goethe, unlike Antaeus, gained strength by not touching Mother Earth. Wilhelm Meister's transvestism echoes an incident just before Goethe began the sorrows of young Werther. The source of this story is his own mother. Goethe invited her and her friends to watch him skate on a frozen river. His mother wore a long red fur cloak trimmed with gold. Gerda demanded the garment, put it on, and skated away, leaving her astonished and bewildered. Old engravings of the scene appear in popular articles about Gerda. K.R. Eisler says, "It is most remarkable that the greatest German poet, 1 week before he set out to write his greatest novel, felt the impulse on the spur of the moment to exhibit himself to his mother and a large crowd dressed in a conspicuous piece of female clothing." 17 Theft and expropriation. Artists take what they want and need. Goethe plays rude Babo with the Great Mother. He makes aggression and mockery an open air. Pagan theater. Freud thinks the fetishist's fur and velvet are symbolic substitutes for the mother's pubic hair. 18 Massac's Venus in Furs, 1870, seems to support this. Goethe lures his mother into an arena of hierarchic as Sue, the frozen river, as his own unnatural coldness to her. This ice is Dante's pit, where fathers eat their children. Generations are at war, striving for dominance. Like Prometheus, Goethe steals the red flame of the old order. He wrests the Vedic mantle from his mother, claiming for himself the Delphic power to give birth to Werther. Harold Bloom says, "A strong poet must divine or invent himself, and so attempt the impossibility of originating himself." 19 Goethe forces a public ritual of self-origination. Jesus' career begins at Cana, where he harshly tells Mary, "Woman, what have I to do with thee? Mine hour is not yet come." John chapter 2 verse 4. Goethe on the frozen river says to his mother, "My hour is come, and I take from you what I need to give birth to myself." The midwives stand gaping on the banks, spurned and useless. Remus, leaping his brother Romulus' wall, meant to break its magic, as by rape. Plutarch reports that Julius Caesar, the night before he crossed the Rubicon, dreamed he had sexual relations with this mother. Goethe too crosses a river and rapes his motherland. Attack and retreat. A declaration of imaginative independence. Henceforth, Goethe will be defiantly separate from his formidable mother. He steals the Palladium, the cultic Athena, which brings down Troy. Formerly under his mother's aegis, he now wears it. He is transvestite son to a vanquished Amazon goddess. For another artist, turning from the mother might mean a withering of feeling, a creative stunting. But Goethe instinctively reoriented himself toward his sister spirit, borrowing her purified femininity. Together they would rule his new inner world. Twin Ptolemies of self-orphaning romanticism. Goethe used transsexual analogies to describe his creative process, referring to himself as a pregnant woman. He spoke of being suddenly overwhelmed by his poems, which forced themselves upon him fully formed. Artistically, he felt feminine and passive toward a superior power, an idea we will find in Wordsworth, Shelley, and Keats. Recollections of Goethe often use sexually ambiguous terminology. Schiller, for example, said, "I look on him as a haughty prudish woman whom one wants to get with child." Goethe called his intimacy with Karl August, Duke of Weimar, a marriage. The two even slept in the same room. In the period of his Bettina poetry, Goethe admits to homosexual feelings. A suppressed Venetian epigram declares, "I'm fairly fond of boys, but my preference is girls. When I have enough of a girl, she serves me still." As a boy, 40.20 sodomy unexpectedly rears its head at the end of Faust, when the hero's soul escapes because Mephistopheles is distracted by the angel's physical attractions. Are Wilhelm Meister's female transvestites and girl-boy mignons sexually transformed males? Goethe, who repeatedly compared himself to Voltaire's Mombre, eunuch philosopher to Pharaoh, was a castrate priest declining to worship his goddess. The ice upon which he tauntingly skated hardened and externalized the Chthonian swampiness of sex and mother love. Late in life he said, "The sexual act destroys beauty, but nothing is more beautiful than what precedes this moment." Only in ancient art is eternal youth captured and depicted. And what does eternal youth mean other than never to have known a man or a woman? 21. Sex destroys beauty. Dionysus subverts the Apollonian. Romantic Goethe continually seduced classical Goethe. In the Winckelmann way, Goethe thought the male body more beautiful than the female. There may be less homosexuality in this than Apollonian idealization. The high articulation of the eye, often accompanied by chastity. Goethe was heroically self-contained and self-sufficient. Like Beethoven, he married himself. Goethe's androgynes are fitting symbols for his life work, with its titanic all-inclusiveness. Sex for Goethe is a gathering in, not a dissemination. He claimed there was no vice or crime of which he could not find a trace in himself. Romantic art is self-exploratory, self-arousing, self-maiming. Goethe said, "Geniuses experience a second adolescence, whereas other people are only young once." Goethe retained his access to both sexes by renewing and prolonging puberty, in which gender fluctuates. Romanticism once seemed to make large, simple gestures of rebellion, but we barely begin to understand its charged sexual complexities and archaic pagan ritualism. Decadence is inherent in Romanticism. Sadomasochism, we have seen, is already present in Romantic eroticism from its first formulation by Rousseau. As the historical rhythm of Romanticism moves forward, the organic logic of artistic style takes over. The late phase of Romantic style is luridly Hellenistic or Mannerist, distortion of form, sadomasochistic fantasy, and psychological closure. Our first example is Heinrich von Kleist, 1777–1811, a poet of the late phase of German Romanticism. What Goethe dreamed about through Werther, Kleist put into action. Kleist obsessively meditated upon and ritualistically planned his suicide, which he succeeded in at age 34. Goethe had made suicide poetic and erotic. Kleist, the perfect masochist, allowed dominant Goethe to write a grisly life poem through him. Kleist's play, Penthesilea, 1808, illustrates the demonic sensationalism of German late Romanticism. It reverses the hierarchy of sexual personae in the Greek legend of Achilles and Penthesilea. Instead of Achilles killing the Amazon queen, she kills him. Kleist's militant Amazons have tremendous Chthonian ferocity. Epic similes. Compare Penthesilea to a she-wolf, a raging torrent, a storm wind, a thunderbolt. When the normally Apollonian Amazon enters drama, there is an eruption of Dionysian violence. Spenser defeats the surly Amazon Radegund, but Kleist exalts her. In Romanticism, nature, not society, rules. In Penthesilea, woman, as conduit of the natural, obliterates manhood and history. The design of Kleist's play is sadomasochistic oscillation. Achilles and Penthesilea try to dominate each other physically and psychologically. Each surge of assertion is followed by relapse, a hypnotic longing for sexual submission. Achilles and Penthesilea manage to capture each other a ludicrous number of times. Kleist's anarchic plotline reflects the ambiguities and contradictions in heterosexuality. Sadistic Penthesilea is aroused by masochistic fantasies in which her dead body is battered, degraded, and discarded. I hear the influence of Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra. Here, as also in Kleist's images of land submerged in water, the public persona drowned in erotic obsession. Kleist's Achilles, unlike Homer's, wants to lose. 3 times he casts away sword and shield. He walks to his death in somnambulistic trance, seeking enslavement to Penthesilea, who falls upon him with her dogs. The play suddenly ascribes a feminine softness to Achilles. As he turns his neck, it is pierced by Penthesilea's arrow. Neck turning or neck exposing is a classically feminine gesture, with parallels of animal surrender. I find it in Michelangelo's Giuliano de' Medici, portraits of Byron, Flaubert's Madame Bovary, and George Eliot's vain Rosamund Lydgate. In Kleist, Achilles' feminine neck is his Achilles' heel, phallically penetrated by the Amazon. She and her dogs go into Chthonian furor, savagely ripping off Achilles' armor and sinking their teeth into his chest. Penthesilea locks onto his left breast, blood dripping from her mouth. Later she laments she ravaged Achilles by breaking through the snow-white alabaster wall of his breast. 22 Her assault is masculine violation of feminine virginity. The rape focuses on breasts rather than genitals. Achilles seems to give suck to his beloved and her dogs, his breasts flowing with gore rather than milk. Kleist invents a gruesome version of the androgyne I call Tiresias, the nurturant male. He is injecting Sade's nature into Rousseau's tender mother relations. Penthesilea, a romantic vampire, drains her victim, body and soul. Is Achilles' pierced breast an example of Freud's displacement upwards from the genitals? So Penthesilea castrates. The rape-like devouring of a penis disguised as a breast appears in Bob Dylan's brilliant invective Ballad of a Thin Man, where a sadistic voice attacks the naive Mr. Jones with the homosexual demand, "You're a cow. Give me some milk or else go home." Kleist's Achilles and Dylan's Mr. Jones enter and misread a menacing sexual scene. Both are punished for their misreading by compulsory feminization. Tiresias too turns female after stumbling on a Chthonian scene. Voracious Penthesilea sinks to the level of her dogs. Dogs suckling a human breast reverse the image of Romulus and Remus nursed by the she-wolf, for which Iliade finds parallels in Central Asia. Multiple nursing is usually animalistic, an exception being Damier's allegorical The Republic. Achilles' death is a primitive, barbaric spectacle. Michelangelo's Giuliano similarly combines a feminine neck with sadistically pierced breasts. In Kleist, however, there is a thrashing violence, Hellenistic storm and stress. Amazon and dogs in feeding frenzy fuse with and hybridize Achilles' body, a horrific mutilation through accretion recalling the grotesque deaths of Euripides' Medea, where princess and king stick and burn like tar. Letefe's art disfigures the human form. Phallus as breast. One explanation, as we saw, for the penile or canine breasts of the Ephesian Artemis was that Amazons hung the idol with gift strings of their amputated breasts. Attacking Achilles' chest, Penthesilea is not only desexing him but making him an Amazon, a version of herself. She is a sadistic erotic mastectomist. All romantic femmes fatales are avatars of demonic Mother Nature. Kleist's Amazon is a hermaphrodite deity rewriting Genesis. She hurls Adam's rib back through his Adam's apple, then mutilates his rib cage without healing it. Like Jehovah, she makes man in her own image. The dying Achilles is now her twin, her romantic sister spirit. Kleist dwells on the Amazon's amputated breasts throughout the play. Greek artists, we saw, never showed the Amazon's body as maimed. The late romantic Kleist, on the other hand, makes the detail central. Nowhere else in literature or art, not even in Sade, is so much made of breast amputation. Kleist's hero is fetishistically aroused by a woman's mutilating masculinization. He presses his face to Penthesilea's breast with a rush of endearments. Decadence is a style of excess and extravagance which approaches self-parody. It operaticizes by overliteralizing. Hence one laughs even when shocked or repelled, as in Sade. Kleist's stage directions are also parodic. This one, for example, rivals Shakespeare's Exit, pursued by a bear. Penthesilea looks round as if for a chair. The Amazons roll up a stone. 23 It was presumably the decadent elements in Penthesilea that led Goethe to condemn it as unplayable, as a classical saga of the erotic destruction of male by female. Penthesilea prefigures Swinburne's verse play Atalanta in Calydon. Kleist and Swinburne identify kissing with biting, sex with appetite, and cannibalism. Achilles' macabre murder resembles the narrated climax of Tennessee Williams's Suddenly Last Summer, where the epicene Sebastian Venable is torn to pieces and eaten by a mob of boys he has solicited. Penthesilea's maniacal ecstasy comes from Euripides' Agave, who dismembers her son in the Bacchae. Penthesilea raves, foams at the mouth, hurls boulders, tears Achilles' body limb from limb. She longs to root up sky and planets, to drag down the sun by his flaming golden hair, to pile mountain on mountain. Dionysian vision is disordering and anti-hierarchical. In Voodoo Child, Jimi Hendrix aspires with drug-induced titanism. I stand up next to a mountain, and I chop it down with the edge of my hand. Shamanistic peaking is aggressive and self-destructive. Space is traversed, transcended, exploded. Penthesilea's expansion of self, through the influx of primeval force, is so overwhelming that she begins to devour all other selves. Kleist reshapes classical legend into a parable of romantic solipsism. Penthesilea's ritualistic oscillations between sadism and masochism are unique in romanticism. In Poe, for example, the sadomasochistic relations of male and female personae are relatively stable and mappable, but Penthesilea is a swirling vortex of sadomasochistic passions, each savagely devouring the next. Welcome to late romantic nature, created by Rousseau's benign over-idealizations. Penthesilea can be read allegorically, as a descent into the poet's unconscious, where two parts of the psyche, masculine and feminine, fight for supremacy. The play's sexual personae have indeterminate boundaries, which are corrected and hardened by emotional, physical, and sexual assault. Penthesilea's dangerous expansion of self has historical causes. The failure of traditional hierarchies in the late 18th century removed social and philosophical limitations essential for happiness, security, and self-knowledge. Without external restrictions, there can be no self-definition. The dissolution of hierarchical orders permitted personality to expand so suddenly that it went into a free fall of anxiety. Hence the self had to be chastened, its boundaries redefined, even by pain. The self must be reduced in size. This is the ultimate meaning of Penthesilea's erotics of mastectomy. Romanticism, swelling, contracts itself in decadence. Mutilations and amputations belong to an aesthetics of subtraction, a pathological metaphysic in which the imagination reorients itself to the world by a surgical reduction of self. Sadomasochism will always appear in the freest times, in imperial Rome or the late 20th century. It is a pagan ritual of riddance, stilling anxiety and fear. Kleist's Achilles, lying in streams of blood under a pack of dogs, is glamorous with masochistic ecstasy. Dying, he touches Penthesilea's cheek. "O my bride, is this the festival of roses that you promised?" To which she should reply, if she could get her teeth out of his chest, "I never promised you a rose garden." Late romantics love the climactic pietà, starring what I call the male heroine. Woman cradles the victim, but only after she has batted him down and crushed him. The romance of the male heroine is a dream of disordered receptivity, in which there is a transsexual impulse. I find a parallel symbolism in a fringe group homosexual practice that appeared in the 1970s, fist fucking, whose devotees crave anal penetration by a male arm, greased by Crisco, up to the elbow. Proctologists warned about internal damage they were repairing, first sign of the cycle of excess that led to AIDS. 10 years ago, I was deeply impressed by an early pornographic film I saw of these activities. It had the solemnity and gloom of a pagan ritual, like the tableaus of Pompey's Villa of the Mysteries. Sex as crucifixion and torture. Fist-fucking, in its starkly depersonalized conflation of voluntary rape and primitive exploratory surgery, dramatizes the demonism of the sexual imagination, untouched by 5,000 years of civilization. My amazement never ceases at the biological conceptualism in male sexuality. What woman could invent such compulsive structures? What woman, unpaid, would live and love in so hellish an underworld? The life of Heinrich von Kleist reveals the sexual conflicts that inspired Penthesilea. Kleist's failure to follow family military tradition was severely censured. Literature was an unsuitable and unserious vocation. Kleist's suicide, by pistol in the mouth, like Hemingway's shotgun, expresses his martyrdom to Teutonic masculinity. Guns in the mouth may also suggest something not immediately apparent in Penthesilea. Repressed and therefore destructive homosexual desire. Kleist tried to persuade his friends to a double suicide pact, and one finally agreed. Kleist spoke erotically of the anticipated event as the most glorious and sensual of deaths. 24. A romantic solipsist is in inevitable intimacy with a sister, in this case Kleist's half-sister Ulrich, who he said had nothing of her sex but the hips. He longed to live with her, in romantic union. Is she the model for Penthesilea? Many scholars note the recurrence of ideas, images, and phraseology in Kleist's work. Walter Sills says, Kleist is the most persistent self-plagiarist in German literature. 25. Self-plagiarism is incest and autoeroticism, the Ouroboros of Goethe's. Bettina. It is the self-devouring style of the sadomasochistic Penthesilea. Kleist's turn toward his sister was toward his missing sexual component, but he was feminine and she masculine. She was the he which he needed. Kleist's romantic family romance produced the defiant Amazon manifesto of Penthesilea, which rings with modernity. Women have rarely spoken so boldly for themselves as Kleist speaks for them here. Sade's reaction against Rousseau was sweeping and systematic, but it was censored and thus not absorbed into French literature until long afterward. The English reaction against Rousseau took a similable form, the Gothic novel. Because English literature had the archetypal precedents of the Fairy Queen and Paradise Lost, English Romanticism from the start had a demonic intensity that French Romanticism took 40 more years to acquire. English Gothicism of the 1790s is equivalent to the medieval alchemy and occultism in Faust, which Goethe was working on at the time. Gothic darkness and roughness oppose the Apollonian Enlightenment's light, contour, and symmetry. Protestant rationalism is defeated by Gothics return to the ritualism and mysticism of medieval Catholicism. With its residual paganism, art withdraws into caverns, castles, prison cells, tombs, coffins. Gothic is a style of claustrophobic sensuality. Its closed spaces are demonic wombs. The Gothic novel is sexually archaic. It withdraws into Chthonian darkness, the realm of Goethe's mothers. Mother Night pervades Romanticism, from Coleridge and Keats to Poe and Chopin with his brooding nocturnes. The ghosts, released by Gothic, will stalk through the 19th century as spiritualism, whose seances continue today in Great Britain. The Gothic tradition was begun by Anne Radcliffe, a rare example of a woman creating an artistic style. The Gothic novel with the greatest impact on Romanticism, however, was Matthew G. Lewis, The Monk, 1796. Lewis, a friend of Byron, influenced all the English Romantic poets as well as Hoffmann, Scott, Poe, Hawthorne, and Emily Brontë. The monk's medieval monastery is a sequestered Christian space which Lewis, like Sade, defiles with pagan eroticism. As we saw in Spencer, illicitness increases the pleasure of sexual transgression. Reviewing The Monk, Coleridge praised its libidinous minuteness. 26. Lewis' hero, the abbot Ambrosio, discovers his fellow monk Rosario is actually Matilda, a woman in disguise. Lewis withholds Matilda's identity in the Spencerian manner, speaking of her up to this point as he. Matilda tears open her habit and rests a dagger on her left breast, lit by moonbeams. Fin de siècle Gothic has a decadent sensationalism. Lewis' erotic chiaroscuro juxtaposes lust with chastity, exhibitionism with voyeurism. Does Matilda point with the dagger to inflame or mutilate herself? To direct and sharpen our aggressive Western eye, her transvestism is the mildest of her perversities. Only Coleridge's Christabel surpasses the monk in its pornographic exploitation of Christian moralism. Matilda is sexually divided. She insists on retaining her male name as an erotic aid. After she seduces the monk, she oddly becomes more masculine instead of more feminine. She seems to grow in mental power. Prefiguring Poe's Ligeia, Lewis implies Matilda's gender as in flux. A self-adjusting mechanism maintains her hermaphroditism, like water seeking its own level. Ambrosio's homoerotic longing for the vanished Rosario shows his preference for a feminine pseudo-male over a sexually available masculine woman. But the startling last pages of The Monk force us to reread. Lucifer, come to claim Ambrosio's soul, reveals Matilda as a male demon sent to corrupt him. This is from Spenser. A male spirit masks as the false Florimel. Matilda's postcoital manliness is therefore the flaunting sashaying of a triumphant drag queen demon. Our first and psychologically primary reading of the novel has been in complete error. The meltingly delicious sex between Ambrosio and Matilda, all pantings, twinings, and obscure refinements, has been homosexual and demonic, not heterosexual. Our own sexual perceptions have been seduced. Sensuality aglow in Gothic gloom. Shirley Keats has normalized Lewis' carnal scene for the eve of St. Agnes, with its bedchamber show of lush sweetmeats. Matilda's male identity is not the only surprise at the end of The Monk. Lucifer reveals that Ambrosio has unwittingly committed incest and matricide. Antonia and Elvira perished by your hand. That Antonia whom you violated was your sister. That Elvira whom you murdered gave you birth. 27 Here again is the riddling sound of impacted sexual psychodrama, which I found in Shakespeare's As You Like It and Sade's 120 Days of Sodom. The Monk turns out to be a festering family romance. Lucifer's incantation, unlike Rosalind's, looks toward the past. It is like a curtain drawn back from a Mannerist panorama, where we see the sweeping diagonal of Ambrosio's spiritual history in a glare of lurid light. Ambrosio as the first haunted hero of romantic sex crime. As You Like It ends with the reknitting of Renaissance community, but The Monk ends in terrible, primeval isolation. Lucifer drops Ambrosio onto a rocky nightmare landscape, like Mona Lisa's lunar lawn. He is bruised and mangled, his limbs broken and dislocated. The sun scorches him, insects devour him, eagles tear his flesh and dig out his eyeballs. Lewis, like Sade, has a Darwinian vision of a moral apocalyptic nature. The Gothic novel rebuts Rousseau. The Monk redemonizes sex, linking it to sin, suffering, and natural brutality. Ambrosio's incest demonstrates the occult compulsiveness of sex. He is magnetically drawn to his unknown mother and sister by unconscious fatality. I suspect Balzac borrowed this detail for The Girl with the Golden Eyes. The romantic prestige of incest springs from its reversal of history, and its collapsing of psychic energies into the overenlarged self. Incest is part of the sexually archaic material released into society. Whenever hierarchies weaken, Satan is the severe pagan god of The Monk. At the end, Lucifer shows his true Chthonian form. Blasted limbs, taloned hands and feet, snaky Medusan hair. But his first appearance is as an Apollonian angel, meant to dupe the homosexual tending Ambrosio. Lucifer as a dazzling naked ephebe with fiery long hair and crimson wings. He wears a star on his forehead and diamond bracelets on his arms and ankles. He carries a silver myrtle branch. Romanticism returns to the Renaissance style of epiphanic sexual personae. In art, self-display is meaning more than criticism has understood. I have shown this iconicism going back to Egypt and Greece. Lucifer aestheticizes and sexualizes a biblical seraph, a Babylonian not a Hebraic style. He may be influenced by Spenser's Byzantine Belphoebe, who also halts narrative action. Louis Lucifer is again the light-bearer, but he is hard and crystalline. His silver branch is a golden bough, the wand, with which art freezes and transcends vegetative nature. Appearing in a rose-colored cloud, Lucifer fills the monk's cavern with air and light. Nietzsche sees the German mind in clouds and everything that is unclear. Spengler identifies a cult Magian experience with the world cavern. 28. The Apollonianism of Louis Androgine propels sunlit Mediterranean formalism into the demonic murk of the Gothic novel. His seraph may be in Faust's Euphorion, in Balzac's Seraphita, and in The Ghost of Bloom's Son in Joyce's Ulysses, a fairy boy whose diamond and ruby buttons and violet colors recall the seraphs' diamonds and rose light. There is latent eroticism in the entire tradition of the novel of terror, which began in late 18th century Gothicism and became the modern horror film. Freud says the sexually exciting influence of some painful effects, such as fear, shuddering, and horror, explains why so many seek opportunities to experience such sensations in books or the theater. 29. The thrill of terror is passive, masochistic, and implicitly feminine. It is imaginative submission to overwhelming superior force. The vast audience of the Gothic novel was and is female. Men who cultivate the novel or film of terror seek sex-crossing sensations. Horror films are most popular among adolescents, whose screams are Dionysian signals of sexual awakening. Reviewers often wonder why the packed audiences of bloody slasher films are sedate couples on weekend dates. Shared fear is a physically stimulating sexual transaction. Freud's use of the word shuddering shows the common area between fear and orgasmic pleasure. In Yeats's Leda and the Swan, the shudder in the loins is both the rapist's climax and the victim's fright. Violent horror films, of the splattering kind now so common, seem to me a most pedestrian taste. A classy genre of vampire film follows a style I call psychological high Gothic. It begins in Coleridge's medieval Christabel and its descendants, Poe's Ligeia and James's The Turn of the Screw. A good example is Daughters of Darkness, 1971, starring Delphine Seyrig as an elegant lesbian vampire. High Gothic is abstract and ceremonious. Evil has become world-weary, hierarchical. Glamour. There is no bestiality. The theme is eroticized Western. Power. The burden of history. The Hunger, 1983, comes close to being a masterpiece of this genre but is ruined by horrendous errors, as when the regal Catherine Deneuve is made to crawl around on all fours, slavering over cut throats. Please, butchery is not the point of vampirism. Sex, domination and submission is. Gothic horror must be moderated by Apollonian discipline, or it turns into gross buffoonery. The run-of-the-mill horror film is anti-aesthetic and anti-idealizing. Its theme is sparagmos, the form pulverizing energies of Dionysus. Horror films unleash the forces repressed by Christianity, evil and the barbarism of nature. Horror films are rituals of pagan worship. Their Western man obsessively confronts what Christianity has never been able to bury or explain away. Horror stories ending in the victory of good are no more numerous than those ending in the threat of evil's return. Nature, like the vampire, will not stay in its grave. Vulgar horror films awash in red slop or grungy decay reflect a Northern European sensibility, the self-soiling of too clean Protestantism. Undignified abuse of the body is analogous to medieval gargoyles or fairy tales, dwarves and trolls, whom I find impossible to take seriously, even in Wagner. The Mediterranean rightly identifies Chthonian deformations with impressive female monsters, like Scylla. Northern European male trolls are an evasion of the harsh reality of female nature. Horror films dwell on Dionysian mutilations of or incrustations upon the human figure, scabs, scars, swellings. Movie monsters seem covered with moss or fungus. They are as gnarled and lumpish as tree stumps. G. Wilson Knight says, much of our horror at death is, at bottom, a physical repulsion. 30. The horror film uses rot as a primary material, part of the Christian West's secret craving for Dionysian truths. The horror film blunders about seeking, without realizing it, the Chthonian swamp of generation, the female matrix. There is dissolution in nature, but there is also fecundity and cosmic grandeur. The horror film is philosophically incomplete, because Christianity is incomplete. Classical paganism had a far more comprehensive view of sex and nature, like 50s science fiction films, 70s disaster films, such as The Towering Inferno, have been blamed on international political tensions and anxieties. I disagree. Dreams of disaster will always appear when benevolent Rousseauism is in the air. The liberal 60s, identifying sex and nature with love and peace, produced the Sedine counter-reaction of 70s catastrophism. The present preoccupation with nuclear apocalypse is also crypto-religious. Fear of world holocaust as another self-haunting, a way to subordinate the self to the cosmos in an era of easy, all-forgiving therapies and faiths. The 18th century novel of terror inherited the emotional complex of sublimity. The idea of the sublime came to the Augustans from Roman Longinus and culminated in Edmund Burke's philosophical enquiry into the origin of our ideas of the sublime and beautiful. 1757. Burke sees a mode of terror, or of pain, as the cause of the sublime. Burke anticipates Freud's idea of the sexual excitation in fear. Terror is a passion which always produces delight when it does not press too close. 31. Lionel Trilling wrongly connects Burke's sublime with masculinity. The experience of terror stimulates an energy of aggression and dominance. 32. But Burke's locutions clearly demonstrate the passive self-subordination of male devotees of the sublime. In Shelley's Mont Blanc, nature overwhelms male imagination with chilling fascistic force. The sexual element is already apparent in early theories of the sublime. John Dennis' essay on Longinus, 1704, says the sublime ravishes and transports us. It is an invincible force, which commits a pleasing rape upon the very soul of the reader. Schiller too, following Burke, sees a paroxysm, or shudder, in the sublime, a joy turning to rapture. 33. The sublime, a mode of pagan vision, is one of the first historical signs of the romantic withdrawal from masculine action. In Sublimity and Gothic Terror, Western emotion opens itself directly to nature, with its ghostly flood of archaic night. 10. Sex bound and unbound. Blake. William Blake is the British Sade, as Emily Dickinson is the American Sade, directly inspired by the Fairy Queen and its incomplete response in Paradise Lost. Blake makes sex war the first theatrical conflict of English Romanticism. The demonic wombs of the Gothic novel are too confined for Blake's cosmic drama. In the same decade as Sade, Blake turns sex and psyche into a Darwinian cycle of turbulent natural energies, fleeing, chasing, devouring. The post-war critics who rescued romantic poetry from low esteem tended to ignore or downplay troublesome sexual and moral ambiguities. For example, Northrop Frye's pioneering study of Blake, Fearful Symmetry, 1947, optimistically promotes sexual liberation in a way that seems, a weary generation later, simplistic and naive. How much was hoped from sex, how little sex can deliver. Blake's writing is split by a terrible contradiction. Blake wants to free sex from its social and religious constraints, but he also wants to escape the domination of the great mother of Chthonian nature. Alas, with every turn toward sex, we run right back into Mother Nature's dark embrace. Blake's tireless productivity as poet and draughtsman came from the intolerable entrapments male imagination finds itself in when reflecting on nature. Blake's poetry as sexual grand opera of instability, anguish, and resentment. Prophet and radical, Blake denounces all social forms. He takes Rousseau's hostility to civilization farther than Rousseau himself. 4. Blake, sexual personae, which belong to the social realm of role playing, are artificial and false. He differs from the other English romantics on several points. All believe love as primal energy. But Blake is the only one to oppose androgyny as a solution to rigid sex roles. Blake condemns androgyny as solipsism. His hermaphrodites are monstrous. Romantic solipsism, a self-communing and self-fructification, becomes sterile in Blake. Why? Because Blake, though he follows and extends Rousseau's politics, sees nature with Sade's eyes. In Blake, Rousseau's tender nature mother makes a fin de siècle leap into demonic monumentality. Brother to Sade, whom he could not have known or read, Blake revives the bloodthirsty goddess of ancient mystery religion, sensational with Asiatic barbarism. He longs to defeat her, but by attacking her, he creates her and confirms her power. Ironically, he becomes her slave and emissary, a voice crying in the wilderness. Nowhere else in literature is the great mother as massively, violently eloquent as she is in Blake. Blake, following Spencer, constructs a complex symbolic psychology not yet fully understood. One of Blake's basic patterns is that of warring contraries through which spiritual progress is pursued, as in The Fairy Queen. As his poetry develops, Blake's principal combat is between male and female, metaphors for the tension between humanity and nature. In the early Songs of Innocence, 1789, sex war is not yet an issue, but it is prefigured in the theme of tyrannical power relations, toward which Blake takes Rousseau's view. But Sade's tone. Blake is interested in coercion, repetition, compulsion, spiritual rape. He sees sadism and vampirism in male authority figures. The child speakers of The Chimney Sweeper and The Little Black Boy are physically exploited and psychologically manipulated. They are the invisible slaves or houris of a corrupt new industrial society. Their minds have been invaded by a demonic compact of church and state. So if all do their duty, they need not fear harm. Adult voices come from their mouths in evil ventriloquism. The sexual element in this brainwashing is evident in Holy Thursday, where gray-haired beetles with wands as white as snow herd a stream of children into St. Paul's Cathedral. The wands are Spencer's phallic white rods, here symbolizing wintry devitalization. The beetles are perverts, voyeurs, decadents. They freeze the children's river of life. In Songs of Innocence, white is the color of desexing. The white hair of the lamb-like chimney sweep, little Tom Dacre, expresses his premature adult experience. The child slaves advance from childhood to old age without passing through adult virility. As in The Penalty card of capitalist monopoly. Go directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Elsewhere in Blake, sexual jealousy cripples human energy. In Songs of Innocence, male authority is an impotent Herod, massacring the innocents while ravishing them with eye and mind. Society operates by vicious pederasty. In 1789, both sexes still powdered their hair or wore wigs. The 18th century honored age and tradition, overthrown by Romanticism in its youth cult. Blake's white-haired chimney sweep as ritual victim of an unnatural regime. The high stylization of 18th-century wigs, we hear of women unable to pass through doorways, of towering arrangements, of fruit, foliage, and birds' nests, was a symptom of decadence. Powdered hair is a perverse fantasy of frost and angel dust, worldliness masquerading as innocence. Blake's artificially whitened children are overexperienced and knowledgeable. An unsettling analogy can be found in a Roman imperial sarcophagus decorated with leering obese putti, fetid with adult sensuality. Blake's cherubs are depraved by adult tyranny. Henry James takes up Blake's theme in The Turn of the Screw, where an obsessed hierarch, the governess, projects sexual sophistication upon a boy who dies an exhausted prisoner of her febrile imagination. Blake's white-haired chimney sweep represents the class of all exploited persons. The white hair is sexually universalizing, because the exploited are humiliatingly feminized by a moral political power. Eric Fromm says, for the authoritarian character there exist, so to speak, two sexes, the powerful ones and the powerless ones. One sexual personae in songs of innocence are imagined as generations cannibalizing each other. Blake's innocent children are precursors of his male victims, emasculated by cruel women. Infant Joy is Blake's most neglected major poem. Harold Bloom devotes one sentence to it in his book on Blake, and he and Lionel Trilling omit it from the Oxford Anthology of Romantic Literature. Infant Joy has a deceptive simplicity. I have no name. I am but 2 days old. What shall I call thee? I happy am. Joy is my name. Sweet joy befall thee. Pretty joy, sweet joy but 2 days old. Sweet joy I call thee. Thou dost smile. I sing the while. Sweet joy befall thee. We have regressed to the infancy of consciousness. We see Rousseau's saintly child as it crosses the border into being. What do we find? There, tenderness and innocence threatened on all sides. I learned to read poetry from Milton Kessler, whose brilliant remarks on infant joy I reconstruct from my college notes. Infant joy is a flawless physical caress which induces weeping. The metaphor for this poem is taking the child in one's hands, but an adult taking up a newborn is suddenly, involuntarily conscious of the ease with which he could crush it to pieces. In Infant Joy, there is a sense of the enormous proximity, the closeness and intimacy of the speaker. The child has no voice of its own yet. It is given an identity by some great coercive power. There are certain forms of sadistic tenderness, more intimate than the psyche will allow. Infant Joy is like Theodore Roethke's Elegy for Jane, where the bear-like poet, with his terrifying and roaring energy, approaches a delicate being in dangerous nearness. The elegy begins. I remember the neck curls, limp and damp as tendrils. Infant Joy exposes the authoritarianism in Rousseauist concern, caring, and understanding today's self-righteous liberal values. In the poem's eerie dialogue I hear George Herbert's homoerotic intensities. In its blank encapsulation I feel claustrophobic. Spencerian embowelment. Infant Joy comes from the rape cycle of the fairy queen. It is the provocative vulnerability of the fleeing Florimel, the purity that sucks filth into its wake. Infant Joy is a Rousseauist vacuum into which sedine nature is about to rush. Blake's infant has no name, no persona. It is barely individuated. Infant joy is what Blake later calls a state, a condition of being. We feel rawness, sensitivity, defenseless passivity. Rousseauist childhood is no blessing. Sensory experience is the avenue of sadomasochism. Infant joy recreates the dumb muscle state of our physicality, the readiness which converts into sex, or rather the surging power that is sex. George Eliot says, if we had a keen vision and feeling of all ordinary human life, it would be like hearing the grass grow and the squirrel's heartbeat, and we should die of that roar which lies on the other side of silence. As it is, the quickest of us walk about well, wadded with stupidity. 2. Infant joy removes the buffering between persons and beings. Eliot imagines a perfect perceptual openness and a sensory flood into a receptacle too small to contain it. The egoless softness of the poem awakes in us Kessler's sensation of overwhelming power, which we unconsciously check. Sharpening the senses inflames them, and here comes sadism. Rousseauist responsiveness and nurturance automatically flip over into their opposites. Infant joy has the moral emptiness of Spencer's femininity, a space cleared in nature. It is like the still heart of a geode, rimmed with crystalline teeth. In Infant Joy, a devouring presence waits, a blackened tiger. The reader. This is one of the uncanniest poems in literature. Seemingly so slight and transparent, it harbors something sinister and maniacal. Infant Joy is strongly ritualistic. Kessler calls it a caress. The poem's hypnotic repetitions are a series of soothing gestures, like rubbing a lantern to make a genie appear. The poem is a spell materializing a dark power, latent in the reader. Infant Joy is a demonizing poem. It demonizes the reader, drawing him into the rapacious cycle of natural process. By making the reader a sadist, it subverts his complacent trust in his own morality and benevolence. Blake was contemptuous of mercy, pity, peace. Infant Joy is a parodistic critique of Rousseauism. As much as Blake's chimney sweep poems, it indicts the oppressive paternalism of society's self-appointed guardians. Every gesture of love is an assertion of power. There is no selflessness or self-sacrifice, only refinements of domination. The psychosexual design of Infant Joy is hovering. Hovering is the relation of speaker to infant, reader to poem. The evil droning menace in such proximity is shown in Blake's watercolor, God creating Adam, Fig. 31. Winged Urizen. Blake's tyrant Jehovah hovers with a smothering weight above corpse-like Adam, stretched flat as if crucified. God is a vampire snatching back man's Promethean fire. The picture seems to show an unnatural sex act. Homosexual and sadomasochistic. Criticism is squeamish about admitting these perversities in Blake. Hovering is always emotionally and sexually problematic. It is everywhere in the late Romantic voyeur, Walt Whitman, who imagines himself wandering all night, swiftly and noiselessly stepping and stopping. He bends, with open eyes over the shut eyes of sleepers. He listens to the quiet breathing of children. He passes his hands, soothingly to and fro, over the suffering and restless. Elsewhere, lifting the gauze over a cradle, he stares a long time at the infant and, silently, brushes away flies. The Sleepers. Song of Myself, 8. When Wordsworth looks out from Westminster Bridge, the city's sleepers are only inferred. Whitman's sleepers are warm, sensuous bodies. Whitman's all-embracing, Rousseauesque love is romantic vampirism, scopophiliac tyranny. The poet's eye is omnipotent, while its objects are passive and defenseless. Without thought or identity, the nearness with which Whitman approaches the sleepers is predicated on their unconsciousness. He makes them feminine objects of his godlike delectation. Romantic love, all love, is sex and power. In nearness we enter each other's animal aura. There is magic there, both black and white. 31. William Blake. God creating Adam, 1795. Violating the psychic space of his sleepers, Whitman rapes them. Wordsworth too remembers his boyhood, merciless ravage of a nut grove, a virgin scene, that he left a Spencerian, mutilated bower. Nutting. Trespass is always subliminally erotic. Piercing a temenos, a sacred space of mind, body, bedchamber, or nature, is always a domination and defilement. Blake's Infant Joy evokes an impulse toward criminal trespass. Reading it, we hover at the edge of a forbidden locus of experience. We hold our breath. We uneasily sense the aesthetic contrast between our adult grossness and the infant's delicacy, eroticized by the poem's implied touching. The infant exists in Blake's Beulah state of blissful passivity, the numb groping of polymorphous perversity. The infant is blind, but we aggressively see. Along the track of our seeing skids our unbreakable will. The same dialectic of blind whiteness and aggressive eye occurs in The Fairy Queen, where the boisterous cannibals hang over sleeping Serena to study her dainty flesh, which the poet gives a silky sheen. V. 36-43. Is this the source of Blake's poem? The violation in Infant Joy is the exposure of something private, unprotected, quivering, and moist. An infant 2 days old is barely sexually differentiated. It is still muzzy from the womb. Infant joy brings us face to face with the biologically fundamental. The preconscious simplicity of Blake's infant is almost cellular. In fact, the poem is a cell, one simple cell of protoplasmic life. Infant joy unveils a physiological mystery. We have penetrated into a female realm, as Melville does in Tartarus of Maids or Leonardo in his drawing of a fetus. This is proved by Blake's drawing of the poem, where an infant lies in the lap of a hovering mother and both are swallowed up in the flame-like maw of a giant flower. Blake's rapacious nature, Fig. 32. Thus the infant's powerlessness is a version of the chimney sweep's enslavement. The womb-like, infant joy, is a surgical opening up of a female body, nature's organic machine. Infant joy is the secret sex crime of a ravisher poet. It looks forward to Blake's overtly sadistic mental traveler, where the babe of humanity is handed over to old Mother Nature, surgeon and torturer. The mental traveler literalizes the authoritarian manipulations of infant joy. Blake corrects Rousseau. Man is born into his chains, the mother-born body binding us to creature comfort, sex, and pain. In Songs of Experience, 1794, infant joy advances to sexual maturity. Blake's response to infant joy is not infant sorrow, but the sick rose. Here the Spencerian embowelment of Blake's newborn shifts from Rousseau to Sade. O rose, thou art sick. The invisible worm that flies in the night, in the howling storm, has found out thy bed of crimson joy, and his dark secret love does thy life destroy. The sick rose is Spencer's bower of bliss destroyed by sex war. The literary convention of female flight and male pursuit, satirized by Spencer in The Ever-Fleeing Florimel, reveals its innate hostility. Woman's flirtatious arts of self-concealment mean man's approach must take the form of rape. The phallus becomes the conqueror. Worm, death's agent. Withdrawal and concealment are always negative in Blake. Here they provoke sadistic attack, partly a hallucination by the reclusive rose. The rose is a narcissistically convoluted psyche. Female genitals are traditionally symbolized by the Queen of Flowers, from the medieval mystic Rose of Mary to the rock classic, Sally, Go Round the Roses. Blake sees solipsism as the danger in female sexuality. The rose's exclusiveness blends fear, shame, and pride. Its layered petals are a form of self-population. That the rose's bed of crimson joy suggests masturbatory pleasure is well accepted by critics. For Blake, the rose's self-completion is perverse and sterile. The rose is a sexual schismatic, making division where there should be wholeness and unity in nature. It is thus an early version of the solipsistic hermaphrodites of Blake's prophetic books. 32. William Blake, Infant Joy, from Songs of Innocence and of Experience, 1794. Blake's masturbatory rose belongs to the tradition begun in Egypt, where autoeroticism is a method of cosmogony. Blake sees a sexually private world as a prison cell. The rose is sick because, she thinks, the communion of sex drains and obliterates her identity. Blake's own ambivalence toward sex produces the cryptic duality of the poem. Male fear of woman's self-containment is written all over mythology and culture. It is male, not female identity that is annihilated in the night storm of nature. The fascination of woman's autonomy is plain in Angra the Turkish Bath, a witty parallel to Blake's Rose poem, Fig. 33. Angra painting is oddly round, a rose window or Madonna. Tondo turned pagan peephole, through which we spy the plump nude bodies of a dozen women amorously entwined, like lesbian flower petals. It is a snaky Medusa head, steamy with Asiatic lewdness. Trying to liberate sex from society, Blake keeps running back into the cul-de-sac of female sexuality. Courtly convention alone did not make woman the hidden. Nature makes woman's body a cavern of the unseen, divined by sadomasochistic mystery religion. 33. Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, The Turkish Bath, 1862. The ambiguous, sick rose, qualifies the sexual assertions of Blake's earlier The Book of Thel, 1789. A cloud tells the virgin Thel, she is the food of worms. Everything that lives, lives not alone, nor for itself. Nature as harmonious interrelationship. This Buddhist perception is not sustained in Blake, who is too conflicted about the dominance of female nature. In The Sick Rose, Thel's worms are phallic heavenly messengers, miming the growth cycle. Blake thinks the being living alone and for itself is sick because it rejects the strife of contraries by which energy evolves. Thel's book ends in hysterical retreat, as she jumps from her seat and dashes shrieking back to her native valleys. Blake combines the seat-stuck virgin of Milton's Comus with Spenser's fleeing Florimel and Belphoebe, who disappears mid-sentence. Blake regards virginity as a perverse fetish. He wants to believe Thel's rejection of sexuality as childish, a swerve from monarchy and fruitfulness. Thus Blake's chastity is diametrically opposite to that of Spenser and Shakespeare, for whom it signifies spiritual integrity and force. Like Sade, Blake sees chastity as unnatural, energy-killing. But in urging Thel, a sick rose, to cure herself by surrendering to communion, Blake is closer to Shakespeare, of the comedies, where all are given in marriage, than he is to his fellow romantic poets, for whom solitude is imaginative perfection. Shakespeare, subordinating sex to society, makes a renaissance escape from the problem confronting Blake, trying to eliminate society but redeem sex. Blake keeps finding himself in Leonardo's rockscape. Every inch he saves for sex is lost in the desolate mile of Mother Nature. Blake's London, like Emily Dickinson's Our Journey Had Advanced, is one of those rare lyric poems that achieve epic sweep. The Hebrew prophet wanders through modern Babylon, which he denounces with the voice of Rousseau. In London, institutions, symbolized by church and palace, oppress individuals. Their impersonal walls are deaf to the chimney sweep's cry and soldiers' sigh. For Blake, buildings are society's face, abstract, mechanical, lifeless. London has a radical new way of seeing grand works of urban architecture as blank, sinister monoliths. Blake prefigures Baudelaire and Kafka in his vision of the dead night world of the modern city, today an arid grid of glass and concrete. Society's indifference to the suffering poor paints it black. Blake's church is a whited sepulchre stained with vice, the soot that will not out. From the sky falls a plague of red rain, the dying soldier's last breath, wafted from a foreign battlefield and turning from breeze to drizzle over foggy London. The nameless massacred innocents leave their mark in red writing on the royal wall, their blood but also Pharaoh's French terror leaping to England. The city weeps but does not recognize its own tears. Church and palace are a frozen or petrified face. Emotionless stone walls are what Blake's prophetic books call the limit of contraction. If the palace face or facade runs with the blood of sacrificial lambs, then the poem is a Veronica's veil, imprinted with the face of suffering. The trickling blood is Christ's, for industrial society is unchristian. George Herbert tells death, our Saviour's death did put some blood into thy face. Modern London, drained of Christian compassion, is spiritually dead. Blake's cold-walled city faces are obviously sexless. They are sexless personae, looking forward to Emily Dickinson's pitiless clock. Faces, whose rule of time is enforced by church, state, father, and death. Blake's church and palace walls are self-armoring calcifications. His human form divine is obliterated in the magnification of persons into institutions, coarse insensate colossi. City buildings are manufactured objects, a romantic mode of androgyne London, logically ends in the syphilitic streetwalker. Since she bears the displaced sexuality of respectable society, she is diseased because her sex is both secret and commercial. Blake's harlot is nature, exiled from the city and therefore returning under cover of night to stalk and prey. One of Blake's remarks about whores: in a wife I would desire what in whores is always found, the lineaments of gratified desire. Stone tablets, stony face. Blake thinks religious repression of sex makes misery and hypocrisy. Lower class whores, then and now, sop up the male runoff from decent, middle class marriage. Men chase by night those they will not greet by day. For Blake, the whore is another victim or scapegoat, like exploited children and soldiers. She is the third emblematic oppressed individual of London. But in another way, she is the poem's third institution. Outcast and vagrant, she will extrude her own housey shell in the 19th century era of the courtesan. Blake is the first artist to recognize the whore as a kindred spirit. In Paris, artists and whores will dwell together in creative mass marriage for over a century. In Zola's Nana, 1880, the courtesan presides from the apex of public hierarchy: church, palace, harlot. Blake's sequence recalls the ritual temple prostitution of the Asiatic Great Mother, whom he normally despises, as his harlot. Youthful, because she is a vampire drunk with the male blood of the prior stanza. The midnight streets of London are the labyrinthine bowels of the Earth Mother, from which Icaron imagination tries to escape. The poem joins ancient archetype to a modernist panorama of hostile architecture. The combination recurs in Kafka, where the bureaucratic labyrinth of the tyrant father is dreamily one with the womb-like rooms of the abandoning mother. Blake's Marriage, Hearse, from which Emily Dickinson will write one of her greatest poems, is the mobile carriage of our own death-tending bodies. The Earth Mother, both womb and tomb, has the last word in Blake's poem, as she does everywhere and at all times. In The Mental Traveler, Blake moves the epic conflicts of London into the open air of stormy nature. Institutions, once his Rousseauist concern, fade into irrelevance. The Mental Traveler is Blake's recognition of the insuperable problem of nature, which he once tried to tame into a romance of mutually rewarding sex. I think the sadomasochism of this poem comes from Blake's reading of the Fairy Queen, whose decadent brutalities he understood as no modern critic has. The Mental Traveler as Sade-made poetry. The acrid clarity of language is sharply modern or late romantic. Blake is way beyond Rousseau. He answers himself, as Coleridge will answer in correct Wordsworth. Bloom says of The Mental Traveler, all the males in the poem are one man, humanity, men and women together. All the females are nature, the confinements of the human. 3. The Mental Traveler as a Sadine critique of love and sex. I insist that the genders of Blake's sexual personae must be accepted as dramatically authoritative in their own right. The Mental Traveler is a cycle of sexual cannibalism enacted by a male and a female figure, who attack and retreat in obsessive rhythms of victory and defeat. A boy babe is given to a woman old, who nails him down upon a rock, binds iron thorns around his head, pierces his hands and feet, and cuts his heart out, to make it feel both cold and heat. Her fingers number every nerve. She lives on his shrieks and cries, and grows young as he grows old. Now the cycle reverses. He rends up his manacles, and binds her down for his delight. The poem moves by systolic throbbing of the heart. Blake's oscillations between power and weakness are vortices moving in opposite directions, the source of Yeats's theory of historical gyres. Each sadistic act by Blake's female is a portent of her future torment, and indeed the occult ritual which invokes it. The entire poem is a ritual. Its systematic cataloging of atrocities resembles the itemizations of Sade's 120 Days of Sodom. Like Sade, Blake foreshadows Fraser's anthropological syncretism. The mental traveler recreates the bloody rites of the Great Mother. Nature, not society, is humanity's ultimate arena. The mental traveler has renewed life in one of rock's major lyrics, a song it surely influenced, the Rolling Stones, Jump and Jack Flash. Blake's newborn babe goes straight to his crucifixion. Innocence is ravaged by experience, a Madonna turned hag. Rebel orc always ages into tyrant Urizen. Blake has learned from the moral decay of the French Revolution, whose sadism betrayed its patron, Rousseau. The babe's tortures recall the legends of Prometheus, Jesus, and Loki. Blake daringly superimposes classical, Christian, and Norse mythologies without giving Christianity its usual preeminence. Masochistic male sufferers, whom we saw in Rousseau, Goethe, and Kleist, are profuse in romanticism. Here the babe is handed over to a grim tutor for his education, as Achilles is given to the centaur. The witch of the mental traveler is the first malign governess of 19th century literature. The babe's training or building is harshly physical. Blake anticipates Freud in grounding intellect in the body. In his earlier To Tirzah, witch and mother are one. Thou mother of my mortal part, with cruelty didst mold my heart, and with false, self-deceiving tears didst bind my nostrils, eyes and ears. Nature, weaving the tissues of the body, wraps us at birth in her shroud. Nailing the babe down by his five senses, the witch catches his shrieks in cups of gold. A gold cup is chillingly archetypal. It is virginal, vaginal, Eucharistic. Thel's golden bowl is her selfish self-preservation. It is the organic morally petrified, like London's walls. The witch's miserly gold cups are her infatuated self-regard and self-divinization. The sexual solipsism of the sick rose. A poisoned cup. The whore of Babylon holds a gold cup scummy with fornications. Loki's wife cups up the venom of a serpent hung above his bound body. Blake's witch is a vampire catching spurts of infant blood in order to drink them. We saw in London how Blake magically turns sound to sight, sighs and cries into running blood. The gold cups of the mental traveler are its own stanzas brimming with the agonies of humanity. At the start of the mental traveler, the dominance of female over male seems so complete as to be insuperable. The babe is inert matter, manipulated by a female first mover. She knows him through sadistic touching. Normally, female bodies are the stringed instrument, plucked by males. Here Mother Nature is a master harpist making dark music to herself. By his torments, the male gains his identity. Still missing in the newborn of infant joy, his gender is reinforced by nature's biological authoritarianism. The mental traveler proceeds by sexual peripeties. The first is a pietà, where the old witch becomes a virgin with her bleeding youth. The Great Mother, mourning her son lover, is wrestled down and bound in turn. Now male exults in woman's masochistic vulnerability. Service has switched on the Sedine tennis court. Gender flames and fades in the mental traveler. Dominance and submission. Nature's law compulsively structures the poem. We saw a similar pattern in Kleist's Penthesilea. The mental traveler has a choreographic ritualism. It's like a parody of ballroom dancing where the lady keeps trying to lead. At the end, we are sent back to the start of the poem to read it again, a trope Joyce adopts. For Finnegan's Wake, the mental traveler is a Ouroboros mimicking the circularity of natural process. Each sex devours the other. Blake's mental traveler shows sex as a barbaric ritual drama where the performers periodically exchange masks. The poem is energized by explosive returns of the repressed. Woman's provocative flight recurs late in the poem. She is a stag fleeing through her own self-planted thicket of fear. Images straight from the fairy queen. She is the sick rose wrapped in menacing pubic thorns. Her coquettish arts of love and hate come from the poetry of courtly love. We are born into sex war but learn to prolong it. The thicket is the theatrical personae of Petrarchan love, intellectualizing desire. For Blake, multiple personae are sterile rusing deceptions. The first scene of The Mental Traveler, with its sadomasochistic bondage, has a clashing industrial character. The hag performs her ghastly tasks with businesslike efficiency and managerial zeal. The rock is a torture rack or anvil, an image in other Blake poems. We are all on the anvil, hammered by Mother Nature. Nature is a factory, a satanic mill which turns men into robots. The infant, his heart cut out, is crowned with iron thorns, reminiscent not only of Christ but of Spencer's robot Talus, the Iron Man. In his painting of the Fairy Queen, Blake shows Talus with a burr of metal spikes about his head. Heart and brain aborted, his maleness crushed by enforced passivity. The babe is an unsexed manufactured object. The frightful opening of The Mental Traveler as a brazen incantation of female triumph of the will. I find nothing in the poem suggesting that the sexual cycle can be ended or transcended. Criticism has over-philosophized The Mental Traveler and made it moralistic and didactic, rarely romantic aims. The poem has overwhelming power as ferocious psychodrama. Its technique is surreal sexual cinema. The Mental Traveler as a ritual of riddance, and externalization of conflict. Blake sets the brute sex cycle going, like a perpetual motion machine, then lets it spin off into space to devour itself. The poem is circle magic. But the externalization did not work, for Blake had to return to the same theme again and again. His poems got longer and longer, as if epic scale could finally fix the matter. The unfixable theme is universal female power. Sade and Blake's sadomasochistic systems are rebuttals of Rousseau's maternal naturism. The awful energy of Blake's sinister females is equivalent to the eerie stillness of Goethe's brooding mothers. 19th century romantic literature and art are dominated by the femme fatale. Blake feels this coming and tries to stop it. Ironically, in grappling with Mother Nature, Blake has not so much laid her ghost as raised and immortalized it. Our movements against nature lock us to her. Blake's demonized poetry gathers a storm cloud over sex that will never clear. Like The Mental Traveler, The Crystal Cabinet was not published until 1863. Thus it could not have influenced Keats's La Belle Dame sans Merci, which it so resembles in dramatic form that the two poems must reveal a deep structure of romantic sexual imagination. The Crystal Cabinet is narrated by a male victim of female entrapment. A maiden catches him dancing in the wild. She puts him into her cabinet and locks him up with a golden key. The cabinet, made of gold, pearl, and crystal, contains a world. Under a little lovely moony night. Gold cup, gold bowl, gold cabinet. The prison is the vagina. The key is the male's own penis, which woman steals to make herself hermaphroditically complete. Sexual keys appear in Milton's Comus, as well as Goethe's Faust. Blake's golden key is a golden bough, Virgil's passport to a Chthonian underworld. Gold is also the male's own narcissism. Blake elsewhere compares the phallus to a pompous high priest entering the Holy of Holies or secret shrine of the vagina, Jerusalem 69-44. The Crystal Cabinet opens on the male's carefree childhood, when he lives in the body without ambivalence or fear. But sexual initiation ends his trusting view of nature. His rite de passage is into containment, luxurious but humiliating. The maiden trapping him, like bird or butterfly, as a collector, a connoisseur with a museum of sexual specimens. She is like Circe with her stable of swine, or Omphale with her male domestics. The maiden's calculation is decadent. She is like the lordly late romantic collectors of Sade, Poe, and Huysmans. The Crystal Cabinet is a reliquary storing hosts' or saints' bones. It is like Donne's well-wrought urn, both poem and funeral vase, mingling the ashes of canonized lovers. But Blake's ashes are far more bitter. The male is martyred, a lamb led to slaughter. The vagina is a sexual crematorium. The crystal cabinet destroys by miniaturizing, cutting an erection down to size. It contains another world and another maiden. Translucent, lovely, shining clear. Threefold each in the other cloesti. Oh, what a pleasant trembling fear. Microcosms are dangerous in Blake because they are separatist and solipsistic. The crystal cabinet is like Spencer's world of glass, both mirror and crystal ball. The pregnant tear of dawn's valediction of weeping contains the beloved's reflection and also a globe of the world. In Blake, the male enters a looking-glass world of sexual anti-matter. His pleasant fear is his masochistic delectation at female dominance. The male willfully prolonging his sexual subordination makes his own hell. The crystal cabinet requires man's voluptuous self-surrender. When he asserts himself, the illusion falls to pieces. The cabinet bursts, and he is a weeping babe upon the wild. Near him reclines a weeping woman pale. The cabinet is Spencer's torpid bower of bliss, here accidentally destroyed by a devotee. Like the erotic idols of Keats's Lamia and La Belle Dame sans Merci, Blake's poem ends in cold, shame-filled awakening. A movement toward the illicit produces a violent movement outward into desolation. The primary model is Adam and Eve's expulsion from the garden. We see the same pattern in the finale of Moby Dick, where a Hobbes attempt to pierce the heart of nature by harpooning the white whale ends in catastrophe and vast, empty silence. The crystal cabinet says there is no way to understand nature. Every son is expelled from every mother. The more he searches for her through sex, the more she recedes from him. Bloom places the cabinet's demonically threefold hostess in a carnival of mirrors. For I think of the climax of Orson Welles's The Lady from Shanghai, 1948, where Rita Hayworth as the siren of the labyrinth appears in dizzying profusion, until the hall of mirrors, like the crystal cabinet, is shattered by her angry male pursuer. Blake's threefold maiden is triple Hecate, ominous and nocturnal. In Blake, any numerical multiple is diseased. Unity is paradigmatic. The maiden's threefold smile, like Kali's many arms, represents nature's metamorphosis. But it is also multiple sexual personae, for Blake. Always artificial and mendacious, hybrid forms in Blake are wanton. Trick lenses, suggesting vain self-contemplation. The maiden of the crystal cabinet overpopulates herself, like the sick rose. Unlike Shakespeare of the transvestite comedies, Blake opposes psychic diversification as decadent. God may say, be fruitful and multiply. But Blake says, multiply and be fruitless. The male narrator of The Crystal Cabinet believes he has entered sexual maturity, but as he tries to claim adult authority, he is propelled back to infancy. He is the helpless babe starting the mental traveler. The weeping woman is the mother of his nativity and lamentation. The Crystal Cabinet ends like Giorgione's The Tempest, 1505, where a nude woman nurses a child under a thundery sky. Blake's cycle is replayed by D.H. Lawrence in Women in Love, where Gerald's violent intercourse with Gudrun strangely transforms him into an infant at its mother's breast. 5. Restored to the landscape. Where he was found, the male of The Crystal Cabinet undergoes a melancholy reabsorption into biology, symbolized by a pale woman, half dead from labor pains. Sex pleasure, sex torture, it's all the same. To Mother Nature, the Crystal Cabinet is a raised temple of sex, from which the faithful are dispersed into the wilderness. Architecturally, Blake's cabinet is unique. Primitive depiction of female genitals as stark and unadorned. Fertility religion makes pubic deltas or ridged ovoids. Literature and art follow the medieval Venusberg tradition of the Tannhauser saga, where the Mons Veneris echoes Earth's rounded hills. Western depiction of male genitals tends to use fabricated rather than natural shapes, swords, spears, guns, herms, even, in Melville, a chimney. Whether Amazon or Hedda Gabler, the woman taking up a man's weapon hermaphroditizes herself. Western masculinity defies female nature. A phallic totem is easily made and rather impressive. But how to achieve a female sex symbolism of equal dignity? Melville's Tartarus, of maids, for example, though sympathetic to women's plight, is a somewhat nauseating tour of the physiological waterworks. Woman, as civilization rather than nature, must be represented by her secondary rather than primary sex organs. As I noted of Egyptian art, the female breast as shapely adornment rather than saggy bladder accompanies the invention of femininity, sign of advancing culture. After prehistory, the breast takes over Western female symbolism. Remarkably, Blake's crystal cabinet imagines female genitals at a high degree of artifice. There are few parallels. Female genitalia are not beautiful by any aesthetic standard. In fact, as I argued earlier, the idea of beauty is a defensive swerve from the ugliness of sex and nature. Female genitals are literally grotesque. That is, they are of the grotto, earth fissures leading to the Chthonian cavern of the womb. Italians have a special feeling for grottos and are constantly building them behind homes or churches. It is part of our pagan heritage, our ancestral memory of earth cult. Female genitals inspire in the observer, depending upon sexual orientation, that stirring in the bowels which is either disgust or lust. The crystal cabinet shows lust flipping over to disgust. Blake's golden female genitals are a work of art, but here that is evil. His radical revision of traditional iconography is produced by his distrust of society. For him, literature and art reinforce the hostile game playing of love. Courtly convention traps the free energy of sex, but archetype thwarts Blake's intention. The male, thrusting into the cabinet's sexual center, sees where he came from and is horrified. I reject criticism's tidy assessment of Blake's sex theory, where redeemed imagination opposes and reconciles civilization and nature. Poetry is written and read with emotion, not mind. Emotionally, Blake's world is out of control. Blake and Lawrence have reputations as sexual revolutionaries, but both were agitated by the threat of female dominance, which their works prove rather than disprove. Blake is our greatest poet of sexual anxiety. Bloom rightly says of the crystal cabinet, the speaker has suffered only loss through seeking in sexual experience a finality it cannot afford anyone. 6. Bloom's pessimistic realism is truer to Blake than Northrop Frye's dreams of sexual harmony. My generation has seen the workings of sexual freedom not in an imagined future, but a chaotic present. Hence I value Blake not as a prophet of sexual liberation but as a magus who has studied the secrets of nature and seen the outrageous enslavements of our life in the body. The Mental Traveler and The Crystal Cabinet dramatize the limitations of sex. There is no sex without yielding to nature, and nature as a female domain. Blake's dreadful fate was to see the abyss from which most men shrink. The infantilism in all male heterosexuality. Criticisms. Disregard of Blake's blatant sadomasochism has censored him. Like Spencer, he left a message that remains unread. Blake's long prophetic poems have a curious psychological system. Bear with me for a synopsis hacked out of the jungle of Blake scholarship, much of it frustratingly contradictory. Human beings suffer division in the fallen realm of experience, which is marked by the dramatic interaction of entities called emanation and specter. The emanation is projected cathexis, a cinema of the unquiet mind. It is desire longing for realization. Emanations can be of either sex, but the most important ones are female. In innocence, the female emanation is integrated within the self. In experience, the emanation must migrate outward, i.e., emanate. A self which imprisons its emanation becomes solipsistic and hermaphroditic. Once the emanation achieves outwardness, it must not escape so far as to become alienated from the self. This would be the erotic perversity of female flight and concealment, by which woman dominates man. Spiritual health is the correct positioning of self to emanation, in loving marriage. The archenemy of happy union between self and emanation is the spectre, whom Blake identifies with rationalism. One may be turned into a spectre by the desertion of one's emanation, but just as often, the spectre pursues and haunts the self. Blake's spectre is always male, hence it is an early example of the 19th century doppelganger, like the stern double-tracking pose William Wilson. When dominated by the spectre, the self becomes a hermaphroditic selfhood, whom Blake calls Satan or death. In this state, the created world is at its most remote and densely material or contracted. Until commentary becomes simpler and more persuasive, Blake's long poems will languish unread, known only by Blake specialists. The same parochialization suffered by Spenser. It should be immediately evident, though nowhere pointed out in central Blake studies, that Blake's spectres and emanations are equivalent to the ghosts of the contemporaneous Gothic novel. The late 18th century was the end of something and the beginning of something. The disintegration of the Apollonian Enlightenment produced a psychic fragmentation or splintering. In the static psychology of the early 18th century, character was constructed of building blocks of fixed qualities. A century earlier, Donne illustrated the rational unity and simplicity of the Christian model of personality in Holy Sonnet I, where the soul is tugged up toward heaven and down toward hell, while the poet looks forward toward death and backward toward his sinful life. Directions are resolutely foursquare, like a compass. The moral universe is geometrically coherent and intelligible. In Blake, however, there is no up or down. Tracks of emotional force are not rectangular, but spiral. Mannerist images of the vortex recur. The spectre veers off at an eccentric angle from the self. Blake's fluid world is full of disjunctions of scale, gross expansions and stifling diminutions. It has the spongy relativism of modern physics. In Blake the soul has split, so that the prophetic poems ask what is the true self. This is a new question in history, more sweeping than the multiple impersonations of the Renaissance, where social order was still a moral value. In Blake, territorial war is waged among parts of the self. His characters are in identity crisis, Rousseau's invention. In his spectres and emanations, Blake is doing allegorically what the 19th century novel will do naturalistically, documenting the modulations of emotion. Blake rejects Judeo-Christian morality. Nevertheless, he wants to integrate sexuality with right action. But sex, which Christianity correctly assigns to the demonic realm, always escapes moral control. The paradoxes of Blake's eerie Gothic psychodrama of spectre and emanation arise from the impossibility of his mission to redeem sex from its miring in Mother Nature. Fallen experience constantly generates phantom selves which cloud perception. Parodic pregnancies abound in Blake. The failure to emanate is like a perversely prolonged pregnancy, where being is choked. Blake's psychodrama takes the form of unnatural sex acts of bizarre surrealism. Blake is Sade's peer in sexual imagination. Take, for example, Losse's capture of his fleeing emanation, Enitharmon. Eternity shuddered when they saw man begetting his likeness on his own divided image. Urizen 1914-16. I am impatient with critical overstress of the allegory here, where loss is time and Enitharmon space. On the primary emotional level of poetry, we see a violent public sex act, from which the horrified universe cannot avert its eyes. Incestuous self-insemination. The grappling duo is a new Khepera, the masturbatory Egyptian cosmos maker. Actors and audience are a sexual octopus of many legs and many eyes. The contest between male spectre and female emanation is archaic. Ritual combat. I find homosexual overtones in the betrayal of the self. into a quasi-spectral world ruled by dark, deceiving male figures. Note the elegance with which Blake's spectre theory fits. Shakespeare's Othello, a conspiratorial spectre, Iago, is homoerotically obsessed with splitting Othello through jealous fears. From his emanation, Desdemona. Jealousy and fear are the spectre's regular weapons. Othello, cleaving to his spectre instead of casting him off, destroys himself. He ends by killing not his spectre but his emanation. Another example is Joseph Lossie's film, The Servant, 1963, screenplay by Harold Pinter from a novel by Robin Mom. An upper-class bachelor is dominated by a homosexually insinuating male spectre, his housekeeper and valet, Dirk Bogarde, who coolly and systematically drives away the master's fiancée. The fiancée, Blake's emanation, is the master's link with reality. Severed from her, he sinks beneath the spectre's power into enervation and decadence. Blake's solipsism. In Blake, the self must choose between joyous heterosexual marriage with a female emanation or evil homosexual bonding with a male spectre. Homosexuality is negative and narcissistic for Blake because it evades the fruitful opposition of sexual contraries. Blake's fallen world is full of delusive personae, like swindling bubble speculations of the 19th century. Vala, for example, is a taxidermic decoy, like Spencer's false Florimel. She vampiristically captures and absorbs Albion's libidinal energy. The self must make its way past frauds and extortionists who lure the psyche into committing spiritual capital to unsound investments. Blake sees sexual personae as false advertisement. As a moralist, Blake is a spiritualist. As a sexualist, he is a materialist. Never the twain shall meet. Arguments with oneself make art. Blake's poetry is border, strife, communiques from the endless guerrilla war between sex and good intentions. The hermaphrodites of Blake's prophetic poems may be the most shrilly negative androgynes in literature and art. Blake's attitude toward sexually dual figures is mixed, since he thinks of prelapsarian man as androgynous. Crabb Robinson reported a rambling conversation with Blake about life before and after the fall. The poet spoke of a union of sexes in man as in Ovid, an androgynous state, in which I could not follow him. For Blake, the sexes should be fused only in the unfallen world. Albion, like the Kabbalistic Adam Kadmon, contains both sexes because he precedes history. When history stops, Albion will regain his dual gender. Though he may allude to a primeval hermaphrodite, Blake puts little stress on it in his poetry. Of far more import are the monstrous hermaphrodites of experience. The hermaphroditic Satan, black and opaque, hides the male within him, as in a tabernacle abominable. Deadly, 4 Zoas 101, 2, 33-37. Tabernacles and arks, like crystal cabinets, are evil because Blake opposes everything hidden or set aside in special holiness. Satan is a mutation of the Great Mother. He is unformed and vast, like the chaos of archaic night before the birth of the eye. Blake's hermaphrodites are negative for the same reason they are positive for the French and English decadents. Their imperious self-containment, the hermaphrodite's inability to mate and its incapacity for emotional opening are moral defects for Blake, who says, "The most sublime act is to set another before you, marriage of heaven and hell." The hermaphrodite is severe sexual closure. Satan is a black hole of super-dense matter, a spiraling convolution of psyche. He is spiritually blocked. Blake's war at Jerusalem's gate is a vast, aggregate hermaphrodite or polypus, heaving like an earthquake. 4 Zoas 104, 2, 19-21, 56, 14-16. This Wagnerian passage is a great epiphany of the Dionysian androgyne. Chthonian spasms give birth to the monstrous deformity, Satan. Swirling, swarming mobs are a single, writhing being. Baudelaire uses a similar effect in A Carcass, where Seething maggots rise and fall like a wave. Blake's surreal warpings of perspective resemble Virgil's in his grotesque rumor, tyrant of city life. Hermaphrodite war and hermaphroditic Satan, spawned by demonic parthenogenesis, belong to the category of androgyne I call the moral monstrosity. A reverse image of Satan's birth occurs in Milton, where the poet hero returns from Eden to become his own hermaphrodite shadow. There are labor pains of ingress, as dead Milton forces the ribbon of time to run backwards so he may revise his life work. Milton, as if in masquerade, assumes hermaphrodite costume to recover his emanation, Olalan. He is like Odysseus disguised as a beggar to free his emanation, Penelope, from captivity in their house usurped by specters. Milton faces the Blakean sexual crux, a choice between a blissful bride and a male double, Satan. Milton's quest for his emanation requires separating her from her own tendency toward hermaphroditism. She is at a sexual crossroads, like the Greek fork. Where Oedipus slew Laius, Milton must capture his emanation before she takes the road to Delphi, where she will become, like Alice, an omnipotent queen. Hermaphrodite Milton is tempted by orgiastic apparitions sent by the malevolent nature goddesses, Rahab and Tirzah. These hermaphrodites, double-sexed, the female male and the male female, have an Apollonian beauty glowing against Chthonian darkness, like Lucifer in The Monk, 19:32-33. They flash with the neon luridness of urban prostitution, homosexual and heterosexual. Milton is being confronted with his ambivalence about sex in Jerusalem, in one of the most daring assaults upon the masculine in all of Blake. Vala denounces loss, the human as but a worm, and thou, O male, thou art thyself female, a male, a breeder of seed, a son and husband, and lo, the human divine is woman's shadow, a vapor in the summer's heat. Ellipsis. O woman born, and woman nourished, and woman educated, and woman scorned. 64, 12-17. A giant hermaphrodite suddenly forms, and the colors of crimson wrath, green jealousy, and purple frustration vibrate in the heavy air. The united beings loom over the Thames like a colossus, a toxic mushroom cloud. Vala, as nature denies the male exists as a separate sex. He is merely a subset to woman. Nature shrinks man to her adolescent son lover. Vala's torrent of abuse resembles the hectoring verbal attacks of female upon cowering male in Lawrence's Women in Love and the films All About Eve and Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. I invent a special category of the androgyne, the Venus barbata, for such strident termagants. One of Los's tasks in Jerusalem is to break apart false hermaphrodite forms to release their male and female energy. He pounds them on his anvil, asserting the aggression of masculine will. Los has to halt the careening orgy of the daughters of Albion, who divide and unite at will, as, naked and drunk, they pour through the London streets. 58, 1-2. The daughters of Albion seem to clone themselves and make love to their own mirror images. Lesbianism is also implied in the physical intimacy of Jerusalem and Vala, surely illustrated in the introductory plate to the second chapter, which speaks of unnatural consanguinities and friendships. 19, 40-41. 28-7. Los's hammer blows are the harsh metrical accents of poetry, imagination escaping and defeating nature's organic rhythms. His beats are the renewed strife of contraries, the source of Blakean energy stunted by premature hermaphrodite fusings. Malevolent. Nature tries to reduce all objects to sameness, the infancy of history. Commentary on Blake's hermaphrodites is scanty and confusing. The received interpretations are theories, not proven solutions. In his Blake Dictionary, J. Foster Damon, following Milton O. Percival, makes a distinction between hermaphrodite and androgyne that makes no sense whatever to me. Damon and Percival believe the sexes are equal in the androgyne but that the female dominates in the hermaphrodite. Point 7. But the latter idea comes from Ovid's embroidered tale of Salmacis and Hermaphroditus, extremely late in mythological tradition. The words hermaphrodite and androgyne should be virtually synonymous. The only distinction might be to see the hermaphrodite as genitally dual but the androgyne as sexually ambiguous in face, hair, frame, clothes, manner, or spirit. But even this is an unnecessary split. Why are androgynes horrific in Blake's poetry? Of the English Romantics, Blake is the most oriented toward the patriarchal Old Testament, which purges femaleness out of God. Like Dante and Spenser, Blake sees metamorphic hermaphroditism as evil. His loathsome hermaphrodites may be a tweaking of Milton's and Swedenborg's noses. In Milton's heaven, angels change gender and have sex in perfect purity, their soft bodies, dilated or condensed, at will. PLI 423-31, 8.615-29. But Blake denies there can be happiness in a realm that devalues the sexual body as grossly material. Blake's hermaphrodites make Miltonic couplings, clotting and splitting at staccato pace. Their solipsism may be a satire on Milton's angels, whom Blake views as passive, sterile jellies. In Milton's heaven, like unites with like, for Blake a dead end of narcissism. What Blake most abhors in Milton's angelic intercourse is its dissolution of outline, as the boneless entities meet and merge. This I see as the main reason for his hostility to hermaphrodites. Blake is the only major poet who is also an artist. The central reference point of his poetry and drawings is the human form divine, specifically the male form, with which Blake identifies human imagination struggling to free itself from female nature. Like Michelangelo, Blake gives female figures a masculine musculature. Because Blake knew Michelangelo's work only from engravings, his Michelangelo-inspired modeling has a sinewy hardness, like Signorelli's. Blake blames Venetian and Flemish painting for losing the outlines. There must be firm and determinate outline. The great and golden rule of art, as well as of life, is this, that the more distinct, sharp, and wiry the bounding line, the more perfect the work of art, and the less keen and sharp, the greater is the evidence of weak imitation, plagiarism, and bungling. How do we distinguish the oak from the beech, the horse from the ox, but by the bounding outline? How do we distinguish one face or countenance from another, but by the bounding line and its infinite inflections and movements? 8. Blake's hard and wiry line of rectitude is the sharp Apollonian contour I have traced to the incised edges of Egyptian art. It is Blake's barrier against nature, a perceptual device by which objects and persons gain their identity. Spenser too identifies virtue with sharp-edged personality, and sloth and vice with melting dissolution of form. Blake condemns blotting and blurring in art, broken lines, broken masses, and broken colors. He calls chiaroscuro, originating in Leonardo's ambiguous sfumato, that infernal machine, cranking out the murk of hell. 9. The androgyne seemed benign to Blake the less clearly he thought about it. Hence his obscure rambling to Robinson. As soon as Blake actually visualized the androgyne, it became a horror. Explicitly, hermaphroditic figures are repugnant to him for the same reason they were to high classic Greek artists, who avoided depicting mutilations or monstrosities. For Blake, the hermaphrodite offends against the virtuous optical integrity of the human form. The same zeal moved Spenser to cancel his hermaphrodite stanzas. Blake abandoned the few drawings he attempted of the hermaphrodite, and he has his own rejected hermaphrodite stanzas, 2 fragments about Tharmas and his emanation which were never included in the 4 Zoas. Thus, Blake's hostility to the hermaphrodite has 2 sources, ethical and aesthetic. Male and female as principles of energy must not lose their autonomy in torpid self-absorption. Second, the visionary clarity of the unitary human form must not be defiled by grotesque hybridization. Blake's art theory extends to his view of personality. We can distinguish one face from another, Blake says, only by the bounding borderline, without which all is chaos again. There is an undertow in nature, sucking phenomena back to primeval non-differentiation. Personality maintains its discreteness by an act of will, otherwise one person will flow helplessly into another. Both Spencer and Blake hate the amorphous, but Blake's anxiety is obsession. His insistence on the bounding line is like Dr. Johnson's compulsion to touch fence posts as he walked. Blake says, nature has no outline, the ghost of Abel. Bloom speaks of Blake's Rahab as mother of the indefinite, queen of the abyss of objects without contour, lines without clear outline. 10. Looking at a smoky, coloristic painting, Blake feels he is looking into Rahab's abyss. Blake says chiaroscuro makes a painting, all blocked up with brown shadows, though Rubens' original conception was all fire and animation. He loads it with hellish brownness, and blocks up all its gates of light. Blake uses clear colors unmudded by oil, mud, hellish brownness, excrement. Blake confirms this association elsewhere when he calls Rubens' coloring most contemptible. His shadows are of a filthy brown somewhat of the color of excrement. 11. Hellish brownness is the belly and bowels of Mother Nature, the labyrinth where the Apollonian eye is lost. Blake's mud is primal ooze, the Chthonian swamp of generation. In Spencer and Blake, the self must be constructed and sustained against demoralizing relaxations, laxness of line. Personality is architectonic. Without virile force, the self slips back into the dissolution of swampy female nature. Blake says a weak bounding line is evidence of plagiarism. Bloom's anxiety of influence. By firmness of line, one defends oneself against an overwhelming precursor. Who is the ultimate precursor? The great, original, Mother Nature, who delegates her authority to our individual mothers. Blake's bounding line expresses a gnawing need for self-origination. It is a territorial strategy, by which the male separates himself from his female source. Like Jesus, Blake defies his mother. Then what have I to do with thee? To Tirzah. When Blake says faces are indistinguishable without the bounding line, the two faces threatening to collapse into each other, as in the dream climax of Bergman's Persona, are those of mother and son. Blake's scorn for chiaroscuro is related to his resentment of the hidden and secret. He boldly calls for an end to shame about the genitals. He wants them flooded in the light of glad day, with its exuberant nudity. Alas, sexual openness applies only to men. A man can walk vigorously free on the earth, exposing his genitals without self-consciousness or guilt, but a woman's genitals are not visible. When she stands or walks, to expose herself, she must lie on her back, or squat over the observer's face. In other words, she must take a position of submission or dominance, as in a primitive statuette or cult act. Man is either gynecologist or supine asphyxiate. The female body can never be made completely visible. It will always be a dark, secret place. I applied Karen Horney's remark on woman's inability to see her genitals to my theory of the Greek male nude, which I interpret as a projected genital, embodying every emotion in Titanic human form. Blake's long poems are a psychic gigantism, a compulsive externalization inspired by the desire to abolish the secrecy of woman's reproductive matrix. Gigantism is distinctively masculine, as in Michelangelo and Goethe. Gigantism in a woman is transsexualizing, transmuting the female self by male potency. The desire to turn male is latent in two examples of female gigantism: Emily Bronte's Heathcliff and Rosa Bonheur's vast, muscular painting, Horse Fair. Blake's supreme desire is to free sex from the tyrannical nature. Mother One of my central theses is that sex and parturition occur in the liquid realm. Art is a flight from liquidity in its manufacture of discrete objects defying their origins. Blake's extraordinary rhetorical energy and enormity of assertion come from his revulsion from the female-ruled liquid condition of physical life. The Greek beautiful boy, I said, is imagination freed from nature, but his freedom is attained through sexual renunciation, chastity. Blake desires free imagination, but he exalts eroticism and makes chastity a perversion. This is impossible. There can be no active sexuality without surrender to nature and to liquidity, the realm of the mother. Blake wants nature bound but sex unbound. Sex as Chthonian, but as artist and man. Blake seeks the Apollonian. Before the symbolism of his prophetic books was analyzed, Blake used to be called mad. This was obviously wrong. Yet in the long poems there is a hysteria or excess, unacknowledged by criticism. Art is born of stress, not repose. Art is always a swerve from primary experience. Blake's long poems are full of knots, breaches, and strains. They are held together by force of will, like an ancient monument, the porch of the maidens, sutured by iron rods. Blake's lack of complete intelligibility comes from his philosophical discontinuities. His hopeless but heroic task, to redeem sex from nature, is a Western epic saga. Translating him into moral terms, criticism is at odds with how Blake's poetry feels. Bloom presents Blake as a man of peace who hates war, but Blake's prophetic poetry is war, violent, terrible. His long poems seethe with hostility, of which his obsession with Mother Nature is but one example. As I read the accumulated criticism, I keep asking, why is Blake a poet rather than a philosopher, if everything he wrote reduces so neatly to these manifest ideas? Blake's scholarship denies there is a latent content. In life as in art, moral flag waving may conceal a repressed attraction to what is being denounced. Blake's treatment of women is full of ambivalences. Here is his model of the future. In eternity, woman is the emanation of man. She has no will of her own. There is no such thing in eternity as a female will, a vision of the Last Judgment. It is not enough to say all Blake's females are nature and all his males are man and woman together. Whenever gender is symbolized, we must ask why. As long as imagination is formed by culture, it may be impossible to free the sexes from their inherited meanings in art. I am not particularly vexed by Blake's negative female symbols, since I am too aware of a contradictory latent content breaking through so stunning a vision of nature as the mental traveler is not produced by someone secure in the triumph of male imagination. In a room of one's own, Virginia Woolf satirically describes her perplexity at the bulging card catalogue of the British Museum. Why, she asks, are there so many books written by men about women but none by women about men? The answer to her question is that from the beginning of time men have been struggling with the threat of woman's dominance. The flood of books was prompted not by woman's weakness but by her strength, her complexity and impenetrability, her dreadful omnipresence. No man has yet been born, even Jesus himself, who was not spun from a pitiful speck of plasma to a conscious being on the secret loom within a woman's body. That body is the cradle and soft pillow of woman's love, but it is also the torture rack of nature. Blake seems to be the one romantic who denies the femme fatale's power over him, but this is his propaganda, not reality. Even Losse's activity is the hammering heart of sex fear. In one of the most spectacular passages in Blake's poetry, the naked daughters of Albion perform a grim ritual of nature cult. They hunker on a stone altar, the rock landscape of the mental traveler. With a flint knife, castration, tool of the Great Mother, they gash the howling male victim. His blood stains their white bodies. They thrust their fingers in his heart. They pour cold water on his brain and lid his eyes, glowing with beauty and cruelty. They obscure the sun and the moon. No eye can look upon them. One drinks the blood of her panting victim. He pants because he is a deer caught by an eerily unwinded Diana. The sex act has drained him. Woman soaks up male energy for her insatiable pleasure and pride. Jer 66, 16-34, 68, 11-12. The daughters of Albion are so superbly glamorous and the whole terrifying scene so astoundingly visualized that we must ask whether such things in Blake really come from militant resistance to the femme fatale. I fail to see significant differences between this passage and the erotic vampire poems of Baudelaire. Surely there is secret delectation in Blake's vivid detailing of each step of the prostrate male's torture. This is a great flight of sadomasochistic poetry. I feel very strongly in it Blake's shiver of voluptuous identification with the humiliated victim. It prefigures Whitman's keening sexual litanies. The manifest content of the passage is that nature is pitiless and tyrannical. The latent content is that Blake's excessive opposition to the female will springs from his attraction to her and from the danger of his imminent surrender. Blake's sexual vulnerability is only to Chthonian androgynes, the Great Mother and her subset, the vampire. The Amazon figure, severed from sexuality, offers no archetypal danger to him, hence his stern rejection of her as uncomplicated. Blake's virginity as a haughty, solitary Artemis, like Spenser's Belphoebe. Apollonian Elenitria, the silver-bowed queen, has a terrible, light and immortal beauty. Driving off trespassers with her silver arrows, Ur 8-4, Mill 12-1. 11. 37-38. Blake finds immature the self-sequestration of Spenserian virginity. Significantly, his crowded painting of the fairy queen omits both Belphoebe and Britomart. Blake has a nightmare vision of Amazon legions on the move, modeled on Milton's demon army. Thousands of women march over burning wastes of sand, as blazing lightning strikes their armored shoulders. 4 Zoas 70-21. 23. Virginity, burning with repressed desire, is a hot, thin soil where nothing grows. Blake's war against female hegemony extends even to his muse. He claimed he took dictation from the spirit of his dead brother, who died at 19. Thus Blake has a male muse, an extraordinary aberration in the history of poetry. Milton bizarrely descends into Blake's foot in his garden, poetic destiny transmitted from one male to another, without the muse's mediation. Blake will not let femaleness touch him on any side. Blake, unlike Wordsworth, is chock full of characters, who are the very stuff of his poetry. But he is not concerned with personality as such. His characters are generalized and typological. Blake is interested in universal, not idiosyncratic experience. In the huge corpus of his artwork, there are few portraits, and these are usually caricatures or grotesques. Blake resembles Michelangelo in his indifference to the portrait mode, a medium of social personae. Manners are rituals, which Blake opposes in society or religion as mechanical formulas imposed on the spontaneous and organic. Ironically, in dispensing with social ritualism, Blake left himself open to the far more brutal sadomasochistic ritualism of sex and nature, which became his favorite poetic style. Like D.H. Lawrence, Blake wants sex to transcend social names and identities. Also like Lawrence, he desires a return to naturalness without succumbing to nature. In Blake's world, the mere appearance of a persona is a sign of disease. A mask is a moral husk. Blake attacks all hierarchies. There is no great chain of being in his poetry. Nothing is holier than anything else. But Blake's bounding line is an Apollonian and hence hierarchical principle. I noted that Blake is against dissolution of form, the Dionysian force destroying hierarchy in Euripides' Medea and Bacchae. Despite his bounding line, Blake opposes centripetal identity as solipsistic. Urizen, for example, is self-cloesty. all repelling, Urizen 3-3. Here the bounds of self are too firm. Blake's most famous drawing is the centrifugal glad day. Athletic Albion with arms flung wide, a symbol of the free energy. Blake loves free energy as Dionysian. One cannot be simultaneously for contour and for sexuality, since sexuality by its very nature is an abridgment of contour. Two people making love are the beast with two backs. The most perfectly contoured personalities in literature and art are those Apollonian angels of chastity whom Blake despises for their coldness and exclusivity. These irreconcilable contradictions arise from Blake's violent yoking together of two opposing systems, the Bible and the visual arts. As a graphic artist, Blake is already beyond Old Testament Judaism, which condemns image-making as idolatry. The 10 Commandments forbid pictures of all kinds, of animals, fish, or gods. This is a Hebrew strategy against pagan fertility cults, which saw divinity in nature. Yahweh's injunction diverted Jewish creative energy away from the visual arts into theology, philosophy, literature, law, and science, by which the Jews have made a stunning impact on world culture, far outweighing their small numbers. Blake's eccentric psychology comes from the fact that he is a strange combination of artist and Hebrew prophet. Blake rejects Greco-Roman literature and exalts the Bible, whose psychology he adopts. There are no sexual personae in the Bible, except among harlots. Biblical character is unitary and homogeneous. Psychic splits are of the whited sepulchre kind, where the self is cleanly divided into visible and invisible halves. Multiplicity is just the moral duality of a fair face concealing a foul heart. The self breaks down no finer than this. Metamorphosis is reserved for seraphs. God and demons make marvels, turning into a pillar of fire, or bouncing into a pig. There is no suggestion of the turbulent welter of impulses in Euripides' Medea. The Bible is unconcerned with mystery of motivation. Pharaoh's hardness of heart is stupidity and self-destructiveness, the donkey halting in its track. Saul's envy is an exception, but perhaps a chunk of the story has vanished along the way. Classical personality, in contrast, is a theatrical projection of self. A tremendous amount of imaginative energy was invested in the construction of persona. It is in the persona that honor resides, and offenses against honor require revenge, a principle still colorfully operative among the mafia. Classical psychology, revived in the Renaissance, lingers on in Italian culture, where persona is called figura, as in cutting a figure. In the Bible, individuals are inseparable from their acts. Matthew Arnold says, the uppermost idea with Hebraism is conduct and obedience. 12 That biblical personality exists in and for moral action makes sense inasmuch as the Bible is a chronicle, the record of a chosen people moving through history. While action is important in classical culture, the persona is separate from and greater than acts. No value inheres in an action unless one is seen performing it. The Greek gods certainly don't give a fig unless their personal vanity is involved. Hence the act is merely instrumental, common clay in the sculpting of persona, which is a public work of art. Blake seeks out the Hebrew roots of character and tries to throw off the classical theatrical persona. But the Hebrew view of personality as moral content creates a tension in his poetry with the Greek view of personality as visible formal contour, to which Blake is drawn despite himself, because of his artist's eye. In his indictment of the Great Mother, Blake writes like Saint Augustine, as if she were an immediate threat. Thus his poetry recreates the historical situation in which the Jews warred with Egypt, Babylon, and Rome. Despite his apparent radicalism, Blake is deeply conservative about personality. He is obsessed with the subject, because he stands on the threshold of one of the great leaps in Western culture in number and volatility of sexual personae. The last had been at the Renaissance. With the intuition of genius, Blake feels the forces at work in the late 18th century which will produce the chaotic proliferation of modern personalities. Like Spencer, Blake tries to halt the breakdown into multiplicity of personae. With the Apollonian bounding line, he wants to bind up the self into honesty, to ban all psychic fictions. But, as Blake pursues his moral quest, the principal tools which come to hand are feverishly propagating specters and emanations. Their thronging presence in his riven poetry makes it symptomatic in literary history of the very fragmentation it condemns. 11. Marriage to Mother Nature. Wordsworth. William Wordsworth, not William Blake, defined nature for 19th-century culture. Visiting France in the early 1790s, Wordsworth read and admired Rousseau. Disillusioned by the French Revolution's moral degeneration, he turned away from politics toward nature, the focus of his hopes. Nature's inability to sustain him emotionally becomes one of Wordsworth's sad themes. From first to last, he sees nature with Rousseau's eyes. Wordsworth's refusal to acknowledge the sex or cruelty in nature as one source of the palpable repression in his poetry, which constricts and weighs it down. This repression, approaching depressiveness, accounts for Wordsworth's lack of appeal to young readers, who are drawn to energy, not to mention lust. Wordsworth's sexlessness is not neurotic failing but conceptual strategy. He must renounce sex in order not to see or feel nature's sadism. Blake wants sex without nature. Wordsworth wants nature without sex. As Rousseau is answered by Sade, so is Wordsworth answered by his friend and colleague, Coleridge. There is a harsh sexual symbiosis between the two men. Wordsworth displaces onto Coleridge what he himself cannot acknowledge in nature. From Coleridge comes the savage line of 19th century pornographic demonism. Poe and Hawthorne to Baudelaire, Wilde, and James. The bitter war between Wordsworth and Coleridge goes on for 100 years. Wordsworth's first principle is wise passiveness, a feminine receptivity opening us to nature. In Expostulation and Reply, from Wordsworth and Coleridge's Revolutionary Lyrical Ballads, 1798, a friend chides the poet for dreaming his time away. Wordsworth replies that the eye sees, the ear hears, and our bodies feel, against or with our will. Unknown powers play upon us. These powers are Chthonian, but Wordsworth severs them from their ancient connection to sex and barbarism. Reality is active, the poet contemplative, dominated by nature. The poem is a manifesto of sexual dissent, a withdrawal from the traditional masculine sphere of action and achievement. It starts a movement in modern literature, leading to Melville's self-entombed Bartleby, I would prefer not to, and Kafka's crippled cockroach, Gregor Samsa. Wordsworth forfeits maleness for spiritual union with Mother Nature, wholeness through self-mutilation. His poetry revives the ritualism of the Asiatic mother cults, whose priests castrated themselves for the goddess. In a companion poem, Wordsworth denies we can learn anything from books, that is, from the words of other men. Instead, let nature be your teacher. Intellect misshapes beauty. We murder to dissect. All you need is a heart that watches and receives. The tables turned. As in Dante, reason cannot lead us to ultimate truth. Wordsworth's reason is brutal and uncreative. Murder by dissection means analysis as masculine, penetrating and killing. Intellect as too aggressive. The heart receives knowledge as a bride opens to her husband. The poet's sex reversal is unmistakable. His shadowy powers appear here as female nature. The male perfects himself by shamanistic sacrifice of virility. When he is completely passive, nature showers him with gifts. He is wholly newborn and she Madonna and Magi. There is nothing negative in the teacher. Thus there can be nothing negative in the lesson. This was Wordsworth's major error. The Rousseauist family romance of mother and child is explicit throughout Wordsworth. In The Recluse he calls himself a nursling of the mountains, tamed by female nature, who turns him from warrior's schemes, and tells him, be mild, and cleave to gentle things. 726-45. Enlightenment means androgyny, nature as man's model. Since she is female, he must become feminine. This internalization of femininity is celebrated in the last book of the Prelude, where the heart of the spiritually evolved male is tender as a nursing mother's heart, and his life full of female softness, humble cares and delicate desires, mild interests and gentlest sympathies. 14.225-31. A man reaches the height of moral understanding through psychic transsexualism. His inner life is colonized by feminine emotions and experiences. Intuitive vision as trance-like removal from the active body. Wordsworth calls it that serene and blessed mood, a yogic suspension of breath and blood. We are laid asleep in body and become a living soul. The aggressive Western eye is made quiet as we see into the life of things. Tintern Abbey. There is no gender in pure contemplativeness, since there is no gender-defining body, now neutralized and transcended. Wordsworth systematically suppresses the body, the medium of masculine action. When Peter Bell's hard-hearted protagonist reforms, his joy turns to tears, melting his nerves, his sinews, through all. His iron frame was felt, a gentle, a relaxing power. Fibers weakened, he is helpless, mild and gentle as an infant child. The iron frame of masculine architecture is dissolved by feminine emotion, restoring childhood innocence. Like Goethe's Werther, Wordsworth identifies masculinity with corrupt adulthood. He is amending and reversing the fairy queen. Wordsworth welcomes melting relaxation for the same reason Spencer abhors it, because it is a feminizing deconstruction of the male will. Wordsworth's ideal is a bower of bliss in overhanging nature. He seeks Dionysian deliquescence without sex. Wordsworth wants to prolong childhood, emotional purity into genderless adulthood. Is this a Puritan bequest? Emotion without eroticism is impossible. The poet is a gentle creature, with a female mind, happiest when sitting, brooding, like a mother dove. At Cambridge, Wordsworth was as sensitive to nature's changes as waters to the sky. He was obedient as a lute, waiting for the touches of the wind. Pre-I 135. 41, 3, 138-39. Wordsworth often calls river or sea a female bosom, or breast. So if he is water, he is female, as in ancient cosmogonies which imagine female earth inseminated by male sky. Erotic passivity is implicit in Romanticism's favorite topos of the Aeolian wind harp. Here a lute symbolizing the artist's subordination to nature's inspiring power. Wordsworth's descriptions of mental processes are sexually tinged. The mind as lord and master, the senses are obedient servant of her will. Pre 12.222-23. Mind as a dominatrix. The poet's inner life is womb-like. Caverns there were within my mind which sun could never penetrate. 3.246-47. Wordsworth uses pregnancy and impregnation in non-sexual contexts. The cavern image appears in two of the Prelude's major passages. Crossing the Alps, Wordsworth thinks of imagination as an awful power that rose from the mind's abyss, like an unfathered vapor. v.594-95. Jeffrey Hartman says imagination is unfathered because self-begotten. One, the mind in its abyss is a double-sexed earth mother, fertilizing herself without male help. Imagination is unfathered because it shuns the pricking stimulus of male reason. Its sole parent is female intuition. The poet is like the Delphic oracle maddened by vapors. Wordsworth reverts to matriarchal consciousness, receiving signals from earth and heart, rather than sky and brain. Hartman finds sexual or birth channel implications in Wordsworth's images of narrow chasm, gloomy, straight, and dark deep thoroughfare. 2. Ascending Mount Snowdon. Wordsworth sees a mind feeding upon infinity, brooding over the dark abyss. 14.70 to 72. The mind as mother dove broods upon its own inner cavern. Paradise Lost opens with God sitting, brooding on the vast abyss, to make it pregnant. I.21 to 22. Wordsworth's maternal poetic consciousness takes over God's powers and privileges. Eye and ear. Wordsworth says in Tintham Abbey, not only perceive, but half create. There should be balance and harmony between the objects seen and eye that sees. Wordsworth wants to blunt the aggressive Western eye without darkening it in solipsism. He scorns as passive minds those failing to see the affinities and brotherhood between men and natural things. Pre 13.375 to 78, 2.384 to 86. This negative use of passive is unexpected. Wordsworth assails presumption, folly, madness in the men who thrust themselves upon the passive world as rulers of the world. Pre 13.66 to 68. As Hitler said, the masses are feminine. Wordsworth's thrusting, self-erected rulers rape the people. One maternal spirit fills the world, except where man is unjustly made a tool or implement, a passive thing. The Excursion Ix. 111 to 16. Bad government is against nature. In Wordsworth's play, The Borderers, the tyranny of the world's masters lives only in the torpid acquiescence of emasculated souls. 3.354 to 57. Dominance requires submission. Political power is sadomasochistic sex. In a sonnet of 1803, Wordsworth urges England to wean its heart from its emasculating food. England is on its knees, sucking from the wrong sex and the wrong spigot. Wordsworth's negative, emasculated passivity occurs when men subordinate themselves not to maternal female nature but to other men. Acceptance of political tyranny as a betrayal of divine mother love. Modern social man is a moral catamite, like Pope's court, enamored spurious. Hence Wordsworth, like Blake, has his own sexual crux. A man may choose emasculation in the service of the state, stultifying his imagination, or he may choose marriage with a mother goddess. But who is the bride? Who the groom? Wordsworth, son and spouse, is self-eunuchized. Male defending Blake would denounce this marriage and be ejected from the church. Wordsworth exalts suffering, as well as perception. Action is transitory, merely the motion of a muscle, while suffering is permanent, obscure, and dark, and shares the nature of infinity. Bore 3.405 to 10. Through suffering one enters Wordsworth's dark abyss. Suffering is an Eleusinian mystery, a Chthonian cavern. Action is masculine, suffering feminine. Men's acts are transitory, but the travails of women and woman-identified males are permanent. Wordsworth's sexuality is in dreams of self-immolation. Reviewing the sexual personae of his collected works, we discover Wordsworth's radical exclusion of one human type, the adult man of active virility. His poems are filled with children, women, old men, and animals, but a stone in the road arouses more fellow feeling in Wordsworth than does a masculine man. Exiles from society automatically win his Rousseauist respect. Since Wordsworth identifies society with masculinity, the masculine male, smug victor of the social sweepstakes, is barred from the poetry. For Blake the man is everything. For Wordsworth he is nothing, a moral zero. Though Wordsworth's compassion seems ideologically all-inclusive, it is not. The more glaring art's omissions, the bigger the imaginative swerve. Wordsworth burns with aversion toward virile males. For Wordsworth's emotion to flow toward him, a male must suffer some curtailment of virility. We meet a sailor in Incidents upon Salisbury Plain, but he is old and impoverished. His feet are half bare, his red military coat faded, patched, and torn. He is a murderer, and thus, like Cain, doomed to solitary wandering. In the prelude, Wordsworth meets a tall man in military dress with a lean and wasted arm. A more meager man was never seen before by night or day. IV.387 ff. Sailor and soldier have been expelled from social hierarchies. They are the detritus of a civilization moving obliviously through history. It is for their obsolescence and desolation that Wordsworth admires them. Another sailor appears in The Wagoner, which starts to follow his adventures in a surprisingly straightforward way. Can this be a Wordsworthian virile male? No. 100 lines later, up springs the sailor from his chair, limps. For I might have told before that he was lame, across the floor, too. 102:04. Men must be mutilated to get into Wordsworth's poetry. Wordsworth is so used to impairing his males physically or spiritually that he elides the sailor's lameness at first entrance, leaving the affliction understood as a traumatic assumption of his poetic world. Or perhaps he conceives of the sailor as virile but then finds his imagination stiffened by the presence of so strange and sexually obtrusive a being. He must jump backward to cancel the disturbing implication of maleness. Only after the sailor is hastily lamed in an awkward parenthesis can the poem proceed. An attractive American youth appears in elegiac stanzas, 1820. But only because he has drowned in the lake at Zurich. In Vaudricourt and Julia, a young man violently pursues his love, then retires to a forest to raise his illegitimate child. The children die, because of a mysterious error by the father, who degenerates into imbecile muteness. Moral: virility slaloms downhill into squalor. In Michael, an 18-year-old youth cuts a handsome figure, but the implacable Wordsworth destines him for disaster in dissolute London. Ignominy and shame drive him overseas. The city is Babylon, tempting men to sexual and automatically fallen experience. In Heart Leap Well, a knight builds a pleasure house where he kills a stag and will play with his paramour. The poem equates killing and sex, as in Faust, domination of nature as domination of woman. In the second part, the mansion has vanished, and the spot is cursed. The trees, lifeless stumps. Phallicism is sterile, an affront to nature. In The 2 April Mornings, and its companion poem, The Fountain, a 72-year-old schoolmaster recalls his adulthood as a vigorous man. Virility is documented only when lost. It is distanced at several narrative removes. Memory within memory. The first poem ends with Wordsworth remembering the schoolmaster. Remembering virility is contemplated through the bleared lens of age. In The Last of the Flock, we meet a healthy man, a man full grown. But he is weeping in the road. Once rich, he has sold his 50 sheep to buy food for his children. Wordsworth turns the flocks, diminishing into a litany of dwindling manhood. 50, 10, 5, 3, 2, 1, none. Wordsworth's arithmetic charts the shrinking of patriarchal domain, as his property shrivels to the borders of his body. The protagonist, like Odysseus or Lear, will soon be nobody. His Wordsworthian decline is like Kleist's male mastectomy in Penthesilea, a surgical reduction of self. Wordsworth empathizes with the virile male of The Last of the Flock, because he is suffering and because his masculine identity is fast approaching the vanishing point. For Wordsworth, a man becomes greater as he becomes less. Self-sacrifice and public martyrdom canonize him in the cult of female nature. In Character of the Happy Warrior, Wordsworth asks, who is the happy warrior? Who is he that every man in arms should wish to be? This is virtually the last we hear about arms, since it turns out that the best warrior makes his moral being his prime care. The poem is a series of precepts more applicable to philosopher than soldier. In The Happy Warrior, there is no glamour in action, only in quality of being. Late in his career, Wordsworth added a preface, revealing the poem had been inspired by Lord Nelson, but his public Life was stained with one great crime, so that I have not been able to connect his name with the poem as I could wish. The crime was Nelson's affair with Emma, Lady Hamilton. The open but by no means promiscuous sexuality of England's naval hero caused his name to be struck from the honor roll of Wordsworth's poetry. What Byron would praise, Wordsworth condemns. Wordsworth adds that the virtues of the happy warrior were found in his own brother, a ship's commander, who died in a wreck at sea in 1805. This masculine brother appears by name in Wordsworth's poetry, but naturally only in elegiac verses. After his death, there is a striking epiphany of virility in the prelude, a vision coming to the youthful Wordsworth near Stonehenge. He hears primitive tribes at war and sees a single Briton clothed in wolfskin vest, with shield and stone axe, a figure of barbaric majesty. 13.312-26. For the first and only time, Wordsworth's imagination is kindled by a masculine male. But again virility enters the poetry, only as a memory thrust backward in time. The older Wordsworth remembers the young Wordsworth having a racial memory. The fierce Briton belongs to prehistory. He is man in nature, outside and prior to contemporary society, the focus of Wordsworth's hostility. Another example from the prelude completes our sex survey. In the sunny fresh air, Wordsworth sees a brawny laborer caressing a sickly babe on his knee. 7.602-18. Like Praxiteles' Hermes with infant Dionysus, Wordsworth's laborer is Chorotrophus, the child-rearer. He is a male mother, the category of androgyne I call Tiresias. Unconsciously, the laborer has modeled himself upon nature's maternal spirit. The babe softens his gender and makes it tolerable for the poet. Thus Wordsworth's emotion is never invested in figures of active virility, unless that virility is qualified by suffering or feminine feeling, or unless it is seen through the distancing perspective of memory. Since femaleness suffuses the created world, the pure male is cast out. He has no right to life. In order to matriculate in Wordsworth's green campus, one must undergo a punishing series of entrance exams. Under a special admissions program, women, children, and old men have privileged status, as disadvantaged minorities in patriarchal society. Males hoping for acceptance must undergo a perilous rite of passage. They must suffer deeply, even die, or they must become mothers. Each option is sexually transformative. Etymologically, to matriculate means to enter the realm of womb and mother. Wordsworth is the iron chancellor of spiritual matriculation, soaking his beings with tenderizing mother emotion. What of Wordsworth's other sexual personae? I conclude that the more emotionally remote a person is to Wordsworth, the more pictorially detailed, the more emotionally central, the vaguer and more numinous. The poet calls his future wife, Mary Hutchinson, a phantom of delight, a lovely apparition. She is a dancing shape, an image gay, a spirit, yet a woman too, bright with angelic light. The poem begins and ends with Mary as an angel of dissolving gender. In the prelude, Wordsworth again calls Mary phantom and spirit. 14. 268-70. The mysterious Lucy dies into formal indeterminacy, rolled round in earth's diurnal course, with rocks and stones and trees, a slumber did my spirit seal. Beyond personality, Lucy is submerged in nature's Dionysian metamorphoses, possibly a detail from the climax of Lewis the Monk. The angelic Mary moves upward in the chain of being, while Lucy moves downward, but both suffer the same Wordsworthian fate. Their bodies are dematerialized and desexed. Reduced to matter, Lucy loses her gender and human identity. Wordsworth uses the same indeterminacy of form for his sister, Dorothy, by far the most important person in his life, as he was in hers. After his break with Wordsworth, Coleridge tartly called her, in Greek, the sister-brother worshipper, or slave. In Wordsworth's poetry, Dorothy as bodiless and sexless. No matter how many times one reads Tintam Abbey, Dorothy's appearance at the end is always startling. Self-absorbed Wordsworth seems so utterly alone in his reflections and memories. Dorothy suddenly materializes, like a spirit. At first, her gender is unclear. Thou my dearest friend, my dear friend, the same abstract honorific Wordsworth uses for Coleridge throughout the prelude. Only after 8 long lines do we get any information about the friend's sex or identity. Yet, Wordsworth is listening to the friend's voice and looking into the shooting lights of the friend's eyes. For 8 lines we are left helplessly free-floating in sexual suspension. We are asked to hear a voice and look into the eyes of a being of unfixed gender. Dorothy is bodiless and sexless in Tintern Abbey because she is Wordsworth's Jungian anima, an internal aspect of self momentarily projected. Hence her suddenness of appearance, since for most of the poem's interior monologue, she has not really been external to her brother. When Wordsworth hears in Dorothy's voice the language of my former heart, and sees his former pleasures in her eyes, he seems to be contemplating his twin or double. Bloom calls Dorothy an incarnation of his earlier self. 3. Gazing into Dorothy's face. Wordsworth is looking into a magic mirror and seeing his past self. He is like Spenser's Britomart glimpsing in the crystal ball or mirror her future self in sexually transmuted form. Coleridge speaks of a looking glass as a sister mirror, seeing himself in Dorothy's eyes. Wordsworth is like Donne's lover seeing her reflection mirrored in the poet's tears. Wordsworth's 8 sexually suspended lines are a moment of psychic parturition in which the sister spirit emerges from her brother's male double. The passage records her systematic coalescence of gender and identity, as she pulls away from extensiveness with her brother, like the moon tearing itself from primeval earth. Dorothy hovers at Wordsworth's side like a tutelary spirit, maintaining discreet silence until summoned. She is ritualistically invoked because Wordsworth needs her to quell a sudden anxiety. He has just completed a history of his relation with nature since childhood. Now he reaffirms he is still a lover of the meadows and the woods and mountains. But something has changed. Addressing Dorothy, Wordsworth adds parenthetically, knowing that nature never did betray the heart that loved her. This knowing is hope under duress. Dorothy's materialization is Wordsworth's strategy to keep despair at bay. She is a visible symbol of relatedness, stilling Wordsworth's fear at the death of his tranquil relation with nature. Proteus changed shape to elude pursuers, until he was finally wrestled to the ground. Proteus' transformations are the flux of Wordsworth's emotion, agitating him until he forces it into one human shape, his sister. The poet mentally grasps his externalized sister to prevent his vision of union with nature from slipping away. Knowing that nature never did betray, material of overwhelming emotional importance is consigned to a participial phrase. Virginia Woolf does the same thing in To the Lighthouse, where Mrs. Ramsay's death is casually announced in a participial phrase. Mrs. Ramsay is Woolf's charismatic mother, whose premature death caused the novelist's first mental breakdown and was the determining catastrophe of her life. These participles are a ritual formalization and distancing of intolerable emotion. Wordsworth's mother died when he was 8. He says of her in the prelude, "She left us destitute." v. 259. Mothers do betray nature as Wordsworth's second abandoning mother. So the sister spirit abruptly appears in Tintern Abbey because Wordsworth is troubled by a new destitution, the departure of loving maternal nature. Perhaps the anima is always externalized at moments of spiritual crisis. Addressing the nation the morning he left the White House after his resignation, Richard Nixon was overcome by reminiscences of his mother. Tears in his eyes, he said, "She was a saint." Media derision of this as Nixonian calculation surprised me. Italians do not find it ridiculous to speak of one's mother at peak Dramatic moments. Italian soldiers lying wounded on the battlefield. In the two world wars called upon not wives or sweethearts but mama, mama, at his moment of cataclysmic loss, a dissolution of the politically supreme male persona. Nixon underwent a voyage of Proustian memory from a sordid, self-befouled present into a mythical lost paradise of childhood. In the process, he summoned his mother, who was, I submit, powerfully evoked. She really did hover at his side as his projected anima, visible to the eye of imagination. Athletes whooping it up on the sidelines after a personal triumph look into the camera and say, "Hi, Mom." It's rarely, "Hi, Dad," because the father figure can never serve, as do mothers, sisters, and beautiful use, as emblem of passage from one imaginative realm to the next. Father and brother are society. Mother and sister are emotion. In the prelude, Dorothy is the muse confirming Wordsworth in his poetic vocation. She is a marriage broker or psychopompos guiding him through the Orphic underworld of emotion toward his true self. Her sweet influence drew him away from the severity and terror of Milton's masculine style. Thou didst soften down this over sternness. Her femininity flowed into and tempered him. 11.333 to 48. 14.237 to 50. Wordsworth's spiritual identity with his sister was so intense we must classify it as romantic incest. Some suggest the two were sexually involved, which I think unlikely. The one romantic who may actually have committed incest was Byron, and that did not last long. Wordsworth and his sister transformed incest into a spiritual principle. Here and in Shelley's Epipsychidion, romantic incest is a metaphor for supersaturation of identity. It is an archaic device to propel history backwards, enabling the poet to return to primal sources of inspiration. In his culminating reference to Dorothy in the prelude, Wordsworth says the highest condition of the man of imagination is singleness. 14.211. A spouse is superfluous, since the superior man contains both sexes married within his own psyche. G. Wilson Knight calls this Wordsworth's higher integration. It is a wholeness beyond normality, an androgynous state. 4. Bloom says of all artists, the poet in a poet cannot marry, whatever the person in a poet chooses to have done. 5. In the prelude there is a direct chain of connection, over 17 lines, from Wordsworth's singleness to the heart tender as a nursing mother's. Wordsworth internalizes the feminine world and makes it his bride state. Now he thinks of the angelic messenger who impregnated him with her female power. Dorothy, sister of my soul. 232. The sister is the feminine half of the soul, allowing the poet to remain superbly alone, a magus, contemplating reality but not subordinated to it. Wordsworth's poetry represents the three women closest to him as physically porous. In other words, Wordsworth's high affect blurs female contour. The women characters of Wordsworth's anecdotal story poems are far more definitive as physical presences. The less a woman is loved by Wordsworth, the more clearly she is seen. Oddly, for a poet of nature, Wordsworth's ardor dematerializes or seraphicizes the beloved. She ceases to be an object, much less a sex object. Does Wordsworth fear his own aggressive eye? Compare this generalizing style to Wordsworth's pictorial technique for his most characteristic figure, the aged male solitary. The old Cumberland beggar, for example, eats scraps of food out of a bag all white with flour. Showers of crumbs fall from his palsied hand. His body is bow bent as he creeps along. The wind beats his gray locks against his withered face. The leech gatherer of resolution and independence is a decrepit man with a body bent double. He seems the oldest man that ever wore gray hairs. He props himself, limbs, body, and pale face, on a long gray staff of shaven wood. These detailed figures are vastly more individuated than Dorothy. Lucy, or Mary. They have the lugubrious specificity of muckraking. Photojournalism. Wordsworth's male solitaries are found objects, artworks made by buffeting nature, survivors of some wreck of civilization. They are weathered like driftwood. Their Giacometti like thinness is a withering by pitiless experience. External forces devour the human until it is close to absorption by nature. The solitaries are dignified, but paralyzed. They exist in a melancholy state of contraction from which there is no escape through action. Only passive responses are possible. Fortitude and endurance. The thinness of Wordsworth's solitaries is another reduction of self. Wordsworth said, in the classic maxim of romantic solipsism, I was often unable to think of external things as having external existence. The specificity and density of the male solitaries come from the poet's attempt to externalize them, to pin and fix them as temporary foci of perception. But a forbidding, open space surrounds them, an agoraphobic wasteland. As in Edvard Munch's The Scream, Wordsworth's male figures are simultaneously abandoned in dreadful isolation and assaulted by malicious waves of natural force. Descartes, Bloom says, created the dumbfoundering abyss between ourselves and the object. 6. The estranged Western space between persons is crossed by Wordsworth's eye. He throws his vision out like a harpoon, drawing its line after it, a harpoon not so much piercing its target as casting about it an encapsulating sack of sympathetic emotion, an aura protecting it momentarily from the elements. But the force pressing so fiercely on these old men is Wordsworth's love, a love that desiccates their flesh and crushes them to skeletal scarcity of being. Like Blake in Infant Joy, Wordsworth demonstrates the secret aggression in Rousseauist sympathy. Wordsworth's poetry makes an apparently generous extension of significance into the most minute and commonplace details of nature, benevolent nurse of humanity. But in the poems of aged male solitaries and in such scenes of visionary dreariness as the one in The Prelude, 12.251-61, where a girl bearing a pitcher on her head is battered by the wind, a different emotional physics obtains. Instead of spiritual expansion, there are stark disproportions, terrifying vacancies, energy clusters burst and abraded, sudden sacralizations, followed by intolerable desolation. The solitaries express Wordsworth's secret fear. They are what is left when Mother Nature is done with man, dry bones she has picked over. Romantic consciousness is unlimited, but the image of the self, the body image, has gotten smaller. In Wordsworth it is a tottering old man with palsied hands. The liberated Rousseauist self fails to fill the space vacated by religion and society. It has shrunk from its role in the great theater of the Christian cosmos. The star has become only an extra means on the very verge of the human, nudged out of consciousness into the brute inarticulateness of object life. Gender disappears in Wordsworth not simply because personality is devalued, as in Blake, but because human experience is under sentence of extinction. Arguing that nature is benign, Wordsworth is haunted by a specter of isolation, his own repressed dread of Mother Nature's cruelty. The aged and infirm male is Wordsworth's most powerful self-identification. Contracted body image is his psychomorphic topos. The solitaries are a nightmare other self, and Wordsworth's dialogues with them are demonic communion with a doppelganger. On the terrace of his villa shortly before his death, Shelley encountered his double, a phantom who demanded, "How long do you mean to be content?" Wordsworth's double has a contrary message. The leech gatherer, with his soothing sibylline smile, is an oracle telling his story, then receding like a shade in the underworld. He assures the poet that rueful contentment is still possible amid universal desolation. The confrontation with the infirm doppelganger is a script that Wordsworth writes over and over. His poetry is filled with ritualistic returns of this cadaverous specter, who appears in different places and under different names. The Wordsworthian solitary is like Donatello's late-phase sculptures, scored, tormented figures of Gothic leanness and angularity. In their stony decrepitude, Wordsworth's old men are like stalagmites or dolmens, picturesque artifacts of affliction. They are highly specific, yet typological. Their omnipresence in Wordsworth's poetry is part of his exclusion of virile males. Goethe says, "Thought expands, but lanes; action animates, but narrows." 7 Wordsworth's contracted male bodies have been produced by the modern fall of the Western hero. The Wordsworthian solitary is sexually composite. He is a male heroine, a passive male sufferer. For the poet, both solitary and soulmate sister are modes of the self in half-feminine form. If his imagination seeks to pass beyond itself through mental intercourse with reality, Wordsworth can only be aroused by incarnations of nature-inspired femaleness. Perhaps no one spouse is sufficient. Perhaps the slow succession of protagonists, male and female, in Wordsworth's story poems are nominees, candidates who are scrutinized and rejected. Only nature, the All-Mother, can satisfy the marriage hunger of Wordsworthian imagination. My belief that Wordsworth's character as sexually dual contradicts Coleridge's assertion. Of all men I ever knew, Wordsworth has the least femininity in his mind. He is all man. He is a man of whom it might have been said, "It is good for him to be alone." 8. There is reason to question this subliminally homoerotic statement, as we will see when we examine Coleridge's anguished character. Coleridge said in Conversation, "A great mind must be androgynous," a remark paraphrased by Virginia Woolf in A Room of One's Own. She goes on to describe major male writers in sexual terms. Shakespeare was androgynous, Shelley, sexless, Milton, Wordsworth, and Tolstoy had a dash too much of the male, Proust, a little too much a woman. 9. As the years pass, this arresting passage seems more and more meaningless to me. One could defend each writer against Woolf's charges, but let's stick with Wordsworth. Throughout her work, Woolf makes the androgyne superior to ordinary virile men, an attitude I find mean and parochial. The androgyne is a great creative symbol, but it should not usurp the authority of all other sexual personae. That Wordsworth is too male is the reverse of the truth. Bloom says, "It is true that Wordsworth is almost too masculine a poet." 10. But is there any poem or passage in Wordsworth about which we could say, "This is too masculine"? The most masculine passages in Wordsworth are the most Miltonic, but these are among his greatest. For example, the ascent of Mount Snowdon. Wordsworth's sister spirit helped liberate him from Milton's style, with its ponderous declamatory Latinism and syntactic inversions, which do appear in the Prelude. Later in his career, Bloom demonstrated how heavily Milton's precedent fell upon belated English poets, who had to struggle against him. In my view, to say Wordsworth is almost too masculine is to say he is too much in the grip of Milton. 2. Masculine Wordsworth is a slave, hopelessly swallowed up in his great precursor. So paradoxically, when Wordsworth is most masculine, he is poetically most passive. In poetic terms, much has come to us by Milton speaking through Wordsworth. In psychobiographical terms, Wordsworth's efforts to find a personal voice were sexually swamped by Milton. The sadomasochism in this process will be directly felt by Wordsworth's colleague, Coleridge. Wordsworth is never too masculine. The real danger in him is the too feminine. Wordsworth has several voices. The most male is the Miltonic sublime. The most female is the languishing pathos of the story poems, where the sufferings of women, children, and animals are dwelt upon at excruciating length. Wordsworth created Victorian sentimentalism, modernism's cool revolt against Wordsworthian sentiment as typified by Oscar Wilde's cynical resume of a teary Dickens novel. One must have a heart of stone to read The Death of Little Nell without laughing. Lewis Carroll's wacky verses, like the aged man, mock Wordsworth's solemn solitaries. That Wordsworthian pathos lends itself so easily to parody suggests there is some real excess in it. The palsied hands of the old Cumberland beggar. The grey hairs, significant plural, worn by the leech gatherer are grotesque details confining and limiting emotion instead of freeing and deepening it. Unlike melodrama, high tragedy never depends on overdetermined externals. The leech gatherer, with his sparse grey hairs, reminds me of Wolfe's father, Sir Leslie Stephen, who as a morose widower was overheard loudly moaning as he trudged up the stairs, "Why won't my whiskers grow? Why won't my whiskers grow?" In the sentimental mode, too little is asked to bear too much. Wordsworth's story poems are self-dramatizations of excessive pathos, the ever-present trap in Wordsworth's world. The Story of Margaret, for example, a beautiful extract from The Excursion, called The Ruined Cottage. Can empathy really be sustained in perfect integrity for as long as this woeful tale demands? In fact, is Wordsworth himself capable of so prolonged a habitation in the sorrows of another? Such sentimental narratives are disguised dramas of Wordsworth's feminine self. F. W. Battison says, Wordsworth had experienced most of Margaret's miseries. In a sense he was Margaret. 11. That a writer may enter his own fiction as a less developed version of himself is a principle we saw operating in Goethe's Werther and Wilhelm Meister. Wordsworth's poetry is weakened when his identification with a suffering character is too extreme. Empathy degenerates into sentimentality, which I interpret as self-pity, since the protagonists are self-projections. Wordsworth's best moments are when he achieves a balance between his male and female voices. This he does in Tintern Abbey, which has perfect pitch. It is lean, supple, and majestic. There is only one misstep. At the end, Wordsworth recalls the sneers of selfish men. These are obviously virile males. The poet's voice turns strident. His sneering men are like a row of desperadoes noisily taking snuff. Tintern Abbey maintains emotional balance because of its ritualistic externalization of the sister spirit. Wordsworth's address to the numinous Dorothy functions as a correct positioning of the female part of the self to the male, like that fine tuning necessary for Blake's mobile emanations. Wordsworth turns to his sister and rejoices in her companionship. He sees her as separate, even as he simultaneously acknowledges her as his mirror image. His female self-identification is purified and strengthened by consciousness. It is candid, not covert. It is in the covert self-identifications that Wordsworth falls into sentimental excess. Coleridge thought Wordsworth's unknown Lucy was Dorothy, whom De Quincey described as having an unsexual stride. Commenting on the curious sexlessness of the Lucy poems, Battison theorizes that Wordsworth's crisis of 1798 was the increasing threat of incest with Dorothy. Lucy's premature death is Wordsworth's subconscious termination of his horrible attraction to Dorothy by killing her off symbolically. 12. But no romantic poet except Blake resists incestuous fantasies. Far from struggling against incest, Wordsworth elegantly assimilates it into his imaginative life. Lucy's death is like the deaths of Dido, Madame Bovary, and Anna Karenina. The ritualistic slaying of an unmanageably feminine element in a male artist. Lucy and Dorothy are the female half of the soul, but Lucy is Dorothy escaping control by the male half. This is why Lucy is represented as lost, at a distance, elusive. Wordsworth searches for her, but it is important he not find her. She is the Blakean emanation, who flees in order to dominate. What is symbolically killed off is not incest but sentimentality, the greatest temptation and danger to Wordsworth's poetry. Wordsworth's pathetic story poems are languid, Spenserian bowers where the female half of the soul lures the male half into drowsy ecstasies of passive surrender. Michelangelo, a far more masculine man than Wordsworth, was fascinated by similar dreams of voluptuous passivity. What is a poet? Wordsworth asks in the preface to Lyrical Ballads. He is a man speaking to men. But how does a man speak? When finally free of tradition and form, Wordsworth is bedeviled by male and female impulses, which he struggles to harmonize in a single style. Hartman says the I of Wordsworth's prelude does not indicate a persona consciousness. An inner confidence allows him to meet nature, or his own emotions, without a persona. 13 But Wordsworth's persona is one of the strongest, fiercest, and falsest in all poetry. As the intensely persona-conscious Wilde said, to be natural is such a very difficult pose to keep up. There can be no speech, no man speaking to men without persona. Words are contaminated with personality. Even in journalism, history, or science, there are no words without point of view. Wordsworth is under tremendous self-imposed pressure to find a persona, for that is the voice he needs to justify the ways of nature to men. I do, Wordsworth says to the nature mother, but he cannot allow himself to see her clearly. Censoring out the negativity and savagery in nature, he puts his own voice in a bind. Wordsworth is the first humorless liberal. Even Rousseau is more self-analytical and aware of his quirky perversities. Sade, laughing, sees comedy in cruelty and knows there is cruelty in all comedy. 18th-century wit, imitated by Wilde, was the most aggressive of rhetorical forms. Renouncing wit and repressing nature's sadism, Wordsworth made bathos his slough of despond. The Chthonian miasma made a new swamp for her blind son to fall into. Shelley may have been the first to charge Wordsworth with inhibited sexuality. In his satire, Peter Bell III, Shelley calls Wordsworth a moral eunuch, a male prude, a solemn and unsexual man, a male Molly. Knight says, the prelude is peculiarly non-sexual. The silence in so general a statement is remarkable. 14. Trilling declares, there can be no doubt about it, Wordsworth, at the extreme or perversion of himself, carries the element of quietude to the point of the denial of sexuality. 15. Hartman protests this critical current and insists the great themes of Wordsworth's poetry must not be profaned by such partial analysis. 16. What is partial and reductive in most Freudian interpretations of art is that they focus on sex without realizing that sex is a subset of nature. Joining Fraser to Freud, as I try to do, solves this problem. Everything sexual or unsexual in art carries worldview and nature theory with it. The sex in Wordsworth is in the eroticized female emotions, which wrap Wordsworth in a numinous cloud whenever he descends from the masculine Miltonic sublime. Wordsworth hopes for happiness through pure feeling, but the happiest things in his poetry are daffodils. His devotions to Mother Nature simply produce frightful hallucinations of parched, mute specters, his starved self. Wordsworth cannot admit that the hand that will not feed is closed in a fist. Wordsworth's sexlessness is his capitulation to Mother Nature. She lives for him. The prison of society or the prison of nature. Leaving one, Wordsworth enters the other. Hence the strange stillness of his poetry, the quietude that is really immobility. Energy, sought by Blake, is shunned by Wordsworth. Through energy to sex to cruelty. Wordsworth, pursuing Rousseau's Mother Nature, embraces a deceiving ghost. 12. The demon as lesbian vampire. Coleridge, unlike Wordsworth, finds nature. Or rather, she finds him. Wordsworth spent a lifetime editing out of his poetry the brute reality that Coleridge frankly faces, the demonism of nature. In Christabel, inspired by the rape cycle of the Fairy Queen, Coleridge destroys Wordsworth's Rousseauist world of feminine tenderness. Christabel is one of the most misread poems in literature. Critics have projected a Christian moralism upon it. Coleridge himself could not bear what he had written. and he tried to revise and reinterpret long afterward. Christabel is a splendid case study of the tension between imagination and morality. Through it, we follow a great poet into his excess of demonic vision and then out again into the social realm of humane good wishes, where the visionary is beset by doubt, anxiety, and guilt. Christabel shows the birth of poetry in evil, hostility, and crime. To arrive at Christabel, we must tour Coleridge's other major poems to demonstrate their eccentric sexual character. His favorite proverb was, "Extremes meet." He calls imagination that synthetic and magical power, producing the balance or reconciliation of opposite or discordant qualities. One in Christabel, opposites come together so powerfully that Coleridge could not shape the poem according to his stated intention. It is no coincidence that his supreme works are dream poems. Freud says dreams disregard the category of contraries and contradictions. Number seems not to exist so far as dreams are concerned. To number, says the Decalogue, thou shalt not. Much of Coleridge's conscious life was devoted to defenses of Christianity. In the poetry welling up from his dream life, however, the Judeo-Christian no is obliterated by sexually dual demonic powers. Grant me a nature having two contrary forces, he once wrote. M.H. Abram sees influence here from the Kabbalists, Bruno, Boehme, and Swedenborg. 3. The synthesis of contraries comes to Coleridge from outside Orthodox Christianity. He is drawing on the underground current in Western culture, that promiscuous pagan mixture of Hermeticism, alchemy, and astrology. His essay on alchemists, 1818, is less crucial than the dream poems themselves, morally unstable concoctions boiling over with demonic energy. Coleridge's primary imagination is the infinite IAM. For the self divinizing romantic poet displaces Jehovah. His IAM is cosmos devouring. It confers upon the artist that inalienable right to self assertion we see in the decadent late romantic cult of self. In Wilde, for example, Coleridge's theory turns into the ideal of personality as a work of art and of the life as superior to the work. Wilde says, the true artist is a man who believes absolutely in himself, because he is absolutely himself. 5. Poetic identity as infinite ego. We will see this at work at the opening of Christabel, where Geraldine wills herself into existence out of the darkness. Coleridge contrasts true imagination with uninspired fancy, merely a mode of memory, playing with fixities and definites. If we extend this distinction psychologically, fancy's fixities become rigid sex roles inherited from the past. Coleridge says of secondary imagination, it dissolves, diffuses, dissipates, in order to recreate. His dream poems are metamorphoses of psyche where primary imagination uses secondary imagination to dissolve sexual personae. The poems are an alchemic bath of swirling Dionysian liquidity. From the dissolution of morality and history comes demonic recreation, a synthetic homunculus. Over all Coleridge's great poems hovers a strange androgyne, a fabricated superself. Coleridge's sexual ambiguities are already evident in The Aeolian Harp, 1795, a far stranger poem than scholars admit. It is nearly schizophrenic in its argument with itself. Sarah, the wife named again and again, is merely a symbol of the social and moral, with which Coleridge never managed to achieve correct relation. Husband, citizen, pious Christian. These were chimeras that taunted the poet. These were personae that he strove toward and never won. Criticism sees The Aeolian Harp as a hymn to marital bliss. But what the poem shows is a sexual turbulence that will erupt 2 years later in the mystery poems. The wind harp of the title begins a high romantic tradition, reaching its peak in Shelley's Ode to the West Wind. It is a vehicle of sexual self-transformation. The poet is a passive instrument played upon by the masculine muse force of nature. Coleridge openly eroticizes the metaphor from the start. The harp as by the desultory breeze caressed, like some coy maid half yielding to her lover. Scholars, sexually normalizing the poem, identify Sarah with the coy maid, but Sarah is imaginatively peripheral. Coleridge addresses her, only to remind himself who or what he should be. Every allusion to Sarah is tense and frenetic. Romantic poems are radically solipsistic. Coleridge, not Sarah, is the coy maid. His ecstatic self-projections are always feminine, full, many a thought uncowed and undetained, and many idle flitting fantasies traverse my indolent and passive brain. For Coleridge, like Wordsworth and Keats, indolence is creative, a drowsy dream state into which the unconscious releases images uncensored by intellect. The indolent male has a female receptivity. This passage, deceptively pleasant and airy, becomes cruelly darker when read in the light of the later mystery poems. By the time we get to Christabel, idle flitting fantasies will not just traverse but rape the poet's brain. Femininity is dangerous. What enables the poet to speak here will stop all speech later. In The Aeolian Harp, Coleridge swerves back and forth between his sense of social and religious duty and his longing for erotic and creative passivity. To get these things together at one moment would seem impossible, yet that is what happens the night Coleridge listens to Wordsworth recite the prelude, which he celebrates in a peculiar poem to William Wordsworth, 1807. Here it is clear that, for Coleridge, spiritual exaltation means sexual self-immolation. Roll, Jordan, roll. Wordsworth's voice sweeps over Coleridge in wave after wave of bardic power. In silence listening, like a devout child, my soul lay passive, by thy various strain, driven as in surges now. Beneath the stars, he feels like a tranquil sea, outspread and bright, yet swelling to the moon. Coleridge is a wind harp vibrating to someone else's music. Wordsworth speaks for nature and crushes Coleridge by the enormity of his achievement. There is no dialogue, only monologue, an intercourse of brute assertion and thrilling receptivity. The scene is distinctly erotic. The swelling sea soul echoes Wordsworth's sonnet of the prior year, "The world is too much with us, where the sea bears her bosom to the moon." Wordsworth and Coleridge were locked in a sadomasochistic marriage of minds, where Wordsworth kept the hierarchical advantage and Coleridge surrendered himself to ritualistic self-abasement. Coleridge, we saw, curiously said of Wordsworth, "He is all man." Not only is this not true of Wordsworth, but it rings with homoerotic infatuation. Tortured, inconstant, Coleridge saw in Wordsworth's cold composure a kind of masculine resoluteness. Wordsworth needed Coleridge as much as Coleridge needed Wordsworth. I argued that, when Wordsworth's voice is at its most masculine, significantly, in the prelude, it is in poetic terms at its most passive because most Miltonic. The night reading of the prelude is a spectacle of shamanistic black magic. Wordsworth, dominated by Milton, dominates Coleridge. Poetic identity, gelling and melting, streams down a cascade of hierarchical levels, a sexual feudalism of master-slave relationships. Let us recall it is Coleridge whom the prelude most continually addresses. Coleridge's submissiveness allows Wordsworth to emerge intact from his flooding by Milton in that poem. Coleridge, listening to it, is Danae impregnated by Zeus's golden shower. Coleridge puns on the idea of spiritual insemination. In the second line, where he says of the prelude, "Into my heart have I received that lay," he is penetrated and filled by Wordsworth, to whom he abandons himself. Sex is poetry. Poetry is sex. Coleridge did his best work under Wordsworth's influence. After they separated, Coleridge languished poetically and never matched his early achievements. The nature of their collaboration was this: Wordsworth was a father, lover who absorbed Coleridge's self-punishing superego and allowed his turbulent dream life to spill directly into his poetry. The supreme irony, as we shall see, is that everything that is great in Coleridge is a negation of Wordsworth. This is the son's ultimate revenge upon the father. Wordsworth's leading moral idea of nature's benevolence is annihilated in Coleridge. Coleridge sees the Chthonian horror in nature that Wordsworth could not acknowledge. The vampires of Christabel in the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner are the true nature mother. Wordsworth reawakened sleeping pagan nature cult, then flew from the specters he had roused. How easily Wordsworth was assimilated into bourgeois 19th-century culture. His Protestant moralism was his barrier against the demonic. It is pagan Coleridge, not Protestant Wordsworth, who is the begetter of 19th-century archetypal vision. The decadent late Romantic line of Poe, Baudelaire, Moreau, Rossetti, Burne-Jones, Swinburne, Pater, Huysmans, Beardsley, and Wilde descends directly from Coleridge's mystery poems. By his pregnant servitude to Wordsworth, Coleridge bore monstrous children who would destroy their father. Tutelary relationships are filled with sexual ambiguities. Coleridge calls Wordsworth, "O friend, my comforter and guide, strong in thyself, and powerful to give strength." But perhaps the teacher is never strong except in teaching. Perhaps teaching is a kind of vampirism in which mesmerizing assertions of authority drink the energy they arouse. I find two parallels to the alliance between Wordsworth and Coleridge. In Jane Austen, Emma's intimacy with the docile Harriet, upon whom she imposes calamitous pretensions, arises from her own narcissistic oscillations of sexual identity. In Virginia Woolf, ugly, clumsy Doris Kilman binds the beautiful young Elizabeth Dalloway to her by a domineering authority hiding doubt and self-contempt. In all three cases, teaching is an erotic transaction. A submissive companion becomes the audience toward whom a hierarchic persona is theatrically projected. Performance and audience are multiply present at the end of 2. William Wordsworth. Round us both, that happy vision of beloved faces, this ring of eyes is one of Coleridge's persistent motifs. Wordsworth as comforter and guide is Beatrice and Virgil combined. The faces of family and friends are celestial circles of the mystic rose, rising, in the final line, to find himself in prayer. Coleridge appeals not to God but to Wordsworth, and what he prays for is more poetry, his own. The universe has become a theater of sex and poetry. Wordsworth, performing, is watched by Coleridge. But Coleridge, seduced and inseminated by Wordsworth, is watched by the ring of eyes. The poem dissolves into a magic circle that is primal scene and family romance. In similar passages in Whitman and Swinburne, the erotic ecstasy of a masochistic male heroine is strongly stimulated by a ring of attentive eyes. To William Wordsworth is a luridly pagan poem. Incantation by a god priest in a cult of personality leads to ritual public intercourse. Climax is epiphany and transfiguration. Sexual exhibitionism and voyeurism are at the heart of art. Here as in Christabel, the hunger for conversion is expressed as a hunger for rape. Literature's most influential male heroine is the protagonist of the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. Wordsworth was the first to notice the mariner's passive suffering. In the 1800 edition of Lyrical Ballads, Wordsworth lists the great defects of the poem. First, that the principal person has no distinct character. Secondly, that he does not act, but is continually acted upon. Bloom speaks of the mariner's extraordinary passivity. Graham Huff equates the ship's motionlessness with complete paralysis of the will. George Whalley goes further. The mariner's passivity as Coleridge's too. 6. My reading of the Ancient Mariner makes this passivity the central psychological fact of the poem. I reject moral interpretations, typified by Robert Penn Warren's canonical essay. Edward E. Bostitter argues against Warren point by point. The poem is the morbidly self-obsessed account of a man who through his act has become the center of universal attention. 200 sailors, dying, stare dolefully at the mariner. The male heroine, by operatic self-dramatization, is a prima donna triumphing through exquisite public suffering. The eyes of the universe are fixed on him. Coleridge's ring of eyes is part paranoiac reproach, part eroticizing adoration. Eyes crucify his protagonists, pinning them in immobilized passivity and uncanny world fear. Sagas of the male heroine are always artistically endangered by the serpentine dynamic of self-identification. The mariner, with his long, gray beard and skinny hand, recalls those Wordsworthian solitaries of gray hairs and palsied hand, in whom I see a self identification by the poet so extreme as to debilitate the text by sentimentality. Parts of The Ancient Mariner are ill-written to the point of Lewis Carroll parody. Hold off. Unhand me, gray beard loon. / Eftsoons his hand dropped he. The wedding guest here beat his breast, for he heard the loud bassoon. 4 times 50 living men, with heavy thump, a lifeless lump, they dropped down one by one. Rhyme as merely ritualistic chiming, the darkening cloud of fate. Stanzas fall into slapstick and heedlessly sail on. The Ancient Mariner is one of the greatest poems in English, yet what it achieves is almost in defiance of language. Vision and execution often wildly diverge. Coleridge's sober conversation poems are in better taste, but they are minor works in literary history, belonging to the age of sensibility, and would never have made the poet's fame. The same disjunction of form and content afflicts Poe. Coleridge's heir. The French accused America of slighting her greatest poet in Poe, who may sound better in Baudelaire's translation than in English. Poe, like Coleridge, is a giant of imagination, and imagination has its own laws. In Poe's tales and Coleridge's mystery poems, the demonic expresses itself nakedly. Dionysus always shakes off rules of Apollonian form. Coleridge and Poe are seized by visions that transcend language, that belong to the dream experience beyond language. Psychoanalysis, I said, overestimates the linguistic character of the unconscious. Dreaming is a pagan cinema. The wit of dreams comes from treating words as if they were objects. Coleridge and Poe have written works of cinema, had film been available as a medium. Perhaps that is the form they would have chosen, for language here is only an obstruction to vision. Evaluating the language of the Ancient Mariner by Renaissance or Augustan standards would be depressing. There are a few great lines in it. For example, an ice, mast high, came floating by, as green as emerald. I maintain that all such wonderful moments in The Ancient Mariner look forward to Christabel. That Christabel, with its cold green snake, is struggling to be born. Throughout this poem, the rhetorical weaknesses in Coleridge and Poe have been produced by a warp of self-identification. Vision drives with such force from the unconscious that the craftsman-like shape making of consciousness lags behind. The Ancient Mariner, a rhapsody of the male heroine, is filled with piercing arias. Alone, alone, all alone, alone on a wide, wide sea, and never a saint took pity on my soul in agony. Emotional expressionism of this kind is possible in Italian but not in English. At his maudlin fall, Shakespeare's Richard II cries, "My large kingdom." For a little grave, a little grave, an obscure grave, 3.ie.152. 53. Intensified littleness gives you a cartoon pinpoint of dancing dwarves. Coleridge's intoning alones overpopulate themselves, baying like a canine chorus. Sheer velocity of identification makes him miss the infelicity of rhyming thump with lump. There is too much agrarian comedy latent in our Anglo-Saxon monosyllables. The principle at work in The Ancient Mariner, as in To William Wordsworth, is pagan sexual exhibitionism. Self-pity in The Ancient Mariner is like the self-flagellation of the ancient goddess cults. It is neither callow nor sick. It is a ritual device to facilitate demonic vision. The romantic male heroine is a self-emasculating devotee of Chthonian nature. Personae in the ancient mariner form a sexual allegory. The poem begins with the mariner stopping the wedding guest as he enters a marriage banquet. The scene's deep structure is exactly the same as at the opening of Christabel. A stranger with a glittering eye puts a spell on an innocent, who falls under demonic compulsion. The mariner detains the guest with his tale of woe, which takes up the whole poem. At the end, the guest gloomily turns away from the bridegroom's door and departs. The merry feast goes on without him. My theory is this: bridegroom, wedding guest, and mariner are all aspects of Coleridge. The bridegroom is a masculine persona, the self, comfortably integrated in society. This virile alter ego is always perceived longingly and at a distance, through an open door through which come bursts of happy laughter. The wedding guest, next of kin to the bridegroom, is an adolescent supplicant aspiring to sexual fulfillment and collective joy. To achieve this, the wedding guest must merge with the bridegroom, but he is always prevented from doing so by the appearance of a specter self, the mariner, the male heroine or hermaphroditic self who luxuriates in passive suffering. It's a case of always the bridesmaid and never the bride. The wedding guest turns away at the end because once more the hieratically wounded self has won. The guest will never be the bridegroom. As many times as he attempts to pass through the door to the place of festivity, the mariner will materialize and paralyze him with his seductive tale. This doorway is the obsessive scene of the Coleridgean sexual crux. Ostracism and casting out are the romantic road to identity. Will that doorway ever be breached? Yes, in Christabel, and only by the most bizarre strategy of perversity and transsexualism. The apparently pivotal event in the mariner's tale is the killing of the albatross, from which follow all his sufferings. From the moment I read the poem in high school, I thought the albatross a superficial appendage, a kind of pin the tail on the donkey, and I found the stress on it by teachers and critics unconvincing and moralistic. Long afterward, I learned it was Wordsworth who suggested the idea of the albatross to Coleridge, which proves my point. This albatross is the biggest red herring in poetry. Its only significance is as a vehicle of transgression. The mariner commits an obscure crime and becomes the focus of cosmic wrath, but he is as blameless as the shadow heroes of Kafka, who are hauled before faceless courts of law. In the world of the ancient mariner, any action is immediately punished. Masculine assertion is rebuked and humanity condemned to passive suffering. Blake's Crystal Cabinet contains the same dramatic crisis. The moment the male acts, he is expelled into the wilderness. Blake's male is changed to a weeping babe in infantile dependency on a weeping woman. Coleridge's mariner is also propelled backward to a maternal world. The ship is becalmed. The very deep did rot. Oh, Christ, that ever this should be. Yea, slimy things did crawl with legs upon the slimy sea. Stasis, slime. This is a vision of primal non-differentiation, the Chthonian swamp of generation. The universe has returned to one big womb, claustrophobic, airless, teeming with monstrous pre-human mud creatures. The mariner's appeal to Christ is the opposite of what it seems. It shows that Coleridge, despite his conscious assent to Christianity, understands with the intuition of a great poet that the swamp world of the Great Mother precedes the world of Christ and is ready at any moment to engulf it. 2 remarks prove that Coleridge literally visualized a Chthonian swamp. He once spoke of the sands and swamps of evil, and elsewhere of lust as the reek of the marsh. The Ancient Mariner is one of Romantic poetry's great regressions to the demonic and primeval. Every man makes a marine voyage out of the cell of archaic ocean that is the sack of womb waters. We all emerge covered with slime and gasping for life. The many men, so beautiful, and they all dead did lie. and 1,000,000 slimy things lived on, and so did I. All hopes for beauty and manhood lie dead. Male power can never surpass female power. We live in the slime of our bodies, which hold imagination hostage. Our mother-born bodies are unregenerate nature, beyond God's redemption. The slimy sea of Chthonian nature nullifies the words of Christ. Coleridge is overwhelmed by a pagan vision coming to him from below and beyond his own ethics. The Ancient Mariner transports its Gothic tale out of the historical world of castles and abbeys into the sublime theater of a desolate nature. But expansion of space is just another cul-de-sac. Coleridge brilliantly converts the open sea into a rotting sepulchre, which I called the demonic womb of Gothic. This is one black hole from which Christ will never rise. The Ancient Mariner is the source of Poe's The Narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym, with its disastrous voyage in a womb-tomb ship. Evolution and motion are an illusion in the dank prison space of Chthonian nature. Hence the male heroine's crushing passivity. Mankind staggers under the burden of Mother Nature. Language, I said, is mutilated for vision in the Ancient Mariner. Thus the appeal to good has a backlash effect, sparking the birth of evil. Invocation of Christ's name fails to release the mariner from his imprisonment in ocean's nightmare womb. When a sail appears on the horizon, there is a moment of hope and joy. The mariner attempts a new prayer. Heaven's Mother, send us grace. But sacred language is profaned by demonic revelation. On the ship is the grossest female apparition. Her lips were red, her looks were free, her locks were yellow as gold, her skin was as white as leprosy. The nightmare life in death was she, who thicks man's blood with cold. Appeals to sky cult are useless, as if irritated by references to her benign successor, the tender Madonna. The Mother makes her sensational appearance. She is the whore of Babylon, the demon, unbound. Her lips are red with provocation and the blood of her victims. She is all health and all disease. She is a mask of the red death, a Medusa who turns men to stone, but also the mother who stirs the blood pudding of her sons till their bodies congeal in her womb. To give life is to kill. This is Heaven's Mother, who comes when called. She is the vampire who haunts men's dreams. Aubrey Beardsley depicts a Coleridgean epiphany of the vampire Madonna in The Ascension of Saint Rose of Lima. Mary, lasciviously embracing Street Rose, hovers in the air like a poison black cloud. Another monstrous epiphany occurs in Ingmar Bergman's Through a Glass Darkly, 1961, where a mad girl sees God as a sexually aggressive spider. The Ancient Mariner surges forward on its wave of demonic vision from parts 1 through IV, but then something happens. Parts 5 through 7 are a muddle. The poem recovers only when the mariner's tale ceases and the narrative frame resumes, where the mariner delays the wedding guest at the bridegroom's door. The Ancient Mariner drags on pointlessly for too long, and I think I know where and why it goes wrong. As part 4 ends, the mariner sees water snakes in the sea. Blue, glossy green, and velvet black, they coiled and swam, and every track was a flash of golden fire. This is one of the great moments in romantic poetry. We are back at the dawn of time. Firmament has not yet separated from the waters. The sun is only a yolky yellow in the albuminous jelly of the mother stuff. Primeval ocean swarms with slimy life, but the water is also man's body shot with veins. These serpents, writhing with Virgilian opalescence, are the chains that bind us, our physical life. Man is a Laocoon bedeviled by serpents. We all struggle in the toils of our mother-born body. Why are the sea snakes veins? Because, as I said, all great lines in the Ancient Mariner look forward to Christabel, where the vampire has exquisite, blue-veined feet. Geraldine, the green snake who strangles the dove, is the demon of Chthonian nature, trampling man in her triumph of the will. Coleridge has penetrated far into the demonic realm. Too far, for there is an immediate retreat into conventional emotion. Vision fails, and the poem begins to drift. Why? What have the sea snakes roused? That Coleridge cannot face. The mariner's response to them is embarrassingly simplistic. A spring of love gushes from his heart, and he blesses them. The moment he can pray, the albatross falls from his neck and into the sea. How dreadful to see our shaman poet, unmasked, cranking the bellows of a flatus like a stagehand. Coleridge is overcome by anxiety and surrenders to Wordsworth and to Christianity. Love and prayer are a ludicrously inadequate response to the Chthonian horror that Coleridge has summoned from the dark heart of existence. The roiling sea snakes are the barbaric energy of matter, the undulating spiral of birth and death. What is the proper response to this ecstatic hallucination? Coleridge is hemmed in. His protagonist, the mariner, is insufficiently advanced as a sexual persona. The male heroine will need to be revised if demonic vision is to be sustained. Christabel is a rewriting of the ancient mariner in new and more daring terms. There, as we shall see, when the protagonist meets the serpent face of nature, there will be no swerving away. The poet, disguised so that Wordsworth can no longer find him, will hurl himself into the Chthonian abyss. The problem with moral or Christian readings of the ancient manner is that they can make no sense of the compulsive or delusional frame of the poem. If the spring of love felt by the mariner were imaginatively efficacious, the poem should be able to conclude, or at the very least, it should permit the mariner to be redeemed. But the falling off of the albatross is followed by 3 more parts, and even at the end of the poem, the mariner is still forced to wander the world, repeating his ghastly tale again and again. Having introduced a benevolent emotion into his demonic poem, Coleridge is at a loss how to proceed. A new cast of characters is hustled in. Seraphs, a pilot, a hermit. There is confused dialogue, a fuzzy twisting and turning. Here is the point. The moment the mariner prays, the moment good rather than evil triumphs, the poem falls apart. At the end of part 4, Coleridge is overwhelmed with fear at what he has written and vainly attempts to turn his poem in a redemptive direction. The superego acts to obscure what has come from the amoral id. 19 years later, Coleridge added the marginal glosses still adorning the poem. These dithery festoons are afterthoughts, revisions that often depart crucially in tone from the text they explain. We hear in them the Christian Coleridge trying to soften the demonic Coleridge, exactly as the older, Urezenic Wordsworth corrected his early nature poetry. By rationalization and moralization, Coleridge strove to put out the demonic fires of his own imagination. The poetic discordancies are blatant in the conclusion. The mariner says, "O wedding guest, this soul hath been alone on a wide, wide sea. So lonely 'twas, that God himself scarce seemed there to be." This is the truth. In the cosmos of the ancient mariner, Jehovah has been obliterated by the vampire mother who rises from the slime of nature. But the Christian Coleridge keeps stitching the veil he has rent. The mariner illogically goes on to celebrate communal church-going under the kind gaze of the Great Father, and ends his message. He prayeth best, who loveth best, all things both great and small, for the dear God who loveth us, he made and loveth all. What a frail twig to cling to in the maelstrom of Chthonian nature. This is like Blake's ironic moral tags, evasive distortions of the severity of experience depicted in his poems. So if all do their duty, they need not fear harm. Then cherish pity, lest you drive an angel from your door. The mariner's farewell stanzas are a poetic non sequitur. They contradict everything that is great in the poem. Coleridge himself seems to have sensed this, for long afterward he remarked that the ancient mariner had too much of a moral in it. The only or chief fault, if I might say so, was the obtrusion of the moral sentiment so openly on the reader. Imagination has the last word anyhow in The Ancient Mariner. Here are the closing lines, as the wedding guest turns away from the bridegroom's door. He went like one that hath been stunned, and is of sense forlorn. A sadder and a wiser man, he rose the morrow morn. If one accepts the Christian interpretation of the poem, how explain this peculiar reaction? The wedding guest is not morally strengthened by the mariner's exhortations. He is plunged into gloom and severed from society. The mariner counsels Christian love, but the wedding guest walks away as if the mariner has said, "There is no God, and nature is a hell of appetite and force." But this is the secret message that the wedding guest has divined, the message that has slipped past Coleridge despite his vigorous efforts to steer the poem in a morally acceptable direction. The guest arises the next day, a sadder and a wiser man, because through the smokescreen of the Christian finale has come the terrible revelation of Coleridge's demonic dream vision. Now to consider Kubla Khan in terms of sexual personae. The poem's poet-hero is both omnipotent emperor and mad prophet and outcast. He dwells in magic circles, domes and ritual precincts, the sacred spaces of art. His power comes from below, the hell of Chthonian nature that erupts in The Ancient Mariner. From Earth's still womb-like caverns come phallic geysers of force, tossing boulders like hail. Nature pants in sexualized spasms of creation. The poet from his light-flooded dome of imagination surveys nature's savage enormity, prehuman and premoral. He cannot control it, but he is its voice. Art synthesizes glassy Apollonian form with coarse Dionysian flux. The dome is state and skull, riding the serpent desires, a bowels and belly. Coleridge's protagonists are always sexually dual. Contraries meet in the poet of Kubla Khan, and all should cry, "Beware! Beware!" His flashing eyes, his floating hair, weave a circle round him thrice, and close your eyes with holy dread, for he on honey-dew hath fed, and drunk the milk of paradise. The mariner has become a mental traveler. He is a prisoner of perception. Voluptuary and ascetic, he feasts by fasting. The food of the gods makes him less and more than a man. Bloom says he is the youth as virile poet. 8 But there is no virility here. He is an androgyne tied to the stake, celibate and solitary. He is the wedding guest who cannot be bridegroom. 1,000 doors are closed to him. He is the gift bringer as beggar, the alien who can never cross the threshold. The poet is a beautiful youth in the Hellenistic style, an ephebic chorus of female emotionalism. His flashing eyes and floating hair combine masculine power with feminine beauty. Flashing eyes may command and pierce, but they can also be inviting without ambivalence, as in vivacious maidens whose eyes dance with light. A poet's eye flashes in this second sense. It is like a movie screen, flickering with spectral images. The poet is feminine because passive to his own vision. He is arresting because arrested. His senses are a house of detention. His eyes are the barred window of poetry. Floating hair normally belongs to the female canon of beauty. One thinks of Botticelli's Venus, Rita Hayworth, Hedy Lamarr. But during the late 1790s, when Kubla Khan was written, long unpowdered hair symbolized youth, vitality, and nonconformity. Coleridge's flashing eyes and floating hair appear in portraits of Napoleon, like Gross's Bonaparte at Arcole or David's Napoleon crossing the Alps, where the hero's long hair flares in the wind of destiny. In Kubla Khan, the poet's hair lifts by lyric afflatus. He is an Aeolian lyre played by the wind. I said the hyacinthine hair of the beautiful boy erotically entangles the observer's eye. Even in Napoleon's streaming hair there is something cross-sexual. It was the feminine element in Napoleon's charisma, a principle I think always sexually dual. Napoleon wore long hair only while he was young and lean. an aspiring outsider. His cropped Caesar-style hair belongs mainly to the imperial period, when he tended toward corpulence. What was earlier expressed by his hair now resided in the female fleshiness we see in David's. Napoleon in his study, where the emperor, burning the midnight oil, caresses his own belly. The poet of Kubla Khan is also a gaunt outsider of comet-like charisma, his floating hair as his hermaphrodite banner, taunting and narcissistic. Long hair is the badge of many warrior cultures, Spartan to seek, but in the main line of Western sexual personae, long hair has been and will remain the language of feminine eros. A long-haired male is, consciously or unconsciously, calling attention to something feminine in him. He makes himself a sex object passive to the probing eye. This was clearly the case with the 17th-century cavaliers, whose portraits have a stunning epicene glamour. The West has persistently and probably correctly associated long male hair with a dangerous because entrancing and self-entranced egotism. We see this as early as the biblical tale of Absalom, with his Alcibiades-like career of beauty and sedition. The long, unkempt hair of Coleridge's poet is sexually, socially, and morally defiant. It is natural because informal, but it is perverse because self-divinizing and autoerotic. Dangerous. The poet of Kubla Khan is enclosed in a zone of holy dread. He is an untouchable, a carrier of charisma kept under quarantine. He has an eerie sexual iridescence. Masculine and feminine dilate about him like a solar corona. People cry, "Beware, beware," but not because he is virile. He is not a man who acts but a man who sees. He can induce hallucinations in others as well as himself. Kubla Khan follows archaic ritual rules. Fraser says, holiness, magical virtue, taboo, or whatever we may call that mysterious quality which is supposed to pervade sacred or tabooed persons, is conceived by the primitive philosopher as a physical substance or fluid, with which the sacred man is charged just as a Leyden jar is charged with electricity. Elsewhere he says, the primitive mind seems to conceive of holiness as a sort of dangerous virus, which a prudent man will shun as far as possible, and of which, if he should chance to be infected by it, he will carefully disinfect himself by some sort of ceremonial purification. 9A Maple Circle is woven around Coleridge's poet to contain his excess of mana. Magic. Against magic. Society uses all its defenses against the dangerous radiance of art. Kubla Khan ends in double ceremonies, as the poet soars into trance and as society salts the ground he stands on. This is scorched earth, a temenos where nothing will grow again. The poet is gifted, but cursed, condemned to social exclusion. Coleridge chillingly closes the eyes of humanity to his poet, that is, to himself. It is a real-life game of blindman's bluff. At this mystic moment, all eyes are sealed. Artist and audience are at war. The poet is a non-person, subject to mass shunning. He suffers the silence, the ostracism imposed by military cadets on one who has broken the honor code. We must remember this for Christabel, where the heroine is cruelly shunned after her election by the demonic and where she is imprisoned in her own silence. The poet is a visionary who sees too much and is tortured by his visions. He is a scapegoat fed on delicacies, like Aztec victims before their slaughter or like Roman volunteers in army camps who enjoyed every sensual indulgence before being ritually executed. The poet is blind, maimed, lame. His imagination is free, but his body is bound in ritual limitation. He is a demonic Apollo, an oracle maddened by intoxicants, here sap and milk, fluids of Dionysus. As a sexual persona, Coleridge's poet is a suffering hermaphrodite, a sacred monster, breeding genies from the sterile air. Christabel is the destination to which the Coleridgean line of sexual ambiguity runs. Destination as epic goal and as tragic fate, or fatality. Destination as termination in Christabel. Poetry falls under sentence of death. Trance ends in paralysis and language in silence. In this poem, Coleridge created a demonic plenum from which he could not escape. Wordsworth is annihilated, and Coleridge is free. But his freedom has been purchased by sexual and metaphysical enslavement, a shamanistic transformation so complete that the poet became invisible to readers, even though he is standing squarely before them. Christabel has an odd history. Its two parts were written in 1797 and 1800. Coleridge withheld it from publication, but it circulated privately in manuscript. Its release in 1816 was at the urging of Byron, who loved it and called it the source of all of Sir Walter Scott's verse tales. Coleridge never regarded Christabel as done and claimed plans for 3 more parts. His mind returned fretfully to the poem for years, and his inability to finish it was an abiding disappointment. For a century, critics have advanced various theories to account for this. The corpus of commentary on Christabel is very small. Probably no poem in literary history has been so abused by moralistic Christian readings. Its blatant lesbian pornography has been ignored or blandly argued away. The Christian interpretation of Christabel found ample justification in Coleridge's remark to his friend Gilman that the theme of the final poem would be that the virtuous of this world save the wicked. The contradictions between Christian sentiment and poetic vision are even more radical in Christabel than in The Ancient Mariner. Little here supports what Coleridge declared his moral program. Piety is blasted by a night wind. Heaven is conquered by hell. Virtue does not end, cannot redeem in the poem. The greatness of Christabel comes from its lurid pagan pictorialism. It is an epiphany of evil. Mother Nature returns to retake what she lost. Christabel is a demonic screenplay, a script for an apocalyptic comeback. Behold the star. The lesbian vampire Geraldine is the Chthonian reawakened from its earthy grave. That demonic vision is the true heart of Christabel as demonstrated by Shelley's reaction at first hearing. When in Geneva Byron recited some memorized passages, Shelley shrieked and rushed from the room. He was found trembling and bathed in sweat. During the description of Geraldine, he saw eyes in the nipples of Mary Godwin, his future wife. This is reported by Polidori, who was present, and confirmed in a letter of Byron. Shelley's vision of the archetypal phallic woman shows that the poem's amoral essence was instantaneously transmitted from one great poet to another. Coleridge's imagination is invested not in the virtuous of this world, but in demonic personae of hermaphrodite force. Christabel is a psychologically archaizing poem. Far from proving Christian truth, it abolishes Christianity and returns the psyche to a primitive world of malignant spirit presences. Coleridge the Christian was the first misreader of Coleridge the poet. Christabel rewrites The Ancient Mariner by reversing its movement. Demonic revelation occurs not on the high seas but in the citadel of state. Evil invades the secret cells of body and mind. Christabel is a boudoir epic. Sex, the point of intersection between man and nature, is contaminated. The poem opens with the Lady Christabel leaving her father's castle at midnight to pray for her betrothed knight. As at the start of The Ancient Mariner, there is an impulse toward conventional marriage that will be defeated. Christabel is an innocent who believes love and virtue go together. Her mission of heterosexual piety will be grotesquely defiled by the poem. Sex will turn and sting the Christian will. Christabel's maiden voyage into archaic night is foolish and possibly provocative. She summons the very evil she hopes to quell. Neither Christianity nor Wordsworthian nature can defend her. A bleak, decadent sterility has turned the green leaves gray. Persephone, in the meadow, is about to be raped, but her assailant is the earth mother in her dark prison, her own home. Even as Christabel kneels in prayer, the demonic drama begins. It has moaned, the brute sexless, sexful thing, the stirring form of pagan nature waking from its long sleep. The poet's voice interjects, Hush, beating heart of Christabel. Jesu, Maria, shield her well. We recall another appeal to heaven in the Ancient Mariner, an appeal answered by a leprous vampire. The Coleridgean moral inversion operates again. Christian prayer produces pagan epiphany. Heaven is either deaf or sadistic, the materialization of the vampires in Christabel, and the Ancient Mariner perversely awaits the invocation of a divine name. It is as if demonic power is intensified by Christian assertion. A lust for profanation hangs in the air like a shadow mist. It suddenly takes brilliant shape. In a burst of numinous cinema, the vampire Geraldine appears in all her white beauty. Mary, Mother, save me now, says Christabel, pressed by that harsh Coleridgean irony. The Madonna becomes the serpent in the garden. In her embrace, Christabel will fall. Her touch will be the mark of Cain, exiling Christabel from her race. Christabel's trust and goodwill are a blank spot of tender passivity in nature, as in Blake's Spenserian infant joy. The benign is devoured by its context. Hungry black flames of demonic energy. Geraldine gives birth to herself by the infinite IAM of Coleridgean imagination. She is poetry leaping full-armed from the unconscious, a hermaphrodite muse. The voices of art in Coleridge prophesy not peace but war. Art is conflict, turbulence, negation. And art mirrors nature, from which Wordsworth has finally been driven. The vampire muse makes poetry in Christabel by seduction and corruption. Poisoned words will lead to poisoned sex. She lies in order to lay. Stretch forth thy hand, and have no fear. Geraldine says to Christabel, after a long falsehood. The invitation is repeated, this time successfully. Geraldine seems to evoke the unconscious complicity of her prey. Bloom rightly calls Christabel a half-willing victim. 10. The vampire's satanic temptations are garnished by spurious sex. Romance. She assumes the frailest feminine persona. 5 warriors have kidnapped her from her father's house and abandoned her. Me. Even me, a maid forlorn. The irony of Geraldine's tale of rape is that she is herself a rapist. What Christabel hears is what is to be done to her. Psychologically, the tale translates to men are brutes. This is how Geraldine severs Christabel's mental connection with her betrothed knight and induces her to give her hand. The demonic mother lures the bride backward, away from monarchy into the womb of regression. In Coleridge's plan for the conclusion, Geraldine was to impersonate Christabel's fiancé by transsexual ruse. In Part 1, we see that Geraldine has already replaced him. Once Geraldine has won her first victory, she has won everything. She has made her first penetration of Christabel's psyche and now manipulates her thoughts. It is Christabel who introduces the idea of stealth, and who proposes. They share the same bed. From such covertness come erotic intensity, trespass, and shame. Geraldine's strategies are modeled on Spenser. Her woeful tale echoes the one told by duplicitous Duessa to the Red Cross Knight in the first book of The Faerie Queene. In the forest, Geraldine recalls Belphoebe, and in the castle Malicasta, Christabel's sexual style, its combination of cool medieval beauty with voluptuous embowered evil, is uniquely Spenserian. Coleridge, like Blake, senses the decadent perversity in Spenser. Christabel's rape theme comes from the rape-infested Faerie Queene, but virginity has lost its Christian militancy. No armor defends Coleridge's heroine against sexual predators. Christabel's simple femininity is her undoing. Demonic rapacity surges into her and obliterates her maidenhood. She is no match for hermaphrodite aggression. There is no longer a working Christian scheme to divert lust into sublimation. The Spenserian bower where Christabel is lost is her own invitation to the rape. From Christabel's hospitable gesture to her actual seduction there are 140 lines. A long distance must be traversed. The mariner's epic voyage is internalized, but the moat is crossed at the moment of Christabel's ascent. This is her Rubicon, from which there is no turning back. The 140 lines are a dreamlike saraband, both funeral and wedding march, in stages drawn from Shakespeare's Rape of Lucrece. The poem follows each step of Geraldine's invasion of gate, court, hall, chamber. The castle of Christabel's father resembles the metaphorical ruined castle of Gerda's Werther. In Coleridge, the male castle of society and history is entered and disordered by the Chthonian. But the castle is also Christabel's body, which is systematically possessed by Geraldine. The little door, unlocked by Christabel's key, is her own chastity. At the gate, Geraldine sinks down, and Christabel must carry her through it. Bloom says, Geraldine cannot cross the threshold, which probably is charmed against her. 11 In old Scandinavia, an axe was buried beneath the threshold to guard a house against lightning, and to prevent a witch from entering. Similarly, ancient cities were protected by founders' bones entombed in the gate lintel. Jackson, Night, We Saw, shows that virgin goddesses were patrons of cities, because the integrity of walls was imagined as a virgin's hymen. Hence the Trojan horse brought down Troy. As it passed the gate, it broke the magic spell protecting the city. Taboos governing the sanctity of walls were so strict that a Roman soldier who leapt the camp wall instead of leaving by the gate was executed, for he had broken the defenses. This appears to be why Romulus kills Remus for jumping his new wall. Thus in Christabel, Geraldine's passage through the Iron Gate, from which an army in battle array has marched as a Trojan subterfuge. Hidden in Christabel's arms, she simultaneously overthrows male power and penetrates the virgin's body. She is the cunning sacker of cities, dangling from the lamb's wool. Christabel's breached gate is the doorway which could not be crossed in the ancient mariner. The wedding guest has finally become the bridegroom. Christabel lifting Geraldine over the threshold as the groom with her bride. She has begun her demonic marriage to Geraldine, from which there can be no divorce. Geraldine is a weary weight, the terrible burden of our physical life. Christabel staggers under the tree of nature upon which Blake sees us crucified. The doorway is Coleridge's sexual crux, his Via Crucis. Geraldine's advance through the castle will be recast by Poe in The Masque of the Red Death, where bloody biology triumphs over all. Geraldine too is a masker, Mother Nature who uses her Wordsworthian mask of beauty to hide her Chthonian brutality. In Poe the Midnight Chamber holds a clock, in Coleridge a bed. Both are epiphanies of maternal power. Geraldine and Christabel's slow passage has an abstract formality, a religious solemnity. Seduction, leading astray, becomes induction, initiation into demonic mysteries. The poem's eroticism is generated by this methodical movement, which inflames by anticipation and suspense. Darkness, seclusion, and silence accentuate Christabel's tantalizing sexual vulnerability. The procession moves through the castle as if through a church, nave to chancel to altar, the bed of seduction. No guard or hierarch rises to block the queen's sweep of the board. The presiding male, Sir Leoline, is ill and asleep. The watchdog, with animal instinct, moans, but does not wake. Only in the bedchamber does Geraldine meet resistance from the ghost of Christabel's mother, a guardian spirit, springing out like the sacristan of the sanctuary. The mother died at the hour of Christabel's birth, vowing she would hear the castle bell strike 12 on her daughter's wedding day. The poem begins with the tolling of midnight, so this is Christabel's wedding day, and she is about to consummate her perverse nuptials. In this poem, good strangles itself. Birth leads to death. Pregnancy is a terminal disease. The wine made by Christabel's mother from wildflowers, presumably Wordsworth's daffodils, serves only to energize the vampire in her territorial war. Geraldine grapples with the ghost and repels her off. Wandering mother, this hour is mine. 'Tis given to me. Given by whom? God and fate take the side of evil. Archaic night makes her inexorable return. After her mother's defeat, Christabel is completely at Geraldine's mercy. The triumph of the demonic is signified by Christabel kneeling at her side. Geraldine has subdued the cosmos of the poem, and she is now its deity. Christabel obeys without question Geraldine's command to unrobe herself. So let it be. In other words, I do. They are married. She lies down in bed to await her master. Like the poet of Kubla Khan, Christabel is a sacrificial victim, whom we actually see led to the altar and laying herself down nude upon it. Geraldine is Iphigenia meekly awaiting the stroke of the knife. Geraldine is the high priest praying before her bloody task, but she prays to herself. The demonic will murder here as sexual intercourse. For sex is how Mother Nature kills us, that is, how she enslaves the imagination. Nature draws first blood, of virgins, of us. Like, 2. William Wordsworth. The poem climaxes in a pagan ritual sex act. Christabel's ceremonialism continues in the deliberate preparations for bed, a sexual mime. This is one of the points the Christian Coleridge tried to fudge. 20 years after writing the poem, he inserted 7 lines, 255 to 61, in which Geraldine seeks delay before laying down with Christabel and taking her in her arms. The reader must never be misled by the attempts of Coleridge the anxious reviser to cover the work of Coleridge the visionary. Vampire and conscience are mutually exclusive. The poem in its fine original inspiration presents a Geraldine who never hesitates, who cannot hesitate, who is implacable. There is a mystery when Geraldine undresses. Behold, her bosom, and half her side, a sight to dream of, not to tell. Oh, shield her, shield sweet Christabel, what is revealed by the demon's unveiling. G. Wilson Knight speaks of some sort of sexual desecration, some expressly physical horror. 12 in Part 2, Christabel has a chilling flashback. Again she saw that bosom old, again she felt that bosom cold. Scholars immediately recognized this as a detail from the Fairy Queen. When beautiful Duessa is stripped, she has dry dugs, like bladders lacking wind. IV.47. Waking the next morning, Christabel sees her companion's heaving breasts. Geraldine must be a classic vampire of great age, her breast withered only when she hungers. After she has sated herself, whether by drinking blood or somehow draining her victim's life energy, her breasts recover sensual fullness. In Part 2, Christabel remembers the touch and pain. So something surgical has definitely occurred. Whatever is repellent about Geraldine's bosom, it is the identifying mark of a witch. In her study of European witch cult, Margaret Murray describes another mark, the little teat, which appeared on odd parts of the body and was said to secrete milk and to give suck to the familiars, both human and animal. Supernumerary breasts or nipples are a medical anomaly found on chest, abdomen, shoulder, buttock, or thigh. 13a Withered bosom, misplaced nipples, multiple breasts. The witch's body is a perversion or parody of the maternal. It is fitting, therefore, that Geraldine's sole opponent is Christabel's benevolent mother, and it is a severe truth about the poem that this power is crushed and expelled. The witch, with her animal teats, is virtually a third sex. She is the ugliness of procreative nature. She is the Chthonian mother who eats her children. A third sex. How does Geraldine sexually violate Christabel? Coleridge says of the two as they lie together, a star hath set, a star hath risen. O Geraldine, since arms of thine have been the lovely lady's prison. O Geraldine, 1 hour was thine. Thou'st had thy will. The star which has set is Jesus. The star which has risen is the ancient sign of the demon, the sexual scorpion. The prison is the embrace of Mother Nature, from which Jesus cannot redeem us. Geraldine has had her will of Christabel. This locution belongs exclusively to male experience. It is not used of a woman anywhere else in major literature. The sole analogy I find is in the journal of Victoria Sackville West, who describes carrying off her lover Violet Trefusis to a French hotel 2 days after the latter's wedding. I treated her savagely. I made love to her. I had her. I didn't care. 14. I had her. How strange the language of masculine possession sounds in a female context. In Coleridge, female sexual receptivity is mysteriously transformed into the power to rape. What happens if there is draining of blood? It must occur with mentalized orgasmic excitement, like the cloudy feverishness of Carmilla. J. Sheridan La Fanu's Victorian tale of a lesbian vampire, obviously inspired by Christabel. Can there be a phallic subtext to this demonic intercourse? There is an ambiguity about the body of Spenser's Duessa. Fredubio surprises her at her bath. Her nether parts misshapen, monstrous, were hid in water, that I could not see, but they did see me more fool and hideous, than woman's shape man would believe to be. E.41. This is inconclusive, but when Duessa is unmasked, the poet speaks in his own voice. Her nether parts, the shame of all her kind. My chaster muse for shame doth blush to write. V.48. He seems to give the most depraved female evil a penis. A modern British woman reported that as she and the female medium sat nude at a London séance, an icy phantom penis left the medium's genitals, crossed the space between them, and entered her. Rising from her bed next morning, Christabel says, "Sure I have sinned." She remembers nothing, but her sense of lost innocence is acute, for the witch has entered her body and mind. Geraldine sleeps, satisfied like a man, the triumphant seducer, while the violated girl weeps in shame. She is humanity after the fall. Her eyes are open. She knows we are naked, defenseless against nature. Wordsworthian illusions about Mother Nature are over. Incest and cannibalism are the lovemaking of man's family romance. Christabel has been impregnated by the muse and bears the burden of fear and suffering. The vision of fear, the touch and pain, her sexual crucifixion is a spectacle of sadomasochistic bondage. Her pain may be from the vampire's bite or from deviant penetration. In medieval covens, the devil performed ritual public intercourse with a forked penis, entering his devotees through 2 orifices. Initiation into ancient nature cults always involved some abuse of the body, from flagellation to castration. In Christabel's pagan epiphany, the demon returns in an orgy of Dionysian pleasure-pain. Vampire and poem are a rapture of monstrosity. Geraldine's demonic aggression resides in her eye. Vampires have a phallic eye, probing, penetrating, riveting. In the hallway, the hearth fire flames, and Christabel saw the lady's eye, and nothing else saw she thereby. She is obsessed, subjugated. At her moment of maximum power in the bedchamber, Geraldine rises to her full, lofty height, an erection fueled by her dominance of the mother spirit. Christabel's submission and genuflection, and the wine she changes into Christabel's blood. This is the full moon of the vampire. Her fair large eyes, gone glitter bright. Bloom says Geraldine, like the ancient mariner, is a hypnotist or mesmerist. 15. Christabel's seduction is a sexual hypnotism. Freud says the blind obedience of hypnosis comes from an unconscious fixation of the libido on the person of the hypnotizer. 16. Thus Christabel spiritually participates in her own defloration. Christabel's hypnotism theme will recur in the mesmerism of Hawthorne's The Blithedale Romance. The lesbian tension between feminine Priscilla and willful Zenobia comes from the liaison of Christabel and Geraldine. As yet, the girl had not stirred. She stood near the door, fixing a pair of large, brown, melancholy eyes upon Zenobia. Only upon Zenobia. She evidently saw nothing else in the room, save that bright, fair, rosy, beautiful woman. It was the strangest look I ever witnessed. Long a mystery to me, and forever a memory. She dropped down upon her knees, clasped her hands, and gazed piteously into Zenobia's face. Meeting no kindly reception, her head fell on her bosom. 17. And nothing else saw she thereby. The look blotting out all else, the kneeling and dominance and submission. Hawthorne's decadent eroticism as a homage to Coleridge. Poe also recasts Geraldine as the fierce Ligeia and toothsome Berenice, phallic fixators and revenants of the demonic graveyard, and Coleridge's lesbian couple will end up, by way of Hawthorne, in Henry James's The Bostonians, where Perseus rescues Andromeda from the seacoast horde of the feminist vampire. The phallic optics of Coleridge's mystery poems arises from the war between vision and language that disrupts the ancient mariner. In Shelley's sex vision, menacing female eyes signify the omnipotence and ubiquity of procreative nature. The demonic turns man to stone. Jane Harrison calls the Gorgon an incarnate evil eye. The monster was tricked out with cruel tusks and snakes, but it slew by the eye. It fascinated. 18. Fascination is the black magic of art, love, and politics. Kenneth Burke remarks, the theme of fascination in Coleridge's mystery poems is that of an ambivalent power. He gives us, as it were, a poetic thesaurus dictionary of terms ranging from thoroughly good fascination to thoroughly bad fascination. 19. Fascination is ambivalent because love is ambivalent. The Latin fascinare, to enchant, bewitch, charm, is related to the Greek baskanine, to use ill words, as in slander, but also to bewitch by spells or by means of an evil eye. Fascinare and baskanine are linguistically connected to words of speaking, Latin ferrari and Greek fascane, to say. As she lies down with Christabel, Geraldine says, in the touch of this bosom there worketh a spell, which is Lord of thy utterance, Christabel. Next morning, Christabel cannot tell her pain or appeal for help. Evil eye and magic spell. Demonic sorcery deprives its victim of speech, hurtling them backward through history to the animal realm. Thus, Circe's most sadistic torture is stopping the mouths of Odysseus' men. Minds acute in their swine bodies, they can only grunt. Christabel's heroine is plunged into muteness. Her vision of fear obliterates language. The vampire's power to fascinate derives from the snake's legendary ability to immobilize its prey by fixing its eyes upon it. The fear freezing an animal in its tracks and the fear paralyzing a person beneath the vampire's gaze are one and the same. It is an emanation of the cruel hierarchy of biology. The Gorgon who petrifies and the vampire who seduces achieve their ends by sudden hierarchic assertion. That the penis has power is one of the social lies men tell themselves to overcome their fear of the demonism of sex. That woman can drain and paralyze is part of the latent vampirism in female physiology. The archetype of the femme fatale began in prehistory and will live forever. The vampire's authority is a form of charisma, the power enabling a leader to suspend the will of his followers and induce them to sacrifice themselves for his personal vision. Hitler, we noted, called the masses feminine. The ability to entrance and focus the minds of a nation as a form of sexual seduction. Politics and theater were interrelated long before the age of mass media. An actor with stage presence, innate authority, masters the audience. A spellbinding orator literally casts a spell. He captures attention. An audience is captivated or enthralled, meaning enslaved. A thrall is a slave or bondman. When no one stirs restlessly or chatters to his neighbor. When it's so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Metaphors of sex and power abound in political and artistic performance. The speaker dominates the plane of eye contact. All eyes are fixed on him, as if hypnotized. The audience is propelled into immobilization and muteness, ancient prerogatives of the demon. actor and fiction, operate on an audience by subduing the rebellious body and fixing the mind on one spirit governing focal point. Fascination is becoming that condition of erotic passivity in which the ancient mariner sees the vampire of nature at sea. Vision, silence, castration. We are approaching the sexual center of Coleridge's mystery poems. Fascination is both the theme and genesis of Christabel. Part 1 ends with Christabel still in Geraldine's arms. I will argue that this encompasses the totality of Coleridge's vision and that the second part, written 3 years later, as well as his rough plan for 3 more parts, was born of fear at what he had already created. Christabel remained unfinished because, try as he might, Coleridge could not turn his demonic saga into a parable of Christian redemption. Even Part 2 ends with Christabel's father abandoning her and allying himself with false Geraldine. Coleridge's conscious mind wills the victory of virtue, but his unconscious replies, "Evil is older and will endure." Part 1, ending, says of Christabel, "But this she knows, in joys and woes, that saints will aid if men will call, for the blue sky bends over all." Christian interpreters have missed the terrible irony of these lines. For Coleridge, we saw, calling heavenly powers brings disaster. Christabel suffers from the pathos of rationalization of Blake's exploited chimney sweeps. She is like the rape victims of the Fairy Queen, whose femininity invites disaster, or the heroine of Sade's Justine, or Good Conduct Well Chastised, originally called the Misfortunes of Virtue. Good is actually a titillation to lust and provokes the vampire's assault. Paganism stakes its claim in the virgin heart of Christian virtue. The transition from Part 1 to Part 2 is jarring. We pass from sinister dreaminess to farce. The poem goes flat. Unimportant people pop up, and down ringing bells and telling beads. We meet Christabel's father, Sir Leoline, whom the poet should have left snoring. Scholars have noticed the sudden loss of mythic intensity but have neither explored nor explained it. Humphrey House, for example, says, the 2 parts differ so much from each other that they scarcely seem to belong to the same poem. 20 I must amend my critique. There are 2 fine passages in Part 2. The first depicts Geraldine and Christabel waking together in the bedchamber, 360-86. The second records the bard Bracy's ominous vision of a bright green snake coiled about a dove's body, 547-56. But both these passages reinvoke the sexual intercourse of Part 1. In other words, the best poetry of Part 2 has been produced by demonic infection from Part 1, a contagion of vice. Why is Part 1 so much stronger? The poem's greatness resides in the seductive vampirism of Geraldine. It was inspired by a vision of a female persona of overwhelming force. Everything in the poem is subordinated to Geraldine. Coleridge manipulates character, time, and place to form an admiring circle about her, from which she radiates her cold hieratic glamour like a sun-king. Christabel is structured by an archaic technique of ornamental display, a ritual exhibitionism. Gods descend when man is in crisis, but the demon ascends from her bed of ghostly loam. Heterosexuality has failed. Maternalism is weak and masculinity in decay. The father's armor a musty relic. Art can see but not act. The bard warns but is not believed. Father spurns daughter in Lear like disloyalty. The world of Christabel has run down and is ripe for apocalypse. Into this vacuum steps the lesbian vampire, dazzlingly beautiful, relentlessly masculine. Like as you like it. Christabel is an alchemic experiment whose main event is the crystallization of a rebus or hermaphroditic personality. The poem is an alembic of superheated psyche. Energy is released and rebonded. Vampires make vampires. Christabel, hissing, has been genetically altered, irradiated by the demonic. Fascination, capture, possession, transfiguration. Christabel is Coleridge dreaming aloud. Kathleen Coburn thinks Coleridge could not finish the poem because it was too closely a representation of his own experience. She connects Geraldine's advances to the poet's nightmares, in which one gathers he was frequently pursued by unpleasing female figures. Geraldine is a malignity out of Coleridge's own dreams. 21 here, from his notebooks, are two such dreams. A most frightful dream of a woman whose features were blended with darkness catching hold of my right eye and attempting to pull it out. I caught hold of her arm fast. A horrid feel. Wordsworth cried out aloud to me hearing my scream. I was followed up and down by a frightful pale woman who, I thought, wanted to kiss me, and had the property of giving me a shameful disease by breathing in the face. And again I dreamt that a figure of a woman of a gigantic height, dim and indefinite and smoke-like appeared, and that I was forced to run up toward it. 22. Coleridge records many dreams of sexual assault, some by males. Once he feels a man leaping on me and grasping my scrotum. Bostitter sees the similarity between Geraldine and Coleridge's Nightmare Woman, whose size Norman Fruman connects to that of the tall and lofty Geraldine. 23 If Geraldine is the imposing figure who pursues Coleridge in his dreams, then we must logically infer some element of self-identification in Christabel. Coburn says, Christabel is significantly one side of his own nature. But these insights, which should have been so consequential for interpretation of the mystery poems, are left undeveloped, tottering on the edge of the sexually problematic but not plunging into it. Christabel contains one of the greatest transsexual self-transformations in literature. I spoke of the drama of the male heroine in The Ancient Mariner, a complex of self-identification sliding into sentimentality. In Christabel, the residual maleness of the male heroine is gone, and gender has shifted completely to the female. Christabel is Coleridge, a poet condemned to fascination by the demonic. The poem begins a peculiar 19th-century tradition in which a sexually ambivalent poet paints a scene of intense lesbian eroticism in order to identify himself, by a daring warp of imaginative gender, with the passive partner. Balzac's Byronic, and therefore Coleridgean. The Girl with the Golden Eyes starts the French version of this theme, which produces Baudelaire's Delphine and Hippolyte, from which in turn come Swinburne's Anactoria and Verlaine's and Pierre Louis' Sapphic Idyls. Christabel is a ritual of surrender to pagan corruption. Its heroine is entranced, morally drugged, powerless to flee from an irresistible power. The vampire Geraldine, an enlargement of the sea witch of The Ancient Mariner, is the dominatrix of Coleridge's psychic and poetic life. She is cruel Mother Nature, whose second coming lays Wordsworth to rest. She will take Coleridge beyond rescue, to the entombed inner place where Wordsworth cannot hear his night cry. Clues within the poem corroborate the identification of Coleridge with Christabel. The bard dreams of Sir Leoline's pet dove, named for Christabel, lost in the forest, a bright green snake, coiled around its wings and neck. With the dove it heaves and stirs, swelling its neck as she swelled hers. He wakes as the clock strikes 12. It is the hour of Christabel's marriage, now being consummated. Dove and snake, locked together, heave, stir, and swell in spasms of pain and ecstasy. Coleridge was drawn to this hybrid image. In Dejection, 1802, he declares, "Hence, viper thoughts, that coil around my mind, reality's dark dream." His opium addiction, he once said, was a way of escaping from pains that coiled round my mental powers as a serpent around the body and wings of an eagle. Thus, this metaphor, where he is a bird in the grip of a snake, abode with the poet. Man's body is the mortal coil, and imagination is the serpent-stung bird that cannot fly. Man lies in chains of sex and nature. Next is the curse laid by Geraldine on Christabel's power of speech, keeping her from informing her father of the rape. This detail must come from the ancient tale of Philomela, a rape victim whose tongue is cut out to ensure her silence. Coleridge mentions her in The Nightingale, 1798, or mastered by the mighty spell, Christabel can utter only a single sentence. Her hermaphrodite spouse as Lord of her utterance. Christabel is like Melville's Billy Budd, an innocent, ensnared by a homosexual conspirator and undone by a speech impediment. Christabel struggling to speak is a prophetic self-portrait of Coleridge the poet, whose achievement was abortive. By modern standards, Coleridge left an enormous body of work of vast scope. But he died under the burden of great expectations, his own and others. His masterpiece evaded him. Poetry came to him only in fragments. Hence his apologia, needless to us, for Kubla Khan, with its spurious knock on the door. Toward the end of life, Coleridge wrote in his notebooks, "From my earliest recollection I have had a consciousness of power without strength, a perception, an experience, of more than ordinary power with an inward sense of weakness." Hazlitt said of him, "His nose, the rudder of the face, the index of the will, was small, feeble, nothing like what he has done." 24 Coleridge thought he had a feeble, unmanly face. The exceeding weakness, strengthlessness, in my face, was ever painful to me. After first meeting him, Carlyle said, "His cardinal sin is that he wants will. He has no resolution." Christabel mute as Coleridge irresolute. Her truncated speech is like Lewis Carroll's stammer, which appeared in the challenging company of adults, never children. Carroll portrays himself in Alice as the earthbound dowager like Dodo Bird, whose name is how Charles Dodgson would have stammered his own last name. Christabel's inability to speak is Coleridge stammering. It represents within the poem the poet's inability to complete the poem itself. Thus the spell laid upon Christabel is also laid upon Coleridge. It is his struggle with language, his fear of betrayal by and helpless alienation from language. The inability to speak is a dark spot in the poem, a melanoma that may spread and stop all poetry. The danger is that Coleridge will become a Philomela with her tongue torn out. Kiss but don't tell. The dark spot is a place of dangerous vision where words have not coalesced. It is a magic circle of frail tissue where there should be bone, like the soft spot on a baby's head. I think of the first great script of Rod Serling's Twilight Zone, Little Girl Lost, where a hole in a bedroom wall sucks a child into another dimension. So in The Boudoir-Dominated Christabel, the failure of speech is a zone of desolation that may draw Coleridge's poetry into non-being. The vampire muse of Christabel is a sphinx, the Greek strangler. She is the riddle of nature that the poet cannot solve. She brings vision but steals speech. Geraldine is the mother of lies. The serpent in the garden is a suave forked tongue, eating and entering the sanctified body of innocence. Thus Coleridge as Christabel is a tongueless male heroine who is no longer identifiably male. He is the coy maid half yielding to her lover in The Aeolian Harp, and the woman wailing for her demon lover in Kubla Khan. Christabel in The Vampire's Arms is a liar, sadistically played upon by demonic nature. But her music is silence. The story of nature cannot be told, for she will always betray the heart that loves her, by land and by sea. The Ancient Mariners. Compulsive storytelling is an early, lesser version of Christabel's muteness. The mariner tries to solve by excessive words the mystery that silences Christabel. Christabel, Part 1, is the profounder poem. It is not marred by the Ancient Mariner's sentimentality. Its language is dignified, seamless. Why? The wedding guest cannot get through the doorway of the Ancient Mariner because he is still male. The marriage may go on, but he will not see it. In Christabel, the doorway is breached and the marriage occurs because the poet has jettisoned his gender. He disappears into his heroine and marries his muse, who will speak for him. Geraldine is a ventriloquist. She writes the poem, and Christabel suffers it. Coleridge at his sexually most self-abased is at his poetically most potent. Art transfigures by self-mutilation. Extremes meet in Christabel. Vice and virtue, male and female. Nature and society, all is dominated by the demon. There is no more of the ancient mariner's self-pity, only moral, emotional, and sexual. Extremity. Christabel is a perfection of extremity. It is a hierogamos, an unholy marriage, and the boudoir is a mountaintop of vision, where the poet is mounted by the muse. As in, to William Wordsworth, it is an epiphany, a peak experience. Geraldine is the poetic will, pure primeval id. As in, Kubla Khan, those struck by prophecy are trapped in taboo. Christabel is shunned, persecuted, touched, touching, untouchable. Elected by the demonic, she is made, that is both violated and initiated. Like Clodius in drag, Coleridge penetrates the ancient mysteries. Paganism sweeps back into culture. A new phase of history is kicked off by rape. Christabel, I think, is one source of Yeats's Leda and the Swan. Geraldine is the brute god who stuns, rapes, and abandons. The poem's Christian theme has been completely misread. Christabel is the Christian Coleridge, the hopeful moralist perpetually defeated by the demonic, the she that is he will never emerge from her enslavement. In Christabel, Christianity is abolished by a return of the Chthonian, the love and charity, ending part 1 or the epitaph of the Christian Coleridge. Virtue is invoked only to increase the sordid perversity of transgression. The rape is more passionate, more evil, because of the borderline set up for it to overcome. Christabel, the beautiful Christ, meets her ruin in the barbaric ugliness of Mother Nature, the old, cold bosom where every man is born and buried. Christabel is a sexual apocalypse in which Coleridge no longer sees the hermaphrodite god through a glass darkly but face to face. His fascination by Geraldine has made her the autocratic tyrannos of the poem, to the detriment of everything in Part 2. She illustrates a principle I call psychoiconicism. It governs literary works whose primary inspiration is an experimental, charismatic persona, appearing epiphanically, in iconic frontality. The figure is invested with so much psychic power that other characters lose fictive energy and fade into the background. Sir Leoline, for example, is merely a sketch, part of the decor. Psychoiconicism resembles the register method of Egyptian wall art, where the hierarchically central figure is 3 times larger than lesser mortals. Psychoiconicism is produced by the West's obsessive ritualization of personality. Spencer's Amazonian Belphoebe is psychoiconistic. Her scale of representation is startlingly disproportionate to that of characters around her, with whom her dramatic interaction is awkward and stilted. Psychoiconicism accounts for the inequality between Rosalind and her admirers in As You Like It and for the expository patchiness of Wolfe's transsexual Orlando. Hermaphrodite visions have a life of their own. They are vampires upon their own texts. Geraldine is one of the greatest androgynes of art. She has a refined feminine beauty but a masculine spirit. She is like the narcissistic witch queen of Snow White, the wicked stepmother of fairy tales who is a projection of the repressed negativity of and toward the real mother. Christabel protests her father's alliance with Geraldine like a child refusing to accept a widower's new wife. The poem's lesbianism is paralleled by the family romance of Snow White, in which Bloom sees traces of mother-daughter incest. Walt Disney's Snow White, which I saw at 3, had the same stunning effect on me that Christabel did on Shelley. The witch queen is a persona lying utterly outside the moral universe of Christianity. It is a pre-Christian form of the malevolent nature mother. In Christabel, pagan imagism triumphs over the Judeo-Christian word. It is fitting, therefore, that the only modern parallels to Geraldine occur in cinema. Our machine of the aggressive eye Marlene Dietrich in Morocco, Maria Casares in Orphée and Les Dames. Du Bois de Boulogne, Lauren Bacall in Young Man with a Horn. Stéphane Audran in Les Bitches. Elegance, sophistication, composure. Cold lesbian will. The vampire eye penetrates space and time. Christabel's voyeurism, like that of the fairy queen, reflects the unacknowledged voyeurism of Western art. The vampire, as we see from the replay from Geraldine's point of view in the conclusion to Part 1, has been watching all along, and most evilly, she makes the defeated mother watch the rape of her own daughter. The thousand hungry eyes of demonic nature wait in the forest of the night. Christabel is a pornographic parable of Western sex and power. It is the English Faust. Domination and seduction are at the center of Western knowing. Coleridge's self-immolating male heroines descend through Poe and Dostoevsky to Kafka, whose crucified cockroach is a comic version of mute Christabel. Defloration in Christabel is Wordsworth despoiled, his happy flowering fields stripped to reveal nature's brute Chthonian substratum. Christabel shows the conflict, hostility, and ambivalence in love and poetry. It rebukes the liberal idealizers of emotion. Coleridge's lifelong desire to finish the poem was misconceived. His additions to it, like the nervous marginalia of the Ancient Mariner, are a form of self-thwarting, another stammering. They are a blatant deflection of the poem's authentic inspiration, where the vampire has an authoritarian glamour and supernatural self-assurance. Geraldine is the demonic spirit of archaic night, and in Coleridge's original and truer conception, her power has no beginning and no end. 13. Speed and Space. Byron, the second generation of English Romantic poets, inherited the achievement of the first. Byron, Shelley, and Keats read and absorbed Wordsworth and Coleridge's poems and gave them new form. The younger men created the myth of the doomed romantic artist. All three went into exile and died young, in pagan Italy and Greece. Publicity and fashion made them sex heroes of European high society. They were real-life sexual personae, as Blake, Wordsworth, and Coleridge were not. The poems of Byron, Shelley, and Keats are theatrical gestures of self-definition. The first Romantic generation released the psychic energy in which the second swam and sometimes drowned. Achieving freedom is one problem, surviving freedom another. The early deaths of Byron, Shelley, and Keats demonstrate the intolerable pressures in the romantic and liberal worldview. Blake and Wordsworth wanted identity without personality, but personality as ultimate Western reality. Byron, Shelley, and Keats had a love-hate relationship with personality, their own and others. Lord Byron makes romantic incest stunningly explicit. I.C. Manfred, 1817, as a cross-fertilization of Goethe's Faust with Wordsworth's Tintern Abbey. Byron's passionate hero is tormented by guilt for some mysterious crime. He is obsessed with his dead sister, Astarte, his twin in eyes, face, and voice. Byron relishes sexual criminality. Forbidden love makes his characters superhuman. Rejecting all social relationships, Manfred seeks only himself in sexually transmuted form. Wordsworth's sister allows him to remain alone, sex-free, but Astarte, Phoenician Venus, lures Manfred into the vertigo of sex. The sister spirit appears in Manfred at exactly the point where she materializes in Tintern Abbey. Astarte died in Manfred's tower when her heart withered while gazing on his. She has no tomb. What happened? Where is she? Manfred's Western lust for knowledge annihilates his sister, like Faust with Gretchen. Oscar Wilde reimagines the scene in the climax of The Picture of Dorian Gray, where two doubles, a man and his portrait, confront each other in a locked attic room. The man is found dead, hideously withered. Byron's word. 1 Astarte, gazing at her brother's heart as if into a mirror, dies of demonic narcissism. Brother and sister trespass the borderlines of Western identity and exchange personality. Manfred merges too fiercely with his sister. He assimilates her. How else explain the disappearance of her body? Manfred's union with his sister is a solipsistic sex experiment that fails. His restlessness and remorse are symptoms of his engorgement by her. Like Thyestes, Manfred has eaten his own flesh. Like Kronos, he must vomit it out. Because real sexual relations have occurred between Manfred and his double, the physical world becomes intolerable to him. Byron's poem is surrealistically expanded in prose. The Fall of the House of Usher, where the sister, entombed in the skull, like house, returns as a bloody apparition to stalk her hysterical brother. In Byron, the sister spirit's materialization promises psychic relief. Manfred appeals to her to speak, so she can regain her autonomy and stay externalized, but she only prophesies her brother's death and disappears. I say sister collapses back into brother, renewing his sufferings. In Tintern Abbey, Wordsworth's sister does not need to speak. She is the anima in correct relation to the poet. The intercourse of brother and sister is spiritual, not physical. In Manfred, fraternal intercourse is violent and voracious. Blood is shed, which Manfred hallucinates on a wine cup. He has ruptured his sister's virginity. The blood-rimmed cup from which he cannot drink is a nightmare vision of the locus of violation. It is also his bloody mind and bloody tongue, thinking and speaking against nature. Like Coleridge's Christabel, Manfred centers on a ritual sex act, defying social and moral law. In the poem's pagan cult of self, worship, matrimony, communion, and last rites are simultaneous. The ritual victim is torn by the phallic knife and her flesh consumed. Astarte is tombless because she has been perversely absorbed, body and soul, by her brother. As in Poe's The Telltale Heart, Manfred is tormented by the internal presence of another being, illegitimately enwombed like a demonic fetus. Manfred is the romantic solipsist, who has devoured the universe, but it sickens within him. Amputation or self-gorging, Kleist's Achilles makes one choice, Byron's Manfred another. The self is out of sync with the object world, which floods in or cruelly withdraws, marooning. Wordsworth's puckered solitaries. In Manfred, Byron makes illicit sex the lists of combat. Romantic sexual personae scratch and claw in attraction and repulsion. Rumor said Byron committed incest with his half-sister, Augusta Lee. True or false, the story added to his fame. Incest obsessively recurs in Byron's poems. Cain turns the issue into legal conundrum. God allows incest for mankind's second generation, who must marry their siblings. The poem dwells on the mutual love of Cain and his twin sister, incredulous at the prohibition of fraternal sexuality to their own children. In Personae, the Phaedra-like incest is between wife and stepson, an exception to Byron's favorite brother-sister pattern. Originally, Byron's central characters in The Bride of Abydos were brother and sister in love. In the final version, they are first cousins, but their infatuation dates from childhood, and the girl still believes the boy her brother when, feverishly kissing him, she rejects an arranged marriage. Byron says, "Great is their love who love in sin and fear, heaven and earth." Incest is sexual descent. Its value is in impurity. Byron would spurn blatant innocence. He takes the Sedene approach to sex and psyche. Make a line, so I can cross it. Unlike Blake or Wordsworth, Byron wants to reinforce the boundaries of self. In incest, libido moves out and back, making a Ouroboros circle of regression and dynastic exclusiveness. Romanticism's feminization of the male persona becomes effeminacy in Byron. The unmanly hero of The Bride of Abydos is stranded among women. Incestuous feeling is incubated in an oriental haze. The corsair introduces seductive Gulnare to appear transvestite in a sequel. Gulnare's relations with the corsair are like Kleist's Penthesilea with Achilles, a dance-like exchange of strength and weakness. There are heroic rescues, then capture, humiliation, and recovery. Byron ritualistically elaborates each stage of assertion and passivity, making the narrative a slow mask of sexual personae. Until the end of Lara, Byron teasingly implies that the effeminate page boy, Khalid, is homosexually attached to the chieftain Lara. The truth outs when Lara is killed and the boy faints. Bystanders reviving him loosen his garments and discover Khalid is the woman Gulnare, in love with the corsair Lara. Byron's rippling poetry makes sexual metamorphosis happen before our eyes. First we are admiring the glossy tendrils of a beautiful boy's raven hair. Suddenly, he swoons into sensuous passivity. Now we join the voyeuristic marveling at public exposure of a woman's breasts as she lies unconscious. Homosexual and heterosexual responses have been successively induced or extorted from the reader. The blink of an eye sex change recalls Spenser's switch of sexual perspective, but Byron retains his woman's male name to prolong her sexual ambiguity. Shirley Gautier imitates this scene in Mademoiselle de Maupin, when a page is knocked unconscious from his horse and his shirt parted to reveal a girl's very white bosom. I think it all ends up in National Velvet, 1944, from Enid Bagnold's novel, where a fallen jockey, played by the young Elizabeth Taylor, is carried unconscious from the racecourse. The motif is now safely sanitized. A doctor, not titillated passers-by, undrapes the succulent bosom. Lara's sex games echo Byron's own. After leaving Cambridge, Byron had an affair with a girl whom he dressed as a boy and called his brother. G. Wilson Knight suggests Lady Caroline Lamb masqueraded as a page boy to rekindle the poet's fading passion. Point 2. Byron probably models Khalid's service to Lord Lara on that of transvestite Viola to Duke Orsino in Twelfth Night. Byron's responses are as bisexual as Shakespeare's. He is equally and even simultaneously aroused by an effeminate boy and a bold cross-dressing woman. Byron's last poems are addressed to a handsome Greek youth with whom he was unhappily infatuated. His early poems to Thyrza were inspired by a Cambridge choirboy, probably John Edelston. The boy has a female name partly because the poems could not have been published otherwise. But this is also an example of my principle of sexual metathesis, a shift in gender producing a special eroticism. We feel it in Byron's lascivious delight in Lara's open-air spectacle of sexual unmasking, the topos of deblousing, recreating the mood of the naughty Italian romances purified by Shakespeare. In Sardanapalus, 1821, Byron vies directly with Shakespeare. The poem recasts Antony and Cleopatra, with the hero as Antony and Cleopatra. In a prefatory note, Byron claims he got the story from Diodorus Siculus. The Greek Sardanapalus bore little resemblance to the Assyrian king and general, Ashurbanipal. Delacroix's Crimson tableau shows Byron's Sardanapalus amid the decadent conflagration of empire. Byron begins his poem as Shakespeare begins his play. A hostile bystander scorns the sexual degeneracy of the protagonist, who enters for our inspection. In Shakespeare, the cynical commentary is contradicted by Antony and Cleopatra's love. Byron's Sardanapalus, however, is just as unmanly as foretold. He sweeps on stage crowned with flowers and effeminately dressed, followed by a train of women and young slaves. Sardanapalus as Euripides, Dionysus with his Maenads, but now Dionysus as king. We are in Shakespeare's Egypt, a liquid realm of woman, music, and perfume. Maleness dissolves. The king's companions include eunuchs, beings less than women. Sardanapalus' brother-in-law calls him the grandson of Semiramis, the man-queen. Who's the queen, Semiramis or Sardanapalus? Calling his hero a sheking, a she Sardanapalus. Byron develops an entire character out of Antony's transvestite gang. Sardanapalus denies he is a soldier and denounces the word and all who identify with it. Byron tries to argue that Sardanapalis's manhood is more comprehensive than the ordinary, but morality is not the romantic strong suit. Byron quickly flits off into sexual caprice, his best manner. Sardanapalis's feminized masculinity is far from efficacious. His kingdom is destroyed, and he with it. Sardanapalus is an experiment in personae. How far can a male protagonist be shifted toward the female extreme without total loss of masculinity? The enervation in Sardanapalus is more extreme than anything in Antony and Cleopatra, which bursts with Renaissance energy. In his journal, Byron speaks of the delightful, calm nothingness of languor, and elsewhere describes a voluptuous state, at once Elysian and effeminate, the island. This floating condition sabotages Sardanapalus. The king laments the heaviness of objects, as if his muscles have atrophied. Sardanapalus is Western personality submerged in Dionysian flux. When military crisis forces him into the social world, reality seems stubbornly dense. Sardanapalis's most masculine moment is his arming for battle, prefigured in Shakespeare when Cleopatra acts as Antony's arms bearer. Sardanapalus calls for his cuirass, baldric, helmet, spear, and mirror. He flings away his helmet because it doesn't look good. The king of Assyria, who should be psyching himself up for battle, seems more like a lady trying on hats. Shakespeare's hero is attended by his lover. In Byron, the lover becomes a mirror. Sardanapalus is the complete romantic hero, in love with his mirror image. He is his own audience and critic, a projected I. Byron nullifies Sardanapalis's manhood with feminine narcissism. We saw this pattern in Lewis the Monk, where each sexual movement immediately swings in the opposite direction. Sardanapalus risks his life by fighting bare-headed, apparently because he wants to show off his flowing hair. This hair belongs to the poet of Coleridge's Kubla Khan, whose sexual ambiguity Byron divines. Byron attaches Coleridge's whole line to the king's Amazon slave, Mira, Dante's incestuous sinner, who strides into battle with her floating hair and flashing eyes. Poets, unlike critics, sense the sex and decadence in art. As a program for androgyny, Sardanapalus is unconvincing. I find the poem more ominous than does Knight, who praises the poet-like hero for joining man's reason to woman's emotional depth. 3. Sardanapalus seems too vain and whimsical to lead a nation, or even produce art. The brawling Cleopatra gets more done. The effeminacy of Byron's hero is perverse, not ideal. Sardanapalis's richness of Shakespearean reference raises an interesting question. Byron always spoke negatively of Shakespeare. Lady Blessington concluded Byron must be feigning animosity, since he knew so much Shakespeare by heart. Bloom's anxiety of influence would suggest that Byron owed Shakespeare too much and was determined to deny it, even to himself. In Don Juan, 1819-24, his longest and greatest poem, Byron invents another sexually unconventional hero. The seducer Don Juan, a Renaissance Spaniard, is one of the West's unique sexual personae. In contrast to Mozart's Don Giovanni, Byron's Don Juan is smaller, shyer, more feminine. He is a most beauteous boy, slight and slim, blushing and beardless, perfect as one of the seraphim. 852. X.53, 47. Juan is partly Byron and partly what Byron likes. In Boys, Knight, Fry, and Bloom comment on the hero's sexual passivity toward dominant women. 4. When Juan is sold as a slave in Constantinople, a eunuch forces him into female clothing, supplemented by makeup and judicious tweezing. Juan has caught the sultana's eye. By transvestism he can be smuggled into the harem. For her pleasure, Byron's sensual, self-enclosed harem world is like Blake's rose, femaleness multiplied and condensed in a small humid circle. The Sultana Gulbeyaz is one of Romanticism's most potent women. Don Juan continues Sardanapalis's maneuvering of an effeminate male. along the sexual spectrum. Juan's tenuous manhood is near obliterated by female drag. Now Byron shoves him next to an Amazon dominatrix. Juan in petticoats is a trembling pawn upon whom the raging queen bears down. Gulbeyaz is the Cleopatra missing from Sardanapalus. She is the androgyne as Virago, luxuriously female in body but harshly male in spirit. Gulbeyaz has Cleopatra's vigorous duality. Her large eyes show half voluptuousness and half command. She is imperial or imperious, with a haughty smile of self-will. Her eyes flashed always fire, blending passion and power. V 108, 110-11, 134, 116. Gulbeyaz wears a male poniard at her waist. Byron's Sultana will end up as a smoldering Spanish Marquise in Balzac's The Girl with the Golden Eyes, where that poniard is drawn and dreadfully used. Gulbeyaz's entrance into the poem overwhelms Don Juan's residual masculinity. Introduced as a girl to Sultan and harem, he blushes and shakes. Byron chooses not to defend his hero's virility and mischievously absents himself to take the sexually external point of view. Poor Juan is now simply she and her. Even Spenser, after briefing the reader, allows his transvestites their proper pronoun. In the next canto, Byron allows he intermittent return, but it is rudely jostled by the harem's unflagging attention to the newcomer. Her shape, her hair, her air, her everything. V.35. Gossip, admiration, envy. Juan's female alter ego is fixed by and projected to a captive audience. Asked his name, Juan replies, Juana, and Juana he is called for the rest of the Turkish episode, even by Byron himself. This sex transformation of his own name is a sign of Juan's developing sexual complicity, like Coleridge's Christabel lifting the vampire over the threshold. Apologizing for calling his hero Juana, Byron wantonly stresses the sexual equivocal. I say her because the gender still was epicene. 58. Even at his most perverse, Spenser is never this coy. Byron is flirting with the reader, something new in literature. Logically, a young man spirited into a harem, like a fox in a henhouse, should soon profit from his access to, as Byron puts it, a thousand bosoms there, beating for love. 26. But this is a romantic and not a Renaissance poem, and in a romantic poem, as should now be clear, virility is granted no privileges. Juan becomes the object of desire not because he is male but because he is thought female. The harem women fight over who is to sleep with Juana, and more than sleep is on their minds. Lola's eyes sparkled at the proposition. 82. Gulbeyaz is included in this steamy stuff. The Sultan is always so polite as to announce his conjugal visits in advance, especially at night. Since the harem is marked by the absence of all men, the Sultan would presumably not be surprised to find Gulbeyaz in bed with her own women. V.146. V.32. Don Juan's lesbian innuendos frustrate conventional sexual expectation. How does one defeat the virility of a man at happy liberty in a harem? The romantic poem, with cross-sexual virtuosity, blithely replies, why, by turning him into a transvestite and making him the object of lesbian lust. The rest of Don Juan is a series of sexcapades across Asia and Europe. The unfinished poem ends in female transvestism, a scene probably inspired by the monk. Juan's bedchamber is invaded by a ghostly, hooded friar, whom the closing words reveal to be a voluptuous woman. The best things in Don Juan take place in the Near East, which Napoleon's expedition to Egypt in 1798 had made a subject of European interest. Knight says, Byron is saturated in Oriental sympathies. 5. Byron's Orient, like Shakespeare's, is an emotionally expansive realm liquefying European sexual personae. Genders proliferate. Byron calls eunuchs and castrati the third sex. We cannot comprehend the mysteries of love, he says, until we imitate wise Tiresias and sample the several sexes. Don Juan's teeming eunuchs. The Sultan's eunuch train is 1/4 of a mile long, are extreme versions of its androgynous hero. Transvestite. Juan subject to Gulbayas is like a castrate priest of Cybele. The Byronic Orient is matriarchal. Don Juan Seraglio, a labyrinth of females, is a drowsy Spencerian bower, the womb tomb of the male will. As in Antony and Cleopatra, the Orient also stands for liberated imagination. It is the anarchic unconscious, a dream world of unstable sex and identity where objects cannot hold their Apollonian shape. Don Juan's free and easy style is difficult to analyze. Style reflects poet. Spengler says Western history demands contrapuntally strong accents, wars or big personalities, at the decisive points. 6. The huge influence of Byron's personality on the 19th century is still incompletely assessed. His early poems of brooding defiance, like Cain and Manfred, conform to the popular image of Byronism, but Don Juan actually captures the poet's essential spirit. Don Juan is emotionally various and comprehensive. Bloom says, the last word in a discussion of Don Juan ought not to be irony, but mobility, one of Byron's favorite terms. 7. Byron defined mobility as an excessive susceptibility of immediate impressions. The mobile male is receptive and half feminine. I myself hit upon mobility to describe the psychic volatility of Shakespeare's boys and women, whom his plays class with lovers, lunatics, and poets. The many moods of Don Juan's omniscient narrator make him a Mercurius of multiple personae. The poem explores the emotional tonalities available to a poetic voice speaking for itself and not through projected characters. It is analogous to Chopin's development of the lyric potential of the piano. In Don Juan, Byron takes himself for subject nearly as forthrightly as Wordsworth does in the Prelude. Byron's dedication to Don Juan attacks Wordsworth, Coleridge, and Southey for a narrowness, which makes me wish you'd change your lakes for ocean. A lake is enclosed and trapped by the conventional and known. No one point of view can do justice to ocean, vast and metamorphic. Byronic energy overflows. Wordsworthian decorum. Impatiently, Byron overlooks the sexual ambivalences in Wordsworth and demonic Coleridge. He charges them with parochialism, with damming up the waters of emotion in stagnant spiritual ponds. The English are traditionally a seafaring people. Their location on an island amidst a turbulent northern ocean contributed to the outpouring poetic vitality of the English Renaissance. By the early 19th century, the psychic fluidity of Shakespeare's England was long gone. Like Shelley, Byron, the most mobile of poets, fled the resentments of a closed society. The English had become emotionally and sexually landlocked. Fraser links ancient Egypt's stability and conservatism to its desert geography. Agriculture's monotonous routine gives the farmer a settled, phlegmatic habit of mind very different from the mobility, the alertness, the pliability of character which the hazards and uncertainties of commerce and the sea foster in the merchant and the sailor, with their mercurial spirit. 8. In Don Juan, Byron takes English imagination back to sea. As Juan is tossed and turned by adventure, the narrator's shifting voice recreates the ceaseless sea change of sex and emotion. Like Childe Harold's pilgrimage, which made Byron famous, Don Juan is structured by the archetypal journey theme. But Don Juan's journeying has speed. Alvin Kernan speaks of an onward rush in the poem, a vital forceful onward movement. 9. From locomotive to jet plane, speed has transformed modern life. The Renaissance reeled from its sudden expansion of space, as the known world doubled and tripled. Speed is Western domination of space, a linear track of the aggressive will. Modern speed alters perception. As late as 1910, E. M. Forster's heroine in Howard's End resists the new speed of the motorcar, which makes her lose all sense of space. Mr. Wilcox sings out, "There's a pretty church. Oh, you aren't sharp enough." Margaret's pre-modern eye moves sluggishly. She looked at the scenery. It heaved and merged like porridge. Presently it congealed. They had arrived. 10 speed melts the object world without remaking it. Revolutionary Byron senses an imminent change in the nature of space, which he did not live to see. Don Juan marks the first appearance in art of modern speed. Critics sometimes speak of the swiftness of Shelley's poetry. But Shelley's movement is upward. He seeks rhapsodic exaltation. Exaltere means to lift up. Byron is never exalted. His movement is secular and vehicular. Byron's space was created by the Renaissance, age of discovery, and measured by the Enlightenment. Speaking of Milton, Don Cameron Allen says Judeo-Christianity urges man to abandon the horizontal movement of human history for the vertical motion of the spiritual life. 11 Shelley as spiritual verticality, Byron earthly horizontality. Shelley is always subverting horizontals. The Witch of Atlas boat defies gravity and sails upstream, or the procession of the triumph of time shows life as a lead-in line of slaves. Shelley's objects, as we shall see, are weightless and porous, penetrated by vision. Byron's concrete objects are firmly fixed in space and time. Shelley's imagination moves, but what moves in Byron is the body. Byron is a Greek athlete, challenging and surpassing. Objects are his counters and stepping stones. Shelley's and Byron's speed are energized by different principles of sex transcendence. Don Juan's speed is a skimming, like Raphael's. Galatea flying in her chariot across the sea. But Galatea is drawn by porpoises. Byron's speed is self-motivating. All self-motivating speed is hermaphroditic. In Angels, Virgil's Camilla, or Giambologna's Mercury. Pope's Camilla skims along the main, an essay on criticism. 373. Byron actually compares the dancing Don Juan to Virgil's Amazon. Like swift Camilla, he scarce skimmed the ground. 14.39. Don Juan the character and Don Juan the poem are world skimmers. The skimming is in both style and content. Byron's poetry is not finished, that is, finely crafted and polished. Sir Walter Scott saw in Byron the careless and negligent ease of a man of quality. Calling him slovenly, slipshod, Matthew Arnold rebuked Byron for negligence and want of art in his workmanship as a poet. 12. But this slapdash freedom gives Byron his relentless forward propulsion. Since the lines are not crisply formed, each tips into the next with breathless haste. Shakespeare's spilling lines are weightier, his diction craggier. I said vision in Coleridge and Poe often overpowers language, leaving it rude or weak. Words run hot and cold, gorgeous splotches followed by shabby scrabble. But Byron's poetry has evenness of texture, a liquid fluency. Byron greatly admired the Augustan poets, but though his aristocratic satire is Augustan, his style is not. There is no breaking midline caesura, nor is there Pope's massy or rotundity. Byron cultivates a sensation of linearity. His verse is like a clear, rapid stream. Byron's objects have a friendly exactitude. His moods and objects are tumbled like smooth pebbles in the stream of his poetry. Love and hate, male and female, lobster, salad and champagne. This is Byron's object world in genial rolling flux. All come together in his poetry to make us feel we are skimming a surface. Poetry began as music, and music began as dance. Shelley's movements are like those of classical ballet, which takes place in abstract space. Ballet ideologically defies gravity. Great male dancers are applauded for their ability to hover at the crest of their leaps, as if momentarily breaking their tie to earth. Female dancers mutilate their feet to remain inhumanly on point, keeping their contact with earth to the absolute minimum. The arms extended from the body, a gesture originating in the Baroque court, suggest wings, contempt for the earth's surface. Ballet is the body rising. Ballet is ceremonial and hieratic. Its disdain for the commonplace material world is the source of its authority and glamour. Ballet is Apollonian. Martha Graham invented or rather reinvented Chthonian dance. Modern dance is primitivistic and pelvic. It slaps bare feet on Mother Earth and contracts with her spasms. The dance of Byron's poetry is neither Apollonian nor Chthonian. Byron is attuned neither to sky nor to earth's bowels. He skims earth's surface, midway between realms. Don Juan's Byronic style is found in only one dancer, Fred Astaire. Astaire's supple dancing is a silvery gliding along hard-polished surfaces. There is no balletic aspiration in Astaire. He is the here and now, a sophisticate moving in cosmopolitan space. Even when springing up on chairs or climbing the walls, Astaire is exploring the dimensions of our common life. Rudolf Nureyev is a haughty Lucifer, shut out from heaven, which he tries to reach in angry leaps. Nureyev is early Byron, tense and defiant. Astaire, and his admirer, Mikhail Baryshnikov, is late Byron. Astaire is a suave reed bending to the wind. He has Byron's ease, the well-bred manners and gentle, smiling irony. Astaire is as elegantly elongated as Giambologna's Mercury. With his smooth head and slim body, he is ageless and androgynous. He is a gracious host or guide, like Milton's Raphael, the sociable spirit, or affable archangel. Astaire's fluid grace is Byron's mobility, skimming across the world. Byron knew both his speed and his space. His dedication to Don Juan proclaims to rival poets that, wandering with pedestrian muses, he will not contend with them on the winged steed. He is not Nureyev, making Pegasus-like skyward leaps, but Astaire, spiraling across the earth's dance floor with merry carnal muses. Ginger Rogers, Rita Hayworth, an eternal, wandering, or surface skimming. Like all picaresque works, Byron's travel poems have no necessary ending and could go on and on. I call Don Juan's lightness and quickness breeziness, a connection to Camilla. Jackson Knight says the idea of a fleet figure running atop the grain stalks may have originated in Volscian belief in the presence of some spirit of the corn. 13 So the meadow's wave-like motion is the wind's invisible steps. The breeziness of Don Juan is the freshness of a spring breeze, a new spirit entering and aerating history. The breeze emanating from Byron, literally, his emanation, is the spirit of youth, which was to have enormous impact upon European and American culture. Rousseau invented the modern cult of childhood. Goethe popularized Rousseau's moody adolescent, but Byron created the glamorous sexy youth of brash, defiant energy, the new embodied in a charismatic sexual persona. Hence Byron senses the dawn of the age of speed, youth as swiftness in emotionally transient form. Transience, from the Latin transio, contains the ideas both of travel and of the short-lived. Byron, portrayed by Goethe as the androgynous, self-thwarted Euphorion, died in 1824. The first passenger locomotive appeared in 1825. Byron's spirit seems to have transmigrated into the engine of speed. Surveys show that two advertising words rivet our attention: free and new. We still live in the age of romanticism. When novelty is worshipped, nothing can last. Byronic youth culture flourishes in rock music, the ubiquitous American art form. Don Juan's emotional and poetic style is replicated in a classic American experience: driving. Flat out on a highway, radio blaring. Driving is the American sublime, for which there is no perfect parallel in Europe. 10 miles outside any American city, the frontier is wide open. Our long, straight superhighways crisscross vast space. Mercury and Camilla's self, motivating speed. The modern automobile, plentifully paneled with glass, is so quick, smooth, and discreet, it seems an extension of the body. To traverse or skim the American landscape in such a vehicle is to feel the speed and aerated space of Don Juan. Rock music pulsing on the radio as the car's heartbeat. European radio stations are few and mostly state-controlled, but American radio bands teem with music and voices, like the many moods of Byron's poem. Driving through upstate New York, horizontally slashed by 6 hours of straight as the crow flies throughway, one hears music from Illinois, Kentucky, North Carolina, as distant as Italy is from England. Twirling the radio dial while traveling the open road, the American driver flies along on a continuous surface of music, with a sublime sense of huge space surveyed and subsumed. Rock music is normally a darkly demonic mode. The Rolling Stones, the greatest rock band, are heirs of stormy Coleridge. But rock has an Apollonian daylight style as well, a combination of sun and speed. The Beach Boys. Don Juan and the Beach Boys combine youth, androgyny, aeration, and speed. Lillian Roxon calls the Beach Boys' first album a celebration of airiness and speed. Speed on the Water or the Road. 14. The romance of motion survives in the Beach Boys' soaring harmonies and chugging sound, like the chuff 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 of a locomotive or steamboat. The Beach Boys made the California surfer a new American archetype, like the cowboy. Surfing, of course, is skimming in its purest form. The Beach Boys use a falsetto lead voice set against a boyish chorale. Their sound is effeminate and yet enthusiastically heterosexual, as in the immortal California Girls. We find the same odd combination in Byron. Byron may have been partly or even primarily homosexual, but his poetry affects a distinctive eroticism of effeminate heterosexuality. The Beach Boys' seraphic boy voice gives an unexpected beauty and religiosity to their trivial high school themes. The tone is Byronic, sympathy and satire, without cynicism. In their exuberance, hedonism, and mannered irrelevance, the Beach Boys epitomize the self-sustaining and annoyingly self-congratulatory modern youth culture that Byron began. The American teenager in a souped-up car bursts the confines of adult space. Why did Byron's poetry turn to skimming? Bernard Blackstone remarks, "We know how much Byron objected to seeing his wife eating, and while this may have something to do with his own horror of obesity and recollections of his mother's gormandizing, there were probably moments at which Byron saw himself as an homunculus between the steady munch of Annabella's upper and lower jaws." 15. Byron had a weight problem and struggled to keep thin, even by starving himself. Fat as femaleness, nature's abundance, symbolized in the bulging Venus of Willendorf. Femaleness, I argued, is primitive and archaic, while femininity is social and aesthetic. Byron courts femininity but flees femaleness. His fear of fat is his fear of engorgement by mother and wife. Woman gets under his skin. Skimming is keeping the fat off, in soup or milk. Don Juan's skimming is a defense mechanism, a compromise between Earth's primitive Chthonianism and Sky's repressive Apollonianism. Byron keeps moving, reclaiming space from Mother Nature. Byron's Sardanapalus eliminates and supplants Cleopatra because Byron fears the femme fatale and female stasis, even fierce Gulbeyaz is trapped in a male world. The Sultan's prisoner. Byron loved water and was so expert a swimmer that he wondered if he had been a merman in a previous life. He chose a mermaid for his carriage crest. Is the mermaid androgynous Byron, or archetypal? Woman closed to penetration? Swimming was club-footed Byron's freest motion. One of his feats was swimming the Hellespont. Byron honored liquidity but sought to dominate it, athletically. As much as Wordsworth, he wanted nature without Chthonian danger. The clarity of Byron's late style is a denial of the murk of woman and water. Female fluids are opaque, resistant. Fat, the wateriest part of our body, is Mother Nature's grip on the human will. Like Blake, Byron refuses to yield to Jehovah or Cybele. Run, 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 say a dozen classic rock songs. To grow, a plant must put down roots. So keep young and die. Byron's restless animal motion defeats his female vegetable flesh. Don Juan does not stop because Byron cannot stop. A contemporary spoke of Byron's magical influence on people. Mary Shelley said of him, there was something enchanting in his manner, his voice, his smile, a fascination in them. 16 Byron had pure charisma, a power of personality divorced from the conceptual or moral. Charisma is electromagnetism, a scintillating fusion of masculine and feminine. Lady Blessington said Byron's voice and accent are peculiarly agreeable, but effeminate. His friend Moore saw a feminine cast of character in his caprices, fits of weeping, sudden affections and dislikes. 17 Byron belongs to the category of androgyne I invented for Michelangelo's Giuliano de' Medici. Epicyne, or the man of beauty, an athlete of alabaster skin. Jane Porter found Byron's complexion softly brilliant, with a moonlight paleness. Lady Blessington called his face peculiarly pale, set off by curling hair of very dark brown. He uses a good deal of oil in it, which makes it look still darker. 18 White skin, dark oiled hair. Elvis Presley. In homage to singer Roy Orbison, Presley dyed his brown blonde hair black and continued to do so to the end, despite friends urging to let the natural color return. Presley, a myth maker, understood the essence of his archetypal beauty. 34. Thomas Phillips, Lord Byron, 1814. 35. Elvis Presley in the film Speedway, 1968. Byron and Elvis Presley look alike, especially in strong-nosed Greek profile, figs. 34 and 35. In Glenarvan, a Roman A. Clef about her affair with Byron, Caroline Lamb says of her heroine's first glimpse of him, the proud curl of the upper lip expressed haughtiness and bitter contempt. 19 Presley's sneer was so emblematic that he joked about it. In a 1968 television special, he twitched his mouth and murmured, to audience laughter, "I've got something on my lip." The romantic curling lip is aristocratic disdain. Presley is still called the king, testimony to the ritual needs of a democratic populace. As revolutionary sexual personae, Byron and Presley had early and late styles, brooding menace, then urbane magnanimity. Their everyday manners were manly and gentle. Presley had a captivating soft-spoken charm. The Byronic hero, says Peter Thorslev, is invariably courteous toward women. 20 Byron and Presley were world shapers, conduits of titanic force, yet they were deeply emotional and sentimental in a feminine sense. Both had late Orientalizing periods. Byron, drawn to Oriental themes, went off to fight the Turks in the Greek War of Independence, and died of a mysterious illness at Missolonghi. A portrait shows him in silk turban and embroidered Albanian dress. The costume style of Presley's last decade was nearly Mithric, jewel-encrusted silk jumpsuits, huge studded belts, rings, chains, sashes, scarves. This resembles Napoleon's late phase, as in Ingres' portrait of the emperor. Enthroned in Byzantine splendor, weighed down in velvet, ermine, and jewels, Napoleon, Byron, and Presley began in simplicity as flaming assertions of youthful male will, and all three ended as ornate objets de culte. British legend envisions a westering of culture, Troy to Rome to London, but there is also an eastering of culture. We are far from our historical roots in Mesopotamia and Asia Minor, yet again and again, collective emotion swelling about a charismatic European personality instinctively returns him or her to the East. Elizabeth I also ended as a glittering Byzantine icon. Another parallel Byron and Presley were renowned for athletic vigor, yet both suffered chronic ailments that somehow never marred their glossy complexions or robust beauty. Both constantly fought off corpulence, Presley losing toward the end. Both died prematurely, Byron at 36, Presley at 42. Byron's autopsy revealed an enlarged heart, degenerated liver and gall bladder, cerebral inflammation, and obliteration of the skull sutures. 21 Presley suffered an enlarged heart and degenerated colon and liver. In both cases, tremendous physical energy was oddly fused with internal disorder, a revolt of the organism. Presley's drugs were symptom, not cause. Psychogenetically, Byron and Presley practiced the secret art of feminine self-impairment. Discussing Michelangelo's Giuliano, I noted the statue's swan-like neck, strangely contrasting with the massive knees and calves. Countess Albrizzi said of Byron, his neck, which he was in the habit of keeping uncovered as much as the usages of society permitted, seemed to have been formed in a mold, and was very white. Shelley also appeared with his white throat unfettered. Most of Byron's portraits emphasize the neck, narcissistically turning his feminine neck. The man of beauty offers his profile for our admiration. The feminine meaning of an exposed neck is plain in Flaubert's Madame Bovary when Emma flirts with her future husband by tossing off a liqueur and, head back, licking the bottom of the glass. I find similar provocative body language in Lucretius Mars, Ingres Thetis, Girardet's Endymion, Kleist's Achilles, George Eliot's Rosamund, and Tilly Loche as the vain Chinese dancer in The Good Earth, 1937. One of the hallmarks of Elvis Presley's late Orientalizing period was his architectural stiff standing collar, elongating the neck, and revealing the throat in a plunging V to the chest. In his Las Vegas shows, Presley ritualistically draped scarves about his neck and cast them into the audience. Self-distribution as formulaic neck remembrance. Do this in memory of me. Where does charisma belong? Where should it stay? Byron was full of political ideas, which led him to sacrifice his life in the cause of liberty. But he was an Alcibiades whose glamour was too intense for his own society. England could not tolerate Byron's presence and convulsively expelled him. Perfect narcissism is fascinating and therefore demoralizing. Byron's narcissism released the archaic and a social phenomenon of incest. What if Lord Byron had entered English politics? We have the precedent of another man of beauty. George Villiers, 1st Duke of Buckingham, favorite of James I and Charles I, wandering through the Palazzo Pitti 20 years ago. I was electrified by an ill-lit, unmarked portrait of stunning, androgynous beauty. It turned out to be Rubens' painting of Buckingham, playing Buckingham in Richard Leicester's The Three Musketeers, 1974. Simon Gray is wonderfully made up to resemble Rubens' portrait. David Harris Wilson says, Buckingham was a seductive young man, with something of the allurements of both sexes. He was esteemed one of the handsomest men in the whole world. Tall, comely, and beautifully proportioned, he had great physical vigor and skill in bodily sports. The antiquarian and diarist, Dews, recorded, I saw everything in him full of delicacy and handsome features. Yea, his hands and face seemed to me especially effeminate and curious. 22. As the man of beauty, Buckingham combined athleticism with feminine charm. Once again we find the contrast of dark hair and fine complexion. The political consequences of Buckingham's extraordinary beauty were severe and long-lasting. Perez Zagoran states, he rose to the meridian of power, there to shine in blazing splendor until the knife of an assassin extinguished his light. Ellipsis. A golden shower of wealth and offices descended on him. Ellipsis. Buckingham's domination formed an epoch of critical importance in the prehistory of the Revolution. It deformed the workings of the king's government and the patronage system. It sowed disaffection in the court and was a prime cause of enmity on the political scene. It brought the royal regime into hatred and contempt. To the favorite's ascendancy must be ascribed in no small measure the decline of the crown's moral authority, an authority indispensable to government which, once lost, can hardly ever be recovered. With all his sway over affairs, Buckingham had no real policy or extended aims. Unlike his contemporary ministers, Richelieu and Olivares, his predominant purpose in the use of power was to aggrandize himself and his dependents. 23. Alcibiades helped bring down the Athenian Empire. Buckingham hastened England's regicidal revolution. Excess charisma is dangerous to self and others. Byron, the romantic exile, did England a favor. Energy and beauty together are burning, godlike, destructive. Byron created the youth cult that would sweep Elvis Presley to uncomfortable fame. In our affluent commercial culture, this man of beauty was able to ignore politics and build his empire elsewhere. A ritual function of contemporary popular culture to parallel and purify government. The modern charismatic personality has access to movies, television, and music. With their enormous reach, mass media act as a barrier, protecting politics, which would otherwise be unbalanced by the entrance of men of epical narcissistic glamour. Today's Byronic man of beauty is a Presley who dominates the imagination, not a Buckingham who disorders a state. 14. Light and heat. Shelley and Keats. Fathers earn and sons spend. Entrepreneurs in business or art fight their way to identity, amassing fortunes that they leave to their heirs. The son, having it all, has nothing to press against, except the father. So many sons of famous fathers are alcoholics, drug addicts, dilettantes. The first generation of romantic poets forcefully created themselves out of the declining 18th century. Their personalities were conflicted and contradictory, grand even in disarray. The second generation, beginning on the assumptions of the first, was breezier but lacked stamina. Byron, Shelley, and Keats lyricize reality. Lyric, a Greek genre, is based on simple parallelism between nature and emotion. In antiquity, lyric was supplemented by the other genres, which taken as a whole give a complete picture of the universe. Lyric cannot stand alone as a genre. Dante, Spenser, Shakespeare, and Milton subordinated lyric to larger statements. So did Blake and Wordsworth, and so did Coleridge, who turned to philosophy to escape his lyric agonies. Byron, Shelley, and Keats expanded the lyric to extraordinary length, but length did not protect them from the torment implicit in lyric emotion. When unframed by stable social structure, all three fled south, as if to recharge lyric at its source. The first romantic to make lyric survive the northern winter was Emily Dickinson, and that was because she stayed put and used Spenser and Blake to confront nature's sadism. The second romantic generation tried to argue away the demonism which the first had uncovered in sex and nature. Imagination for Shelley is the principle of synthesis, uniting all irreconcilable things. One like Coleridge, he extends the synthesis of contraries to sexual personae. He is the first romantic to use the overt hermaphrodite positively. In the elegy Adonis, 1821, Shelley portrays Keats as a half-feminine Adonis, treacherously slain. His preface attributes Keats's tubercular death to the savage criticism of Endymion, Keats's version of the myth of beautiful youth and moon goddess. These wretched men of the Quarterly Review had the most violent effect on his susceptible mind. Later rave reviews were ineffectual to heal the wound thus wantonly inflicted. Adonis, goring by the boar's tusk, becomes a poet's goring by hostile critics. The poet as beautiful boy ritually slain by society recalls Thomas Chatterton, mentioned in Adonis. Chatterton, a frustrated poet who killed himself at 17 in 1770, became a romantic archetype of tragic youth. Shelley's unscrupulous critics are like Wordsworth's sneering, selfish men. Society is controlled by virile males who abuse the feminine poet. Shelley says, the poisoned shaft of their insults and their slanders is fatal when landing on a heart, like Keats's composed of more penetrable stuff. The arrow is a tusk, the heart a groin. Susceptible Keats as penetrable as a woman. Shelley is remembering Shakespeare's sadomasochistic eroticism in Venus and Adonis. Nuzzling in his flank, the loving swine, sheathed unaware. The tusk in his soft groin, 115-16. Critics, of course, are unloving. Swine. For Shelley and all romantics except Blake, the poet is a passive sufferer. Shelley's major use of the theme is in Prometheus Unbound, where youthful Prometheus says, "Pain is my element," 1.477. The Promethean poet steals the divine fire of imagination, but in romantic terms, his punishment is for any attempt at assertive action. The poem opens on the sadomasochistic spectacle of Prometheus, helplessly pinned down, pierced by ice spears and the beak of a marauding bird. All male artists have Keats's penetrable body and heart. Like Blake's God creating Adam, Prometheus Unbound as male. Sex war. The oppressor as virile and therefore unjust. Shelley revises classical myth and paradise lost by driving Jupiter from heaven. As the supreme tyrant sinks, his power drains away. The vengeful poet castrates in turn. Shelley's Ozymandias charts another male fall. Pharaoh, probably Ramesses II, noisily pumps himself up but is defeated by time. Again, tyranny and virility sneer. The artist, a nobody, sees all. Ozymandias' shattered visage is the Western male persona, riven with cracks. The poem is an iconoclasm, a breaking of the image. Patient, persistent nature topples the male idol of sex and politics. Political power is built on sand, but art lasts. How true of Ramesses II. We remember him only through Abu Simbel, the Book of Exodus, and the Ten Commandments, where he is brilliantly played by Yul Brynner. Nature's Revenge. Today Ramesses II makes the news as a tiny mummy infested by parasites and shipped air freight to Paris for gas treatment. In Shelley's sonnet, gas is Pharaoh's problem. The two main figures of The Witch of Atlas, 1820, are androgynes. The witch is born fully potent in a chamber of grey rock. Like Athena, she has no childhood. Like Circe, she is a metamorphosist and daughter of the sun. The witch represents the magic of art. Her birthplace, the Nwambade Rocks, are Wordsworth's Chthonian caverns of the mind. She is a secretion, an earth thought. Shelley echoes Kubla Khan, turning Coleridge's ostracized poet into a Spenserian femme fatale. But there is no Spenserian sex. The witch is a sexless bee, Pindar's Delphic oracle, a lovely lady garmented in light. One of Shelley's favorite strategies is to use Apollonian light to temper or sweeten Chthonian mysteries. In its dynamics of art making, The Witch of Atlas denies that creation must come out of destruction. The clairvoyant witch enters human consciousness, watching the movements of social and erotic life. Her own thoughts were each a minister. She has an inner male court. Self-populated, she needs no mate or friend. She shows emotion only once, when she weeps at the futility of cultivating sea nymphs or tree spirits, since they are mortal. And she is not, leaving her mountain solitude for some sightseeing. The witch invents a mechanical companion to power her spirit boat. Out of fire and snow, she makes Hermaphroditus a sexless thing. With the grace of both genders, it has gentleness and strength, a swelling bosom and angel's wings. Its fire and snow belong to Spenser's false Florimel, a male spirit skilled in female impersonation. The hermaphrodite breaks natural law by propelling the boat upstream. As an artwork, it personifies its own text, a poem. Within a poem, the sexless witch models her creature on herself. I see the hermaphrodite as a self-portrait, an extrapolation of her sexual duality. Its fabrication is a romantic materialization of the double, like those in Wordsworth's Tintern Abbey and Byron's Manfred. In Wordsworth, the double is silent but alert. In Byron, the double hesitates but finally speaks. In Shelley, the double is mute and even autistic. It lies with unawakened eyes in the boat, busy dreams playing over its face. It smiles, cries, sighs, murmurs to itself, arguing against Knight's view that the hermaphrodite is the evolutionary or transcendental goal of mankind. Bloom rightly says it is only a robot. 2. The hermaphrodite is comatose, catatonic. Like Goethe's homunculus, it is the androgyne as 19th century manufactured object. I call this type of torpid, glacial androgyne the android, a futuristic entity. The classic modern android was the high fashion model of the 50s to 70s, with her haughty mask-like face. Anthony Burgess reports a friend's rendezvous with the ideal mannequin, all legs and no breasts. It was like going to bed with a bicycle. 3. David Bowie used the mannequin style in his transvestite period, when his skull-like face seemed coldly artificial. An android female, reviled by D.H. Lawrence, appeared in the 20s. Parker Tyler calls studio era stars like Garbo, somnambules. 4. I class as affectless movie zombies. Jean Tierney in Leave Her to Heaven, 1945. Joan Greenwood in The Importance of Being Earnest, 1952. Kim Novak in Vertigo, 1958, and Catherine Deneuve in Repulsion, 1965, and Belle de Jour, 1966. Emotional lifelessness as psychological abstraction, a masculine impersonality. Other somnambulistic androids are Wilde's entranced robot like Salome and Lawrence's slow-moving, scarcely conscious Hermione Rodis, with her drugged face. 5. The hermaphroditic manufactured object predates the Industrial Revolution. Virgil calls the Trojan horse a womb filled with soldiers, a fatal machine pregnant with arms, built with the divine art of androgynous Athena. The Trojan horse is hermaphroditic. Because of its soulless fecundity, artificial insemination breeds monstrous mechanical parturition. AN 2.20, 52, 237-38, 15. Spencer's demonic false Florimel is an android, as is the bust of Nefertiti, who shares her one bad eye with David Bowie. I spoke of Nefertiti's advanced cerebral development and surgically truncated shoulders. We are still entangling the legal and moral problems caused by the invention of a new sex, the transsexual, produced by chemical and surgical manipulation of the body. The transsexual is a technological androgyne whom we are happy to call she, out of the courtesy owed to all inspired makers of fiction. Close to transsexual is my favorite technological androgyne, Luciana Avedon, formerly the Princess Pignatelli, who radically resculpted face and body in her quest for beauty. Avedon's first book begins, a few times every century, a great natural beauty is born. I am not one of them, but what nature skipped, I supplied, so much, so that sometimes I cannot remember what is real and what is fake. More important, neither can anyone else. 6. The android is neither male nor female because it is a machine made of synthetic materials. In a wonderful commercial for Camille soap, the radiantly amiable Luciana Avedon turned her surgically altered face to the camera and addressed the viewer in a slow robot voice that stretched the phrase, coconut-enriched lather, to impossible hypnotic length. Transsexual Renee Richards shows the same odd combination of facial flat effect with elongated somnambulistic speech, a mechanical drone. Insofar as it is an android, therefore, Shelley's hermaphrodite cannot be regarded as a model for human life. It is one of the most solipsistic and emotionally dissociated beings in romantic poetry. The hermaphrodite descends from Talus, Spencer's Iron Man, who does Artegal's bidding. Talus is originally the servant of immortal Astraea. Who rears Artegal in a cave looking forward to the cave of the witch of Atlas? Shelley's poem may be a reply to his wife's Frankenstein, published 2 years earlier. The hermaphrodite as his version of an experimental automaton, an Apollonian angel of emotional detachment and aesthetic perfection. Some competition or debate was clearly going on between the Shelleys, for in her Note on the Witch of Atlas, Mary recalls urging her husband to increase his popularity by adopting subjects that would more suit the popular taste than a poem conceived in the abstract and dreamy spirit of the Witch of Atlas, which lacks human interest and passion. Shelley counters with 6 stanzas defending the visionary quality of his poetry. The merely human is not his concern. Romantics aim higher and lower. Shelley wrote The Witch of Atlas near Pisa in August 1820. 3 months later, Mary Shelley and Claire Clairmont met Amelia Viviani, the 19-year-old daughter of the governor of Pisa, who was packing her off into an arranged marriage. Amelia was the inspiration for Epipsychidion, which Shelley began in January 1821. My theory is that from the moment he laid eyes on her, Shelley saw Amelia Viviani as a stunning materialization of the hermaphrodite of his just completed Witch of Atlas. In the first poem, the hermaphrodite is seen through an artist intermediary, the witch. In the second, the poet himself confronts the hermaphrodite. Epipsychidion, a major poem, is ill understood. It attempts to convert Romanticism, a demonic and Chthonian mode, into the Apollonian. It combines androgyny with incest, already present in the first words of The Witch of Atlas, which describe the incestuous birth of twins. Epipsychidion has been completely misread as a polemical defense of adultery. The friendship between the Shelleys and Amelia Viviani was short but intense. Early commentators speculated endlessly on Mary Shelley's attitude toward her husband's intimacy with Amelia. In her Roman A. Clef, Lador, 1835, Mary depicts the relation as platonic, which some think a whitewash. I feel, however, that the platonic connection is perfectly clear in Epipsychidion and that it is central to interpretation of the poem. Epipsychidion imagines a new kind of relationship, eroticized but non-genital, where both partners are of wavering gender. The first line of Epipsychidion addresses Amelia as spirit and sister, the poem's governing ideas. Sister spirit, one of my favorite romantic phrases, comes from cancelled stanzas. The poet longs to be Amelia's twin, born of one mother. Not only is Amelia to be Shelley's sister, but his wife is to be her sister, 45 to 48. In other words, Shelley makes his own wife his sister. For the romantic poet, every relation contracts to family romance. Amelia's letters to the Shelleys, theirs to her, were apparently destroyed. Show familial language was explicit among them. Amelia calls Shelley her brother and Mary her sister. Shelley's longing for twinship is a desire for genetic identity within a heterosexual coupling. In the essay on love, Shelley says something in us from birth thirsts after its likeness. As Amelia's twin, the poet would be united with his likeness and escape human anxieties of separation and incompletion. Incest's asociality is brilliantly embodied in his idea of twins whose incestuous relation precedes their social identities. Incest is older than and prior to civilization. The poet leaps backward to the dawn of time. That Shelley may be thinking of incestuous intercourse between twins in the womb cannot be dismissed, since it occurs in the fiend queen. The twin giants Argante and Oliphant, themselves the product of incest, mingle in fleshly lust before birth and emerge clasped in the monstrous act. 3.v.48. The Renaissance poet condemns what the Romantic poet celebrates. Prenatal sex as an old idea. Plutarch reports Isis and Osiris copulated in the womb. Mind, not body, is the issue in Epipsychidion. Shelley seeks a form of knowledge prior to the rational. He and his twin make a joint Expedition to the Origins of Human Consciousness. Shelley hails Amelia as seraph of heaven, veiled glory, spouse, sister, angel. The seraphic imagery of Epipsychidion is unparalleled in English literature. Like Wordsworth, Shelley seraphicizes the beloved woman, giving her a numinous glamour. Flooded by Apollonian light, Amelia is desexualized and dematerialized. She becomes a shimmering presence of unfixed gender. In an omitted fragment, Shelley records different views of Amelia. Some call her a familiar, some a woman. Others swear you're a hermaphrodite, that sweet marble monster of both sexes. So, Amelia's gender and identity were a matter of public disrepute in Pisa. A Roman hermaphrodite statue also appears in Spenser's cancelled Hermaphrodite stanzas. Did Shelley write his own hermaphrodite stanza in order to cancel it, in homage to Spenser, or as a parallel aesthetic simply at work? Epipsychidion and the Fairy Queen follow Apollonian laws. The hermaphrodite statue, with its anatomic blatancies, is too gravity-bound for the world of Apollonian radiance. The poetic energy of Epipsychidion is in the weightless verticals of spiritual ascent. Shelley's second draft for the preface contains a peculiar fantasy. Epipsychidion, it claims, was found in the personal effects of a young Englishman who died on his passage from Leghorn to the Levant. He was accompanied by a lady who might have been supposed to be his wife, and by an effeminate-looking youth who turned out to be a woman in disguise. He had bought a Greek island with a Saracenic castle, where he intended to dedicate the remainder of his life to undisturbed intercourse with his companions. Epipsychidion clearly emerged from a matrix of perverse fantasy. Shelley's preface is Byronic. The Englishman is traveling to the east. The effeminate youth is like Byron's page boy Khaled, the transvestite woman who dies of grief at Laura's death. Shelley seems to be imagining himself accompanied by his wife and by Amelia Viviani in boys' clothing. Byron must have told his friends the Shelleys about his erotic adventures with a girl dressed as a boy. But Shelley revises Byron's caprice into a ménage à trois, as exotic as a Shakespearean acting company on tour. What is the wife's relation to the girl-boy? Tolerance or independent erotic interest? Because of Epipsychidion's incest theme, it is possible that the lady, who might have been supposed to be his wife, might instead be the Englishman's sister, with whom he is romantically involved. In another fragment, Shelley tells Amelia, if any should be curious to discover whether to you I am a friend or lover, let them read Shakespeare's sonnets, taking thence a whetstone for their dull intelligence. This is a direct challenge to the reader. Shelley is saying, we must guess whether Amelia is the Italian dark lady of the sonnets, or the beautiful boy. He doubts, the presumptuous pedagogues of earth can tell the riddle offered here. The riddle Amelia is like Goethe's enigma. The transvestite Mignon, androgynous Amelia, looks backward to transvestite Rosalind, with her riddling circle, magic, and forward to Balzac's ambiguous Seraphita. Epipsychidion is an Apollonian cinema where Shelley invents image after image to answer the riddle of Amelia's identity. Shelley declares Amelia the embodiment of a dazzling figure he has dreamed of since youth. This veiled divinity recalls Spenser's veiled hermaphrodite Venus. Like Coleridge's Christabel, Epipsychidion is a sexual apocalypse in which the hermaphrodite god is seen face to face. Critics agree that Shelley's long-sought image is the epipsych of the title, a word translated as a soul within the soul. Carlos Baker speaks of Shelley's psyche-epipsych strategy. The mind, psyche, imaginatively creates or envisions what it does not have, epipsych, and then seeks to possess epipsych, to move towards it as a goal. 7. This excellent formulation would be accurate about Blake but not about Shelley. The femininity of Shelley's epipsych is not what his psyche does not have, since he is already half feminine, shown by the wealth of details in Epipsychidion stressing his passivity. The Epipsych may be an aspect of self-projected and pursued, but it is not a repressed feminine component, since in Romanticism after Blake, femininity is never repressed. If the Romantics repress anything, it is masculinity. I revise Baker's statement. Shelley's feminine psyche pursues what it does not have, masculinity, which it embodies in a female epipsych. Pursuer and pursued are hermaphrodites. Shelley enjoyed subordination to female power. He told Elizabeth Hitchener, "You are as my better genius." A letter to his future wife declares, "Your thoughts alone can waken mine to energy." Ellipsis. My understanding becomes undisciplined without you. This persona of ritual dependency is a characteristic romantic mask. John Stuart Mill similarly idolized Harriet Taylor, whom he calls a genius and his intellectual superior, source of those achievements for which the world mistakenly honors him alone. Gertrude Himmelfarb, among others, shows this to be a patent falsification. 8 However, Mill's imagining Harriet as superior may genuinely have energized him. Creativity flows from an archaic repositioning of sexual personae. In some way, Harriet as Diotima or dominatrix stilled guilt. Oddly, the one-person Mill compares Harriet to in his autobiography as Shelley himself, only to find Shelley wanting. Harriet resembled Shelley in thought and intellect, and everything else, but Shelley was but a child compared with what she ultimately became. 9 Alas, the unremarkable Harriet cannot survive so cruel a test. Shelley wears his persona of elected passivity throughout. Epipsychidian, he is a dizzy moth, seeking a radiant death in the flame of his angelic dream image. The poem's midsection chronicles his erotic history, as he sought the image in many mortal forms. The three major women in his life, Claire, Mary, and Amelia, become comet, moon, and sun, exerting their power upon him, this passive earth. Shelley is making an astrological and therefore pagan revision of Dante's tutelage by the Madonna, Saint Lucy, and Beatrice. He repeats in 4 different ways Coleridge's metaphor of the poet as feminine sea played upon by larger forces. Shelley's first encounter with Amelia combines Dante and Spenser. Into the obscure forest came his vision, who flashed from her motion splendor like the morns. Dante's pilgrim meets Spenser's Belphoebe, the glittering Apollonian huntress. Amelia, an incarnation of the sun, is penetrating me with living light. The poet is a hunted deer, pierced by her ray like solar arrows. Earlier, imagination shoots many a sun-like arrow. So Shelley is the female deer wounded by Belphoebe at her entrance into the fairy queen. A few months later, in Adonis, he again describes himself as a deer struck by the hunter's dart. Amelia as penetrator, Shelley penetrated. Sometimes Amelia is a gentle sister or poor captive bird, her real life phrase for herself. Her father had put her in a convent for her schooling. At other times she is imperiously Amazonian. Thou wonder, and thou beauty, and thou terror, echoing the Song of Songs, 6-4. Shelley gives woman a masculine militancy. In a poem on Leonardo's Medusa he says, "Its horror and its beauty are divine." The painting, with its Gorgonian eyes, has the tempestuous loveliness of terror. Medusa is Apollonian Amelia's Chthonian twin. Beauty and terror together in a person of either sex are prima facie hermaphroditic. We see them in Coleridge's long-haired poet, who makes people cry, "Beware! Beware!" In Epipsychidian, therefore, a passive poet glorifies a woman who is alternately an incestuous twin, a genderless spirit, and an Amazon. The third and final section of the poem prophesies their future relationship. The poet's summons to Amelia is usually dismissed as a sentimental elopement fantasy, but Amelia will be a bride to the poet's spirit and a vestal sister to his body. Vestal means virgin. This is a no-sex marriage. Shelley imagines their voyage to an idyllic Greek island with fountains and streams, as clear as elemental diamond, under the roof of blue Ionian weather. I suspect the wording and decor influenced Baudelaire's gorgeous invitation to the voyage, with its dreamy appeal to the romantic sister spirit. Shelley's Greek imagery establishes his theme of eroticized chastity. In exclusively formal terms, Bloom strongly resists scholars' ascription of Platonism to Shelley's poetry. Platonism is of little use in Reading poetry. Its historical meanings are too broad. However, I substitute the term Apollonian for Shelley's idealizations. He is a Greek visionary of the visible world, with its eye-dominated Apollonian radiance, Homer's white-armed Nausicaa, Sappho's maidens, and the Athenian Critios boy are in the high Greek style of simplicity, clarity, purity, and beauty. Shelley's purity would be no less Greek were his imaginary island off Scotland. He is having an antenatal dream. The island's calm circumference of bliss is life in the womb, where the incestuous twins unite. Epipsychedion's voyage is into not the future, but the past. Shelley and his sister spirit finally reach an ancient cavern filled with the moonlight of the expired night. There they come together. Our breath shall intermix, our bosoms bound, and our veins beat together, and our lips, with other eloquence than words, eclipse the soul that burns between them, and the wells which boil under our being's inmost cells. The fountains of our deepest life shall be confused in passion's golden purity. The passage continues to a blazing height, from which the poet falls back abruptly. Vision fails him, because the union, the most radical seraphicization in poetry, veers in an unexpected direction. Social personae recede. Shelley the dramatic character falls silent, while Shelley the choral commentator continues as long as he can. Words cease, since prenatal incest precedes culture. Shelley describes his union with Amelia in multiple metaphors, drawn from the hermaphrodite myths in Plato, Ovid, and Milton. The intermixture of breaths and binding of bosoms have led many scholars to misread the poem as a defense of free love. Kissing and embracing prove no genital connection, in view of Amelia Viviani's letters speaking of her ardent desire to kiss and embrace Mary Shelley. Something physical is going on in Epipsychidion, but it is not normal sexual intercourse. The boiling wells, fountains, and springs refer to Ovid's forest pool of the nymph Salmacis, who fuses with the youth Hermaphroditus. In Shelley's version, Amelia's body disappears into his. Gender is eradicated and biology defied. Life begins again. Shelley and Amelia are to be reborn as one person. Epipsychidion leads to the womb, the body-warmed sack of waters. The poem boils like an alembic on the Delphic tripod. Its cavern is the Witch of Atlas' birth, chamber of enwombed rocks. The Witch of Atlas begins where Epipsychidion ends. Shelley's two hermaphrodite poems make a single, continuous movement. Like Coleridge's pornographic Christabel, Epipsychidion is a superheated psychoalchemic experiment, releasing and rebonding sexual energy. In Epipsychidion, an Apollonian poem, with a Chthonian climax, orgasmic sexuality is vanquished and transcended. Body is consumed in the flames of imagination, which light and heat the poem. But Epipsychidion implodes. The search for a new identity based on gender-free eroticism ends in the extinction of all identity. The unity of incestuous twinship collapses into non-differentiation. Incest restores primeval chaos. Shelley sinks into dispiriting density, like the swamp mud of the Great Mother. The poem is reclaimed by the Chthonian. Epipsychidion attempts the impossible task of reconciling regression to the womb with Apollonian seraphicization, a burning away and ascent of the gender-limited body. But the Apollonian angel is by definition anti-Chthonian, a flight from the mother-ruled labyrinth of sex, body, and nature. At the moment the poet thinks himself victorious over matter, the earth exerts her malign gravitation and plummets him downward to her embrace. Shelley awakened her power early in the poem when he opened himself to the womb state. Would we two had been twins of the same mother. Summoned, the archaic mother appears. Shelley's parting from Amelia Viviani was not cordial, though there seems to have been no one provoking incident. Newman IV. White describes it as a revulsion from her, similar to several other sudden revulsions in Shelley's History. 10 The poet ended by suppressing Epipsychidion. In a letter just before his death the next year, Shelley said of his estrangement from Amelia, "I think one is always in love with something or other. The error consists in seeking in a mortal image the likeness of what is perhaps eternal. This is the disease of Western love." Shelley's letter describes psychological heliotropism, my term for susceptibility to the glamour of charismatic personality. The person is intensely visualized. In Epipsychidion, Shelley cries, "See where she stands." The Western cinematic eye is directed, fixed, inflamed, but the person invested with so much hieratic energy is coldly discarded when he or she proves humanly frail. The idealizing lover surrenders himself to dramatic illusion, the power of persona. I think Shelley's disillusionment came when Amelia, then 19 years old and at the very borderline of adolescent bloom, a metaphor of spring and youth and morning, a vision like incarnate April, suddenly crossed over and looked like a woman instead of an androgyne. The first time I read Epipsychidion, I knew what Amelia Viviani looked like. Hadrian's Antinous. The poem's brilliant glamour could only have been inspired by a person of extraordinary androgynous beauty. Thus it was no surprise when I learned Amelia had faultlessly regular Greek features. Shelley's final preface to Epipsychidion compares it, without explanation, to Dante's Vita Nuova. Bloom rejects this. Shelley's parallel is hardly justified, and does not help us to comprehend anything of value in the poem. 11 But the allusion to Dante is exactly right. Epipsychidion is Shelley's Vita Nuova. I argued that Dante's Beatrice was a narcissistic personality, a girl-boy to whom the obsessed poet ritually subjected himself. Only Knight seems also to have noticed Beatrice's youthful presexual perfection. 12 Glancing over the fragments and drafts connected with Epipsychidion, we see how easily Shelley's mind moved from the Roman hermaphrodite statue to a transvestite girl as beautiful boy to the Vita Nuova, with its charismatic adolescent Beatrice. Epipsychidion and the Vita Nuova are classic texts of Western erotic perversity, which gives enormous hierarchic stature to self-enclosed Apollonian personality, a living objet d'art. I think the exclamatory style of Epipsychidion partly comes from the aggressive force needed to break into the near-autistic consciousness of this kind of glamorous androgyne, with his or her dreamy apartness. Remember the Witch of Atlas hermaphrodite, all that buzzing and murmuring, that labial self-love. The girl as beautiful boy is a silver automaton hearkening to its own inner music. Narcissists receive callers without opening the door. Shelley's revulsion from Amelia Viviani was an aesthetic swerve. It happened like this. Amelia's seraphically transparent flesh suddenly appeared heavy and coarsely female. I have seen with my own eyes the humiliating changes life works on the personality of high glamour. The luminous complexion turns muddy, the aura vanishes. Glamour is a gift under no one's control. In women it may peak and ebb with the menstrual cycle. A Shelleyan declension from idealization to disillusion occurs in D. H. Lawrence's The Rainbow, in Ursula's infatuation with her teacher, Winifred Inger. It begins in Apollonian radiance and Greek archetype and ends, like Epipsychidion, in a sad fall into earthliness. Firm-bodied as Diana, dressed in a tunic, like a Greek girl's, Inger as proud and free as a man, yet exquisite as a woman. Ursula thinks, ah, the beauty of the firm, white, cool flesh, ah, the wonderful firm limbs. Ellipsis. The whole body was defined, firm and magnificent. But after the two become intimate, Ursula experiences the Shelleyan revulsion. She feels a sort of nausea, a heavy, clogged sense of deadness. Inger is ugly, clayey, her female hips seemed big and earthy. 13 Ursula is evolving from lesbianism to heterosexuality, continued in the sequel. Women in Love. Ursula's vision of her teacher is like Shelley's of Amelia Viviani, the Apollonian androgyne of radiant Greek beauty, degenerates into matter without contour. The poet moved on and left the shell of his vision behind. Shelley said in a letter, incest is, like many other incorrect things, a very poetical circumstance. Poetry and incest coexist outside the norm. Romantic incest is a closed internal world. Saint Augustine finds the prohibition against incest rationally justified. For the multiplying of relationships, father and father-in-law are the names of two relationships. When, therefore, a man has one person for his father, another for his father-in-law, friendship extends itself to a larger number. But Adam in his single person was obliged to hold both relations to his sons and daughters, for brothers and sisters were united in marriage. 14 Incest closes society down by regressing to prehistory. In Poe's clannish, incestuous ushers, desire shrinks from contact with aliens. Incest in antiquity had an aristocratic elitism. Ovid's Biblis, lusting for her twin brother, argues, yet surely gods have married their sisters? But the gods have their own laws. 15 Byron's incest with his half-sister, if it occurred, was self-hierarchizing. The gods have their own laws, and I am a god. Like the Greek Ptolemies in Egypt, kings intermarry to preserve dynastic purity. The romantic poet marrying his sister founds a new hierarchy. He belongs to a privileged caste, the visionary or magus. Catullus says the Persian magus must be born of the incest of mother and son. 90. Magian poetic vision transcends space and time by violating social and natural law. Remarkably, Epipsychidian, Romanticism's most operatic incest, romance, has nothing to do with a real brother and sister. Shelley perversely imposes sisterhood on Amelia Viviani. He materializes it by Magian imagination, then violates it with incest. Shelley's fictive brotherhood is emotional and sexual dialogue with one's double, whose features alter, as in a magic mirror, to those of the opposite sex. We saw how Byron changes Shakespeare's Cleopatra into Sardanapalis's mirror, the knight whom Spenser's Britomart sees in the mirror is simultaneously herself and her future husband. The Renaissance double matures into the social other, while romantic doubles often lock and die. This happens with Byron's Manfred and Astarte, Poe's Roderick and Madeline Usher, and Wilde's Dorian Gray. And his portrait. It also happens at the climax of Epipsychidion, when the poet and sister spirit convulse into one annihilation. Earlier, Shelley actually calls Amelia, thou mirror. In the Cenci, Shelley's Count uses a mirror metaphor to curse Beatrice, the daughter whom he forces into incest. May her child be a hideous likeness of herself. That as, from a distorting mirror, she may see her image mixed with what she most abhors, smiling upon her from her nursing breast. IV. I.145-49. Beatrice looks into a living mirror and sees her monstrous double, stuck to her like a tumor. The nursing baby born of incest is her demonic self-portrait, like the picture of Dorian Gray. It combines her face with her hated father's, female mixed with male. Count Cenci, perverter of the paternal, makes his daughter a Medusan. Madonna, knight, who calls Epipsychidion autoerotic, declares, both homosexuality and incest may be symptoms of a state which approaches self-sufficiency and integration, and so looks for affection less to an opposite than to a replica. 16 Otto Finichel says the male transvestite may fantasize that the masculine element in his nature can have intercourse with the feminine, i.e. with himself. 17 Is there A secret connection between Byron's incest and Don Juan's transvestism. Freud speaks of masturbatory fantasies where a person pictures himself both as the man and as the woman in an imagined situation. He observed a hysterical attack where the patient pressed her dress to her body with one hand, as the woman, while trying to tear it off with the other, as the man. 18 Romantic incest romance makes poetry of this psychodrama. No one has completely explained the romantic fascination with incest. M. H. Abrams traces it to the underground alchemic tradition, with its pervasive incest symbols. 19I feel that most romantic incest is free of alchemic influence and that it is produced by the late 18th century crisis in sex roles. One of the great romantic metaphors, the Aeolian lyre, has a latent sexual ambiguity unnoted by major criticism. In The Correspondent Breeze, a central romantic study, Abrams discusses the Aeolian lyre in erudite detail without taking slightest notice of the fact that the male poet identifying with a wind harp makes himself feminine toward inspiring power. 20 Shelley says poetry cannot be composed by an act of will. The mind in creation is as a fading coal, which some invisible influence, like an inconstant wind, awakens to transitory brightness. 21 The wind rouses the fading coal just as it plays upon the lyre. The poet waits like an odalisque, a Giorgione, nude asleep in a meadow. Shelley's invisible influence recalls Blake's phallic, invisible worm, flying in a storm wind toward the rose. A flower metaphor in fact appears in the next sentence. Like Wordsworth, Shelley elevates intuition over reasoning, aggressive tool of Adonis slanderous Keats killers. Keats's friend Haydn uses the lyre metaphor to describe the poet reciting from Endymion to a curt and unresponsive Wordsworth. It was rather ill-bred to hurt a youth at such a moment when he actually trembled, like the string of a lyre, when it has been touched. 22 As with Coleridge and the Night. Recital of the Prelude. Watch out for Wordsworth one-on-one. Rousseau-est Wordsworth could play by Sade's rules. No love is lost between artists claiming the same turf. The sexual conventionalism of so much 20th century criticism was especially damaging to Romanticism, with its intrinsic perversities. I find Douglas Bush's hostile remarks about Shelley from 1937 more accurate about the poet than much of the commentary by admirers during the post-war Romantic revival. Bush rejects Shelley's sentimentality. His heroes and martyrs are all alike, all physically weak and spiritually lonely, pale youths who perish, or are ready to perish, unupbraiding. They are all variations on the portrait of himself as an effeminate romantic idealist. 50 years ago, these words were meant to produce a shudder of distaste in the manly reader, but time and the revolution in sex roles have now made Bush's prosecutorial judgment sound value-free. Bush derides Shelley's language in Prometheus Unbound. Pale feet, pale wound, worn limbs, soft and flowing limbs, and passion-parted lips. Shelley's sensual sex-crossing images seemed uncomfortably homoerotic. Bush's attitude reflects the modern reaction against Swinburne, who borrowed from Shelley, and it also falls in the shadow of the disgraced Wilde. I suspect Shelley modeled his canon of effeminate beauty on Michelangelo's Pietà and androgynous Hellenistic sculpture in Rome, where Prometheus Unbound was partly composed. The sexual passivity Abrams fails to note in the metaphor of the Aeolian lyre is crucial to Shelley's Ode to the West Wind. 2. Overlook or ignore this element is to misread the poem. The poet is the lyre through which wild nature makes music. The ashes and sparks of his thoughts fly from the inflamed fading coal. The poet is a dead leaf, like Epipsychodion's incinerated moth. The uncontrollable west wind's tremendous masculine force exaggerates the poet's frailty or creative reactivity. His dead thoughts, scattered across the universe, to quicken a new birth, are seeds of insemination. But while the torpid seed is Shelley's, the ejaculation is the wind's. Astonishingly, the poet is a passive inseminator. Man is half-loved, half-raped by nature. Poetry is panting sex speech, wrung from slaves on a long invisible leash. The poet as ocean, wave, again, recalls Coleridge's feminine sea spread beneath Wordsworth's power. But Coleridge's wave swells languorously, while Shelley's peaks with feverish sexual excitement. The Ode to the West Wind is a spiritual sex drama of vast proportions. The poem's greatness, its electrifying, expansive rush, resides precisely in the poet's ability to project himself and us into the sensation of passive surrender to titanic power. Shelley's ecstasy comes from convention-defying sex experience. He is erotically joined, body and soul, to the wind as masculine ravisher. Ode to the West Wind is a tour de force of sex crossing romantic imagination. I view it as a sexualized revision of the magnificent Mont Blanc, where Shelley contemplates the stunning enormity of nature, a bleak geologic panorama without sexual personae. The Aeolian lyre expresses not just the passivity but the compulsiveness of romantic creativity. Achievement drives from the unknown part of self. Nietzsche thinks artists undersexed their vampire, their talent, grudges them as a rule that squandering of force which one calls passion. If one has a talent, one is also its victim. One lives under the vampirism of one's talent. 24. This is true of anyone pursuing an obsessive project, which steals years and drains love. Yeats reformulates the metaphor of passive poet as liar. We who are poets and artists live but for the moment when vision comes to our weariness like terrible lightning, in the humility of the brutes. 25. We saw the protracted birth agony of Cellini's Perseus. Shelley says, a great statue or picture grows under the power of the artist as a child in the mother's womb. 26. Male artists have Erickson's female, inner space, giving the artist a male womb. Like Euripides' Zeus, Shelley radically alters masculine body image. Nature makes woman's body a humid bower, model for Spencer's bower of bliss. The body is first sculptor of imagination. Male homosexuality, for example, is not aesthetically or emotionally equivalent to heterosexuality. The man who is anally penetrated or who takes another's penis in his mouth is making his body a female bower. Shelley claims the poet is more delicately organized than other men, and sensible to pain and pleasure, both his own and that of others, in a degree unknown to them. 27. The nervous, impressionable poet has a feminine sensitivity. He is a stranger exiled among virile men. The price for the romantic poet's appropriation of female powers is mutilation, which Eric Newman calls the condition of all creation. 28. Western literature begins with a blind bard. The head of the poet Orpheus, torn to pieces by Maenads, floated to Lesbos, implanting that island with the first flowering of Greek lyric genius. Romantic mutilation as ritual self-limitation. With the failure of hierarchies at the close of the Enlightenment, consciousness became stronger, but it did not become more masculine. Paradoxically, the more it asserted, the more it had to fear. We saw in Kleist's Penthesilea that unlimited expansion of self produces paralyzing anxiety. There was an excess of phenomena no longer ordered by social structures, phenomena flooding consciousness in an exhausting plenum. The femininity of the romantic artist partly expresses his passivity toward this oppressive multiplicity. The artist sacrifices his virility as a propitiation of unknown gods. The problem of evil had an assigned place in all-inclusive Christian theology. But as religion weakened, evil sprang free. The evil of Chthonian nature is far less rational and explicable than the evil of an envious master demon. Romantic imagination faced evil without the organized certitudes of church and state. The power to punish was taken over by the self. Hence the 19th-century abundance of demonic epiphanies of the double. The self ambushes, harasses, flails itself. Romanticism's most terrifying encounter with the double was ironically by the atheist. Shelley. Making himself feminine, the poet was under the fascist rod of what he had repressed. Keats. Shelley's slain Adonis, supplements and corrects. Wordsworth. Keats's nature welcomes rather than abandons, because he restores to it the sensuality and eroticism that Wordsworth removed. But Keats, as much as Wordsworth, cannot bear the demonism Coleridge sees in sex and nature. Reviving the femmes fatales of the fairy queen, Keats revises the unpalatable facts of female power. His poetry is a Eumenides, a renaming and palliation. Keats turns every fury into a kindly one. His clear, simple style is as much a defense mechanism as Blake's in the stormy, opaque, prophetic books. Keats's sexual anxiety, suppressed in the poems, is perfectly apparent in his letters. Keats's theory of creativity comes from Wordsworth's wise passiveness. Like Byron, Keats esteems a happy laziness or fainting languor, a state of effeminacy. Nature visits us with thoughts. Let us open our leaves like a flower and be passive and receptive. Indolence, theme of an ode, is waking sleep. Sleep for Keats as a mode of vision, putting masculine power into feminine. Suspension, negative capability, gives a man the ability to remain in uncertainties, mysteries, doubts, without any irritable reaching after fact and reason. Great men, especially in literature, and Shakespeare above all, possess negative capability, which is female. Waiting, a refusal to intervene, impose, or dominate. 29. The chameleon poet, says Keats, is everything and nothing. He has no identity. He is continually in for, and filling some other body. When I am in a room with people, if I ever am free from speculating on creations of my own brain, then not myself goes home to myself, but the identity of every one in the room begins to press upon me that I am in a very little time annihilated. The receptive poet is in metamorphosis, dissolving into multiple identities. Other beings pass through him as if he were a wraith. The poet is like Plutarch's Dionysus, who turns into winds, water, earth, stars, plants, animals. Keats's Dionysian self-transformations are clear. In Bright Star, where by sympathetic identification he projects himself into star, sea, and shore. The identity-free poet is a feminine receptacle into which pour the many of nature. Keats says of all men of genius, they have not any individuality, any determined character. 30 geniuses nullify their own Western personalities. The Keatsian man of vision is a transsexual shaman like Empedocles, who claimed that in former lives he was a boy, a girl, a bush, a bird, and a fish. Organic life floods into Keats's imagery like a green tide. Things have vivid sensory presence. The delicacies Porphyro sets before his sleeping beloved in the Eve of St. Agnes are so individuated, so uncannily materialized that one expects them to stand up and demand to be introduced. The Great Ode to Autumn is a series of lush holograms by a cinema of kinesthesia, the Dionysian Feles. Keats reproduces the harvest fruits as they swell and plump with mouth-filling fatness. Words bubble with nascence. Language itself is in advanced pregnancy. To Autumn internalizes the nature mother. At her fleshiest, Keats's indolence slows the male body to the fecund rhythms of natural process, that creeping, interminable cycle in which women live. Keats says of women he loved, "My mind was a soft nest in which some one of them slept though she knew it not." 31. Wordsworth speaks of Coleridgean caverns of the mind, Shelley of the artist's womb. In Keats, the mind is warm bed and amniotic sac, fetally encapsulating the beloved and suspending her in honey. She lives in the poet's imagination, but she lives most vividly by sleeping. She is removed from the social arena of action and returned to embryonic innocence. Think of the sleeping heroine of the Eve of Saint Agnes. Is her sleep nature's sacralization, or Keats's neutralization of woman's sexual danger? Keats speaks of the heart as the teat from which the mind or intelligence sucks its identity. 32. He gives primacy to emotional life. Identified as feminine. If the heart is breast-like, the poet is a shaman with female breasts. Even read conservatively, the metaphor forces us to see a feminine heart breast hovering just inside the male chest wall. Keats as the Tiresias androgyne, the nurturant male, whom I also find in Egyptian Happy, the Nile god with female dugs, and in Roman personifications of the Nile and Father Tiber, a burly, bearded nude reclining under a swarm of rollicking infants. The Tiresias androgyne rules the Eve of Saint Agnes. The most brilliantly written part of the poem is when the male reverses sexual convention and feeds the female. Keats's language suddenly intensifies into a sensual cascade of ripe nouns and adjectives. The poem turns cornucopia. Lionel Trilling says, "We are ambivalent in our conception of the moral status of eating and drinking." Ellipsis. But with Keats the ingestive imagery is pervasive and extreme. 33. Trilling is wonderful on Keats's appetitiveness and its connection to the maternal, but his essay has a psychological inconsistency approaching incoherence. Trilling insists on Keats's manliness, or mature masculinity, when all the evidence he presents contradicts it. Food language in the Eve of Saint Agnes has a stunning virtuosity. Porphyro lays out a heap of candied apple, quince, and plum, and gourd, with jellies soother than the creamy curd, and lucent syrups, tinct with cinnamon. Keats's ingestive imagery invokes the sense of taste for one reason: to induce liquidity. The quick, short consonants and oozing vowels subvert the reader's detachment from and control over the poem, artfully compelling him to salivate. I call this passage mouth embowering. It replicates in the reader's skull the poem's embowered bed scene, with its luxurious ritual of male nurturance. A contemporary said Keats had a capacious mouth. We will return to the idea of a capacious skull. Of all male artists, there is in Keats the least flight from liquidity. Sartre's nausea is the most passionate protest against the mother-ruled realm of the moist, a gluey mucoid. Keats seems the most reverent and affectionate of nature sons, finding in the moist not annihilated consciousness but enhanced imagination, a new paradise garden. But great literature and art are never affirmative. Or rather, affirmation is always a swerve from the negative. We celebrate in order to win victory over something else, something uncontrolled. Of major Western artists, Raphael and Keats are closest to the all benign. But both were in competition with an older generation of brooding titans, their artistic fathers. Did Raphael and Keats choose masking sexual personae? They eluded by seeming too generous to confront. Take Lamia, Keats's poem about a snake vampire imprisoning a male in a house of illusion. Imagination is perilous, yet reason, embodied in Apollonius, is too rigid. Critics identify Apollonius as the Alexandrian philosopher of Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. But in the poem's latent mythology, Apollonius is Apollo, who slays the female Python at Delphi. Lamia recapitulates the Orestia, where Apollo triumphs, as he can never do in Romanticism. Bush recognizes Coleridge's Christabel as the main influence on the poem. There is a tremendous alteration of tone between Christabel and Lamia. Chthonian menace and horror yield to geniality and melodiousness. Lamia is polemical and propitiatory. It turns the archetypal female into a kindly one. Her demonism is honored, but distanced, repositioned in safe relation to the psyche. Lamia, a sexual fiend and man-killer, is beautifully reimagined until she improbably glows like a Raphael Madonna. Keatsian charm as her aura, the soft nest of the poet's best wishes. Keats's letters to Fanny Brawne as he was composing Lamia, partly inspired by her, plainly reveal the turbulence expressed in Christabel but concealed or transformed in Lamia. Walter Jackson. Bates' biography of Keats, 1963, is one of the great books of our time, with the force and sweep of a 19th-century novel. But Bates' commentary, so movingly truthful for 500 pages, comes apart when it deals with Keats's letters to Fanny Brawne. This is Keats's most fertile period, yet his letters seethe with jealousy, hostility, obsession. Bates does not know what to do with Keats's jealousy and suggests he is affecting it. Keats's benevolence had become such a scholarly convention it was impossible to think anything else. There is an abyss in Bates' study between Keats's emotional and creative lives. Keats tells Woodhouse he does not want ladies to read his poetry, that he writes for men. He bitterly assails contemporary women writers and intellectuals. To his friend Bailey, I am certain I have not a right feeling towards women. At this moment I am striving to be just to them, but I cannot. Is it because they fall so far beneath my boyish imagination? When among men I have no evil thoughts, no malice, no spleen. I feel free to speak or to be silent. I can listen, and from every one I can learn. My hands are in my pockets, I am free from all suspicion and comfortable. When I am among women I have evil thoughts, malice, spleen. I cannot speak or be silent. I am full of suspicions and therefore listen to no thing. I am in a hurry to be gone. Faced with this amazing passage, Bates eloquently argues that Keats suffers such feelings because his mind is strongly empathic or sympathetic, habituated to identifying itself with what it conceives, and with women, such an identification is lacking. 34. This is credible only if one holds the thrilling view of Keats's manliness. Probably the first to apply the word manly to Keats was Bailey himself. As with Coleridge calling Wordsworth all man, it tells us less about Keats than about Bailey. Manliness is an utterly inappropriate word for a poet who extols the imaginative virtues of passivity and effeminacy. Far from being unable to identify with women, as Bates claims, Keats in women's company ran the risk of over-identification, loss of psychic autonomy. I adapt from the letter on the chameleon poet. Woman's overfull identity begins to press upon Keats, so that he is in a very little time annihilated. My theory seems confirmed by Keats's complaint to Fanny Brawne. You have absorbed me. Keats flees the company of women to escape being swallowed up by them. Their hunger is infinite. The idealized view of Keats leaves us at a loss with La Belle Dame. Sans Merci, one of the supreme romantic poems. Its heroine is a Circean sexual predator. Robert Graves sees her as his white goddess, which Bloom calls a misreading. 35. I too think it a misreading, but for different reasons. I follow in the Italian Sotto Baroque line of Mario Praz. I think that the sexual level of La Belle Dame Sans Merci is primary, and that any allegory is supplemental and diversionary. Graves's hieratic white goddess is wrong, since Keats's charmer is mysteriously undaunting. I met a lady in the meads, full beautiful, a fairy's child. Her hair was long, her foot was light, and her eyes were wild. The poem's sexual personae puzzled me for a decade. Representationally, Keats's beautiful woman without mercy, destroying warriors, princes, and kings, is non-hierarchic. How does this disarming androgyne exert her masculine power? A power manifest only a posteriori, never a priori in the persona she presents to human eyes. She is springtime nature tricking us into the winter of our discontent. Still, there is theater. What is her mask? I finally found an analogue to Keats's Belle Dame, the ruthless lady Caroline Lamb, whom I compared to Goethe's Mignon and Warhol's E.D. Sedgwick. This is the negative mercurius androgyne, elfin, gamine, manic with nervous energy. Proof can be found in Keats's description of Fanny Brawne, model for his beldame. It could serve as a portrait of Lady Caroline. Fanny is beautiful and elegant, graceful, silly, fashionable and strange. Her face is pale and thin. She is monstrous in her behavior, flying out in all directions, calling people such names. Bates says other accounts of Fanny Brawne convey her quick liveliness of manner and movement, and general vivacity. 36 Mercurius is electric with hidden shocks. Keats lyricizes woman but cannot defeat her. Keats's low opinion of women intellectuals is part of his antipathy to the trendy literary world, but it also relates to his poems of sexual danger, from Endymion through Lamia to La Belle Dame sans Merci. Scholars who fail to see anxiety in Keats's sex poems readily acknowledge it in the Hyperion sequence, where the coloration is cool, grave, and desolate. Warmth for Keats is like light for Shelley. Appetite, tactility, body heat. When these gutter out, we are left with Dantesque gray. Keats's Hyperion and the Fall of Hyperion are rite de passage poems, perhaps the most striking in literature. In the first, Apollo moves from one psychic stage to the next. In the second, it is Keats himself. For Bloom, these poems record crises of poetic belatedness, but in the poem's deep structure, men are overpowered by female titans. Hyperion opens on a tableau of male impotence and is set into motion by infusions of female energy. This sexual double vision may have inaugurated the entire Hyperion sequence, a humiliating panorama of female domination and broken manhood, taking place at the transition from one generation of gods to the next. Hyperion begins in a masculine vacuum. The muse, like females, are connecting historical links. The third book repeats the poem's opening cycle. We find the poet Apollo weeping and inert. The Titaness Mnemosyne, his invisible guardian, comes to his aid. Mnemosyne, memory, fills him with names, deeds, gray legends, pouring them into the wide hollows of his brain. This is one of the classic moments of romantic sex reversal. A dominatrix inseminates the passive poet with a torrent of knowledge, which Yeats borrows and sexually normalizes for Leda and the Swan. Keats's female fecundator forces herself into the poet's vaginal skull, an image Keats repeats in The Fall of Hyperion, where Moneta's hollow brain is enwombed. Apollo's brain womb brims over through spiritual intercourse with nature and history. Keats's Apollo has an elegant androgynous beauty, undulating golden tresses, and limbs of immortal fairness. He is a Hellenistic Apollo melting into Aphrodite. His white melodious throat is an Adonis motif I have defined as cross-sexual in a male. Apollo's sensuous, white soft temples magically appear at the poem's most violent moment. Keats feminizes the head of all poets. Apollo is self, embowered in moody adolescence, which Mnemosyne forcibly terminates. The ephebic poet is raped by a female colossus, who injects him with a rushing sense of the reality of things outside himself. Like the vampire with Christabel, she speaks through the poet by invading his personality. Can she really make him a god? Hartman compares Apollo's paroxysm to the pangs of childbirth or sexual climax. 37 Apollo gives birth to himself out of his own head. Zeus and Athena in one. His wild commotions are Vedic spasms, prefiguring those of his oracle. In The Fall of Hyperion, Keats himself shouts, with a Pythia's spleen. Hyperion ends in poetic couvade, with Apollo shrieking in pain. Just before we see what Apollo brings to birth, Hyperion breaks off mid-sentence, leaving a row of asterisks. Scholars try to explain this puzzling truncation, with no agreement. The end of Hyperion belongs to my Apollonian category of muteness, stammering, and broken speech. Hyperion is self-frustrated because it attempts to transform the Apollo poet from androgyne into potent male. Since it is a romantic poem, it cannot do this. It meets a sexual barrier which romantic imagination cannot pass and from which it falls back in defeat. Like Christabel, Hyperion is inspired by the poet's vision of sexual subordination to a supernatural female hierarch. Keats cannot finish Hyperion for the same reason Coleridge cannot finish Christabel. The entrancing hermaphroditic psychodrama is complete and will brook no sequel. In The Fall of Hyperion, a reconstruction of Hyperion, Keats takes over Apollo's role. The saga comes nearer. In the mysterious sanctuary of his dream, the poet sees a distant image with features huge as a cloud. It is a statue of defeated Saturn, but for most of the poem, its gender is indeterminate. The only competence in the Hyperion poems belongs to spectral female superpowers, who oppress, even as they liberate. Moneta is silent, terrific, uncanny. The poet swoons again and again. I had a terror of her robes, and chiefly of the veils. The ghostly veils curtained her in mysteries, constricting the poet's heart. Moneta's veils are from the house of Spenserian couture. Is she the veiled hermaphrodite Venus of the fairy queen? If so, she is all-knowing, ever-secret Mother Nature. In Keats, she is the true threat to poetry. Moneta is the veiled shadow, or the tall shade, desexing locutions like Shelley's numinous dematerializations. Keats's towering women are androgynes, monumental totems of world force. Cloudy Saturn may be only a displacement or psychic split of veiled Moneta. When he appears in the second poem, he is much weaker than in the first. Moneta has overwhelmed him poetically. When Saturn rises painfully and starts to walk, the poem breaks off. He is now an anemic shade, drained of fictive energy. Hyperion's Mnemosyne is more maternal than the fall of Hyperion's severe, sepulchral Moneta. Moneta makes the second poem palpably more anxious than the first. This anxiety is not just about poetic vocation but about sex and identity. The Greeks, says Farnell, tried to avoid the mention, wherever possible, of the personal names of the Chthonian powers and to substitute for them appellatives which were generally euphemistic. 38 Keats's poetry treats the Chthonian with ritual euphemism. His Ode on a Grecian Urn becomes darker if one accepts my principle that the Western object d'art is an Apollonian protest against the Chthonian. If Keats's monumental females are sober versions of the Great Mother, then his ambivalence toward them must reflect a latent ambivalence toward biologic process. His vivid sensory imagery and capacious vaginal skull bring the body to birth by pure imagination, dramatized in Apollo's painful self-extrusion. Is this hostile usurpation of female power? Keats goes around sex directly to the prima materia, evading the mother. Like Blake and Wordsworth, he tries to abolish sexual personae, but he is haunted by demonic hierarchic females. By becoming the identity-free chameleon poet, Keats eliminates gender. Dissolution of identity also abolishes the female sex. In To Autumn, woman is unneeded, for she has been internalized by the poet, with his capacious, fecund, and self-irrigating imagination. The feminized male self becomes all-encompassing and self-sufficient. Keats's poems, opening the reader to nature, close off the poet in his own rigorous ritual precinct.